After transmigrating to the cultivation world, I suddenly realized that time in the entire world had frozen. Whether it's the lofty earth realm powerhouses, or the ordinary common folk, all are frozen in place by the laws of time. Only I can move freely. Throughout these long years, I keep hunting the immobile demon beasts, obtain crystal core. After diligently cultivating for 5,000 years by stealing rare treasures from others' storage rings, I have finally broken through to the great Ascension realm. To add some fun to the dull life, while I secretly read the hidden gossip of various major sects, while engaging in deep exchanges with the female emperors of various sects, to relieve loneliness, little did they know, everyone I've touched, consciousness awakens in the stillness of time. The body was unable to move, could only watch helplessly as I acted recklessly. Another 5,000 years passed. Besides mastering countless astonishing secrets, I have also studied the martial arts manuals of the entire continent. My cultivation unexpectedly resonated with the heavenly Tao of this world, becoming the first supreme powerhouse in the Immortal Demon Continent to break through to the Emperor realm. I personally named this realm the Ancestral Realm. If the heavenly Tao manifests in physical form, seeing me now, they would probably serve tea with utmost respect. On this day, after I had traveled across the entire continent, returning to the origin, the Great Qin dynasty, he went straight to the Empress's bedchamber to bathe. At this moment, the Empress of the Great Qin dynasty was placed by me beside the bath. That incomparably beautiful yet icy face was turned directly toward me. The waist-length raven black hair was actually woven by me into the shape of a teapot, and I was soaking in the pool, flipping through the Empress's life story with my left hand, tasting the spiritual fruit with the right hand. Accurately tossed the fruit pit into the pot made from the Empress's hair bun, having a great time playing. The 36th year of Daqian. Princess Li Wanqiu quelled the rebellion of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince at Anqing Gate. Save Yuanqiu Emperor. That same year, Emperor Yuanqiu designated Li Wanqiu as the Crown Prince. After reading this account, I looked up and examined the Empress. TSK, what a marvel, her appearance is indeed stunning, yet her heart is so ruthless. Clearly, it was a bloody coup. Must insist on writing so cryptically. Really wanting to be a whore and still set up a memorial archway. As he spoke, he threw the just-eaten spirit fruit pit toward the Empress, but intentionally missed the mark, hitting right at the proudest spot of the Empress. It immediately stirred up a wave, catching my attention. Glancing at the Empress's voluptuous curves, I muttered discontentedly, this little girl was good at everything. That's not plump enough, just this small size. I don't want to be this goddamn airstrip manager. With a mischievous grin, he walked toward the Empress. This size should get more professional massages, promoting blood and qi circulation. Only then can it be magnificent and grand. Come on, today I'll reluctantly help you again. With that, he extended his sinister claws and advanced toward the Empress. At this moment, looking at me pressing forward step by step, the Empress was on the verge of tears. Since yesterday, she suddenly became unable to move. Then this lecherous man barged into the bedchamber. Not only did he make unwanted physical advances toward her, while mocking and gossiping at the same time, I just insulted her as a whore. If she could move, she would surely tear me to pieces. And at the same time questioned, are you blind? Where the hell am I small? And this person is quite strange. What does parking apron mean? Is it from a powerful sect? Even with his powerful background, he dares to humiliate me like this. I will also tear him to pieces. Able to infiltrate the imperial palace under everyone's watchful eyes. Even a divine transformation mighty expert failed to notice. This person must be of extraordinary origins. Just as she was lost in wild thoughts. Just as my evil claws were about to reach. Empress Li Wanqiu's heart was as dead as ashes. Yet couldn't even blink an eyelid. I suddenly muttered with a lack of interest, how boring. Unable to move. What's the difference from being a doll? As soon as the words fell, the Empress's eyes suddenly shifted. Immediately, I felt a gust of wind attack. The Empress had struck in an instant. A resounding slap landed on my face, followed by the Empress's furious scream, guards, cut this damned assassin to pieces. Simultaneously, spiritual energy surged. The spring scenery on her body was immediately concealed by the luxurious attire. Her hair bun returned to its original state as the long sword in her hand thrust straight forward. Hearing the Empress's voice, watching the sword light strike towards me, rubbing my burning cheeks, a full 10,000 years had passed. At last, human voices were heard again, and time resumed its flow. I ecstatically rushed toward the Empress. Holding her tightly in his arms, he kissed her fiercely. Instantly transforming into a stream of light, it vanished. After breaking free, the Empress's chest heaved violently. The body, having just experienced intimacy, ached faintly. But this matter absolutely must not be revealed. If it were known that someone had broken into the imperial palace at night, and taken the Qing Empress's innocence, the royal family will become the laughingstock of the eastern wastelands. Soon, guards flooded in, and the Empress regained her majesty. She roared, investigate for me, a man named Lin Tian, without background. Wanted nationwide, we will have him sliced into 1,000 pieces. These words were almost squeezed through clenched teeth. It is not surprising that the Empress knows my name, because this old habit of mine always involves tattooing my name on women afterward. Feeling the abnormality in my body, the Empress remained deeply unsettled for a long time. At the same time, the Immortal Demon Continent had just resumed its operation. The entire continent was in an uproar. Every beautiful woman is roaring my name. Obviously, I left them with an unpleasant memory. The entire continent is hunting me down. On the same day, major powers issued bounty orders for my capture one after another. After fleeing the Imperial Palace, I returned to my original sect. Looking at the revitalized Qingyun sect, I couldn't help but shed tears. 10,000 years had passed. I am no longer a menial disciple to be bullied at will, but a patriarch realm powerhouse who has comprehended the heavenly Tao's profound meaning. In this world, no one can harm me in the slightest, since time has resumed its flow. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible in the world? At this thought, I raised my head and let out a long cry to the heavens. The howl shook the Qingyun mountain range. The entire sect was shocked by this. Sect leader Qingyun hurried out to greet him, bowing respectfully. May I ask which esteemed master has arrived? Qingyun failed to welcome you properly. But the sky had returned to calm. I have long since turned into a fleeting light and departed. Soon, the major factions identified my identity. Upon seeing the portrait, even the top-tier sects and sacred grounds, down to third-rate royal sects, all the women I've trained, upon learning that I was merely a menial disciple of the Qingyun sect, they collectively broke down, burning with rage. Each of them was a proud daughter of heaven. To think they had been humiliated by a mere menial disciple. The immense disparity made them wish they could tear me to pieces, rushing to the Qingyun sect to demand the person's release. On this day, the male disciples of the Qingyun sect had their fill of eye candy. Having seen thousands of peerless beauties, sect leader Qingyun was so angry that he spat out blood. Qingyun sect, hand over Lin Tian today or else our 9 heavens holy land will surely crush you. The Gu family of my eternal life is also. Hand over the person or we'll sever your lineage. Facing these angry fairies, Qingyun was drenched in cold sweat, extremely perplexed in my heart. These women from various major factions, they were all forces that the Qingyun sect couldn't afford to offend. Why would you be so persistent about a mere menial disciple? Their expressions looked as if they were chaste women who had been defiled. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought, but circumstances forced him to face these powerful individuals. Qingyun had no choice but to receive them properly. Despite repeatedly emphasizing that I have left the sect, even the servants' clothing and token were left behind. The women still refused to let it go. Furious, Qingyun was left speechless with grievances. Finally, under the pressure from these women, after Qingyun made the heavenly oath, they finally accepted the explanation that Lin Tian had left the Qingyun sect. At the same time, Qingyun also handed over the miscellaneous servant clothes Lin Tian had used and the sect token. Only then did these women relent. Qingyun was extremely frustrated. As the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect, a centuries-old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, I was actually forced by a group of little girls to make a heavenly oath, yet could only force down the bitterness and swallow the humiliation in silence. I hate Lin Tian to the core. Don't let me see this damned menial disciple. Otherwise I'd have to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Those female cultivators obtained Lin Tian's belongings. Begin using the magical artifact that detects auras to search for Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was in Qingyun town, not far from Qingyun sect. Persuading, coaxing a 17 or 18-year-old girl to become his disciple. The reason was simple. Back when he was a menial disciple, while delivering a message, he had been injured by a demon beast. And this young girl had saved him. And now, on the ring finger of that young girl's hand, was a little old hag. Who the hell dares to steal my business? Can I just let this slide? Absolutely not. Lin Tian thought to himself, flashing a gentle smile at the little girl. Little girl, let me tell you, this old hag has no good intentions. She wants to possess your body. If you just take me as your master, I'll not only get rid of her for you, but I'll also grant you one wish. Old hag, are you being polite? The little girl looked at Lin Tian with a hint of fear in her eyes, then glanced at the ring in her hand, seemingly weighing her options. Clearly, the old creature inside the ring was tempting the little girl. Are you serious? You'll grant me anything? Yes, any condition at all. I want to become like the holy maiden of Qingyun sect. Can you make that happen? Hearing this, Lin Tian's brows furrowed slightly. That's it? The old woman in your ring made you say that, didn't she? Normally, innate Dao bodies are extremely rare. An innate quality that cannot be altered. The old hag had precisely targeted this weakness, prompting the girl to make a demand bordering on the absurd. In her view, though she couldn't gauge Lin Tian's cultivation level, given his youth around 20 years old, he could be at most at the golden core stage. The sort of ants she could crush with a flick of her wrist back in the day. Yet the next moment, something utterly terrifying unfolded. As Lin Tian waved his hand, her spirit body broke free from the ring and emerged uncontrollably, grasped by an invisible force. Old hag, I ain't got time for your nonsense. You think no one can alter innate constitution? Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of, so you die knowing. With that, he instantly appeared before the little girl, channeling the power of the heavenly Tao. A towering sword chi surged toward Lin Tian's palm, directly channeling this essence of heaven into her body. The girl instantly felt a vast yet gentle energy surge within her body, constantly transforming her constitution. When she opened her eyes again, a sharp gleam shone in them, with faint echoes of sword intent resonating within. The old woman watched the scene unfold before her with terror, her mouth gaping in disbelief. How is that possible? Impossible. And the strongest innate sword body at that. Who exactly are you? The old woman stared intently at Lin Tian, her gaze brimming with disbelief, along with shock and dread. He had once been a spirit transformation realm powerhouse but failed during his tribulation, his physical form shattered by the thunder. Yet this did not diminish her knowledge. She understood that even the most powerful Emperor realm cultivators must obey the laws of heaven. Even they could not alter the power of heaven's way to transform an ordinary person into a. Yet this near impossible feat had actually been accomplished by this young man before her? This was utterly unbelievable. As he was lost in his thoughts, he heard the youth say with a hint of urgency, "You're dead, so you don't need to worry about all this. My wives are coming to hunt me down any minute now, you'd better just drop dead. Next time you pick a disciple, keep your eyes peeled, don't let them snatch mine." With that, he slapped the old woman's spirit body, shattering her spirit completely. The girl watched the old woman vanish, a hint of cunning flickering in her eyes, clearly having her own ulterior motives all along. After all, both the person and the spirit had been vying to become her master. Seeing Lin Tian's overwhelming power now, the girl hesitated not a moment. Kneeling on the ground, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Lin Tian. "Master, your disciple Li Linger bows to you." Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction, tossing her a spatial ring. "Inside are cultivation techniques and resources suited for you, along with a talisman I crafted and a jade pendant. Use the talisman in danger, it can instantly slay a nascent soul cultivator. If the talisman proves ineffective, shatter the jade pendant. Within 3 breaths, your master will arrive. I have matters to attend to now, and will return shortly to guide you away. Bye for now." With that, Lin Tian vanished in a flash. Li Linger stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. After a long moment, the girl called out toward the spot where Lin Tian had vanished. "Master, you still haven't told me your name." Even as Lin Tian grew distant, the girl still felt as though everything before her eyes was somehow unreal. Only when she saw the storage ring Lin Tian had left behind, Li Linger finally convinced herself she hadn't been dreaming. Her divine sense swept over the storage ring. She discovered it contained a Emperor-grade cultivation technique? The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth instantly fell open, her eyes widened in shock, pinching herself several times to confirm she wasn't dreaming. It truly was an imperial-grade cultivation technique. You see, even in the Qingyun sect, the greatest sect of the Great Qin dynasty, the highest cultivation technique they possessed was merely heaven-grade. On the Immortal Demon Continent, cultivation techniques were ranked as follows: lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, heaven tier, saint tier, immortal tier, and emperor tier. And his newly acquired master just casually handed him an emperor tier cultivation technique? Wasn't he about to take off from here on out? Once again, he probed the ring with his divine sense. Besides cultivation techniques, it contained countless rare treasures, along with a high-grade spirit pill. After withdrawing his divine sense from the ring, Li Linger's eyes had already transformed into the shape of spirit stones. She then glanced warily around. Seeing no one had noticed, she finally exhaled in relief. Though she hadn't seen much of the world, he knew the ring contained valuable items, each one capable of sparking fierce battles among powerful cultivators. So he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Not long after Lin Tian departed, a group of women dressed in luxurious attire and stunningly beautiful women stopped outside Li Linger's courtyard. "His aura was here just now, why is it gone? We'll split up and search. We must find that scoundrel Lin Tian. He's just a menial disciple from Qingyun sect, he can't have gone far." With that, the women scattered in all directions. Once the women had departed, Li Linger finally exhaled in relief, rubbing the storage ring on her finger as she sighed. Master just mentioned being chased by his wife. Could these ladies be the ones? They're truly beautiful. Looks like Master really is a womanizer. His name is Lin Tian? How could he have so many wives? He deserves to be hunted down. Chapter 004, help me suppress the rebellion any way you can. Meanwhile, Empress Li Wanqiu, dressed in plain clothes, holding a spirit fruit seed, using Lin Tian's lingering aura to pinpoint his location. Whenever she recalled what Lin Tian had done for her these past days, like that hand massage technique to boost blood circulation, the banter laced with teasing, using her hair as a target for a throwing game, the Empress's face would turn alternately pale and crimson, and her untouched body would tingle with a numbing sensation. This made her feel profoundly ashamed. So today she secretly slipped out of the palace, determined to confront the damned scoundrel Lin Tian herself. But after searching for hours, she had found no trace of him, not even a glimpse of him. Just then, a tea house caught her eye. Li Wanqiu stepped inside, deciding to have a cup of tea before continuing her search. Then he overheard two people chatting behind him. "Hey, buddy, did you hear? The head of Qingyun's sect actually had an improper relationship with his own female disciple." "No way. Mu Qingyun is a nascent soul cultivator. How could he do such a thing?" "It gets worse. I have a friend who works as a menial laborer at Qingyun's sect, and apparently that girl is the eldest elder's illegitimate child." "Holy, that's explosive. Is the Grand Elder really that desperate to climb the ranks?" At the mention of Qingyun's sect menial laborer, Li Wanqiu's beautiful eyes instantly darted over. Lin Tian was currently facing away from her, and thus hadn't noticed Li Wanqiu sitting behind him. Yet the more Li Wanqiu listened, the more familiar the voice sounded. And upon peering forward, she confirmed it was indeed Lin Tian. With a sharp swish, Li Wanqiu drew her sword, slashing toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian instantly sprang up from his seat in alarm to dodge. Within mere moments, he was cornered against the wall by Li Wanqiu. The cold blade pressed against Lin Tian's throat. Seeing the crowd had already scattered, Empress Li Wanqiu demanded coldly, "Speak! How did you infiltrate the imperial palace?" He had intended to kill Lin Tian outright, but out of curiosity, she wanted to know how Lin Tian, a menial disciple of Qingyun's sect, had managed to slip into the imperial palace undetected. After all, the palace was protected by a barrier set up by an ancient ancestor at the transformation of Spirit Realm, and not a single whisper of movement could escape the old ancestor's watchful eyes. Lin Tian feigned a frightened expression, and stammered in reply. Why are you still here?" Li Wanqiu frowned, puzzled by the implication. "Enough chatter. Answer my question. By all logic, at this hour, you should be in the palace. Your protector general and your imperial advisor have joined forces with the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect to stage a rebellion. They intend to enthrone your second brother's son as emperor. Are you certain you won't return? If you delay any longer, they will storm the palace." These events unfolded during the time freeze, while Lin Tian was reviewing the general's secret correspondence. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqiu's expression shifted, a flicker of suspicion rising in his heart. He's just a menial disciple. How could he possibly know about the general, the state preceptor, and my political disagreements? He must be deceiving me to save his own skin. Yes, I won't let this scum deceive me. He glared at Lin Tian. My affairs are none of your concern. I'll count to 3. If you still don't speak, I'll kill you right now. 1, 2. No sooner had he reached 2 than a blood-soaked female official galloped up on horseback. Sensing the Empress's presence, she dismounted, hurriedly running into the tea house. Spotting Li Wanqiu, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and cried out anxiously. Your Majesty, it's terrible. The Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard has joined forces with the State Preceptor and the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect to plot rebellion. Hearing this, Li Wanqiu's mind went blank in an instant. Forgetting about Lin Tian, he immediately approached the female official, snapping, What did you say? The Grand General of the State and the Imperial Preceptor have plotted rebellion, and they've likely already begun their assault on the palace. Hearing this, Li Wanqiu's mind went blank, first casting a surprised glance at Lin Tian's terrified face. Could he possibly be right? Though the Imperial Palace had the Patriarch stationed there, they never interfered in the palace's internal power struggles or coups, intervening only when the Imperial family faced the threat of annihilation. After delivering the news, the female official, gravely wounded, she drew her last breath within moments. Li Wanqiu, having completely lost the composure befitting an emperor, and roared with fury. Li Yishan, Lin Ruohai, you two traitorous dogs. How dare you conspire with outsiders to stage a coup? I shall exterminate your entire clans. Though he spoke these words, Li Wanqiu understood that the tide had already turned against him. Both the Grand General of the State and the Imperial Preceptor were Golden Core stage powerhouses, and with the Senior Patriarch of Qingyun sect at the peak of the Golden Core stage, with only his 5th-tier Golden Core cultivation, had no chance whatsoever against 3 Golden Core cultivators. If the coup at the General's residence succeeded, my fate would surely be far more miserable than that of my 2 Imperial brothers. Just as Li Wanqiu stood there, his face twisted with anguish and uncertainty, Lin Tian, who had been meekly standing by, suddenly spoke up. How about we make a deal? I'll help you quell the rebellion, and you serve me for one night. What do you say? Seeing the sinister smile on Lin Tian's face, she scanned him with her divine sense. She discovered he was indeed merely a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Empress Li Wanqiu snorted in disdain, coldly retorting. You? A mere Qi cultivation cultivator. Think you can take on the general's 3,000 private guards and 3 golden core experts? I won't kill you this time. Get out. If I see you again. He almost blurted out, I'll just kill you myself. But then she thought, if the coup succeeded, would there even be a next time? Seeing the Empress's troubled expression, Lin Tian immediately said, Trust me. If you agree to my terms, I'll stake my life on it. I'll help you quell the rebellion. After all, even if I fail, things couldn't possibly get worse than they are now, right? Hearing this, Li Wanqiu gritted her teeth and replied, If you can help me quell the rebellion, I'll serve you for a month. Clearly, she didn't believe Lin Tian had the ability to do so, and had only spoken impulsively. But upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up. The meek expression vanished from his face, replaced by a sly grin of triumph. If you're going to chat like this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Deal. Watch closely. With that, Lin Tian stepped out of the tea house, gathered his spiritual energy, altered his voice, and called out to the surrounding crowd. Lin Tian, a menial disciple of Qingyun sect, has infiltrated the Great Qian Imperial Palace, and infiltrated the rebel forces. Kill him now. The use of spiritual energy amplified his voice, and it quickly reached the ears of the women who were pursuing Lin Tian. Upon receiving the news, they all flew toward the Great Qian Imperial Palace. Lin Tian then looked at Li Wanqiu, who stood frozen nearby, with a smug expression. You promised a month, don't go back on your word. Witnessing this scene, Empress Li Wanqiu's face instantly went blank. Is this even acceptable? Lin Tian, you're such a jerk. Those female cultivators had been searching for Lin Tian for nearly a day, and were surely growing restless by now, while the rebel camp was in utter chaos. So when they reached the palace gates, these ladies must be thinking, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Even if they couldn't wipe out the rebels entirely, they would deal them a crushing blow. If I'd known such a bold move was possible, why bother with Lin Tian at all? Couldn't he have just stepped outside and shouted to resolve it? Then Li Wanqiu frowned. That doesn't count. You're cheating. Recalling her promise to serve Lin Tian for a month, the Empress's face alternated between crimson and pale. He hadn't expected that while Lin Tian was a bit shameless, he was actually quite sharp-witted. Actually thinking to use those female cultivators to help him quell the rebellion. Chapter 005. Even the invincible aren't that lonely. Look, I can overlook your small chest. But why must your heart be so small too? Can't you act like a proper emperor? You just said that and now you're backtracking? Hearing Lin Tian tease her about her small chest, and that he lacked imperial bearing, Li Wanqiu grew even angrier, struggling to suppress the urge to kill him, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. At most, these men will wipe out the rebels. But what about those 3 golden core cultivators? If you truly want me to serve you for a month, you'd better slaughter those 3 golden core cultivators. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth, pulling out a pill from his storage ring, along with a storage ring, and tossed them to Li Wanqiu. With a pained expression, he said, Fine, fine. For that 1 month, I'll take the risk. This time, you better keep your word. Li Wanqiu stared at Lin Tian's pained expression, utterly baffled. But upon examining the items, Li Wanqiu froze in disbelief once more. For the pill was none other than a top-grade spiritual pill. Feel the storage ring once more. Inside lay a sword, an ancient divine treasure. Even Li Wanqiu, the esteemed Empress of Qingyun, couldn't help but feel her hands tremble slightly. On this continent of immortals and demons, alchemical pills were classified into 4 grades: spirit pills, treasure pills, immortal pills, and divine pills, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. While the efficacy of supreme grade elixirs transcends conventional grading systems, even if it were merely an ordinary spirit pill, adding the prefix supreme transforms its significance entirely. Without extraordinary techniques, one simply cannot refine a supreme grade elixir. As for weapons on the Divine Demon Continent, they are categorized as magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, ancient divine treasures, mystic treasures of the heavens, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts. Li Wanqiu stared at the 2 objects before him in disbelief, his mouth agape. It took her a long moment to process. These are, for me? Her voice trembled slightly, her face still filled with disbelief and astonishment. Lin Tian, however, looked pained as he said, What? Don't you want them? Please, take them. I'm the one who can't bear to part with them. He reached out to take them back, but Li Wanqiu suddenly pulled him into her embrace, as if afraid Lin Tian would snatch it back. He eyed Lin Tian warily, only to see his eyes clearly saying, Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Li Wanqiu's face flushed crimson. Without another thought, swallowing the pill directly. In an instant, she felt a colossal surge of energy erupt within her body. Courses through every bone and muscle. Its potency overwhelming yet precisely at the limit of her endurance. This was the true power of a supreme grade pill. It gradually unleashes its potency according to the user's condition. As she continued to absorb the potency, Empress Li Wanqiu's aura began to rise. Golden core 5th layer, golden core 6th layer. Golden core peak. Soon reaching the bottleneck of the golden core stage. Yet the potency showed no sign of weakening. Instead, it intensified bit by bit until it reached the absolute limit of what Li Wanqiu could endure. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Li Wanqiu broke through the golden core stage, formally entering the nascent soul realm. Yet his cultivation continued to climb upward, only halting upon reaching the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. After the advancement was complete, the Empress opened her eyes, her gaze erupting with a fierce killing intent. She reclaimed the imperial majesty that rightfully belonged to her, along with the unhurried composure befitting an emperor. After all, her own strength was now her greatest asset. After suppressing her aura, Li Wanqiu once again scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense, only to discover that no matter how she scanned, he still appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary Qi cultivation stage cultivator. But she'd never believe that a mere menial disciple at the Qi cultivation stage, possessing top-grade spiritual pills and ancient divine treasures. With this thought, Li Wanqiu cast a complex gaze at Lin Tian, who was still wincing in pain beside her. She couldn't afford to linger here any longer. She must hurry back to quell the rebellion. With a flash, she soared toward the imperial palace. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Tian stroked his chin with a satisfied smile, a deep gaze flickering in his eyes. Strictly speaking, Empress Li Wanqiu wasn't actually that young. She was merely a fraction less mature than some of the most exceptional individuals. Back when time stood still, it felt to Lin Tian like playing with an inflatable doll. But now it was different. He could finally enjoy a more fulfilling and satisfying life. The thought brought a satisfied smile to Lin Tian's face. He had grown utterly enamored with this feeling of playing dumb to catch the clever. From his past life, Lin Tian recalled. He had read about a pretentious jerk who had cultivated for 100,000 years in some online novel, and he had felt profound envy. Now he finally understood that feeling. In truth, with his current strength, if he fancied any beauty, all factions would present their sex beauties on a silver platter. But what's the difference between that and using a cheat like Wind Spirit Moonshadow in a game? It was far more satisfying to conquer each stage step by step. What he truly desires is a group of lovers who can accompany him through endless ages. Not a bunch of sex dolls indistinguishable from inflatable mannequins. Thus, Lin Tian chose between pursuing beauties and coercing them. He chose to be hunted down by beauties. Seems being invincible isn't so lonely after all. Meanwhile, at the Great Qian Imperial Palace, General Li Yishan and Imperial Preceptor Lin Ruohai led a contingent of soldiers in storming the palace gates. According to their insider report, the Empress had recently left on official business, and was not within the palace grounds. Seizing this opportunity while the palace was vulnerable, they had joined forces with Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, to raise a rebellion. Just as the soldiers were about to breach the palace gates, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A group of female cultivators descended from the sky. Earlier in Qingyun town, they had heard that Lin Tian was mingling among the rebels. Just as Lin Tian had anticipated, they had been searching for Lin Tian for nearly a day, each growing increasingly irritable and restless. So upon seeing the rebel soldiers, they began slaughtering them without a second thought. After all, a woman consumed by rage knows no reason. This left the three rebel leaders utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? What did we ever do to deserve this? Why are they attacking our soldiers? This group of female cultivators possessed varying levels of cultivation. Some at the foundation establishment stage, others at the golden core stage, and a few even at the nascent soul stage. Before the three could intervene, half the rebel soldiers had already been slain. To cultivators, these ordinary people were no different from ants. Ants have no right to reason with the gods who look down upon them. Upon witnessing this, the Imperial Preceptor Lin Ruohai roared in fury. Ladies, hold your horses. One of the female cultivators at the nascent soul stage halted her actions, pointing her sword at Lin Ruohai. Old geezer, spare me the nonsense. Just tell me where Lin Tian is, or I'll take all three of you old fools down. Her words carried little physical threat but were deeply insulting. Yet here they stood, three golden core cultivators, couldn't actually overpower this nascent soul cultivator before them. Forcibly suppressing the rage boiling within him, Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect, immediately bowed and said, Honorable heroines, I am Guo Huai, the Senior Elder of Qingyun sect. The Lin Tian you speak of, is he not merely a menial disciple of our Qingyun sect? He has already left this place, and we have no idea where he might be. Didn't you all visit Qingyun Sect just a few hours ago? The woman with the nascent soul shouted sharply. Enough nonsense. Word is that Lin Tian has infiltrated this group of soldiers. Hand him over immediately, or we'll slaughter every last one of you. Chapter 006. I just love taming wild colts. The Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect faced the aggressive. A woman brimming with arrogance. Couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Previously preoccupied with plotting rebellion, he had been absent from the sect. So he had only heard rumors of these women causing trouble at the sect, and had not witnessed the sect master groveling before these high and mighty ladies. He surmised they must hail from factions comparable to Qingyun Sect. Yet they dared to insult him, the Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect, in such a manner. Guo Huai's tone grew noticeably colder. Ladies, we are here today to raise our banners and undertake a great mission. Once we've concluded our urgent affairs, we'll immediately assist you in locating your people. Do me this small favor? I am Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect. After announcing his title, Guo Huai even felt his spine stiffen with pride. After all, Qingyun Sect boasted an ancestor at the Huatian realm, ranking among the most prominent sects within the eastern waste sphere of influence. At this thought, a hint of haughty pride flickered across Guo Huai's face. Yet the way these women looked at Guo Huai, as though he were a mere clown, their eyes clearly brimming with scorn. The eldest woman, a Yuanling cultivator, waved her hand decisively, sending a gust of wind as she slapped Guo Huai across the face. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed unusually loud, causing all the soldiers to halt their actions, staring at him with strange expressions. Guo Huai's face instantly burned with stinging pain, the blow swelling one side of his face. Then came the woman's command. Old ghost, do you know who I am? Don't tell me you're just a Grand Elder. Even your ancient ancestor wouldn't get a look in with me. What makes you think you can? Daring to bark at me with such insolence? Asking me for face? Your Qingyun Sect has no standing with me. With that, he channeled his sword technique. He severed Guo Huai's head clean off. The esteemed Grand Chen dynasty's foremost sect, the Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect, in the blink of an eye, was beheaded in a single breath, leaving the Grand Preceptor and the General speechless. Go back and tell that old villain Mu Qingyun. His Grand Elder was slain by me, Gu Yufei. If he dares to challenge me, let him come find me. After speaking, the woman scanned the remaining rebels, less than 100. And finding no trace of Lin Tian, she departed without so much as a farewell. She stormed off in fury. At that moment, from the eaves of a distant building, two heads, one large, one small, peered out. Li Linger asked curiously, Master, are all these your wives? That lady earlier was pretty, but she looked so fierce. Lin Tian was peeking at his future wives from the side, and casually replied, I just love taming these wild colts, they're wild enough. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Tian, inwardly muttering, You lecherous old man. Serves you right to be hunted down. If it weren't for the Emperor-level cultivation techniques and those rare treasures, Li Linger would have defected from her sect right then and there, to distance herself from this irreverent old master. But since he'd casually handed over so many treasures, there must be even more treasures hidden within him. With this thought, Li Linger chose to endure the pressure unfit for her age, and humbled herself to play the dutiful disciple for this pervert. At the palace gates at that moment, General Li Yishan and Imperial Preceptor Lin Ruai surveyed the scene of utter chaos before them, their expressions grim. They were now forced into a dilemma. If they continued to raise troops, with only these men and their two golden core cultivators, and a band of stragglers, they would surely fail. Yet if they retreated, with their clans residing in the capital, they would surely face retribution from the Empress. And rebellion is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. From the moment they raised their banners, they had no path to retreat. As the two men stared at each other, utterly at a loss, the Empress descended from the heavens, riding her sword, her presence radiating overwhelming authority, her gaze coldly fixed upon the bewildered pair. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, their faces drained of color. That was the kind of imposing aura only a nascent soul stage powerhouse possessed. They had already sensed it earlier on that woman named Gu Yufei. That aura of superiority exerted by a higher being upon an inferior one. Unexpectedly, the Empress now possessed this same aura of authority, clearly indicating she had broken through the Golden Core realm and entered the nascent soul realm. What puzzled the two, however? The Empress clearly possessed only the cultivation of the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. How could she have advanced from the 5th level of the Golden Core realm to the Nas? How had she cultivated from the 5th level of the Golden Core realm to the nascent soul realm? Compared to their shock, the Empress's astonishment was no less than theirs. After parting ways with Lin Tian, she had first gone outside the city to mobilize troops. She knew the female cultivators could hold off the rebel forces for a while, so she had enough time. Yet she hadn't anticipated how effectively Lin Tian would use her as a pawn. Having just entered the nascent soul realm, her cultivation was still unstable. And she had already braced herself for a brutal battle. So to be safe, she had even brought along the ancient divine artifact Lin Tian had given her. But upon arriving here, she discovered that Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect had actually been killed by those female cultivators. His head still rolling on the ground, clearly dying with unresolved grievances. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the urge to kill the general and the imperial preceptor. The Empress snapped, "You two, get back to your residence. You'll face punishment there." Hearing the Empress had spared their lives, both immediately knelt on the ground, their faces filled with terror as they thanked her and departed. The Empress then returned to the palace to clean up the aftermath. Watching the Empress's receding figure, Lin Tian nodded. If she were still at the golden core stage, eliminating these two would have been the best choice. But now that she was at the nascent soul stage, killing them held little meaning. She could endure what ordinary people could not. This Empress possessed the aura of a true ruler. That evening, after Lin Tian settled Li Linger, he secretly made his way to the Great Qian Imperial Palace. Empress Li Wanqiu had just finished bathing, reclining on her imperial bed while perusing a book, her exquisite features bearing a hint of languid expression. Her loose nightgown draped over her perfect figure. Her peaks, with their deep ravines, were faintly visible. Her long legs casually draped across the bed, her delicate feet exposed, a faint fragrance wafting from her body. A gentle breeze swept through, and Lin Tian appeared in the Empress's bedchamber. And upon seeing the Empress in this state, he nearly bled from his nose. What man wouldn't be stunned by such a visual feast? The Empress showed no surprise upon seeing Lin Tian arrive. After all, he had slipped into the palace undetected before. So his current entry held no surprise. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, Empress sister, shouldn't we fulfill our promise first? You did promise to serve me for a month. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Closing the book in her hands, Li Wanqiu flushed with embarrassment. I can serve you. But you must first tell me your true cultivation level and identity. And why those women outside are hunting you down. Gazing at the view before the Empress and her coy, girlish demeanor, Lin Tian's Kunkin snapped to attention on the spot, showing his respect. Chapter 007. Oh no, this is totally barbecue. But when he heard the question she was about to ask, Lin Tian casually replied, Didn't you already find out? I'm just a menial disciple of Qingyun's sect. His gaze was now completely absorbed in the expanse of snow white before the Empress, utterly captivated. Li Wanqiu frowned. A menial disciple at the Qi cultivation stage. How could he possibly possess an ancient divine artifact? Do you take this Empress for a fool? In truth, Empress Li Wanqiu had already acknowledged Lin Tian in her heart. Her inquiry about his background merely stemmed from a desire to understand exactly what kind of person had taken her virginity. The cultivation world was a realm of survival of the fittest, and women inherently revere the strong. And Li Wanqiu had imagined Lin Tian's grand gestures. When she scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense, she couldn't detect his true strength, which meant his cultivation level must surpass the nascent soul stage. Moreover, his ability to disregard the ancestral patriarch's barrier and freely enter and exit the imperial palace. Only higher, never lower. On the impoverished eastern wastes continent, the Huatian realm is already considered an elder-level existence. Thus, the Empress had already acknowledged Lin Tian in her heart, only needing to hear him personally acknowledge his cultivation and identity. Lin Tian drew a deep breath. The flames of desire raged fiercely within his lower abdomen. 10,000 years had passed, no one knew how he had endured them. And now, at last, he was about to experience a truly satisfying service. And the Empress had clearly dressed this way to tempt him, which only intensified his burning desire. Wiping away the blood trickling from his nose, Lin Tian feigned an air of profound mystery. Since you've seen through it all, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. Hearing this, the Empress sat up straight, her breathing becoming slightly hurried, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin across her chest, where the contours of her peaks were faintly visible. Yet she remained utterly oblivious, instead pricking up her ears to hear Lin Tian's explanation. I am the first emperor-level powerhouse on this continent to comprehend the way of heaven. Strictly speaking, I transcend the emperor realm. Hearing this, the Empress froze for a moment. Then a flash of anger immediately appeared on her face. You little thief! Not only did you deceive this Empress into giving you my body, now I demand to know your true identity. Yet you dare to mock me? How dare you? Facing the Empress's fury, Lin Tian replied helplessly. Everything I said is true. Why won't you believe me? You insolent scoundrel, begone! When you're ready to tell me, then you can speak. Seeing the Empress truly enraged, Lin Tian's stubborn streak surfaced. He had told the truth, it was the Empress who refused to believe him. Where the hell could he go to seek justice? With that thought, Lin Tian's own fury ignited, and he began to play the fool. I've told you the truth. I see you just don't want to keep your promise. I'm not leaving today. Let's see who can outlast who. Hearing this, the Empress trembled with rage. You little thief. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, and coldly demanded, I'll ask you one more time, will you tell the truth? I've told you the truth. It's you who refuses to believe it. Fine. Don't regret this. Then the Empress channeled her spiritual energy. A form-fitting robe reappeared around her body, concealing every inch of her form. Then, gathering her true energy, she mimicked Lin Tian's manner from earlier that day, and bellowed. Lin Tian is in the palace. Everyone, come quickly and kill Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian was instantly speechless. Pointing at the Empress with trembling fingers, you set me up? Seeing the rage on Lin Tian's face, the Empress felt a surge of satisfaction, and said with a beaming smile, I'm setting you up. What are you going to do about it? Watching Lin Tian's trembling fingers, a wave of pleasure washed over the Empress. You dared to toy with this Empress, even surpassing the Emperor realm? Why not just claim you're the creator god? Hearing the distant battle cries, Lin Tian urgently suppressed the rising desire in his lower abdomen, and immediately rose to leave. But Empress Li Wanxiu, sword in hand, following Lin Tian wherever he went, shouting the coordinates to the female cultivators as she followed. Lin Tian is here. At that moment, Lin Tian felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. Damn it, this woman was ruthless. Using my own methods against me? Magic defeating magic? This time, the group of women moved with astonishing speed. Watching Lin Tian's resentful little eyes, and watching him leave the palace, a satisfied smile spread across the Empress's face. Oomph, you little thief, let's see you call me small. The first to arrive at the palace was Gu Yufei of the Changshenggu family. And to catch up to Lin Tian, she even resorted to using her clan's secret techniques. Spotting Lin Tian, Gu Yufei spat venomously. Lin Tian, you little thief. How dare you do such a despicable thing to me? And make me drink. At this point, Gu Yufei felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her stomach churning violently. Today, I'll tear you limb from limb and scatter your ashes to the winds. Lin Tian was stunned. Weren't you immobilized back then? How did you know it was me? Put. Gu Yufei snarled with disgust. And you have the nerve to ask? How did you manage to sneak into my Gu family of immortals? To sneak into my Gu family estate undetected? And did such outrageous things to me? Spill the truth, and I might consider letting you die painlessly. Hearing this, Lin Tian panicked slightly, as if he'd grasped some crucial detail. So you're saying that when I went to your Changshenggu family, you knew I was there? And you also knew what I did to you, is that right? You shameless scoundrel. Don't you know what you did to me? I couldn't move at the time or I would have slaughtered you. Hearing this, Lin Tian was struck dumb on the spot. It's over. This is doomed. He'd initially thought the Empress knew what he'd done, because he'd secured the Empress before time froze. Before time froze. As for those women hunting him down, were only enraged. That they were so enraged. But based on what Gu Yufei had just said, Lin Tian had deduced a truth that made his scalp tingle. During the 10,000 years of time standing still, anyone he had touched, though unable to move, they all regained consciousness? No wonder they all recognized his portrait and came after him. They'd all seen me before. Damn it! You bastard, playing games with me? I'll at #%. But Gu Yufei gave Lin Tian no time to dwell on his frustration. The ancient divine sword in her hand hummed with a high-pitched vibration, and lunged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian had no intention of fighting her at all. He turned and ran. The two, one chasing, one fleeing, soon raced out of the capital city of Qingyun. He had originally planned to trick the Empress, luring this madwoman toward the military encampments, so he could slaughter them all. But upon second thought, he decided against it. The Empress was on the verge of completing her conquest, and if he were to destroy her army like that, she might pursue me relentlessly until one of us is destroyed. Gu Yufei was already pushing herself to the limit in pursuit of Lin Tian, madly employing secret techniques. Yet she always fell just short of catching up to Lin Tian. Finally, the two were nearly circling the entire eastern wastes. Gu Yufei's strength was completely spent. She landed on the ground, gasping for breath, her ample breasts rising and falling with each heavy breath, her fair face tinged with a hint of pallor. Chapter 008, Senior Sister, you don't want your business known either, do you? Just as she was gasping for breath, a kettle was handed over. Lin Tian said with genuine sincerity. Sis, wanna take a sip of water before you keep chasing? Put. Gu Yufei was so furious she nearly choked on her own blood. How could anyone be so insulting? So you were the one running away from me just now. And I even pushed myself to the limit using my family's secret technique. And you were just toying with me? How dare you humiliate me like this? Seeing Gu Yufei spit blood, Lin Tian's face twisted into a wicked grin. He pulled a white handkerchief from his storage ring, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Seriously, why get so worked up? If you can't fly anymore, just tell me. I'd wait for you. Why push yourself so hard? Hearing this, Gu Yufei nearly exploded with rage. Compounded by the backlash from using the clan's forbidden technique, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Gu Yufei could muster not a shred of strength left. Her gaze cold and piercing as she stared at Lin Tian, the legitimate daughter of the Gu family of Changsheng, a clan boasting an emperor-level powerhouse. As the most outstanding prodigy among her kin, when had Gu Yufei ever endured such profound humiliation? Gritting her teeth against the searing pain coursing through her body, weakly raised her sword, pointing it at Lin Tian, only for Lin Tian to snatch the blade from her grasp, then casually smacked her shapely buttocks hard. Smack! For trying to hunt me down. You! Smack! What do you think you're doing? I! Smack! What about me? Are we still chasing or not? Feeling the tingling sensation on her butt, Gu Yufei felt like dying. But her mind was clouded by rage. Having overused her secret technique, now utterly drained of strength, and she cried out weakly yet angrily. Just kill me! Smack! Still talking back? Put! Gu Yufei could endure no more. The overwhelming humiliation made her spit out a mouthful of blood and faint. Seeing Gu Yufei collapse, Lin Tian reluctantly withdrew his lecherous hands, quickly retrieving a pill from his storage ring, and fed it to her. She certainly didn't want anything to happen to Gu Yufei. After all, according to the records of the Gu family of immortals, Gu Yufei possessed a dual soul from birth, displaying a childlike demeanor by day while her aloof persona emerged at night. Such a beauty, a lowly by day and a tsundere by night, was likely the only one of her kind on the entire continent. Though one soul remained sealed by arcane magic, it's no big deal to Lin Tian. He wouldn't dream of letting such a beauty and versatile beauty meet her end here. After slipping the elixir into Gu Yufei's mouth, a powerful wave of warmth began to restore her body, while the side effects from the secret technique were steadily being neutralized by the elixir. In truth, the reason he had played this prolonged game of chase with Gu Yufei was to figure out why these women could locate him so swiftly. According to his own expectations, even if they could track him down through the name he'd left on them, it would still take at least a year or two. Now he finally understood that it was during the time freeze that he had exposed himself. Watching Gu Yufei gradually recover from the elixir beside him, a sinister smile spread across Lin Tian's face. Well, this works out. First, I'll drive away this nascent soul cultivator who led the pursuit, and the others will likely scatter. And I won't have to keep running from these people. You lot of shrewish women. Can't you just stay put in your sects and wait for me to conquer you one by one? Why must you chase me all the way here, leaving your husband utterly helpless? Lin Tian thought to himself. He pulled a thick little notebook from his storage ring. Though the Empress had played a trick on him this time, he felt no anger whatsoever, for he knew a shocking piece of gossip about the Dakian royal family. He reckoned it wouldn't take more than 2 days. The Empress would be begging him for help. He opened his small notebook and jotted down Gu Yufei's condition. Sensing that Gu Yufei was about to wake up, Lin Tian swiftly departed, heading toward Qingyun Sect. Once Gu Yufei had fully absorbed the elixir, she opened her eyes to find not only had the backlash from the secret technique been neutralized by the elixir's effects, but she also sensed a faint yet growing potential for her current Yuanling third stage cultivation to break through. A note lay beside her, which read, "I'll go propose marriage." Glancing toward the direction Lin Tian had vanished, Gu Yufei let out a fierce, angry shout. "You bastard, you can dream on. I'll slaughter you with my own hands." After shouting these 2 sentences, she crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. For the first time, Gu Yufei felt her confidence had been so severely shaken. At 20 years old, having cultivated to the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm, a prodigy renowned across the entire continent. Yet this Lin Tian, roughly her age. And during their chase earlier, Gu Yufei could distinctly sense that Lin Tian was toying with her. That bastard even dared to slap her butt. Though not hard, the harm was minimal, but the insult was immense. Feeling the tingling sensation on her buttocks, she clenched her teeth tightly, her pretty face filled with stubbornness and hatred. Losing her virginity was such a disgrace. She dared not seek help from others to kill Lin Tian. What if that scoundrel Lin Tian spread the news himself? Her purity would be utterly ruined. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yufei hissed through clenched lips. "Lin Tian, you just wait. One day I'll slaughter you with my own hands." By now, Lin Tian had already entered the inner sect of Qingyun Sect, the fire ignited by Empress Li Wanqiu. And now he needed to find a place to vent his fury. Gu Yufei was severely injured and unsuitable for deep conversation, so he had to find someone else to deal with instead. Within the inner sect of Qingyun sect, senior sister Li Rongrong wore a loose nightgown, her fair neck exposed, an expanse of snow-white skin across her chest, with faintly visible contours. In one hand she held an exquisite bronze mirror, while her delicate fingers danced swiftly across its surface, clearly conveying a message. Suddenly, a voice abruptly echoed from outside the door. Well, who would have thought that the esteemed senior sister of Qingyun sect is actually a demonic spy? TSK, now that's some explosive news. Hearing this, Li Rongrong instantly felt a chill run through her body. A chill running down her spine. Who's there? She snapped coldly at the shadow outside the door. Lin Tian calmly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment she saw Lin Tian, Li Rongrong's pupils contracted sharply. Forcing a faint smile, hastily shoved the bronze mirror under the pillow, and said nonchalantly, Lin Tian, didn't you leave the sect? How did you end up here? There's a whole group of people hunting you down outside. You should run. Senior sister Li, stop pretending. You're a demonic spy, Qin Rongrong. Hearing her real name, the senior sister's face instantly turned ashen. A flash of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes, clearly harboring murderous intent toward Lin Tian. Senior sister, I advise you to put away that soul spike in your sleeve. Since I know your true identity, it means I've kept my options open. If I die here today, the people I've arranged will ensure the entire sect learns tomorrow that you are a traitorous spy for the demonic clan. At these words, Qin Rongrong's face instantly turned pale. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tian with shifting expressions, her chest heaving violently with tension, as she coldly demanded of Lin Tian, what do you want? At her words, a wicked smile spread across Lin Tian's face, extending his right hand toward Qin Rongrong's face. As he said, as long as you don't resist and serve me well, I won't expose this matter to the sect. After all, you wouldn't want your secret exposed either, would you? Qin Rongrong clenched her teeth tightly, and coldly ground out 2 words through clenched teeth. Don't even think about it. She continued in a frosty tone. Lin Tian, get out of my room now. And I'll pretend you never came tonight. And we'll both go our separate ways. Otherwise, I'll immediately leak your whereabouts to those women who came during the day. Chapter 009, casually squeezing out a spirit core. Oh? Then why don't you try it? Whether I get killed by those stupid women first, or the sect leader finding out you're a demonic spy first? Do you dare bet on it? Hearing this, Qin Rongrong's face paled further, her face beginning to show panic. The reason she feared others discovering her true identity was because she had also cultivated demonic arts, a fact impossible to conceal from a nascent soul stage sect master. And once he probed, her secret would be exposed. Qingyun's sect had always prided itself on upholding righteous principles, and if the sect discovered she was a demonic spy, the sect leader would surely make him wish he were dead. Seeing Qin Rongrong's pale face and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, Lin Tian knew he had achieved his goal. He reached out once more, his hand gliding toward Qin Rongrong's face. This time she offered only a token resistance, then obediently surrendered to Lin Tian's every whim. Soon, the room echoed with the sound of a bed shaking violently. 10,000 years had passed. Lin Tian experienced meaningful connection for the first time, which brought tears to his eyes. Though Qin Rongrong wasn't as exceptional as the Empress or those prodigies from the sects, she could at least quench his thirst for now. Otherwise, Lin Tian truly didn't know how to vent the fire ignited by the Empress tonight. If the fire ignited by the Empress tonight, adhering to the principle of not wasting a single grain of rice in the bowl, Lin Tian still took down his demonic sect spy senior sister. 2 hours later, Lin Tian departed the Qingyun sect with utter satisfaction. From Qingyun sect, to his surprise, his senior sister was actually a virgin, which made him feel even more at ease. At the same time, Lin Tian had completely fallen in love with this process of winning over beautiful women, far more enjoyable than simply forcing them with raw power. Upon returning to the small cottage he'd arranged for Li Linger, Li Linger hadn't gone to sleep yet, having waited for his return all along, and had even prepared a meal for him on the table. As soon as he opened the door, Li Linger rushed over warmly. Master, you're back? Haven't eaten yet? I made dinner for you. Seeing the 2 dishes and a soup on the table, Lin Tian felt a wave of warmth wash over him. In his previous life on Earth, he had been an orphan. And in this life, he was an orphan once more. And for the first time in his life, the warmth of home. Though he didn't need to eat. But seeing the dishes on the table, he wolfed down his food while praising Li Linger's cooking. The reason Li Linger was so diligent was because after cultivating the emperor-level technique Lin Tian had given her, her strength surged dramatically. In just 1 day, she advanced from the 2nd stage of Qi cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. And the foundation establishment stage allowed him to wield swords. And her lavish gifts to Lin Tian were meant to secure a superior weapon. After Lin Tian finished his meal, Li Linger immediately fixed him with her large, sparkling eyes, and said while looking at Lin Tian, "Master, Linger has broken through to Foundation establishment." She extended her small hand toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian ruffled Li Linger's hair, ruffling it playfully before replying earnestly, "Linger, it's fine. Take your time cultivating. No need to rush. Just go with the flow, follow your heart, and let things unfold naturally. Worst case, your master will support you." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger looked utterly speechless. Is this really something a master should say? Other masters would hope their disciples bring glory to the sect and revive the school's prestige. But you are actually encouraging me to give up? Still, those words "I'm the one who raised you" stirred a ripple in her young heart. Master looked so cool saying that. No wonder so many masters' wives are after him. Puffing out her cheeks, Li Linger stuck out her hand at Lin Tian with a pout. "Master, I've built my foundation, but I don't have a weapon." Lin Tian slapped his forehead. "How could I have forgotten that? Wait." He pulled a divine artifact from his storage ring, causing Li Linger's eyes to widen like spirit stones. Though he couldn't discern anything special about the long sword, it clearly looked worth a fortune in spirit stones. Simultaneously, his innate sword cultivation physique resonated intensely with the blade. Lin Tian, however, examined the divine artifact in his hand and frowned with slight disdain. Something's missing. How about I install a spirit core for you?" "What? Master, what did you say? Install a spirit? Is that something humans can actually do?" Li Linger was so astonished she could barely speak. Having been exceptionally studious since childhood, and was well versed in matters of the cultivation world, she had once read accounts of immortal artifacts in ancient texts. And if such an artifact possessed a spirit, it would be a supreme divine treasure. Spirit essences were born from the Tao, shaped by the natural order of heaven and earth. Across the entire Immortal Demon Continent, divine artifacts numbered no more than 5. Yet this cheap master of mine actually wants me to create a spirit essence? Can such a thing even be created? This matter completely overturned Li Linger's understanding. Had it not been for Lin Tian's repeated miracles, she might have thought he was mentally unstable. But the next moment, something utterly astonishing unfolded before her eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Tian channeled the power of the Tao. A swirl of primordial purple mist formed in his hand, which he channeled into the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact immediately trembled slightly, emitting a crisp, resonant hum. Moments later, a female sword spirit truly materialized. As if sensing something, the sword spirit knelt before Lin Tian with reverence. Then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A thundercloud formed. This weapon had actually summoned a thunder tribulation. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning swept down from within the dark clouds. Yet Lin Tian merely waved it casually. And the blue, unstable thunderbolt seemed to gain substance. Grasped firmly in his hand like a leather whip. He then rolled the whip into a ball, and rubbed it between his palms several times. After dissipating its violent energy, and injected it into the artifact spirit's body. And the spirit's aura grew stronger once more. Now this slender sword, suited for a woman's use, had now reached the rank of a low-grade divine artifact. But what unfolded next utterly shattered Li Linger's worldview. As Lin Tian scrutinized the spirit from head to toe, and furrowed his brow, and declared, "The artifact spirit isn't a beauty? Rework it! Rework it!" Under Li Linger's stunned gaze, Lin Tian crushed the artifact spirit in his hand. Then repeated the previous steps, summoning the thunder tribulation once more, creating yet another artifact spirit. At that moment, Li Linger's mouth twitched slightly, utterly at a loss for words to describe the bizarre scene unfolding before her. If this were an ordinary person encountering a divine artifact with a spirit, they would likely treat it like an ancient ancestor, reverently enshrining the divine artifact. Yet my own master actually crushed the artifact spirit he had personally created with his own hands? And the reason was that the spirit was unattractive? Just how damn lustful are you? You won't even spare the artifact spirit? Chapter 010, the 10,000-year lightning tribulation born from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Watching his master in the late stages of OCD, creating spirit entities only to crush them like some merciless spirit-making machine, Li Linger suddenly felt a sense of unreality. After repeating this process 5 times, the appearance of the spirit finally satisfied Lin Tian. Now, the spirit of this sword was born with extraordinary beauty, possessing a face that could topple kingdoms, an angelic face paired with a devilish figure, kneeling respectfully before Lin Tian. "From this day forward, you shall follow my disciple, and protect my disciple. Remember, as long as my disciple lives, you live. If anything happens to her, you die with her." Lin Tian's domineering words sent shivers through the artifact spirit's body, and the sword itself began to hum. Glancing at the frail Li Linger, though she possessed a She was still far too fragile. Helplessly, Lin Tian's overwhelming power filled her with dread. She respectfully replied, "As you command, Master." Though she deeply resented accepting a weakling Foundation establishment master, she had no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of survival. After 5 trials of heavenly thunder, this divine artifact had reached the level of a high-grade divine artifact, capable of rivaling any divine artifact on the continent. Taking the long sword Lin Tian handed her, Li Linger's lips twitched, fearing his master might have botched it, and had completely destroyed the artifact spirit. After receiving the long sword, Lin Tian suddenly realized something. During the time when time stood still, he had cultivated all the way from Qi refining to the Ancestral Realm, yet miraculously avoided undergoing the Thunder Tribulation, which was truly baffling. As Lin Tian pondered this matter, suddenly he felt a flutter in his heart, as if influenced by the spirit artifact's tribulation moments ago. He sensed his own tribulation approaching, and one that had accumulated over 10,000 years. The Immortal Demon Continent spanned the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and the smallest of these, the Eastern Wilderness, was as vast as 2 blue stars combined. Yet now, across all these vast realms, the sky suddenly darkened, rolling black clouds, like a vast black curtain enveloping the entire Immortal Demon Continent. Within this shroud, lightning flashed wildly, converging toward the Eastern Wilderness. Under the oppressive weight of this aura, all living beings prostrated themselves upon the ground, their bodies and minds trembling violently. Every Emperor-level powerhouse across the 4 seas and 8 desolations felt this heart-shaking oppression. Not a single soul dared venture into the eastern wastes to investigate. For beneath this thunderous tribulation, they all sensed death. Each stood at the pinnacle of this world. Yet none dared risk undertaking a mission that promised certain death, yet yielded no benefit whatsoever. Yet Lin Tian, the instigator of this affair, remained utterly unhurried. Even reclining in a rocking chair, yawning with boredom and grumbling. "Damn it, are you going to strike or not?" The heavenly thunder nurtured within the calamity clouds continuously absorbed the lightning energy converging from the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, its hues shifting repeatedly. After 3 days of gathering energy, the calamity lightning transformed from a kaleidoscope of colors into stark, unadorned black and white before crashing down from the heavens. Lin Tian remained as calm as ever, just as he had handled the previous calamity lightning, grasping the black and white apocalyptic thunderbolt in his hand, as if gripping a leather whip, then rolled it into a ball, kneading it like modeling clay, ball by ball, before simply swallowing it whole. Li Linger's lips twitched again at the sight. Now, in her eyes, her master seemed to be capable of anything. The thunder tribulation raged for 10 full days and nights, before the sky finally cleared once more. And as Li Linger watched Lin Tian continuously swallow the apocalyptic thunder tribulation into his belly, she found herself entertaining the absurd notion that she too might want to try it. Throughout those 10 days, all the Emperor Realm powerhouses across the 4 seas and 8 desolations lived in constant dread. Their divine senses had scanned the events unfolding in the eastern wastes, and felt the oppressive weight of that tribulation. Yet it was so easily dispelled by some great power? What kind of power must that be, to make them tremble at the very sight, and vanish into dust at the slightest touch? The power of this thunder tribulation clearly surpassed that of an emperor's tribulation. Could it be that someone has broken through to the Emperor Realm, a feat unachieved for billions of years? At this moment, in the Qingxing Gu family, Gu Changsheng, the grandfather of Gu Yufei, gazed intently toward the eastern wastes with a solemn expression, remaining silent for a long while before finally sighing softly. It seems the 4 seas and 8 desolations are about to undergo a great upheaval, and the source of this upheaval lies in the eastern wastes. Father, could this be connected to the loss of our ancestral heirloom stolen from the Gu family treasury? Asked Gu Yufei's father, his voice tinged with unease. The Gu family's ancestral heirloom is said to contain a trace of the power of the Tao. Naturally, when time ceased, without so much as a word, Gu Changxing nodded, then shook his head. Hard to say. It took Gu Changxing a long while to recall. His precious granddaughter also seemed to be in the eastern wastes. Send word to Feifei, immediately tell her to return to the Gu household at once. Yes, father. News of the events in the eastern wastes swiftly spread across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Everyone was discussing that day's thunder tribulation. Some claimed it was the ancient demon god of the 4 seas and 8 desolations manifesting in the world, while others claimed a great calamity was approaching the Immortal Demon Continent. All the women who had pursued Lin Tian received urgent dispatches from their respective factions, demanding their immediate withdrawal from the eastern wastes and return to their sects. Though the women all despised Lin Tian, none dared to speak out. After all, they had lost their virtue, and such matters were hardly something to be proud of. And they certainly didn't want the whole world to know. After days of relentless pursuit, they still found no trace of Lin Tian, so they gritted their teeth and temporarily called it off, returning to their respective factions for now. Gu Yufei glared at the message sent by her clan. And though her heart burned with resentment, she had no choice. For the order to return to the Gu family came from her grandfather, and she had no choice but to obey. Even Lin Tian himself hadn't anticipated that by enduring this ordeal, finally freeing him from the relentless pursuit that had forced him to hide and flee. That night, after settling Li Linger, he returned to the Great Qian Imperial Palace. This time, he intended to discuss fulfilling his promise and deepening their relationship with Empress Li Wanqiu. After all, he had sacrificed an ancient divine artifact to help her quell the rebellion. At this thought, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. His ancient divine artifact wasn't something easily obtained, and he suspected Li Wanqiu was about to fall right into his trap. The waters within the Great Qian Imperial family ran exceptionally deep. When time had frozen, Lin Tian had once visited the palace of the Great Qian Imperial ancestor, where he uncovered a shocking secret in a hidden chamber. This divine transformation ancestor of the Great Qian royal family was the younger brother of the founding emperor of Qingyun, and had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, detached from worldly affairs. But 100 years ago, after breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the Huatian realm, everything changed. He began secretly manipulating the imperial family, while simultaneously indulging in licentious affairs with the imperial concubines. Li Wanqiu's grandfather, upon learning of these deeds, died in bitter resentment. The reason Li Wanqiu's father tacitly approved his son's coup was because he knew those two princes were not his biological children. They were the offspring of the old ancestor. Chapter 011, What a Mess This Circle Is. To protect the succession of his own lineage, Li Wanqiu's father stubbornly refused to reveal the truth to him. For such royal scandals were simply too shameful to utter. He could only instruct Li Wanqiu to send his youngest daughter, who had just turned 17, out of the palace, ostensibly to prevent future rivalry over the throne, but in reality, to distance her from that incestuous ancestor. Yet Emperor Li Wanqiu still underestimated the old ancestor's nature, believing that by installing his daughter as empress, the old ancestor would be constrained by worldly ethics, and abandoned his pursuit of Li Wanqiu. But Lin Tian knew full well that the damned old ancestor of Great Qian had coveted the empress's beauty for a long time. He even fantasized about toying with the empress on the phoenix bed, and had even documented these perverted fantasies. When Lin Tian saw such records, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy! The imperial nobility sure do live it up." By family lineage, that old ancestor should be the great-great-grandfather of Li Wanqiu's father. Yet he preyed upon his own descendants. TSK, what a tangled web of corruption in those elite circles. Li Wanqiu, completely unaware of any of this, had been kept in the dark all along, and thus had no guard against that old devil. The princes and ministers, unaware of the inner workings, they were deeply dissatisfied with the old emperor's decision to enthrone the princess as emperor, which is why the Grand General and the imperial preceptor rose in rebellion. Their grievance was not against the imperial house, but rather resented a woman ascending the throne, a hen crowing at dawn. Originally, Li Daoi also intended to go with the flow, and after Li Yishan and Lin Ruohai's rebellion succeeded, he would then intervene to save Li Wanqiu and turn her into his plaything, his alchemical vessel. But who could have foreseen a spoiler emerging midway? And that group of female cultivators completely disrupted his plans. When he saw Li Wanqiu again, her cultivation had surged from the 5th level of the Golden Core stage to the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul stage, and she now wielded a heavenly treasure, which stirred a hint of apprehension within Li Daoi's heart. For even he did not possess a heavenly treasure weapon. He feared Li Wanqiu had befriended some formidable figure from a major sect or powerful faction, and thus hesitated to act. But after Lin Tian survived the Thunder Tribulation, the disciples of those major sects and powerful factions were all recalled by their respective organizations, and Li Daoi's ambition stirred once more, and he coveted that ancient divine treasure intensely. When Lin Tian gave this weapon to Li Wanqiu, he was digging a pit for Li Wanqiu, luring Li Daoi into moving against Li Wanqiu sooner. He reckoned that within the next couple of days, that old devil would be unable to contain his restless heart, and prepare to make his move. Li Wanqiu was the woman Lin Tian had chosen, and he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on her. Even during her lightning tribulation, he would monitor her condition with his divine sense. Now that he'd finished his tasks, Lin Tian returned to Li Wanqiu's chambers that evening. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the Empress blushed for the first time ever. Realizing that the other women had already departed, she realized she couldn't drive Lin Tian away using the same tactics as last time. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension about what was to come. She felt a faint tinge of anticipation. After all, this was a man who could casually pull out ancient divine treasures to give away. Li Wanqiu felt she wasn't exactly disgracing herself by being with him. Feeling that flicker of anticipation, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Clearing her throat, she immediately stiffened her expression and asked coldly. What brings you here? I'm here to collect on His Majesty's promise, of course. Lin Tian grinned wickedly. Put. You scoundrel. Where have you been these past few days? Don't tell me you went off to endure tribulation? Hearing the Empress's words, Lin Tian's eyes widened instantly. And asked in astonishment, how did you know I was undergoing the tribulation? The Empress's blood boiled at his words. Thinking he was mocking her, she grabbed a memorial from her hand and hurled it at Lin Tian. You scoundrel! Not a single truthful word comes out of your mouth. Get out of my sight. Lin Tian caught the memorial with one hand. And retorted indignantly, I really did go through the tribulation. Yes, I underwent the tribulation for 10 days. And you attracted every thunder tribulation from the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, is that it? Hearing this, Lin Tian flushed with embarrassment. He rarely spoke the truth. Yet after telling Li Wanqiu so much truth, why wouldn't he believe it? Suddenly feeling rather miffed, he deliberately clenched his jaw. And said with a pained expression. Fine. Since you won't honor your word this time, it won't be at this price. Next time, I'll make you serve me for the rest of your life. And I'll be whipping your butt 200, no, 300 times. Li Wanqiu rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. And seeing his indignant expression, she couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Oomph, you little thief. You dared to anger this emperor. Now you're furious too, aren't you? Though she thought this, her words remained relentless. Rest assured, little thief, I will never let you succeed. Little did he know, Lin Tian gave a sinister smile. You said it yourself. Don't regret it later. If you can't hold out, just yell I agree. With that cryptic remark, Lin Tian vanished from the palace. Can't handle it? What can't I handle? Li Wanqiu shouted. But Lin Tian was already nowhere to be seen. Seeing Lin Tian leave so abruptly, and hadn't resorted to underhanded tactics, a faint sense of disappointment welled up within her. From a vantage point overlooking the palace interior, Lin Tian patted Li Linger's little head. What are you doing sneaking around here? Didn't your master tell you to wait for me in the house? Li Linger stuck out her tongue. I came to see Master scold that great Qian Empress. Lin Tian gently stroked Li Linger's head, speaking earnestly. Linger, listen to your master. When your sister sent you away from the palace, it wasn't because she truly feared you would seize the throne. At the mention of her sister, a deep hatred flashed in Li Linger's eyes. She's not my sister. In this world, my master is my only family. She sighed softly once more. Sometimes, knowing the truth can be a cruel thing. But truth is truth no matter how cruel. Those involved still have the right to know it. Lin Tian gestured toward the main hall and said earnestly to Li Linger. Soon you'll understand why your father and sister sent you away from the palace. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger looked puzzled. Her gaze toward Li Wanqiu, still filled with deep hatred and resentment. Evidently, these years of wandering outside had brought her considerable suffering. Stripped of the royal family's protective aura, she lacked even the most basic means of survival. Shortly after Lin Tian departed the Imperial Palace Hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a head of silver hair, entered the main hall. Upon seeing this man, Li Wanqiu immediately bowed respectfully. Ancestor, why have you come personally? If there's any matter, a servant could have conveyed it. Ancestor Li Daoyi cast a glance at Li Wanqiu's ample bosom, a lecherous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, but quickly concealed it. His voice now gentle as he said, I came out for a stroll since I had nothing else to do. When your father handed over the throne to you, I wasn't entirely confident in you. But these past 2 years, you've done well. Especially in your cultivation. Advancing so swiftly from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. Li Daoyi deliberately brought up this matter, clearly finding it quite intriguing himself. Chapter 012, Administering the Drug. Hearing Li Daoyi's praise, Li Wanqiu's face flushed with excitement. He hadn't expected the patriarch to hold his achievements in such high regard. As long as the patriarch approved of him, his imperial throne would be unshakable. After all, in this world, strength spoke for itself. After offering a few modest words, the patriarch continued. Today I was meditating in the rear hall with nothing to occupy my time. Why not play a game of chess? So this old man can see how skilled you are at the game. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqiu didn't hesitate. Summoned a servant to set up the board. And served tea. After dismissing all attendants, the two began their game. Have you had any extraordinary encounters lately? While playing chess, the old ancestor probed Li Wanqiu once more. Li Wanqiu hesitated for a moment. He was actually unsure of Lin Tian's true rank. Nor did he know Lin Tian's true identity. And she certainly didn't want the old ancestor to learn that her innocence had been stolen by that little thief. So she simply made up a lie. A couple of days ago, some sisters from major factions were hunting down someone. I offered them some assistance. and they casually gave me a spirit pill and a weapon. Upon hearing this, Li Daoi's pupils suddenly contracted. Then nonchalantly continued placing his pieces while asking, "Then you'd better cultivate good relations with those young ladies. After all, the major powers from other regions cannot be compared to our barren eastern wastes." Li Wanqiu didn't take it seriously either, casually making up an excuse. "Ancestor, you jest. If they can give me 2 things, is already quite generous. How could they possibly have any further dealings with us?" Hearing this, Li Daoi breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this little girl hadn't aligned herself with any of the major factions. On the day of the coup, he had heard within his own palace. That girl who slew the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect claimed to be from the Changxing family. It must be noted that the Changxing family, and if Li Wanqiu had truly aligned herself with these colossal powers, if Li Wanqiu truly had ties to such colossal entities, he wouldn't dare touch Li Wanqiu even if he had 10,000 times the courage. But now, Li Wanqiu has actually admitted he has no connection to them, so he wouldn't hold back. So Li Daoi asked casually, "That spiritual pill that boosted your power, do you still have it?" Li Wanqiu immediately replied, "None left. I consumed it all back then to suppress the rebellion and boost my strength. So I consumed it directly." A flicker of regret crossed Li Daoi's face. The two of them played chess and sipped tea, exchanging occasional remarks. About half an hour later, Li Wanqiu suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, and his mouth grew parched. At first, he paid it little mind, but the sensation of heat grew increasingly intense, as if his body were on fire. Her beautiful eyes grew hazy and her heartbeat quickened. Only then did she realize something was terribly wrong. That the tea she had just drunk was poisoned. She collapsed to the floor, gazing at the ancient ancestor seated opposite her. Li Daoi's face now. No trace of his usual authority remained, but instead wore a lecherous grin. His gaze fixed on her like a predator eyeing its prized prey. Well, he chuckled, "I must say, Li Huayu's daughter is quite a looker. I've held back all this time from touching you, and even let a girl like you rule as emperor for so long. You should be thanking me. Why not become my cultivation vessel instead? What do you say?" Hearing this, Li Wanqiu felt a chill run through her heart. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the figure described in the imperial archives of Great Qian, who had saved the imperial family from peril countless times over centuries, could commit such an utterly unconscionable act? In that instant, her faith felt like it was crumbling. But the words the ancient ancestor spoke next left Li Wanqiu utterly speechless. "Little one, cease your resistance. After we practice dual cultivation, then we'll go capture your sister. Then we'll make your second brother's son emperor. After all, he is my seed too." Ha. Did your father, that dead ghost, really think sending her away would keep her safe? Once this old ancestor finds your sister, I'll reunite you both. And you 2 sisters can rest easy serving as my alchemical vessels. Hearing this, Li Wanqiu's mind exploded. Her second brother, the crown prince of the mighty Great Qian, was the old ancestor's seed? Yet the second prince was clearly born to one of father's consorts. Staring at the old ancestor in disbelief. He had actually had an affair with one of my father's consorts? If anyone else had told Li Wanqiu this, she would never have believed it, no matter what. Yet this was revealed by the grand ancestor of the Great Qian imperial house. Had told her this with his own mouth. Her world felt utterly shattered. That venerable ancestor who had protected the Qian imperial family had committed such a despicable and shameless act? Now not only did he demand she become his consort, but also seize her younger sister who had been living among commoners. He finally understood why the emperor had secretly supported his ascension to the throne. For neither of his sons was his own flesh and blood, but the offspring of this depraved monster before him. He also understood why, back then, even though he had been utterly unwilling, his father had forced him to send his teenage sister out of the palace. This was clearly meant to keep her far from the palace, a place of intrigue and strife. Yet the emperor had underestimated the shamelessness of that old ancestor, Li Daoi, and never imagined that even after she was thrust into the spotlight as empress, this old devil still wouldn't let her be. He even suspected that the grand preceptor and the general had simultaneously launched a coup, was also orchestrated by this scoundrel. In the distance, Li Linger watched the unfolding scene with equal disbelief, a chill running through her body. As a princess of the Great Qian imperial family, she knew full well that the middle-aged man before her was the grand ancestor of the Qin imperial family. Yet the patriarch actually intended to bind her sister and herself as furnace vessels? She had always believed her sister to be a cold-blooded person who would stop at nothing for the throne. But now she saw her as a cold-blooded individual. But now, seeing her like this, the sister she had hated for years, had she sent her away from the palace for some hidden reason? And that it was actually her father's doing? The sudden revelation of this explosive news left the newly minted adult Li Linger emotionally shattered. Her expression was equally vivid. Anger, confusion, resentment, and hatred all tangled together. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Tian patted Li Linger's head and comforted her softly. The truth can be this cruel sometimes. You must learn to accept it. If you cannot accept the truth, then make yourself stronger. Only when you become powerful enough can they overcome all troubles. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a resolute expression flickered in Li Linger's eyes. Her perspective shifted. The reason Father Emperor sent me away from the palace was precisely because she wasn't strong enough. Once she grew strong enough to strike fear into Li Daoi, that Li Daoi would never dare to scheme against her or her sister again. At this moment, the hatred she had harbored toward her sister for years began to dissolve. Chapter 013. You could shout until your throat rips and no one will come to save you. Inside the Imperial Palace Hall at that moment, Li Wanqiu gasped heavily. A frenzied tremor surged from the depths of her soul, steadily eroding her rationality. She clenched her jaw, clinging to the last shreds of her sanity. She tried to call for help, but the sound that emerged was weak and feeble, laced with a hint of seductive charm. Lin Tian, save me. I'll agree to anything. Li Daoi watched Li Wanqiu, whose consciousness was fading fast, his eyes gleaming with excitement, while greedily eyeing her up and down, while leering lasciviously. Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. This palace has been sealed with my ancestral restrictions, so you'd better serve me well. And if I'm in a good mood, I might just let you keep being emperor? Watching the ancient ancestor approach him, rubbing his hands together, Li Wanqiu summoned every ounce of strength to call out to Lin Tian. She had just told Lin Tian she didn't need his help, only to be swiftly proven wrong. But no matter how desperately she called out, Lin Tian did not appear. At that moment, Li Wanqiu was utterly hopeless. After all, why should Lin Tian risk antagonizing? To antagonize a core formation cultivator? They'd shared nothing more than a fleeting romance. And at that thought, she couldn't help but laugh at her own foolish delusions. Yet she simply couldn't accept it being defiled by that old beast. He tried to summon his spiritual energy, intending to self-detonate his nascent soul. But not only did it fail, it only accelerated the poison spread. Little one, cease your struggles. This lust poison of mine, extracted from the poisonous core of a nascent soul-stage spirit beast, the venomous dragon. So just be a good boy and join me in the clouds. Just as his fingers were about to touch Li Wanqiu, and Li Wanqiu had already closed her eyes in despair, a piercing sword beam shot into the hall from outside. Li Daoi was instantly seized by terror. Before he could react, one of Li Daoi's hands was severed. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to heal the wound, while gazing toward the hall entrance with a look of shock and suspicion. As he roared, "Who's there?" He was certain he had set up protective barriers within the hall. Yet that sword beam had slipped through his defenses without a sound, without him sensing a thing. And this stirred a sense of impending danger within Li Daoi's heart. He cautiously approached the entrance of the main hall. His divine sense swept around the hall, only to find absolutely nothing. He roared again, "Who's there?" The next moment, he spun around abruptly, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Lin Tian had appeared beside Empress Li Wanqiu. And he hadn't noticed at all. A chill ran down his spine. But when he scanned with his divine sense, it was merely a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. His brow furrowed deeply. To silently breach the sensory barrier he had set up within the Imperial Palace, and then silently breach the restrictions he'd set within the Grand Hall. He'd never believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator. "Who are you, sir? What brings you to the Great Qin Imperial Palace at this hour?" Li Daoi fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, his voice icy as he demanded. But Lin Tian paid Li Daoi no mind whatsoever. Instead, he stripped off his clothes, covering the nearly uncontrollable, exposing half of her fragrant shoulder, simultaneously asking with a hint of mockery, "So, do you accept my terms?" I accept." At this moment, Li Wanqiu's breathing had grown heavy. Her body flushed crimson and burning hot. Clearly the lust poison from the Yuanling stage poison dragon's core was not easily controlled. For Li Wanqiu, who had only recently entered the nascent soul stage, it was utterly beyond her grasp. Yet Lin Tian showed no sign of urgency, even teasing her with a playful remark. "We agreed there are still 400 spankings left?" The Empress's mind was already clouded. But Lin Tianqi's words snapped her back to her senses. "What the hell is the situation now? And you still have the nerve to joke around? I've already agreed to serve you for life. What more do you want? And didn't we agree on 300 strokes at the start? Why did it suddenly become 400 now?" The Empress nodded with a hint of resentment. Puff. "I agree." Her heavy panting already made it impossible for the Empress to finish a sentence. Lin Tian finally nodded in satisfaction. Li Daoi, watching the two flirt and bicker, didn't even acknowledge his presence. And it seemed Lin Tian was even trying to pluck the ripe fruit he'd cooked, competing with him for Li Wanqiu. And this was something he absolutely could not tolerate. He immediately stirred his qi, his eyes flashing with a sharp, murderous intent. Boy, you're just a qi cultivation stage practitioner, yet you dare to play tricks here. Let this old man see if your strength matches your arrogance. As he spoke, a shimmering light flickered in his hand, coalescing into a treasure artifact. Lin Tian stared at the treasure in Li Dao's hand with utter contempt, his expression dripping with contempt. Put. An ancestor, my ass. And you're so pathetic? Your weapon is just a single treasure artifact? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Daoi's fury boiled over. Roaring, you insolent brat, dare you insult this old man? Once I subdue you, I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, the sharp blade shot straight toward Lin Tian. Hum. The divine sword emitted a crisp hum, carrying an unstoppable momentum. As it neared Lin Tian's chest, a sinister smile spread across Li Daoi's lips, as if he could already see his blade piercing through the body of this young upstart who didn't know his place, his expression growing increasingly savage. In his eyes, Lin Tian was barely 20 years old this year, and even the prodigious young genius of the Qingyun family, at this age would only be at the nascent soul stage. So he was certain Lin Tian couldn't possibly surpass the nascent soul stage. And for him, a nascent soul cultivator crushing a nascent soul cultivator would be as simple as crushing an ant. As for how he managed to break through his restrictions without a sound, he must possess some special magical artifact. But the next moment, his expression froze. The savage grin vanished from his face, replaced by utter disbelief. The youth raised his arm, extending a single finger. The instant his fingertip touched the treasure sword, the relentless blade carrying the furious strike of a core formation cultivator was halted by the youth's single finger. After meeting the young man's finger, could advance not an inch further. Li Daoi's expression shifted from savage fury to astonishment, finally revealing a trace of fear in his eyes. Even appear at the same level of the spirit transformation realm could not so effortlessly block his full power strike. Yet this youth before him hadn't even drawn upon his spiritual energy, blocking his attack with just a single finger? What kind of power could possibly achieve such a feat? Li Daoi dared not dwell on it further. The chill in his heart only deepened with each thought. Lin Tian watched Li Daoi's shifting expression with keen interest, and said with a hint of boredom, "Old wreck, put some effort into it. And you call yourself an ancestor? I'm embarrassed for you." Withdrawing his attack, Li Daoi, as if refusing to believe his own misfortune, launched another assault at Lin Tian. Yet no matter the angle, whether slashing, thrusting, or flicking upward, every single strike was effortlessly parried by Lin Tian with a single finger. From start to finish, Lin Tian hadn't even shifted his stance. Chapter 014, The Ancestor Plants the Tree, I Pick the Fruit. Old man, couldn't you put a little more effort into that? Your attacks are so weak and feeble you're not feeling under the weather, are you? Hearing Lin Tian's taunt, Li Dao's anger flared. He forced himself to calm down, realizing he'd met his match today, and that he could no longer hold back. Clenching his teeth, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. A dark mist began to swirl around him. Then with a flick of his wrist, a foot-long centipede shot out from his sleeve, shooting toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian watched the centipede without a trace of panic, and simply caught it with his bare hand. Witnessing this, Li Daoi burst into laughter. Young man, didn't expect that, did you? Though your strength is formidable, your experience in the martial world still falls short. This creature of mine is the most venomous in the world, a nine-tailed centipede. Not even a cultivator at the emptiness realm would dare handle it barehanded. Now, kneel before me and kowtow, swear an oath to the heavenly way. Pledge your eternal loyalty to me, become my loyal dog, and I shall give you the antidote. Otherwise, in no time at all, you'll turn into a pool of thick liquid. Hearing this, Lin Tian examined the centipede in his hand with keen interest. Its body now writhing frantically, black mist emanating from its entire body, its sharp limbs and mouthparts relentlessly gnawing at Lin Tian. Yet it could inflict no harm upon him. The deadly poison it carried, once it surged into Lin Tian's body, it was instantly neutralized by an invisible force. Before Lin Tian could utter a word, Li Daoi continued speaking with smug satisfaction. Listen, kid, I'm telling you this poison is too late. Even I can't reverse it, you. Before he could finish, what happened next made his eyes widen, his mouth drop open, and he reached out in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian retrieved a gourd flask from his storage space, and as the stopper popped off, a rich, heady aroma of liquor instantly filled the air, filling the entire hall, clearly a precious spirit wine. Then, Lin Tian sealed the centipede inside the gourd, shook the gourd, uncorked it once more, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls with a glug-glug. Then, still craving more, he wiped his lips, reluctantly resealed the stopper, and returned it to his storage space. His face flushed crimson. Where were the signs of poisoning? This time, Li Daoi's composure completely shattered, and his entire worldview shattered under Lin Tian's gaze. Damn it, this nine-tailed centipede I'd spent centuries cultivating. Even those at the emptiness realm feared its venom. And this guy actually soaked it in liquor? And he actually drank it right in front of him? He desperately wanted to speak for the nine-tailed centipede and ask Lin Tian, "Are you even polite?" When he finally snapped back to his senses, Li Daoi felt a bone-chilling coldness rise within him. Without another word, he turned to flee, his eyes now filled with terror. He knew this youth before him possessed the power to kill him. Having lived for centuries, he had barely survived the Huatian Tribulation, becoming a powerful cultivator at the spirit transformation realm. He hadn't lived enough yet, with hundreds of years of lifespan remaining, and he did not wish to die like this. But as he reached the doorway, the barrier he himself had set up blocked his path. He tried to break the barrier but found it impossible to dismantle. Watching Lin Tian stroll toward him with deliberate slowness, Li Daoi looked as though he'd seen a ghost, frantically trying to break the barrier, but to no avail. He knew he was doomed here today. As Lin Tian strolled leisurely to his side, Li Daoi's face twisted with terror as he pleaded in a trembling voice. "You cannot kill me. I am a close friend of the Qingyun sect's patriarch. He too is a cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm. If you kill me, he will surely avenge me." Hearing Li Daoi's threat, a trace of disdain flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. "Just another failure like you. A worthless failure stuck at the Huatian realm. And you dare use a failure to threaten me?" At these words, Li Daoi's face turned ashen, and he began to stammer incoherently. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the great Qian imperial family will have no divine transformation realm experts left." Hearing this, Lin Tian paused, muttering with a hint of resignation. "That is a problem. If you die, my wife's family would be left without a powerhouse to hold the fort." Hearing this, Li Daoi's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. He knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor like a pestle. All traces of the majesty befitting an imperial ancestor of the great Qian dynasty vanished. "If you release me, I swear by the heavenly way to seclude myself from the world henceforth and safeguard the Dacian imperial family for generations to come." Lin Tian regarded Li Daoi's groveling expression and frowned slightly. "Spare you? It's not impossible." He paused for a moment. Lin Tian shot Li Daoi a playful glance, and the words that followed left Li Daoi utterly despondent. "I could train you into a high-level puppet, so you can devote yourself entirely to guarding the great Qian dynasty, and spare you from constantly dwelling on trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Li Daoi finally understood that the youth before him had never intended to spare him. A fierce expression once again flashed across his face. His eyes widened as he glared at Lin Tian with venom. "Since you're so relentless, old man, I'll fight you to the death." His eyes turned bloodshot. His Huatian realm cultivation surged with frenzied energy, clearly intending to self-detonate, determined to take Lin Tian down with him. But Lin Tian merely raised his hand, and the violet energy coalescing within him for the self-destruction instantly calmed. "Ah!" With a piercing cry of agony, Li Daoi's soul was forcibly ripped from his body by Lin Tian, sealed within a bottle. Only a body at the transformation of the spirit realm remained. Lin Tian began forming seals with his hands, and intricate talismans were imprinted into the corpse. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Li Daoi's physical body was transformed into a puppet by Lin Tian. With these matters settled, Lin Tian calmly proceeded to examine Li Wanqiu's poison. Her body now burning hot, her gaze unfocused. The only antidote for this lust poison was sexual union between a man and a woman. If the poison remained unresolved, Li Wanqiu would explode from the poison. At this thought, Lin Tian's face broke into a satisfied smile, and he realized that Li Daoi had, in a way, done a good deed. This is just like the old saying, the old man plants the trees and I get to pick the fruit. But before enjoying this plate of fruit, Lin Tian still had to deal with that little brat Li Linger. With a swift movement, Lin Tian appeared beside Li Linger. "Linger, your master must tend to your sister's antidote for a while. You're still just a child, go back and wait for your master." Li Linger was already 18 this year, and she understood her sister's current condition. She rolled her eyes at Lin Tian, and inwardly cursed. "Pfft. You can even create a spirit artifact, yet you can't even dispel this petty lust poison? You're just a lecherous old man." Pouting, she reluctantly held out her hand to Lin Tian. "Where's that old geezer's soul?" Lin Tian produced a storage ring and handed it to Li Linger. He hadn't immediately destroyed Li Daoi's soul, was precisely because he knew Li Linger would want to vent her anger. Now was the perfect moment to hand Li Daoi's soul over to her. As for what might happen once it was in her hands, was no longer his concern. His foremost concern now was to help Empress Li Wanqiu neutralize the poison. Chapter 015, True Imperial Service. After seeing off Li Linger, whose face was etched with deep resentment, Lin Tian could finally begin to savor his feast. Carefully cradling Li Wanqiu onto the phoenix bed. The moment he released his grip, Li Wanqiu caught a glimpse of Lin Tian's handsome face. The smoldering flame she'd struggled to suppress was ignited completely. Boom! The last shred of reason in her mind was drowned by the tidal wave of desire. Like a floodgate suddenly opened. Surging and unstoppable. Within the grand hall, spring blossomed and the scene was breathtaking. 3 hours later, the rocking sounds within the hall finally ceased. And the toxins within the Empress's body were largely purged. Holding the Empress close, her face flushed with bashfulness yet still bearing traces of exhaustion, Lin Tian wore a look of complete satisfaction. The next morning, the two awoke from their slumber. As the palace hall entrance was sealed with a restriction, the attending palace maids and eunuchs did not disturb them. The Empress glanced at Lin Tian, and a complex mix of emotions filled her heart. Had it not been for Lin Tian yesterday, he would likely have been turned into a cultivation vessel by his own ancestor, Li Daoi. It was only yesterday that he had learned the hidden secrets within the imperial family. Her intellect far surpassed that of Li Linger, and she quickly realized that the reason her lineage had been toyed with at the whim of the ancestor was entirely due to her own lack of strength to truly seize power. There was only one path to become powerful herself. No one else could be relied upon. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Tian, her mind filled with doubt. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to actually take down Li Daoi. After Lin Tian arrived yesterday, she had thought that as long as Lin Tian could save her, even if he took her away with him, she had even resolved to relinquish the throne and live out her days as Lin Tian's leisurely companion, devoted solely to cultivation. But she never imagined Lin Tian would actually eliminate Li Daoi. At the same time, she began to wonder just how powerful this Lin Tian truly was. In this ruthless cultivation world where the weak perish, women always harbored an admiration for strength, unconsciously drawn to follow those who are powerful. Thus, within Li Wanqiu's heart, had fully accepted the reality of becoming Lin Tian's woman. After all, what immortal maiden could resist a young, handsome man, powerful and richly endowed with treasures? Seeing Li Wanqiu awaken, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Awake? MHM." Li Wanqiu murmured softly, her lovely face flushing crimson. "What are your plans from now on? Want to come with me?" Lin Tian asked directly. "No. I'm tied to this mundane world. Wait until I." Her words trailed off mid-sentence. He didn't know when he could follow Lin Tian. After all, he still had the imperial throne, the royal family, and the dynasty to consider. The great Qin dynasty was now in turmoil. Though not yet beset by internal strife and external threats, it was precarious nonetheless. "It's fine. I respect your choice. Whenever you're ready to join me, just reach out. Can you stay and help me?" Li Wanqiu gazed at Lin Tian's handsome face with hopeful eyes. Lin Tian shook his head. "I can't. I'm too accustomed to freedom. I still prefer the carefree life of a wandering cloud and wild crane drifting through the world." Hearing this, disappointment clearly washed over Li Wanqiu's face. "But rest assured, I've transformed your ancestor into a puppet. And his power is now as great as it was in life. He'll continue to guard the palace from now on. This time he'll obey your every command. And he will never harbor any improper thoughts again." Upon hearing this, Li Wanqiu's face lit up with excitement, followed swiftly by a wave of gloom. After all, since childhood, she had heard her grandfather say, the ancestor was a hero of their imperial family, the pillar of their royal house. But now, this hero and pillar of strength had become their disgrace. Seeing the gloom on Li Wanqiu's face, tightened his arms around her slender waist. With a mischievous grin, he whispered softly into the Empress's ear, "If you serve me well in a moment, I'll elevate that puppet's power to the emptiness realm." Hearing this, Empress Li Wanqiu's eyes lit up brightly. Casting aside all modesty and reserve, she completely let go of herself to please Lin Tian. Lin Tian, his face etched with pure enjoyment, murmured, "This is truly imperial level service." After 2 more hours of passion, Li Wanqiu fell into a deep sleep. Lin Tian left behind a storage ring and slipped away from the great Qian imperial palace. He opened his thick little notebook, used to record the secret tales of the continent's beauties. He wrote on the final page, "April 22025 of the Immortal Demon Era. Successfully conquered the great Qian Empress Li Wanqiu." Then, satisfied, he departed the palace and headed to find Li Linger. After Lin Tian departed, Li Wanqiu slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the storage ring Lin Tian had left behind. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. Her divine sense probed inside, and her expression instantly became utterly captivating. First, her mouth gaped in astonishment, then shock, followed by wild elation. Inside lay cultivation techniques, elixirs, rare treasures, spirit stones. were all present and displayed in dazzling abundance. There were even 2 talismans. One inscribed with "Absorb and refine to control puppets." The other read, "Burn in danger, help is on the way." As she gazed upon these treasures, a faint smile of contentment spread across the Empress's face. Li Wanqiu didn't care how many things Lin Tian gave her. What mattered to her was that Lin Tian cared about her safety. Yet at the same time, her curiosity about Lin Tian's true identity only deepened. So young, yet able to effortlessly craft a puppet of the empty brightness realm, clearly indicating his strength surpassed even the empty brightness realm. Running her fingers over the spatial ring, the Empress murmured, "You little thief who steals hearts, next time, I'll make you confess the truth." With that, she began refining the talisman that controlled the puppet. Half an hour later, he sensed the puppet. It was in the very rear hall where the old ancestor had been earlier. A cold gleam instantly flashed in her eyes. He had already guessed, the general and the state preceptor's rebellion, incited by Li Daoyi. And even the Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect had only come to assist, to lend his support. Clenching his fists, he resolved to set aside his mercy and begin a thorough purge of the imperial court. In the distance, Lin Tian stared blankly at Li Linger within the palace inner courtyard and asked, "Aren't you going to see your sister? We're about to leave this place. And who knows when we'll return next?" Li Linger seemed to recall something, sinking into memory. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. "No, master. Let's go." And so the two departed the Great Qian Imperial Palace on their swords. Along the way, Li Linger seemed much more cheerful. Perhaps having come to terms with the events of years past, and had let go of her hatred toward her sister and father, the emperor. "Master, should I call you master from now on? Or your brother-in-law?" Lin Tian glanced at the mischievous-looking Li Linger. "Of course you'll call me master. When did I ever say I'd marry your sister? But you two have, you know." At this point, Li Linger's face flushed crimson, as red as a ripe apple. Chapter 016, The East Wilderness's Most Beautiful Woman, Luo Qingcheng. "What do you know, little brat? Who says that necessarily means marriage? And even if I did marry your sister, you'd still have to call your sister master's wife. Why are you suddenly adding a generation to your own?" Li Linger puckered her little mouth and glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "Oomph. Master is just a philandering turnip." Then, puzzled, she asked, "Master, you're clearly so powerful. Why must you pretend to be a Qi cultivation stage cultivator?" Hearing this question, Lin Tian's expression turned slightly peculiar. During yesterday's battle with Li Daoyi, Lin Tian had deliberately disguised himself as a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Was to experience the joy of being that legendary 100,000-year Qi cultivation Grandmaster Su. But he'd never dream of sharing such a thing with his young disciple. "Master will tell you this, it's called feigning weakness. Making the enemy underestimate you. Making it easier to eliminate them." But Li Linger wasn't some naive little thing. Someone like Lin Tian, with his extraordinary abilities. Li Linger even began to doubt whether anyone on this entire Immortal Demon Continent could possibly harm her master. She rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. "I bet someone just did this on purpose." And did this on purpose. Lin Tian, realizing he'd been seen through by the little girl. He immediately cleared his throat awkwardly. "Little one, when you grow up, you'll understand the wisdom of showing weakness. So where are we headed next?" By now, the two had left the Great Qin dynasty and were heading north. "Next, I'll take you to the Sect to find a master." "Seek a master? Aren't you my master?" To avoid suspicion, we'll pretend to be brother and sister. "I think I'll just call you brother-in-law." "No. Absolutely not." Seeing Lin Tian's outright refusal, Li Linger rolled her eyes again. "Master, the sect you're going to apprentice at. Are there any pretty sisters there?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment once more, and inwardly began to rant. This little girl was getting sharper by the day. How did she figure that out? Clearing his throat, Lin Tian fixed a mischievous grin on Li Linger. "Linger, let me tell you, being too clever isn't always a good thing." Seeing Lin Tian's wicked grin, Li Linger shuddered. And thought to herself, "Master, please don't get any wild ideas. And do something strange to me?" At that thought, a blush instantly spread across her fair cheeks. She immediately forced herself to remain calm and said, "Master, I can pretend to be your sister, but..." As she spoke, she extended her fair hand toward Lin Tian, clearly demanding a favor from him. Seeing this, Lin Tian scratched his head helplessly. This little minx was practically blinded by greed. He casually produced a high-grade spirit stone and placed it in her pale hand. Li Linger immediately tucked it away with a delighted smile. Truthfully, she hadn't really intended to ask Lin Tian for anything. She was just resentful that Lin Tian was so fickle. Soon, the two arrived at the territory of the Blue Lotus Sect, also known as the Blue Lotus Sword Sect, a fairly renowned sect in the eastern wastes. Slightly stronger than the Qingyun sect. The most talked about figure, however, was the sect's leader, Luo Qingcheng, known as the Blue Lotus Fairy. regarded as the Eastern Wast's most beautiful woman, now over 200 years old, under duress from a powerful faction, who sought to take her as a concubine. But she refused to yield. Thus, for 2 centuries, Luo Qingyun has remained chaste and devoted herself to cultivation, and the force that had pressured her ceased to trouble her. But when time stood still, Lin Tian, wishing for this peerless beauty of the Eastern Wastes, experienced what a surprise truly felt like. He deliberately engaged in a deep exchange with her. What surprised Lin Tian was that Luo Qingyun did not come out to hunt him down, likely fearing that if word of this matter spread, might jeopardize her position as sect leader. Most disciples of the Blue Lotus Sword sect were female, and rarely accepted male disciples. Upon seeing Li Linger's innate sword cultivation physique, they would spare no effort to recruit her into their sect, allowing Lin Tian to seamlessly infiltrate the Qingyun sect. Soon the two arrived at the gates of the Qingyun sect's headquarters, where 2 female disciples on guard duty immediately stopped them. "This is the entrance to the Blue Lotus sect. Please do not proceed further." Lin Tian immediately approached with a fawning expression. "Greetings, sisters. I'd like to enroll my younger sister into our Qingyun sect. Would that be possible?" The 2 mountain guards frowned. One of them replied coldly. "The sect's recruitment period has already passed this year. Please bring your sister back next year." "But, we've spent all our travel money on the journey. And my sister is exceptionally talented. She's already reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age." Hearing this, the female disciple glanced at Li Linger, and this glance proved significant. Her mouth instantly fell open. The girl before her eyes was only 18 or 19. Yet at such a tender age, she had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. And by the looks of it, breaking through to the golden core stage was only a matter of time. Moreover, she sensed something peculiar emanating from this young girl. A distinctly fierce sword intent emanating from her. The female disciple, unsure of what to do, consulted with another. Then replied, "You two wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the sect leader." With that, the woman immediately headed deeper into the sect's inner quarters. Before long, after hearing the gatekeeper disciple describe Li Linger's situation, Qingyun sect was utterly shocked. From the sect leader Luo Qingyun down to the 3 elders remaining at the sect, all rushed out toward the sect's entrance in a flash. Upon seeing Li Linger, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. The 3 elders and the sect leader jointly examined Li Linger's physical condition, and upon discovering she possessed a innate sword cultivation physique, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. "Master sect leader, this is truly divine favor upon our Qingyun sword sect. A phenomenon that occurs but once in 1,000 years. Should this child join our sect, the rise of our Qingyun sword sect will be imminent." The Grand Elder spoke first, his voice brimming with excitement. The other elders chimed in agreement, their gazes upon Li Linger now resembling those of admirers beholding a raw jade. After delivering this impassioned speech, the Grand Elder shifted his tone. "Sect Master, with your heavy responsibilities, why not entrust this child to me? To be my direct disciple. And I vow to cultivate him into the mightiest sword immortal of the Eastern Wastes." Hearing this, the other 2 elders immediately objected, and the 3 began arguing, each throwing words back and forth. Just as Luo Qingyun was about to intervene, her gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Tian standing nearby. A maddened killing intent instantly flared in her eyes. In her memory, just days ago, this dog-like villain had infiltrated the Qingyun sect, entered her own room, rendering her utterly helpless, and then, everything he could and couldn't do. That damned little thief did it all, robbing me of my purity. At this thought, Luo Qingyun's face alternated between pale and crimson, her eyes blazing with palpable murderous intent. But upon assessing the cultivation level of the man before her, she realized he was merely at the qi cultivation stage. Luo Qingyun forced back the murderous rage surging within her, a trace of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. To infiltrate the Blue Lotus sect undetected, evading the sect's grand array detection, one must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. The person before her bore a striking resemblance to the petty thief who had stolen her innocence. His qi cultivation stage strength made such feats utterly impossible. She had once asked the patriarch whether anyone else had infiltrated the Blue Lotus sect recently, for during the time freeze, visited the Qingyun sect only to converse with Luo Qingyun, though the sect had many female disciples. But after tasting the fine fare that was Luo Qingyun, he simply couldn't stomach the coarse fare. So he only touched Luo Qingyun. He did not touch any others. And thus the others did not awaken from the time-stopping effect. Even the venerable patriarch of the Blue Lotus sect could not possibly know that Lin Tian had visited the Qingyun sect. And so, Luo Qingyun always believed, the intruder who infiltrated the Blue Lotus sect possessed unfathomable strength, at the very least matching the patriarch's level, if not surpassing it. Chapter 017, I want to protect my master someday. Suppressing her killing intent, she confirmed once more that Lin Tian was indeed at the Qi cultivation realm. She looked at Lin Tian, his face filled with terror. Luo Qingcheng asked Li Linger. Young lady, what is your name? What's your relationship with this man? Li Linger glanced at her master. And immediately replied. My name is Li Linger. This is my brother, Li Tian. They had agreed on this before coming. That Lin Tian would use this name while at the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing the name Li Tian, Luo Qingcheng's gaze toward Lin Tian grew even stranger. The lecher who had left his name on her body was called Lin Tian. And this man was Li Tian. If they were unrelated, she'd never believe it. But if they were related, the Li Tian before her was clearly a weakling stuck at the Qi cultivation stage. How could he have infiltrated the Blue Lotus sect, protected by the Ancestral Guardian's grand defensive array? And even take the chastity of the sect master herself? Taking a deep breath, she forced down the murderous impulse surging within her. Luo Qingcheng could only repeatedly tell herself this was mere coincidence. The most crucial task now was to bring this girl into the Blue Lotus sect. After quelling the three elders' argument, Luo Qingcheng said calmly, This girl shall become my direct disciple. Once she reaches the Golden Core realm, I will hand her over to the ancestor for training. Upon hearing the sect leader invoke the patriarch, the three elders raised no objections. Then Luo Qingcheng asked Li Linger softly. Young girl, I am Luo Qingcheng, the sect leader of the Blue Lotus sect. Do you wish to take me as your master? Li Linger studied Luo Qingcheng for a moment. Though her face was veiled, her beauty remained undeniable. Tall and slender, with a gracefully proportioned figure. Her jet black hair cascading like silk behind her. Even through the veil, one could sense her icy beautiful features. What a beautiful sister. No wonder master, that pervert, fell for her. Li Linger murmured to herself, thinking of such a beautiful woman. Was about to fall into her master's clutches. A wave of regret washed over her. She composed herself and spoke in a timid tone. I'd be very honored to become the sect leader's disciple. But I have one small request. She lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Luo Qingcheng. Upon hearing Li Linger's willingness to become her disciple, a smile instantly spread across Luo Qingcheng's face. Not just one condition, even 10 conditions, she would agree to them all. Li Linger timidly pointed at Lin Tian and asked, Can my brother join the sect with me? He raised me through hardship and toil. Linger wants to live with her brother. Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng frowned. She had already wanted to distance herself from this Li Tianyuan fellow, though he was just a weakling at the Qi cultivation stage. But seeing him always reminded her of that despicable Lin Tian. The two looked almost identical. Gritting her teeth, before Luo Qingcheng could say anything, the other three elders hastily agreed to Li Linger's terms. Seeing the situation was irreversible, Luo Qingcheng had no choice but to accept reality. Soon, the two were escorted directly to the inner sect. Luo Qingcheng specifically instructed that they be given a separate courtyard. And so, Lin Tian and Li Linger had effectively infiltrated the Blue Lotus sect. After everyone had departed, Li Linger approached Lin Tian with a cheerful smile. Master, how did I do today? Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. As she spoke, Li Linger extended her fair little hand once more. Since I did so well, does that mean you'll reward me? Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Perhaps from enduring a life of poverty in the marketplace. Li Linger was quite money-minded. Though she never asked for much. As long as Lin Tian gave it. Even if it was just a low-grade spirit stone. She would be delighted for quite some time. He casually tossed her another high-grade spirit stone. But Li Linger remained unsatisfied. Immediately pouting and sighing. Ah, Sister Qingcheng is so beautiful and kind to me. I truly don't want to betray my morals and conscience. And let her fall into the hands of an old geezer like you. Hearing this, Lin Tian shot Li Linger a glance. And playfully tapped her little head, teasingly scolding. Alright, how much are your morality and conscience worth? Name your price, no haggling, or don't blame me for flipping out. At this, a smile instantly returned to Li Linger's face. Master, I've been diligently cultivating lately. Just give me 3 more. I'm about to break through Foundation Establishment and enter the Golden Core realm. Seeing Li Linger's expression, Lin Tian sighed. He knew the matter concerning the great Qian patriarch had deeply affected her. And her relentless cultivation now was to become stronger. Rubbing Li Linger's small head, Lin Tian said with a touch of melancholy. Linger, remember what your master said. Even if you don't cultivate, your master will protect you. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, even if the heavenly Tao itself seeks to kill you, it must first seek my consent. So don't push yourself too hard, too much rigidity leads to breaking. Hearing this, Li Linger nodded with emotion. She thought her master looked so cool just now. A joyful smile blossomed on her face. Yet she stubbornly replied. Thank you, master. But what I desire most is the day. Be able to protect you. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a warm current surge through his heart once more. And silently thought to himself. You silly girl, you've already protected your master once. And back then, I was just a weakling at the Qi cultivation stage. So I'll protect you for the rest of my life. Though 10,000 years had passed in Lin Tian's world, Lin Tian could never forget. When he was a menial disciple at Qingyun Sect, he was severely injured by a spirit beast while delivering a message. Li Linger, who had gone up the mountain to gather wild fruits, found him barely clinging to life. She carried him back to her dilapidated courtyard with her frail body, and even used her own scarce spirit stones to buy nourishing tonics for Lin Tian. Had it not been for Li Linger, she would likely have perished in despair in that mountain forest. Without Li Linger back then, there would be no Lin Tian today. So Lin Tian spared no expense for Li Linger. He could give her the very best he possessed. That evening, Luo Qingqing paced back and forth in her room. For some reason, she had a vague premonition that this Li Tian must be connected to the Lin Tian who had taken her innocence. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. Perhaps it stemmed from a woman's intuition. She sensed a familiar scent on Lin Tian. After all, they had shared physical intimacy. But no matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't figure it out. Why this Li Tian possessed only Qi cultivation stage cultivation? If cultivators at the Qi cultivation stage could freely infiltrate the Blue Lotus sect, and even defile the sect master's virtue, then the Qingyun sect might as well disband tomorrow. After pondering for several hours, Luo Qingqing finally decided to find someone tomorrow to probe this Li Tian. If he truly had ties to that Lin Tian, she would kill him even if it meant summoning the ancestor herself. With her resolve set, Luo Qingqing hesitated no longer, crossed her legs, focused her mind, and began her cultivation. Having been threatened before, she knew that without true strength, she, the most beautiful woman in the eastern wastes, would inevitably become someone else's plaything. Thus, she began cultivating with relentless determination. Her cultivation had now reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and she was on the verge of breaking through the nascent soul stage to enter the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 018, Refining Qi defeats Foundation Establishment. Early the next morning, Luo Qingqing began instructing Li Linger, while Lin Tian idly wandered the grounds of the Blue Lotus sect. Qingyun sect was divided into inner and outer sects, where most outer door disciples were cultivators of average aptitude at the Qi cultivation stage, while the inner sect disciples were mostly talented foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, and the majority of them were female disciples. A sea of young women gathered together, dazzling Lin Tian's eyes. Within the inner sect, Lin Tian, a Qi cultivation stage man, stood out as a rare exception, drawing curious stares from anyone who spotted him. Senior sister, when did a Qi cultivation cultivator join our Qingyun sect's inner sect? No idea. I heard it was the sect master's arrangement. He's quite handsome, but his cultivation is just too weak. Facing the murmurs and appraisals of others, Lin Tian paid them no mind, merely returning a polite smile. As he wandered aimlessly, a man blocked his path, his gaze brimming with hostility. Kid, I'm Lei Dong, an enforcement disciple of the sect. This is the inner sect of the Blue Lotus sect. How did you, a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, sneak in? Lin Tian scratched his head and replied. The sect master brought me up the mountain. Nonsense. Qingyun sect's rules are strict. Inner sect disciples are all foundation establishment or golden core cultivators. You're just a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Could you be a demonic spy infiltrating our ranks? Hearing this, Lin Tian nearly understood. This person must be someone Luo Qingqing sent to test him, deliberately picking a fight, and even pinned the label of demonic spy on him. It was obvious that Luo Qingqing wanted to test his strength. At this thought, Lin Tian frowned, scrutinizing the man before him. His cultivation was at the second level of foundation establishment. It seemed he couldn't avoid this test today. So Lin Tian bluntly asked, "What do you want?" The man's face broke into a smile at Lin Tian's question. "I'll give you two choices. First, fight me. If you win, even if you're not demonic. The second, come with me to the Qingyun sect's discipline hall." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves. For if he went to the law enforcement hall, its rules were strict and unforgiving. And to determine whether Lin Tian was a demonic spy, they would need to employ soul-searching techniques to probe his memories. But if they avoided the Hall of Justice, they wouldn't stand a chance. It seems Luo Qingqing is certain that if he truly were at the Qi cultivation stage, would never engage this foundation establishment cultivator in combat, but would instead choose to go to the law enforcement hall. Once my memories were examined, they could confirm whether I had any connection to that Lin Tian. Though Lin Tian possessed methods to ensure soul-searching would find nothing, he couldn't do that, because that would be equivalent to telling Luo Qingqing that his identity was suspect. Just as everyone assumed Lin Tian would head to the law enforcement hall. A faint smile curved his lips. I'll fight you. Let's go. What? Did you say? Lei Dong looked as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world. You want to fight me? Lei Dong had already made Lin Tian laugh. I'm at least a foundation establishment cultivator. How could you, a mere chi cultivation cultivator, compare to me? He even felt his strength was being looked down upon. Clenching his fists, he growled, Kid, you asked for this. Don't blame me if you die on the stage. With that, he dragged Lin Tian to the sect's main square. And upon hearing that someone intended to forge a chi foundation while cultivating chi refinement, rushed over to watch the spectacle. On the Immortal Demon Continent, fighting opponents of higher tiers was exceedingly difficult, with virtually no precedence for such feats. Hey, did that chi cultivation stage guy lose his mind? How dare he challenge senior brother Lei Dong? He's quite handsome, but what a waste of that pretty face. To be so reckless as to challenge Lei Dong. No one believed Lin Tian could defeat Lei Dong in this duel. To them, a chi cultivation cultivator taking on a foundation establishment cultivator was like an ant biting an elephant, utterly reckless. They came to watch the spectacle, merely to see how Lin Tian would meet his end. Yet Lin Tian wore an expression of utter indifference. The two stood before the arena in the Sect's plaza. And Lei Dong recalled the words spoken by the Sect master that morning. If that brat chooses to go to the discipline hall, knock him unconscious and bring him to me. The Sect leader will personally perform a soul search on him. If he dares challenge you to a duel, you must fight him with all your might. The moment they stepped onto the arena, Lei Dong coldly addressed Lin Tian. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Come with me quietly, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Facing Lei Dong's threat, Lin Tian wore a look of utter indifference, casually retorting, cut the crap. Let's get this started. Hearing this, Lei Dong let out a savage laugh at Lin Tian, his body crackling with lightning, skipping any pretense of testing, launching his full power from the very start. His ruthless attack stemmed from was because he felt offended by Lin Tian. A chi cultivation stage cultivator dared to challenge him, a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Rather than report to the discipline hall, this was clearly an insult, implying he was weak. Boy, I'll make you regret this foolish duel. Thunderous roars erupted as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lin Tian. While Lin Tian calmly picked up a stone from the ground. Without even using spiritual energy, he simply tossed the stone toward Lei Dong. At this sight, everyone gasped in astonishment. Is this guy crazy? Exactly. Not only is he challenging senior brother Lei Dong, he's throwing rocks at him? Has he lost his mind? Senior brother Lei Dong may have fallen from nascent soul to foundation establishment. He's still no match for a chi cultivation cultivator. Exactly. Looks like he came here looking for trouble. Too bad he's got the looks, but his brain's not quite up to par. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the next moment every pair of eyes froze in shock. As the seemingly harmless pebble struck Lei Dong squarely in the chest, Lei Dong let out an agonized scream, spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. The once chaotic Sect plaza now fell into an eerie silence. All the female disciples stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Then the murmurs began. No way. A chi cultivation cultivator defeating a foundation establishment cultivator is already absurd enough. But a full-fledged foundation establishment cultivator getting defeated by a rock? This chi cultivation kid is kinda unnerving. Could that rock he threw be a divine artifact? Though the other disciples had no idea what had transpired. Luo Qingyun, watching from afar, knew exactly what had transpired. That the pebble Lin Tian had just tossed had indeed not utilized a single thread of spiritual energy. Yet it struck precisely at the hidden wound within Lei Dong, causing Lei Dong's latent injury to flare up, causing him to cough up blood incessantly. Gritting his teeth, he shot Lin Tian a vicious glare. This test had utterly failed. He ended up losing more than he gained. Lei Dong's injuries were actually somewhat connected to Luo Qingyun, when that powerful faction coerced her into becoming a concubine. And because she refused, that faction retaliated against the Qingyun sect. Lei Dong, once a nascent soul cultivator. While out on a cultivation journey, he unfortunately fell victim to a spirit beast's deadly poison, and was ambushed, leaving him gravely wounded. Though his life was spared, his cultivation base steadily declined, plummeting from the first tier of nascent soul all the way down to foundation establishment. And he was on the verge of falling back to the chi cultivation stage. She drew a deep breath. Luo Qingyun met Lei Dong's gaze with a hint of guilt, but could only shake her head helplessly and leave. After Luo Qingyun departed, Lin Tian gazed at the spot where she had stood, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brat, you're still too green to mess with me. Chapter 019, Trouble stalks the doorstep of the leftover women. On the stage, Lei Dong awoke, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood once more, his face twisted with resentment and humiliation, glaring viciously at Lin Tian. But suddenly he sensed that the poison clogging his body had been largely purged. the blood he had just coughed up, were clearly poisoned blood. The spiritual energy that had been steadily leaking from his body was gradually beginning to coalesce. This discovery left him utterly dumbfounded. He paid no heed to the murmurs around him, sitting cross-legged to begin regulating his breath. Lin Tian, meanwhile, yawned and left the arena. During the time freeze, he had researched all the secrets of the Blue Lotus sect. And just as gossip swirls around a widow's door, so too does it swirl around an older unmarried woman's door. Especially when that unmarried woman was the Eastern Wast's most beautiful woman. A century ago at the Eastern Waste sect assembly, Luo Qingqing's beauty caught the eye of the young master of the Eastern Waste's foremost sect, the Xiaoyao sect. But since he was already married, he sought to forcibly take Luo Qingqing as his concubine. But she refused. And Gongsun Yan, the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, issued a dire warning. Whoever dares to lay a finger on Luo Qingqing makes an enemy of the Xiaoyao sect. Over the past century, the Xiaoyao sect has relentlessly oppressed the Qingyun sect. Many Qingyun sect disciples, while training outside, were ambushed by members of the Xiaoyao sect. Lei Dong, a nascent soul cultivator, was once the senior disciple of the Blue Lotus sect. Yet while hunting demonic beasts during his external training, he was ambushed by an inner door disciple of the Xiaoyao sect and poisoned. Although the Qinglian sect patriarch purged all the poison from his body, a trace of poison remained stubbornly lodged in his heart meridian, impossible to eradicate completely. This led to his cultivation being eroded by the poison over the years. And over a century, his cultivation regressed rather than progressed, plummeting from a nascent soul cultivator to his current foundation establishment stage, and he was on the verge of falling back to the Qi cultivation stage. Luo Qingqing knew Lei Dong's plight was entirely her fault, and was consumed by guilt, and thus granted him the position of sect enforcer. Because of this incident, Luo Qingqing thereafter secluded herself from the world, devoting herself entirely to cultivation within the Qinglian sect. In just 1 month's time, the next Eastern Wilderness sect assembly was set to begin. And this time, the venue happened to be at the Qinglian sect. At that time, all the prominent factions of the Eastern Wastes will gather at the Qinglian sect. And the Xiaoyao sect will certainly attend. And no doubt the young master of the Xiaoyao sect will once again pursue Luo Qingqing relentlessly, and find ways to marry her. Now that Luo Qingqing has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, she must break through the nascent soul stage before the sect assembly and enter the spirit transformation realm, thus completely extinguishing Gongsun Yan's hopes. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had devised a strategy to win Luo Qingqing's heart. But first, he must establish a plausible identity for himself, which would both conceal his cultivation level and also eliminate Luo Qingqing's hostility toward him. He had once considered altering his appearance to win Luo Qingqing's favor, but ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, he would have so many wives in the future. He couldn't very well change his face after winning over each one. So he resolved to attempt this high-difficulty maneuver. The reason he revealed a bit of his skill today, using a pebble to clear the toxins clogging Lei Dong's heart meridian, was to feign a legendary physical constitution. And events unfolded precisely as Lin Tian had planned. And soon, Lei Dong informed Luo Qingqing that the toxins in his heart meridian had been purged. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing was utterly shocked, and immediately sensed that the matter was far from simple, and that Lin Tian's identity was indeed extraordinary. She promptly made her way to Lin Tian's residence, and located Lin Tian. The moment they met, Luo Qingqing wasted no words, drew her long sword, pressed it against Lin Tian's throat, and demanded coldly, "Speak. Who exactly are you? And what purpose have you come to my Qinglian sect?" Lin Tian, however, looked utterly innocent as he replied, Sect leader sister, I'm just an ordinary person." Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly retorted, "Do you take this sect leader for a fool? An ordinary person? How did you defeat a foundation establishment cultivator with just Qi cultivation? Lin Tian looked utterly innocent as he replied, "Sect leader, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know why. I've been able to see hidden injuries on others since childhood. Just now, during my spar with that senior brother, I noticed a hidden injury near his heart meridian. And that's how I managed to win against him." Looking at Lin Tian, who appeared timid and submissive, where is the slightest trace of a powerful being's bearing? After probing Lin Tian's aura once more, and confirmed he was indeed a weakling stuck at the Qi cultivation stage, he frowned and said, "You're lying. How could someone at the Qi cultivation stage? How could you possibly see through a foundation establishment cultivator's hidden injuries? You're clearly just making excuses." Lin Tian immediately adopted an innocent expression and said, "Sister sect leader, I truly can see hidden injuries on others. Not only that, but since childhood I've been able to discern weaknesses in cultivation techniques." After speaking, Lin Tian shot Luo Qingqing a peculiar glance, then cautiously whispered, "If you don't believe me, sister sect leader, based on my observations just now, You are no longer a virgin. And I presume the sect master must have a partner by now? This single sentence instantly ignited Luo Qingqing's fury. And she nearly couldn't restrain herself from striking Lin Tian down with her sword. Her chest heaved with heavy breaths. But suddenly, she remembered something. Muttering to herself, to discern the flaws in certain martial arts techniques. See others' hidden injuries. And even discern whether I'm a virgin? These descriptions seem familiar. After a moment's thought, it came to her immediately. According to the sect's internal secret texts, there exists an exceedingly rare constitution in the world. Called the innate enlightenment constitution. One characteristic of this physique. The ability to see through the essence of all things in the world. From the small matters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to the medium concerns of cultivation bottlenecks. To the cosmic principles themselves, the innate enlightenment constitution grasps them all with astonishing speed. Yet because this constitution defies the heavens, they carry a profound flaw. Their cultivation will forever remain stuck at the Qi cultivation stage. Even so, individuals with this constitution are highly sought after across the entire Immortal Demon Continent. The reason is simple: a sect possessing a congenital Tao-comprehending physique is akin to possessing a Wang Yuyan from martial arts novels. They can swiftly identify flaws in the sect's martial arts, thereby refining and enhancing the sect's strength, while simultaneously elevating the sect's alchemy and talisman crafting skills. Even more extraordinary? He could instantly discern the bottlenecks cultivators faced in their practice. And with just a little guidance, he could help them break through. Across the entire Immortal Demon Continent, only the Heavenly Mechanics Master who founded the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion 10,000. The founder of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion possessed such innate enlightenment. Alas, cultivators at the Qi refining stage possess exceedingly short lifespans, with a lifespan of merely 100 years. Yet Tianji Zi used those 100 years to establish the most enigmatic organization on this continent, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Guided by Tianji Zi's teachings, countless individuals flocked to the Tianji Pavilion, and many great masters even volunteered to remain and guard the hall. At this thought, Luo Qingqing's breathing grew increasingly heavy, her eyes brimming with excitement, and her gaze toward Lin Tian changed entirely. He was now at a critical juncture in his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. And this was the perfect opportunity to confirm whether Lin Tian possessed the innate enlightenment physique. Thus, Luo Qingqing tentatively inquired. Can you tell how much longer it will take me to break through? Lin Tian unabashedly scanned Luo Qingqing's body up and down, admiring her graceful figure while feigning deep thought. After a moment, Lin Tian frowned and said, "Under normal circumstances, you should break through within 2 days at the latest. But have you experienced any major events recently? Breaking through from nascent soul to spirit transformation is already an act of seizing heaven's blessings, which inevitably draws the heavenly tribulation. Your current state clearly shows you're plagued by inner demons. Though not severe, it will delay your breakthrough to the Huatian stage. Based on the current situation, if the inner demons aren't eliminated, you may achieve the transformation of the spirit stage in half a month. But with these demons clinging to you, there's a high chance you'll perish in the tribulation." Chapter 020. With my heart I observe creation, with my sword I cleave the azure sky. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Qingqing's pupils contracted violently. Her eyes filled with terror. Who would have thought this Lin Tian could judge people so accurately? And had instantly discerned the root of her problem. It seemed he truly was the innate enlightenment physique described in the sect's secret scriptures. At this realization, an unmistakable flicker of excitement danced across Luo Qingqing's flawless features. She asked cautiously, "How can I rid myself of this inner demon?" Hearing this question, Lin Tian pretended to scrutinize Luo Qingqing with his gaze, while inwardly he was raging. How the hell should I know how to treat the psychological trauma of a chaste maiden after she's been, well, you know? The only reason he could answer Luo Qingqing's question earlier was based on her specific circumstances, combined with his own knowledge. But if he didn't answer, wouldn't his pretense of being some sort of innate enlightened being be exposed? He forced himself to swallow the words, "Serve me for a day, and I'll help you weather the thunder tribulation." He resolved to lend a hand to Luo Qingqing, the Eastern Wast's most beautiful woman. After all, at least half of her inner demons were at least half his fault for taking her innocence, while the other half was likely planted by that young master of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on Luo Qingqing for a long moment before he spoke in a deep voice. "You cultivate the way of the sword. Yet the Qingyun sword sect's path places excessive emphasis on personal righteousness and purity, overemphasizing the ideal of emerging unsullied from the mud yet not becoming seductive when washed by clear water. Thus, when some of your Qingyun sword sect's ethereal maidens achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing the sect's techniques. But such a path of swordsmanship is like adding a heavy shackle upon their sword heart, using righteousness and reputation as blades, overly concerned with worldly judgment. It's easy to succumb to inner demons, shattering one's spiritual resolve. It's already a step behind. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to believe what she heard. That Lin Tian, a mere Qi cultivation stage weakling, had exposed the flaws in the Qingyun sect's cultivation techniques in just a few words. Not a single word of what he said was wrong. Those who cultivated the Blue Lotus sword intent were more prone to cultivating inner demons as their cultivation grew. This thought sent a chill through Luo Qingqing's heart, and immediately countered. Then may I ask, what is the true nature of the sword way? A smile touched Lin Tian's lips. For some reason, when Luo Qingqing saw that smile, a flicker of understanding dawned within her heart. She sensed what lay within Lin Tian's smile was precisely what she lacked, that carefree spirit. As she watched, Luo Qingqing found herself becoming somewhat dazed. The tension that had been coiled within her since the Xiaoyao sect's coercion seemed to relax as if released by that smile. Then Lin Tian glanced at Luo Qingqing's left chest, placed his hand over his own heart, and spoke with profound earnestness. True swordsmanship should be forged from the heart. A relentless, unyielding spirit, the resolve to sever all obstacles, the unrivaled grandeur of who else but me, and the momentum to shatter every shackle. Take your heart as your sword, unbound by worldly chains. Once you forge a mighty sword heart from your own spirit, then your way of the sword shall be without flaw. The path of cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. It speaks of the way of heaven's creation, it treads the path to the heavens. To tread this path to the heavens well, do not be troubled by the gains and losses of a single day. I see creation through my heart, I cleave the heavens with my sword. Upon hearing Lin Tian's final words, Luo Qingqing stood utterly dumbfounded in place, her lips murmuring repeatedly, with heart as sword, unburdened by the gains and losses of a single day. I observe the world with my heart, I cleave the heavens with my sword. Suddenly, the glimmer of understanding within her heart became utterly clear. Ever since being forced by the Xiaoyao sect, the Xiaoyao sect had weighed upon her like a mountain, weighing down on her, leaving her breathless. Adding to her despair was the recent loss of her purity, which had bred a thread of hopelessness within her heart. But now, through Lin Tian's guidance, she finally understood. Her cultivation path had led her into a dead end. Her eagerness to grow stronger solely for the sake of defiance had already placed her at a disadvantage. For the first time, she began to seriously contemplate the true purpose of cultivation. I observe the workings of the universe with my heart, I cleave the heavens with my sword. Indeed, since I seek to cultivate the way of heaven and its transformations, then these matters before me are but trivial trifles. Why let them become shackles that bind me? When I truly attain the insight to comprehend creation, when I can cleave the heavens with my blade, looking back, the so-called humiliation and troubles of today will seem like insignificant trifles. Suddenly, a pillar of light erupted from Luo Qingqing's body, piercing straight through the heavens. Everyone of the Qingyun sect ceased their tasks and gazed toward Luo Qingqing. The Grand Elder gazed excitedly in that direction, shouting with emotion. Sudden enlightenment. It's sudden enlightenment. This aura, the sect leader has attained enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment is a phenomenon that occurs when someone on this Immortal Demon Continent comprehends the rules of the heavenly Tao, resulting in a profound phenomenon. After such an awakening, one's power would be greatly enhanced. At this point, Luo Qingqing was already a peak nascent soul cultivator, and this sudden enlightenment was sufficient to propel him beyond the nascent soul realm, into the Huatian realm. Feeling the breakthrough within himself, Luo Qingqing cast a deep look at Lin Tian, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you for your guidance." She then swiftly departed, heading toward the forbidden area at the rear mountain of the sect. Her thunder tribulation was about to begin. Watching Luo Qingqing fade into the distance, Lin Tian nodded. Not bad at all. Then, bored, he flopped onto the rocking chair in the courtyard. He could sense the elevation in Luo Qingqing's state of mind, and the divine transformation tribulation posed no real challenge for her. At that moment, all members of the sect were drawn to the unusual phenomena unfolding within its grounds. Inner sect disciples swiftly gathered at the entrance to the forbidden area on the back mountain. Even the Qingyun sect's peak spirit transformation ancestor emerged from the rear mountains, gazing intently at Luo Qingqing undergoing the tribulation in the distance. Should she safely weather the tribulation? Successfully break through to the nascent soul stage and enter the Huatian realm? Qingyun sect would possess 2 cultivators at the transformation spirit stage, and its overall strength would undoubtedly surge. Therefore, they all hoped now, Luo Qingqing, to safely endure the thunder tribulation. As the tribulation clouds gathered and lightning flashed, Luo Qingqing displayed an unyielding resolve, muttering to herself, "With my heart, I behold the workings of fate, with my sword, I cleave the heavens." Then, with a single sword strike, her fierce sword intent collided with the thunder tribulation. Boom! The entire Qingyun mountain range trembled. The thick thunderbolts were torn to shreds by the fierce sword light. The first bolt of thunder was withstood. Then the second, the third, all were effortlessly weathered by Luo Qingcheng. Qingyun ancestor Lin Xingxia observed Luo Qingcheng's sword intent. A hint of doubt arose in her heart. It was distinctly different from the sword intent of the Blue Lotus sword sect, possessing an added domineering quality and an unstoppable momentum. Yet she did not dwell on these differences. For her disciple, whom she had raised since childhood, had also broken through to the Huatian realm. A look of relief spread across her face. Meanwhile, news of Qingyun sect's leader, the Qingyun Immortal, breaking through to the nascent soul realm and ascended to become a spirit transformation powerhouse. There seemed to be no intention within the sect to conceal this news, as it would undoubtedly enhance the sect's prestige. Chapter 021, Ancestral Patriarch Lin Xingxia. After breaking through, Luo Qingcheng meditated for 3 days, and immediately informed the ancestral elder Lin Xingxia about Lin Tian's situation. Upon hearing that Qinglian sect had not only gained a innate sword path physique, but also a as a bonus, this was truly a double blessing. Even she wished to meet Lin Tian and seek his guidance. She had been stuck at the peak of the Huatian realm for nearly a century, with no sign of breakthrough in sight. If Lin Tian could help her break through to the spirit transformation realm, then Qinglian sect's strength would rival even the Eastern Waste's foremost sect, the Carefree sect. As she contemplated this, glancing at her disciple who had just broken through to the spirit transformation realm, Lin Xingxia's lips curved into a meaningful smile, and she chuckled as she said to Luo Qingcheng, "Qingchun, what do you think of that Li Tian?" Luo Qingcheng answered without hesitation. Though he possesses only qi refining realm strength, he truly sees through everything. Not only did he spot the hidden injuries on Lei Dong at a glance, but also guided me to break through to the spirit transformation realm in just a few words. Lin Xingxia nodded and addressed Luo Qingcheng with great solemnity. "Qingchun, master has entrusted you with a task. Starting today, I want you to guard that Li Tian at all times, and ensure absolutely no mishaps occur. He is the hope of the rise of our Qinglian sect." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingcheng froze for a moment, but her sharp mind quickly grasped the meaning. Lin Tian was the hope of the Blue Lotus sect's rise, and the fact that he possessed the innate enlightenment physique could not be concealed. Once word spread, countless lives would be put at risk. As a natural enlightenment body, he could only reach the qi cultivation stage in this lifetime. Therefore, he must be constantly guarded by someone of formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, because Li Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Tian, the man who had taken her innocence, Luo Qingcheng had always harbored deep resentment toward him. But after Lin Tian helped her break through, her perspective began to shift. Especially Lin Tian's insights into the way of the sword had greatly benefited her. Nodding, Luo Qingcheng said, "I'll follow whatever you say, master." Seeing Luo Qingcheng's agreement, Lin Xingxia nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Let's go. Take me to meet this Li Tian, so your master can see whether this innate enlightenment physique can work a miracle for me." Lin Xingxia's eyes flashed with intense light. She knew that if even the innate enlightenment body couldn't guide her breakthrough, then she would likely never hope to enter the emptiness realm in this lifetime. With that, the two set out together to find Lin Tian. Arriving at Lin Tian's residence, they found him reclining in a rocking chair, basking leisurely in the sunlight. Lin Xingxia scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense, and discovered that Lin Tian truly possessed only qi cultivation stage cultivation. She drew a deep breath, her heart 3 parts hopeful and 7 parts anxious. She and Luo Qingcheng stepped into the small courtyard. "I presume this is our young friend Li Tian?" Lin Tian saw Luo Qingcheng leading another spirit transformation cultivator over. He immediately stood up and appraised Lin Xingxia, who appeared to be a middle-aged woman, possessing peak spirit transformation cultivation. Lin Tian promptly stood and respectfully said, "You must be the venerable ancestor of the Qinglian sect." "I, Li Tian, pay my respects to the ancestor." Lin Xingxia hastily helped Lin Tian to his feet, replying with great courtesy, "Young friend, no need for such formalities. Thanks to your guidance the other day, my disciple achieved a breakthrough in one go. This old one has brought my disciple to express our gratitude, and have brought a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it with a smile." As she spoke, Lin Xingxia retrieved a bottle from her storage space, and swept her divine sense over the bottle. His divine sense swept over the bottle. It contained a life-extending elixir. In Lin Xingxia's view, though it was not a precious item, for someone with innate enlightenment, this was an unparalleled treasure. With cultivation at the qi refining stage, and at most, their lifespan would not exceed 200 years. Therefore, what he needed most was undoubtedly a pill to extend his lifespan. Lin Tian promptly took the bottle and thanked the elder once more. Lin Xingxia then got down to business. "Young friendly Tian, in your opinion, break through to the spirit transformation realm?" Lin Tian had known his purpose all along, so from the moment he entered, he had been observing Lin Xingxia's condition. Furrowing his brow, Lin Tian replied, "Forgive my frankness. You are but a thin veil away from entering the emptiness realm. And I am fully capable of helping you pierce through that final barrier. At these words, a look of wild joy flashed across Lin Xingsha's face. But what followed plunged him into an icy abyss. But at your current age, even if you break through to the spirit transformation realm, do you truly believe you could withstand the 6 heavenly tribulations of the emptiness realm? Hearing Lin Tian's words, a shadow of gloom settled over Lin Xingsha's face. Though Lin Tian's words were veiled, Lin Xingsha understood his meaning. That he was implying she had the potential to break through to the Huatian realm. Yet she would surely fail to withstand the thunder tribulation of the emptiness realm. A hint of regret flashed across her face. She drew a deep breath and let out a long sigh. In truth, Bridget Lin herself sensed that even if she broke through to the spirit transformation stage, she might not withstand the thunder tribulation. And the reason she came to see Lin Tian was because she still refused to give up. Now, hearing Lin Tian say this with his own ears, she finally gave up hope. Just as she was about to give up, Lin Tian spoke again. However, Lin Xingsha's eyes immediately lit up, listening intently to every word he uttered. But it's not entirely impossible to break through. If you can find someone to help you withstand the divine transformation thunder tribulation, you can naturally enter the emptiness realm. Though this approach will somewhat diminish your strength after advancement. In this young man's opinion, it's the best solution. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed deep within Lin Xingsha's eyes. And she glanced at Luo Qingchen without revealing her thoughts. Exchanged a few polite words. She departed Lin Tian's courtyard with a hint of melancholy. After the two departed, Lin Tian watched their receding figures with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Behind him, Li Linger emerged from the house. Master, they're long gone. What are you still staring at? I was merely reflecting on how, when people persistently seek something beyond their grasp, once they catch a glimpse of hope that they might obtain it, they become utterly mad. For that faint glimmer of hope, she would wager everything she possesses. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger scratched her head in puzzlement. Not quite grasping the meaning, she decided to return to her cultivation practice. In her current state of mind, all her troubles stemmed from her own lack of strength. Soon, word spread throughout the sect that the sect master had broken through to the nascent soul realm thanks to Lin Tian's guidance. And the inner sect disciples were buzzing about it. Have you heard? The reason our sect master broke through to the nascent soul stage so smoothly was all thanks to guidance from that Qi cultivation stage kid who arrived a couple days ago. Seriously? Senior sister, you're not pulling my leg, are you? A Qi cultivation weakling guiding our peak nascent soul sect master? Another female disciple stepped forward. Guess you guys didn't know. They say his sister possesses and he's some kind of innate enlightenment physique. What kind of physique is that? I told you to read more books. Now you're amazed by something so common, huh? A natural enlightenment physique is said to grasp all kinds of Tao with ease. Simply put, this physique can solve all cultivation challenges. But if it's so powerful, why is that person still only at the Qi cultivation stage? Heaven is fair. This physique only grants insight into the Tao, not actual cultivation. Their realm is forever stuck at Qi cultivation. Chapter 022, Threatening the Younger Sister. Soon, the news that Lin Tian possessed caused a sensation within the inner sect of Qingyun sect. Especially since Lin Tian had also healed Lei Dong's injuries. An injury even the elders of the pill hall couldn't treat. Yet Lin Tian had cured them with a mere pebble. Further proving the formidable power of the innate enlightenment physique. The inner sect of the Blue Lotus sect was instantly abuzz. And a steady stream of people came to Lin Tian's small courtyard to seek teachings and ask questions. The courtyard was filled to capacity daily with a constant stream of visitors. During the day, inner sect disciples came to seek Lin Tian's guidance. While at night, even the elders and sect stewards came to seek his guidance. Thus began Lin Tian's bittersweet existence. Some senior sisters were easygoing and fun to be around, often getting handsy with him, and some even came to his room at night for candlelit talks. Fortunately, Lin Tian shared a room with Li Linger, so those senior sisters reined themselves in somewhat. Thus, every day Lin Tian was teased into a state of neither fish nor fowl, until he finally reached his breaking point and resolved to make his move within the Blue Lotus sect. With over 20 days remaining before the sect assembly commenced, and the outer disciples had already begun preparing the venue. At night, the inner sect was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional chirp of insects breaking the silence. After finishing her cultivation, junior sister Su Choyue, she set up protective barriers in her room, then took out a communication talisman, swiftly sent a message. She carefully stowed the talisman away. She withdrew the barrier she had set up, opened the door, and glanced around. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming no one had noticed. Returning to his room, he was startled to find a man sitting in his chair with a broad smile on his face. Little junior sister, I saw your secret. Recognizing Lin Tian, Su Choyue exhaled in relief. After all, Lin Tian was only at the Qi cultivation stage. Senior brother, please don't joke. What secret could I possibly have? I just finished cultivating. But why are you in my room? Lin Tian stood up, his gaze drifting toward the storage ring on Su Choyue's finger. Little junior sister, why lie? I saw everything. Weren't you just sending a message to your master? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Choyue's expression stiffened, a chill running down her spine. And immediately forced a laugh. Senior brotherly Tian, stop joking around. I don't have any master. It's late, I need to rest. Let's discuss any matters tomorrow. She made a gesture to see him out. Lin Tian, however, showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he sighed softly. Little junior sister, must I spell it out plainly? I know your master is from the carefree sect. I won't expose you, but you must heed my words. At these words, a flicker of fear immediately crossed her eyes. Yet deep within her gaze, a glint of murderous intent flickered. Lin Tian saw her expression and immediately chuckled. Little junior sister, relax. If you kill me, you'd never survive leaving the Blue Lotus sect alive. Even if you somehow escape the Qingyun sect, your master would kill you for failing in your mission. So how about we make a deal? Hearing this, Su Choyue drew a deep breath. She withdrew the dagger concealed in her sleeve. What do you want to know? I want to know the contents of the message you just sent. After a moment's hesitation, Su Choyue replied in a low voice. I just informed the Xiaoyao sect that you possess the innate enlightenment physique and that the sect master has achieved a breakthrough. Lin Tian nodded. Just as he had anticipated. It was during the time freeze that this junior sister was a spy for the Xiaoyao sect. Lei Don's disablement was also due to the intelligence she provided. Having obtained the answers he sought, Lin Tian initiated his next move. After all, he'd been bottling things up for days. And those senior sisters had been making advances toward him these past days, leaving him restless and eager. With that thought, Lin Tian rose to his feet and approached Su Choyue. Though Su Choyue wasn't as beautiful as Luo Qingcheng, nor as elegant as Li Wanqiu, she was still a 7 out of 10 beauty. Luo Qingcheng possessed a cold, ethereal beauty, while Li Wanqiu exuded an imperial, commanding presence. While Su Choyue possessed a remarkable liveliness. Her figure was also exceptionally perfect, especially her full, pert behind, like a ripe peach, making Lin Tian want to give them a squeeze. As Su Choyue saw Lin Tian slowly approaching her, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Her face etched with terror as she said, Senior brother, I've told you everything you wanted to know. What more do you want? But Lin Tian merely smiled without a word, continuing to corner her against the wall. Su Choyue's expression grew even more panicked. Her voice trembled as she asked, What are you going to do? Faced with his junior sister's terror, Lin Tian flashed a wolfish grin. Little junior sister, what do you think? Senior brother, you can't do this. I've already told you everything you wanted to know. But Lin Tian gave her no chance to protest. His body surged forward once more, completely pinning Su Choyue against the wall. Su Choyue tried to muster her spiritual power to resist, but somehow, despite her golden core cultivation, was completely suppressed by Lin Tian against the wall. She couldn't muster even a shred of spiritual power. Little junior sister, there's no point in resisting. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Hearing Lin Tian's words, despair washed over Su Choyue's face. She suddenly understood that this Li Tian before her was no innate enlightened being at all, and his strength far exceeded the Qi cultivation stage. Simultaneously, a terrifying thought took root in her mind. From the supreme patriarch of Qingyun sect, the elders and stewards, down to the inner disciples. Not even the venerable ancestor at the peak of the spirit transformation stage could see through his disguise. Just how formidable was his true strength? At this thought, Su Choyue closed her eyes, ceasing all resistance. The cool moonlight spilled into the room. Yet it could not dispel the vibrant springtime atmosphere filling the room. 2 hours later, the young apprentice sister, newly initiated into the ways of the world, lay limp in Lin Tian's embrace. Gazing at the crimson stain on the bed, Lin Tian felt profound satisfaction. He reckoned that even if all the prize daughters of major powers across the entire Immortal Demon Continent couldn't piece together a single intact sheet of plastic wrap, and yet this little junior sister was still a virgin. A faint ache in her lower body caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Su Choyue spoke to Lin Tian in a weak voice. Senior brother, once you're done with your business here, could you take me away? I never want to live like this again. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a. She continued, the sect leader has been very kind to me. But 100 years ago, because she refused the marriage proposal from the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. While I was traveling outside, I was captured by the Xiaoyao sect. They threatened that if I didn't become their informant, they would have every man in the Xiaoyao sect take turns raping me. I had no choice but to agree. These years have been an endless torment for me. Every time I see fellow disciples tortured by the Xiaoyao sect, I'm consumed by guilt. But there's no turning back now. Saying this, she threw herself onto Lin Tian's chest and wept uncontrollably. During the 100 years she spent as an informant for the Xiaoyao sect, Su Qiuyue lived every day consumed by guilt. 100 years had passed, and finally, she poured out the deepest secret weighing on her heart, without holding anything back. And in that moment, he felt a faint sense of relief. Lin Tian gently patted her smooth back, and whispered softly in her ear, "Don't worry. Once things here are settled, you can come with me." Hearing this, Su Qiuyue's face lit up with a joyful smile. She would finally no longer have to betray her conscience and act as a lackey for the Xiaoyao sect. As for why Lin Tian chose to agree to Su Qiuyue's request, was because she was the first woman to have a relationship with him, and the woman who wanted to leave with him. Whether it was Li Wanqiu or Luo Qingchang, the burdens they carried were simply too heavy. Their status meant they couldn't simply abandon everything and follow him away. Therefore, Lin Tian didn't mind leaving a few women behind. After all, Su Qiuyue had only been forced to relay information to the Xiaoyao sect. Forced to relay information to the Xiaoyao sect. When people do things against their conscience to survive. And in his view, such actions were forgivable. And she had received her just punishment, having lived these years consumed by guilt. Chapter 023, Shocking the Xiaoyao Sect. In the eastern waste central realm, within the forbidden grounds of the Xiaoyao sect, Gongsun Yan roared with uncontrollable laughter, his body engulfed in searing flames. "Ha ha ha ha. I've finally broken through the golden core stage and entered the nascent soul realm. Now let's see how that Luo Qingcheng dares refuse me. At the sect assembly, I'll marry you back, and make you my cultivation vessel." Soon, Gongsun Yan arrived at the Xiaoyao sect's main hall, and shared the news of his breakthrough with his father. "Father, your son has broken through the golden core realm, and entered the nascent soul realm." The Xiaoyao sect master seated at the head of the hall nodded with satisfaction. Though he did not lose his composure like Gongsun Yan, the pride on his face was unmistakable. "Truly worthy of being Gongsun Yuan's son. Excellent, excellent. Father, at this year's Eastern Waste Sect Assembly, our Xiaoyao sect must show the Qingyun sect what we're made of. So every faction in the Eastern Wastes will know what happens to those who defy our Xiaoyao sect." Gongsun Yuan knew that his son had long been obsessed with marrying Luo Qingcheng of the Blue Lotus sect. But this played right into Gongsun Yuan's hands. The Qingyun sect was considered an elite sect in the Eastern Wastes, and he had long coveted its absorption. After all, besides its formidable strength, the sect was also renowned for its abundance of beauties. The reason the Xiaoyao sect became the foremost sect in the Eastern Wastes was because its founder, the Xiaoyao Patriarch, the sole cultivator in the Eastern Wastes to have reached the emptiness realm, while the Qingyun sect's patriarch had been stuck at the peak of the Huatian realm for years. If she were to break through by any chance, the Xiaoyao sect's status as the foremost sect in the Eastern Wastes would face a severe challenge. Thus, even though Qingyun sect possessed only one cultivator at the Huatian realm, Gongsun Yuan has long regarded the Qingyun sect as a thorn in his side, a constant irritation. Originally, the Xiaoyao sect and the Lihua Valley of Central Plains had intricate ties. He could easily have enlisted Lihua Valley to annihilate the Qingyun sect. But when he considered the price to be paid, Gongsun Yuan winced at the thought. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Gongsun Yuan would not seek the Lihua Valley's assistance. After all, if they were to intervene, would exact a tremendous toll on the Xiaoyao sect. As for why Gongsun Yan dared not divorce his first wife, was precisely because she hailed from the Lihua Valley in Central Plains. Thus, he dared only speak of taking Luo Qingcheng as a concubine. He knew full well that if he were to formally propose marriage, and formally propose to the Qingyun sect, that old Huatian realm bastard from the Qingyun sect would surely agree. But to take the revered head of a sect as a concubine would be an immense insult to the Qingyun sect, and the Qingyun sect would never agree to it, even if it meant their death. Just as father and son were deep in conversation, an inner sect disciple arrived at the door bearing news. "Master, this is a secret letter from the Blue Lotus sect." Gongsun Yuan smiled as he accepted the letter. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of grave concern. "What has happened to father?" Gongsun Yuan took a deep breath and handed the letter to Gongsun Yan. "Read it." Gongsun Yan took the letter, which read, "I has emerged within the Qingyun sect. Under his guidance, Luo Qingcheng has transcended the nascent soul realm and entered the spirit transformation realm." Upon reading this news, Gongsun Yan's eyes widened in shock, his face flushing with fury. He had struggled so hard to reach the nascent soul stage, believing he was now on equal footing with Luo Qingcheng. But damn it, that actually broke through to the spirit transformation stage. Gongsun Yan was well aware of his own limitations. And with his innate talent, reaching the spirit transformation realm would take at least 300 to 500 years. His hands trembled, his eyes bloodshot. as blazing flames erupted from his palms, reducing Zhang Mis into ashes. As the son of the Xiaoyao sect's leader, he knew full well what it meant. With this innate enlightenment physique, it was only a matter of time before the ancient ancestor of the Qingyun sect would be merely a matter of time. Although Gongsun Yan had never met Lin Tian, he now harbored a deep hatred for Lin Tian. Had it not been for this innate enlightenment physique at the Qi cultivation stage, his marriage to Luo Qingcheng might have been sealed. He would have married the Qinglian sect master. The Qinglian sect would have been within the Xiaoyao sect's grasp. But everything was ruined by that damned Qi cultivation stage good for nothing. Gongsun Yuan's gaze flickered with shifting shadows. He could no longer decide this matter on his own, and must consult with the Xiaoyao patriarch. Yet his eyes now burned with a fierce, ruthless glint, clearly signaling his intent to take action at the upcoming sect assembly. Meanwhile, at the Blue Lotus sect, time flew by. With only 3 days left until the Eastern Waste sect assembly commenced, from the elders and sect stewards, down to the inner disciples and true disciples, were all making rapid progress in their cultivation under Lin Tian's guidance. Many senior and junior female classmates have hinted at Lin Tian, hoping to spend a night with him. Yet under Luo Qingqing's icy glare, all were rejected by Lin Tian, because he had promised the ancestor to protect Lin Tian, this worthless Qi cultivation stage weakling. Luo Qingcheng settled into the small courtyard next to Lin Tian's. Whenever she saw Lin Tian's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the man who had stolen her innocence, Luo Qingcheng felt an urge to kill. But ever since Lin Tian helped her break through to the nascent soul stage last time, seeing that face now stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Though her own face remained concealed behind a veil, she knew her heart had changed. Whenever she recalled Lin Tian telling her, true sword cultivation forges the sword from the heart. A relentless, unyielding spirit, the resolve to sever all ties. A spirit that declares, who else but me, a force that severs all chains. And that line, I see the workings of heaven with my heart, I cleave the blue sky with my sword. Her heart would tremble involuntarily. In these words, she sensed the pride ingrained in Lin Tian's very bones. From that day onward, she even felt a sense of injustice for Lin Tian. She could even imagine if Lin Tian could cultivate. Once he took up the sword and embarked on the path of cultivation, what kind of astonishing brilliance he would display. It wouldn't be long before the entire continent lay prostrate at his feet. Yet Lin Tian showed not the slightest regret over his inability to cultivate, spending his days mingling among the sect's female disciples, playfully teasing and joking with them, as if he didn't care at all about his inability to cultivate. What kind of magnanimity could possibly reach such heights? Luo Qingcheng asked herself if she were to swap places with Lin Tian. Faced with the reality of being unable to cultivate, she would surely break down. Women are creatures of imagination. Just thinking about Lin Tian, a mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator, with less than 200 years left to live. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for him. Watching Lin Tian playfully banter with his female disciples in the distance, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Lin Tian remained utterly oblivious to Luo Qingcheng's expression. Ever since Luo Qingcheng had moved in, she hadn't dared to seek out her junior sister, Su Qiuyue, again. Those little vixens among the senior and junior sisters in the sect would tease and provoke him during the day, leaving him perpetually unsettled day after day. Whenever he tried to make a move, only to be extinguished by Luo Qingcheng's murderous glare. Lin Tian seethed inwardly. When the chance comes, I'll tie up every dam in the entire Qinglian sect, and turn them into sex slaves for an orgy. Chapter 024, The Eastern Wastes Matchmaking Assembly. 2 days before the Eastern Wastes sect assembly, and sects of all sizes from the Eastern Wastes began arriving at the Blue Lotus sect one after another. In the taverns of Qinglian town near the Qinglian sect, countless martial factions discussed the Qinglian sect's affairs. Have you heard? The Qinglian sect has struck gold this time. Has emerged within their ranks. It said that with just a few words of guidance from him, the Blue Lotus fairy, who hadn't advanced for ages, immediately broke through to the spirit transformation realm. Really? Is this innate enlightenment physique that powerful? You bet. If only I had the chance. I'd love to get some guidance from him. Maybe I could break through to the Golden Core realm too. Just as the group was deep in discussion, a discordant voice cut through the air. It's just a worthless Qi cultivation stage trash. What's all the fuss about? The leader of the group was about to turn and hurl insults. But upon seeing the newcomer, his pupils contracted sharply, and the words he'd been about to hurl were abruptly swallowed back. A wave of dread washed over him as he muttered under his breath. Big shot. Better not mess with him. But after just one glance at the newcomer, he whispered to his tablemate. You know that old patriarch of the Blue Lotus sect? Has supposedly been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for centuries? With the aid of could she break through the nascent soul stage and enter the void enlightenment realm? Well, who knows? If she does reach the emptiness realm, the Xiaoyao sect would probably suffer the most, huh? As they spoke, their eyes gleamed with schadenfreude and mockery, glancing in Gong Sunyan's direction. Enraged, Gong Sunyan trembled all over. And he glared viciously at the group at that table. But then a dark smile spread across his face, and he muttered coldly. The innate enlightenment physique is indeed formidable. But at the end of the day, he's still a worthless chi cultivation realm trash. It remains to be seen if he'll live long enough. Within the Blue Lotus sect, major factions had already arrived in advance. Following tradition, the sect hosted a grand banquet that evening. And the next day, before the sect assembly commenced, a literary gathering would be held, where talented scholars and beauties from all major sects would gather, competing in poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to select the foremost literary talents of the Eastern Wastes. Though called a literary gathering, in Lin Tian's colloquial terms, it's essentially the Eastern Wastes' largest matchmaking event for sects. The gathering was filled with lovesick men and women seeking Dao companions. Lin Tian held little interest in such matchmaking gatherings. But as the head of the Qingyun sect, Luo Qingcheng must attend. Coinciding with the Eastern Wastes sect assembly period. The sect's inner circle is a mixed bag. And the Blue Lotus sect was at odds with the Carefree sect. So to protect Lin Tian, this weakling at the chi cultivation stage, Luo Qingcheng demanded that during the sect assembly, Lin Tian must not stray more than 5 meters from her. Lin Tian had no choice but to comply, to attend this banquet. Once the banquet commenced, the prodigies of major sects mingled animatedly, discussing heaven and earth in lively conversation. Only Lin Tian stood apart, devouring a roasted chicken with gusto. When time stood still, Lin Tian, being a grown man, couldn't be bothered to cook. After cultivators reached the foundation establishment stage, they could completely abstain from food, replenishing their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy. But once time resumed, his greatest passion was fine cuisine. The culinary offerings on the Immortal Demon Continent were exceedingly limited, as most were cultivators who rarely ate, so food wasn't given much thought. But Lin Tian was different, for he carried memories of his past life. And in that life, the Dragon Nation was a culinary powerhouse. Stir-fried, boiled, fried, steamed, roasted, braising, stewing, simmering, stir-frying, stewing, braising, marinating, smoking, blanching, candy-coated, glazed, marinated, air-dried, stuffed. Countless culinary techniques, paired with ingredients unique to this world. It was simply irresistible to Lin Tian, to the point where he now believes, in this world, only fine cuisine and beautiful women are worth indulging. Luo Qingcheng watched Lin Tian's eating habits. She couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation. Perhaps it was love making him see her as perfect. She didn't find anything amiss about Lin Tian's manner, but rather found his eating style brimming with a carefree charm. Just as he had told her, that one needn't care about others' gazes in life, as long as you're happy yourself. Lin Tian truly lived without caring about anyone's gaze, while I, myself, could never attain such a state of mind. Women are such hypocritical creatures. When she finds you pleasing, even your farts smell sweet. When she dislikes you, even your breath is wrong. Just as the banquet was drawing to a close, 6 figures emerged onto the grand hall. Leading them was a man dressed as a scholar, a folding fan in hand, who declared in a clear voice, Immortal Lady Qinglian, I am Lu Huijin. I presume this gentleman here is the much-rumored innate enlightenment body of your sect? I hear the innate enlightenment body masters all things, yet excels not in cultivation. At tomorrow's literary gathering, our Donghuang Qingshan Academy would like to engage you in a friendly contest of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. I wonder if this gentleman with such, distinctive gentleman here might you grace us with your insights? Upon hearing this, the others present immediately began murmuring among themselves. Could these 6 be the so-called 6 masters of Qingshan Academy? The 6 great scholars of the Eastern Wilderness? It's said each excels in a different art, and composing poetry and couplets to attain enlightenment, and have remained undefeated in their respective fields ever since. Exactly. For nearly 2 centuries, in every selection of the top 10 talents of the Eastern Wastes, all 6 have made the list. I wonder if this so-called innate enlightenment physique can truly defeat them in their respective fields. That innate enlightenment physique looks so pathetic. He's clearly nothing but a clown unfit for refined company. How could he possibly compare to the 6 talents of the Eastern Wilderness? Yeah, I agree. I always thought the innate enlightenment body was so mysterious. But now I see it's truly better to meet them in person than to hear about them. Facing the murmurs below the stage, Luo Qingcheng frowned. She knew these were deliberate attempts to gauge the depth of the innate enlightenment physique, hence enlisting scholars from Qingshan Academy to take the lead. Qingshan Academy pursued enlightenment through the arts music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. and they harbored an almost twisted obsession with reputation. With just a little incitement, Lin Tian would be branded as a poster child by this obsessive group of fanatics. And everyone would take pride in defeating him in areas beyond cultivation, taking pride in defeating him to gain renown. Her original intention was to have Lin Tian lie low for a while, though she had long anticipated that Lin Tian's innate enlightenment physique could never be concealed. She never imagined the news would spread so swiftly. Now that Qingyun Academy had pulled this stunt, left Luo Qingcheng in a difficult position. If she agreed and Lin Tian lost, his innate enlightenment physique would become a laughingstock. But if Lin Tian were to win, then the real trouble would just be beginning. Some would desperately seek Lin Tian's guidance, and desperately curry favor with the Blue Lotus sect, while others, fearing Lin Tian would elevate the Blue Lotus sect, and would desperately try to eliminate Lin Tian. Regardless of victory or defeat, troubles would never cease. Just as Luo Qingcheng stood at a loss, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian was already cursing under his breath, furiously sending telegrams to those 6 men. You bastards want to show off? What the hell does that have to do with me? And did you guys get your brains caught in a door or something? You want to compete with me, a time traveler, in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song? You must be out of your minds. Chapter 025, The Wager. Lin Tian is a modern-day traveler who crossed over to this immortal demon continent, bearing the weight of 5,000 years of Dragon Nation's cultural heritage. And these fellows actually came looking for a beating? Seeing Lin Tian's utterly bizarre expression, Luo Qingcheng sighed, thinking he feared losing to the 6 great scholars of the Eastern Wastes. Just as she was about to rise, to politely decline the 6 men's challenge on his behalf, when suddenly she heard Lin Tian declare in a clear voice, I accept. At the sound of his cool, clear voice, everyone present began to murmur. Now this should be quite the spectacle. The 6 literary geniuses of the Eastern Wastes and the innate realized body will compete in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. Such a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. And we're actually here to witness it. Yeah, I never imagined that cultivation stage kid would actually dare accept a challenge against the 6 literary masters of the Eastern Wastes. Young people not knowing their place is only natural. Seems we truly made the right choice coming to this literary gathering to witness such a thrilling showdown. Let's hope that kid with the innate enlightenment physique tomorrow doesn't lose too badly. Otherwise, both the Blue Lotus sect and the innate enlightenment physique will become the laughingstock of the Eastern Wastes. I reckon this lad is still too green. He has no idea what the title of the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wastes truly signifies. After all, the innate enlightenment body exists only in legend. No one has truly witnessed the might of a, but they've all witnessed the prowess of the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wastes, and their prowess in their respective fields. Moreover, Lin Tian's appearance was far less impressive than that of the 6 talents. So aside from the senior and junior sisters of the Blue Lotus sect, no one believed Lin Tian could win. Once he accepted the challenge, if he failed, Lin Tian would be utterly disgraced. If he won, he might indeed become renowned throughout the Eastern Wastes, but he would likely face mortal danger sooner or later. Luo Qingcheng watched Lin Tian with surprise, his expression serene, and couldn't help but feel anxious for him. In her view, this contest held no benefit in victory or defeat, was utterly meaningless. Yet suddenly, she recalled the words Lin Tian had once spoken to her. Luo Qingcheng sighed softly. It seems you not only understand these principles, but you also put them into practice. Perhaps the reason my cultivation progresses so slowly lies in the many shackles binding me, and my heart lacks your unyielding spirit. But how many in this world can truly live with such unrestrained freedom? Her eyes blazed as she looked at Lin Tian, whispering through secret transmission. Are you confident you can win? None. Lin Tian replied bluntly. This secret transmission technique could only be used by those above the nascent soul realm, allowing one to communicate with others through thought alone. Hearing Lin Tian's blunt answer, and seeing his utterly unconcerned expression, Luo Qingcheng glared at him fiercely. If you really can't handle it tomorrow, just admit defeat. Just win 1 or 2 matches casually. Facing off against all 6 of them, losing isn't something to be ashamed of. Lin Tian gave a sinister smile, and replied telepathically. What if I somehow win? Is there a reward? What do you want? I want you to remove your veil whenever you see me. Lin Tian deliberately trailed off after I want you. Luo Qingcheng caught the double meaning in his words, and 2 blushes of stunning beauty instantly spread across her flawless face. Pfft, you little pervert, dream on. Only after you win all 6 matches can we talk. Clearly, she didn't hold much hope for Lin Tian either. In her mind, Lin Tian only needed to win a few matches casually. That would save face without drawing too much attention. That would be the best outcome. When the 6 saw Lin Tian agree to the duel, A trace of mockery flickered in each of their eyes. Clearly not taking Lin Tian, a Qi cultivation stage practitioner, seriously. They had each spent years honing their skills in their respective fields, while Lin Tian appeared so young. And no matter how gifted he might be, he couldn't possibly defeat them in their own specialties. Yesterday, when they settled in Qingyun town, they kept hearing people whisper in their ears about the power of the innate enlightened physique. Such individuals were unmatched in every domain except cultivation, which grated on their nerves. They also knew this might be deliberate incitement by someone with ulterior motives, using them as pawns to make them the first to take the fall. Yet in their eyes, their reputation outweighs their very lives, and they would stop at nothing to seize any opportunity for fame. They would use anyone as a stepping stone. So even knowing they were being used as pawns, they still issued the challenge to Lin Tian. To their surprise, Lin Tian accepted without hesitation. This reaction only deepened their contempt for Lin Tian. Convinced he was nothing but a reckless Qi cultivation stage good for nothing, Lu Huijin scrutinized Lin Tian once more, only to see a faint smile curve his lips, and spoke with a hint of amusement. "Gentlemen, a mere contest is rather dull. Why not spice things up with a little wager?" Hearing this, the six of them froze in surprise. They hadn't expected Lin Tian not only to refuse to back down from the fight, but instead dared to wager against them? This was clearly a sign of contempt for the six great talents of the Eastern Wastes. Anger flashed across the faces of those behind him, but Lu Huijin silenced them before they could speak. Clatter! Lu Huijin flicked open the folding fan in his hand, his eyes sharpening noticeably. Before arriving, the six of them had agreed that each round of competition would be decided by best of 3 matches. If the innate enlightenment physique wasn't as miraculous as legend claimed, they would deliberately lose a few matches to spare the Qingyun sect some face. But now, witnessing Lin Tian's arrogant demeanor, it stirred a flicker of anger within him, and his words grew sharp. "Oh, since you're so eager, young man, this young master is quite willing to oblige. But," he paused, closed his folding fan, and proceeded to scrutinize Lin Tian from head to toe with an air of superiority. "But I wonder what you intend to put on the table? To wager against us 6 literary masters?" On the surface, it seemed like he was asking Lin Tian about the wager. But in truth, it was a subtle jab of veiled insult implying that as a mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator, couldn't possibly offer anything they'd deem worthy of a wager. The 6 literary masters had been renowned for a century, and their private collections were countless. Yet Lin Tian, a mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator in his 20s, what could he possibly wager against them? In such a situation where Lin Tian stood to lose far more than he could win, the Blue Lotus sect wouldn't offer him much backing. Hearing Lu Huijin's sarcasm, Luo Qingqing frowned slightly. Yet as the sect's leader, she maintained her composure and said nothing, while others whispered among themselves, their words dripping with scorn toward Lin Tian. But the female disciples of the Blue Lotus sect weren't having it. "Put! Mr. Lu, who do you think you're looking down on? Junior brotherly, whatever you need as a wager, this senior sister will cover it for you. Having traveled far and wide these years, I've accumulated some savings. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, can't let some penniless bookworms look down on us." The other Qingyun sect disciples were equally indignant, eagerly offering their personal savings. Though the literary gathering in the main hall had yet to begin, the atmosphere was already thick with tension. Chapter 026, Xinqinghe, the most talented woman of the Eastern Wastes. Seeing how popular Lin Tian was within the Blue Lotus sect, their eyes shifted, revealing an inexplicable shift. Clearly, these Qingyun sect disciples had undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits from the innate enlightenment physique. Otherwise they wouldn't go out of their way to protect a worthless Qi cultivation stage. Even Gongsun Yan, witnessing this scene, revealed a hint of icy coldness in his gaze toward Lin Tian. He was clearly the instigator behind the 6 men testing Lin Tian, having conspired with Gongsun Yuan to first gauge the depth of the innate enlightened physique. And if he truly possessed talent, they would seek to win him over. But if he couldn't be won over, then even if it meant the ancient patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had to intervene personally, they would eliminate this young upstart. In truth, Gongsun Yan had no intention of winning Lin Tian over. The mere thought of Lin Tian aiding Luo Qingqing in breaking through to the Huatian realm, an unnamed flame burned within his heart. If not for him, at this sect assembly, he might have won Luo Qingqing over. So he harbored a deep-seating hatred for Lin Tian. Seeing the Qinglian sect sisters' warm welcome, he gave them a slight nod and declared in a clear voice, "Thank you all for your kind intentions. But I have my own strengths to offer." He glanced at Lu Huijin and said quite naturally, "Your cultivation hasn't advanced an inch in over 10 years, has it?" At these words, Lu Huijin's face immediately darkened. The fact that he had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, known only to himself and his master. Yet this innate enlightenment body had instantly discerned his problem. Then, in the next instant, Lin Tian's words sent a violent tremor through his entire body. If I lose, I can help one person from your Green Mountain Academy overcome their cultivation bottleneck. Those few words seemed to possess a peculiar magic, instantly silencing the once bustling hall. No one had anticipated Lin Tian would propose such a condition. A mere chi condensation cultivator. Yet he claimed he could help them those at the golden core and nascent soul stages break through their bottlenecks. Which sounded utterly preposterous. But these words came from the mouth of a natural enlightenment body possessor. And so everyone's reaction was not one of absurdity, but of utter astonishment. The reason was simple: the opportunity to break through a bottleneck is exceedingly precious to any cultivator. Take the ancient patriarch of the Blue Lotus sect, for instance. A being of such extraordinary talent and exceptional innate gifts had been stuck at the spirit transformation bottleneck for nearly a century. And without some extraordinary encounter, he might well spend the rest of his life unable to break through. For others, this is even more true. Thus, the opportunity to break through this bottleneck is truly invaluable. Everyone's gaze toward Lin Tian grew intensely fervent. Some even began breathing heavily. At this moment, Lin Tian proposed such a wager. Lu Huijin's expression instantly darkened. For he had just mocked Lin Tian, claiming that Lin Tian, being at the chi cultivation stage, couldn't possibly have anything worthwhile to offer. Only to be swiftly humiliated by Lin Tian. And he had no choice but to admit it. I truly have nothing to offer. More precious than the chance to break through his bottleneck. Yet this did not diminish the flicker of fervor in his eyes, as he cautiously inquired. What exactly would you like to wager with us? Lin Tian glanced at the 6 men. Realizing Lu Huijin was playing word games with him, he had asked, what do you wish to wager with us? Not what do you wish to wager against Qingyun Academy? These two phrases seemed identical, yet they were worlds apart. By saying, what do you want to wager against us? Meant he was betting against Lin Tian personally. If they win, this opportunity to break through the bottleneck would fall to the 6 of them. But if he had said, want to wager something with Qingyun Academy? And if they won, this opportunity would be secured for the academy. Clearly, Lu Huijin had ulterior motives. These scholars may appear refined and harmless, but each harbored 1,000 cunning schemes. A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Lin Tian's lips, and remarked with a hint of meaning. Are you sure you don't need to consult your elders? What I'm asking for, you likely can't decide on your own. Gritting his teeth, he had lost the overbearing arrogance he'd displayed at the start. And for the first time, his gaze toward Lin Tian carried a hint of apprehension. In his mind, he had already classified this person before him merely at the chi cultivation stage as an extremely dangerous individual. Having just mocked him, he seized the opportunity. Not only had he turned the tables using his own strengths to mock him back, but also publicly exposed his ulterior motives, creating a rift between him and his sect. This revealed his vindictive nature, and someone best avoided. Furrowing his brow slightly, Lu Huijin cautiously inquired, what exactly do you desire? Lin Tian regarded Lu Huijin, a hint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Truthfully, he lacked nothing at present. Whatever Qingyun Academy possessed, he possessed. And what Qingyun Academy lacked, he possessed. Yet there was one person he had yet to meet. That was the second most beautiful woman of the Eastern Wastes, the foremost scholar of the Eastern Wastes. The pure Lotus Fairy, the junior sister of Qingyun Academy, Qingyun. When time stood still, Lin Tian, eager to catch a glimpse of the Eastern Wastes' foremost scholar. He had once visited Qingyun Academy. But alas, Qingyun was away on a cultivation journey and not at the academy. And the sect had no records of her whereabouts. And Lin Tian certainly wouldn't search the entire world for her alone. After all, countless scenes lay ahead. And he didn't want to waste too much time on any one person. But now was the perfect opportunity to meet the Eastern Wastes' foremost literary talent. So Lin Tian smiled and replied, should your Green Mountain Academy lose? I would like to invite your academy's junior sister, Qingyun, to visit my Qingyun sect for 3 days. What do you say? At these words, the surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs. The condition Lin Tian had proposed was extremely simple for Green Mountain Academy, and compared to helping someone break through a bottleneck, it was practically a trifling matter. And they all felt Qingyun Academy was getting a huge bargain. Yet Lu Huijin's expression darkened considerably. Ignoring the pleading gaze his master cast his way, a murderous intent flared in Lu Huijin's gaze as he fixed it upon Lin Tian. He had pursued Qingyun for nearly a century, always regarding her as his exclusive possession. Yet Qingyun had never felt anything for him, even deliberately avoiding him. Clearly a case of unrequited affection. Now that Lin Tian had proposed such terms, was clearly aimed at Qingyun. This made him instantly feel a touch of jealousy. Just as he was about to refuse, a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song drifted in from the doorway. Since the young master has such refined taste, this humble maiden shall accept the wager on behalf of my senior brother. At the sound of her voice, all eyes turned toward the hall's entrance, revealing a figure clad in a pale yellow gauze gown, with a white scholar's robe beneath. Her refined features partially concealed by a sheer silk scarf. Her figure slender and well-proportioned. Her long black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. A few pale yellow hair ribbons adding an ethereal aura to her presence. As if a fairy had stepped out of a painting. She glided gracefully to Lin Tian's side. All were captivated by her understated elegance. Yet otherworldly aura. She was Qingyun, the foremost scholar lady of the Eastern Wastes, from Qingyun Academy. The moment Lu Huijin saw Qingyun appear, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. For Qingyun had never been fond of such gatherings, having attended a sect assembly a century prior. And being crowned the foremost scholar of the Eastern Wastes, she had never attended another sect assembly. Yet despite this, at the annual literary gathering, the title of the world's foremost literary talent unquestionably fell upon her, while other women vied for the title of second most talented woman in the land. A testament to her profound mastery of the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. So why did she suddenly decide? Attend the sect assembly? Chapter 027, The Cultivation Realm's Ultimate Green Tea Bitch. This humble maiden has been traveling abroad, and heard that Qingyun sect has produced a prodigy like the innate enlightenment body. Out of curiosity, this humble maiden would also like to witness the marvel of such a constitution. I presume this must be the gentleman in question? Gazing at the veiled beauty across from her, heard her soft, melodious voice, and the faint fragrance emanating from her. Lin Tian froze for several seconds before regaining his composure. In terms of beauty, she might fall slightly short of Luo Qingchang, yet the refined, otherworldly aura she carried left Lin Tian, a man who'd seen countless women, momentarily mesmerized. For the Immortal Demon Continent was a realm of cultivation, where strength alone dictated respect, regardless of gender. So most female cultivators were icy, ethereal maidens. Having grown accustomed to these icy maidens over time, had left Lin Tian's aesthetic senses somewhat jaded. Suddenly encountering a woman of such otherworldly grace and understated elegance, left Lin Tian momentarily dazed. When Luo Qingcheng saw Lin Tian's reaction to Qingyun, stared blankly, utterly captivated. Her brows furrowed slightly as a pang of jealousy welled up within her. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wastes. Yet that bastard Lin Tian hadn't been this transfixed when he first saw her. Yet he was completely transfixed by Qingyun. Women are incredibly sensitive to such things, especially since Lin Tian was the first man in a century to evoke such distinct feelings in Luo Qingcheng. She glared at Lin Tian, who remained frozen in a daze, her hands fidgeting nervously with the hem of her robe beneath the table. After a moment of stupor, Lin Tian finally snapped out of it, and immediately said with some awkwardness, "My name is Li Tian. I was captivated by your presence just now, and behaved rather inappropriately. Might I ask what concerns you?" With that, he bowed slightly toward Qingyun. Though cultivators generally place little importance on etiquette and formalities, Lin Tian knew that those from the academies placed great importance on such matters. Qingyun offered Lin Tian a faint smile, and had been sizing him up from the moment he entered. Many men had been stunned after meeting her, but they either felt ashamed like Lu Huijin, felt ashamed of their own appearance and avoided eye contact, or they wore lecherous glints in their eyes and ugly expressions. Yet after meeting her, to see someone so calmly admit to being lost in thought, and still maintain such composure. A faint smile touched her lips as Qingyun got down to business. "I overheard outside just now," she said, "that tomorrow at the literary gathering, you are to wager a contest against my 6 senior brothers. I understand that Mr. Li possesses the innate enlightenment physique, and I too feel a bit itchy to show my skills. Why not modify our duel and wager slightly? Tomorrow, I and my 6 senior brothers shall compete against you. Should we lose, this humble maiden, to serve you as a maid for 30 years. If the young master should lose, then please guide the 3 of us from Green Mountain Academy through our bottlenecks. What do you say?" Qingyun's words landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the entire assembly. Everyone marveled Qingyun had truly lived up to her reputation as the Eastern Wastes' foremost scholar. Her mind so meticulously crafted. Lin Tian had intended to use her as a gamble, but she turned the tables by exploiting his interest in her, demanding an even higher price from him. If she won the duel, Lin Tian could help the 3 academy members break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Because of her, she had secured 3 spots from Lin Tian, so the academy would certainly reserve 1 spot for her. This way, she wouldn't offend the academy's higher-ups while also securing her own benefit. If she lost, she would at worst serve as Lin Tian's maid for 30 years. And after 30 years of interaction, her cultivation path would surely become unimpeded thereafter. while the academy would owe her a major favor, making her the ultimate beneficiary. Therefore, the outcome of this contest holds no significance whatsoever for her. Regardless of victory or defeat, she remains the ultimate victor. Lin Tian was also deeply astonished. Even he hadn't anticipated that such a gentle and refined woman, an otherworldly woman, could harbor such cunning. If this were on Blue Star, this woman would surely be a high-level tea ceremony master. A woman like that, he would never have dared to provoke back then. But now it was different. On this continent, his power surpassed everyone else's. In this cultivation world where power is everything, there was nothing Lin Tian couldn't accomplish. A faint smile played on his lips. Lin Tian replied, "Since Miss Shen puts it that way, then we shall proceed as Miss Shen suggests. I accept this wager." Hearing Lin Tian's words, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Qingyun's eyes. What of her innate enlightenment physique? She had him wrapped around her finger with ease. Only Lu Huijin, standing nearby, glared at Qingyun and Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. Fists clenched, the murderous intent in his eyes now utterly unmasked. Lin Tian merely cast a faint glance at Lu Huijin, paying no heed to the murderous intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Huijin was merely a fish in Qingyun's pond. A high-class spare tire, nothing more than a clown. Such a fool, manipulated at will without a clue, and would be played to death by Qingyun sooner or later. After finalizing the literary contest and wager, Lin Tian watched Qingyun's departing figure with a hint of amusement in his eyes. A strange curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. In a past life, someone once said, "All in is a form of wisdom." Now Qingyun was placing herself on the poker table, going all in. Through their earlier interaction, she must believe her tea artistry could turn Lin Tian into a fish in her pond. But what she didn't know was, in Lin Tian's eyes, she was the fish. True hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Sitting nearby, Gong Sunyan observed Lu Huijin's expression. A strange gleam flickered in his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though he desperately wanted to eliminate Lin Tian, he dared not disobey the ancestor's command. Therefore, until he could confirm whether Lin Tian's innate enlightenment physique, and whether he possessed the legendary marvels attributed to him, he would not openly show hostility toward Lin Tian. But that didn't mean he wouldn't scheme behind the scenes. After the banquet concluded, all attendees returned to their respective sects and major clans, and some reclusive core formation elders from major sects, upon hearing of the events here, all set out toward Qingyun sect overnight, clearly eager to witness for themselves whether this innate enlightenment physique truly lived up to its legendary reputation. It is worth mentioning that the Qingyun sect also participated in this grand sect competition, and that demonic sect's senior sister had come along as well. However, only inner sect disciples had come this time, and disciples like them would never interact with menial disciples in their daily lives. So aside from that senior sister he had threatened, no one else recognized Lin Tian. Once the crowd dispersed, only Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian remained in the grand hall. Luo Qingcheng grabbed Lin Tian by the ear and frowned, demanding, "What were you staring at Qingyun for in the main hall just now? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Why did you have to ask Qingyun to do something? Aren't there enough beauties in our sect?" Her words carried a distinct hint of jealousy. Lin Tian teased back, "Calm down, sister sect leader. If you just take off your veil, I won't go looking at that Qingyun." Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng's face flushed crimson. "So you little pervert sneak peeks at women and then blame me?" She immediately pouted, "You little pervert, you wish." But Lin Tian persisted from the side. "We made a deal. You promised me, if I win this bet tomorrow, you have to take off your veil whenever you see me." Luo Qingcheng's face beneath the veil flushed even redder, and she replied with feigned composure, "You'd better win first." With that, she practically fled the hall. Returning to her own room, she touched her burning cheeks, and found herself drifting into a daze. Chapter 028, Undercurrents Raging. Upon returning to her small courtyard, Li Linger immediately poked her little head out, gazing at her master with astonishment, as if examining some strange creature. "Master, are you confident you can beat that bunch of scholars from Qingshan Academy tomorrow?" Lin Tian nodded confidently. "Rest assured, the word lose doesn't exist in your master's dictionary." Li Linger curled her lip. "Well then, you'd better put on a good show. I'll be there to watch your performance tomorrow." Lin Tian nodded, ruffling her hair affectionately. Perhaps within the entire sect, believed he could defeat those from Qingshan Academy. Late at night, over 10 miles outside the Qinglian sect, Lu Huijin waited there, a folding fan in hand. Soon, a figure clad entirely in black appeared before him. "Brother Lu, it's been a long time." Hearing the voice, Lu Huijin froze for a moment. But when the young man removed his hood, A smile immediately spread across his face. So it's Brother Gongsun. What brings you here at this hour? To this place? What might you wish to discuss? A smile spread across Gongsun Yan's face. To help Brother Lu resolve your troubles, of course. Trouble? What on earth are you talking about? I imagine Brother Lu has been pursuing Miss Shin for quite some time now. If you lose this contest, Miss Shin becomes a servant to that Qi cultivation stage scoundrel for 30 years. What do you think will happen then? At these words, a maddened glint of murderous intent flared in Lu Huijin's eyes. But he quickly concealed it. Replies with a hint of mockery. Brother Gongsun, whatever my junior sister chooses to do, is her own choice. As her senior brother, I have no right to interfere. However, I've recently heard that Brother Gongsun has recently broken through the Golden Core stage and entered the nascent soul realm. Yet the Blue Lotus Immortal has actually surpassed the nascent soul stage. TSK, tisk truly, life is unpredictable. Hearing this, Gongsun Yan's eyes flashed with a maddened killing intent. But he made no effort to conceal it like Lu Huajin. Since that's the case, both sides want to take him down. Tomorrow's literary contest is upon us. Why not seize the chance, Brother Lu, to eliminate that worthless Qi cultivation stage trash? At that time, our Xiaoyao sect will guarantee with all our might that Brother Lin won't face retribution from the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood that the emergence of A at this critical juncture would make the already strained relationship between the Qingyun sect and the Xiaoyao sect become even more delicate. Moreover, Gongsun Yan's words at this moment sent a clear signal to Lu Huijin that the Xiaoyao sect was about to take action against the Qingyun sect. A faint smile touched his lips. He bowed respectfully and said, in that case, I am most grateful to Brother Gongsun. I shall do my utmost to find a way to eliminate that good-for-nothing at the literary gathering. Gongsun Yan nodded with satisfaction. After Gongsun Yan departed, Lu Huijin's smile vanished, and he gave a cold snort. With his intelligence, he knew Gongsun Yan was using him. And if he killed that worthless Qi cultivation stage fool, Qingyun sect and Qingshan Academy would surely become locked in a bitter feud over the matter. And Gongsun Yan would reap the benefits of their conflict. Given Lu Huijin's pride and scholarly prowess, he did not believe he would lose. Especially since his junior sister Xin Xinghe, whose talents surpass even those of the six of us. Even if the innate enlightenment physique defied the heavens, he was confident his side could at least secure a draw. Clatter! Lu Huijin unfolded his folding fan, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the direction Gongsun Yan had departed. Though he deeply disliked Lin Tian, and even harbored a desire to kill him, he had to admit that because of this young man, the entire Eastern Wastes would likely be thrown into chaos. Tonight, the Blue Lotus sect was destined for sleeplessness. By dawn the next morning, the sect's plaza was already teeming with people, with an exceptionally large turnout for the sect's literary gathering, including reclusive sect masters, elders, stewards, and even venerable elders, all made the arduous journey to attend. Upon hearing the news, they all wished to witness Lin Tian, the legendary innate enlightened being. As Lin Tian and the Qingshan Academy disciples stepped onto the square, disciples from both the Blue Lotus sect and the Academy cheered them on enthusiastically. Others began murmuring among themselves. Hey, who do you think has the edge in this match? I'm rooting for the 6 talented scholars of the Eastern Wastes and the first talented lady of the Eastern Wastes. After all, their reputations precede them, and their erudition is undeniable. Is that so? But I can't help but notice that Qi cultivation stage kid looks so composed. He must be incredibly confident in himself. I still think this legendary enlightenment physique is stronger. Such whispers were everywhere. On the high platform of the square, the venerable elders of the powerful sects of the Eastern Wastes had gathered together at that very moment, constantly communicating through telepathic means. Fairy Qingxia, who would have thought that after 100 years, your Qinglian sect has been granted such a great opportunity. Truly a cause for celebration. Xiaoyao old ancestor said with a forced smile. Lin Qingxia detected the bitterness in his words, and responded with a radiant smile and humble words. Not at all, it's just good fortune. Fairy Qingxia, this old man has a granddaughter. Just turned 20 this year and remains unmarried. I wonder if she might be a suitable partner for that young fellow? The Qingyun patriarch of Qingyun sect inquired with a touch of flattery, only to be met with scorn from the carefree patriarch. Qingyunzi, your hindsight is rather poor. Qingshan Academy really knows how to play the game, and they play big. They've even staked their most outstanding female disciple. Your granddaughter isn't the most beautiful nor the most talented. So spare us the embarrassment. At these words, a faint smile touched the face of the old ancestor of Green Mountain. Though he said nothing, his pride was plain for all to see. Speaking of which, how do you see this contest playing out? Which side do you think has a better chance of winning? If we're talking purely about poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, this old man reckons the youngsters from Green Mountain Academy have the edge. The others nodded in agreement. Another elder added, especially with the fairy of pure Lotus joining the contest. With her talent, this contest should be a foregone conclusion. Hearing these old codgers' words, Qingshan Patriarch's face flushed with undisguised pride. Yet he humbly replied, "Not at all, you flatter me." To accept this challenge shows that the young man is no slouch. And at the very least, his courage is commendable. Exactly. For that lad to stand here today is already quite impressive. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Lin Qingxia's expression darkened. For yesterday, the tension had only simmered among the disciples. Today that tension had already spread to their group of old fools. She now began to realize that this innate enlightenment physique might just be a hot potato. Gritting her teeth, she resolved within herself that even if this potato was scalding for the future of the sect, she would strive to catch it. Chapter 029, The Chess Game, 1 against 2. At the scene, the match had yet to begin. The atmosphere was already intensely charged. The 6 talented scholars of Green Mountain Academy, all dressed uniformly in white scholars' robes, each holding a folding fan in hand, presenting the refined appearance of scholarly gentlemen. Xinxingha, however, still wore yesterday's pale yellow gauze dress. But today, her earlobes, 2 very simple stud earrings. Clearly she had dressed up before attending the literary gathering. Lin Tian, however, remained clad in plain attire. And aside from being slightly more handsome than the others, his appearance was clearly less refined than that of the scholars from the academy. To guard against any tricks the academy might employ, Luo Qingcheng stayed close by Lin Tian's side, which greatly annoyed Gong Sunyan, who was watching from the sidelines, his gaze toward Lin Tian growing even more sinister. Soon after, the contestants agreed on the order of competition, and the first match was decided to be a game of Go. A man stepped forward from among the 6. Clatter! Closing the unfolded folding fan, and bowed slightly with refined courtesy, saying, "My name is Qi Xingluo," meaning stars scattered across the sky. "I humbly request your guidance." Instantly, the entire scene save for the Qingyun sect members. Many female disciples from other sects cheered for Qi Xingluo. Meanwhile, Lin Tian inwardly scoffed. Pfft, what a bunch of pretentious hypocrites. He kept his expression neutral, instead looking past Qi Xingluo, his gaze shifting toward Xinxingha. "I've heard Miss Xin is also a masterful chess player. Rather than playing one game at a time, why not play a game together to decide the winner in a single game? What do you say?" At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Luo Qingcheng beside him frowned. Even she felt Lin Tian's words were a bit too much. Could it be that he knew this was a losing battle and simply didn't take it seriously? With this thought, Luo Qingcheng felt her heart ease. The spectators below the stage murmured in discussion. Disciples and elders from Green Mountain Academy glared at Lin Tian with fury. This was an insult, a blatant, naked insult, clearly showing he held Qi Xingluo in utter contempt. That brat is way too arrogant. Does he really think Qingshan Academy is easy to bully? Exactly. You must know that senior brother's chess skills, even the sect master might not be certain of victory. And this brat actually dares to challenge both of them at once? Yet the headmaster of Green Mountain Academy remained silent. Instead, a faint smile graced his face, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian with a hint of fervor. In his view, though the youth before him was exceedingly arrogant, this was a blessing for Qingshan Academy. As long as Xinxingha and Qi Xingluo didn't hold back, Qingshan Academy was certain to win. Winning so easily, Qingshan Academy would seize the initiative in the literary contest. If the Academy emerges victorious in this literary contest, his cultivation, currently stuck at the nascent soul stage, would have a chance to break through. His gaze flicked imperceptibly toward Luo Qingcheng, who had just achieved her breakthrough. A flicker of fervor and envy flickering in his eyes. Even Qingshan's patriarch, seated upon the high platform, couldn't hide the unbridled joy on his face. "Fairy Qingxia, for this first round, our academy won't hold back. It was your arrogant youngster who proposed this very contest format. So when the time comes, if you lose, don't say we won unfairly." Though Lin Qingxia felt some displeasure at Lin Tian's arrogance, she gave no sign of it on her face. As long as Lin Tian didn't lose too badly, it wouldn't be a major issue. Even if Lin Tian lost and had to guide the 3 from Green Mountain Academy through their bottlenecks, this would also be a way to win Qingshan Academy's goodwill. Thus, in this arrangement, not only was Xinxingha the winner, Lin Tian and the Blue Lotus sect would also be winners. After all, Lin Tian held the stronger bargaining chips. At that moment, among the assembled crowd, Qi Xingluo felt the most uncomfortable. Clearly, Lin Tian didn't hold him in any regard at all. And to make such a demand was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. The refined elegance that once graced his bearing had vanished. His face darkened with shadow, eyes narrowed. Clearly prepared to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Upon hearing such a demand, did not lose her composure like Qi Xinglua. She had already mastered the ability, like the Sect master and the ancestor. Stepping back from the match itself. And evaluate the contest from a perspective of interests. After all, whether she won or lost this wager made no difference to her. And deep down, she even hoped Qingshan Academy would lose. Though she disliked Lin Tian's arrogance. Xinxingha knew that if she could stay by his side for 30 years, with her innate talent, she might just have a chance to enter the emptiness realm. After all, a go match demanded players' complete focus on the game. She couldn't fathom where Lin Tian drew his confidence. To be so arrogant as to split his focus and face two opponents at once. Yet she equally believed Lin Tian had no chance of winning. Glancing at Qi Xinglua, who was so enraged he couldn't speak, Xinxingha strode to the center of the square and spoke in her melodious voice. Since the young master is so confident, he must surely be a master of chess. This humble maiden will have the audacity to join Brother Qi in receiving your masterful moves. Soon, outer door disciples prepared the chessboard in pieces. And the two sides sat facing each other as the game formally commenced. Seated between the two games, Lin Tian wore a confident smile. His request for a 1 versus 2 match was neither to show off, nor because he had no faith in his own skills, but because in his previous life, Lin Tian had been a regular member of the Go Club during his university days. Though he wasn't exceptionally skilled, he had studied numerous modern Go texts and mastered the standard patterns for life and death situations. After his transmigration, once he entered the Ancestral Realm, Lin Tian's mind seemed to have unlocked a cheat code. He could effortlessly recall everything he had ever seen in his memories, including the chess manuals he had studied in his previous life. During the time of stasis, Lin Tian had learned that while Go existed in this world because it was a realm of cultivation. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were considered minor pursuits, thus developing at an extremely slow pace. Lin Tian possessed the full capability to crush his opponents here. To play it safe, at the start of the match, Xinxingha proposed that Lin Tian play white in one game and black in the other, so that the colors of the pieces would differ in each game, thereby disrupting his thinking to a greater extent. After Qi Xinglua sat down, he said with a dark expression, "You brat, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll wipe you off the board in a moment." Lin Tian merely smiled, saying nothing. Soon, the game commenced. Clack, clack, clack. All three players swiftly placed their pieces on the board. Though Lin Tian was facing two opponents alone, his moves were no slower than theirs. The elders of the Blue Lotus sect projected the game onto the air using magical artifacts. Projected onto the air. As both sides began making moves in rapid succession, the venue fell into an unusual silence. The chess masters in attendance were also constantly discussing the situation. From the very start, Lin Tian's moves were highly unconventional, completely diverging from the established patterns of this world, seeming utterly without method to their eyes. I ask you, has this kid ever played Go before? Playing like this, both sides will probably lose everything soon. Exactly. With skills like that, he dares to boast about taking on two opponents alone? He's clearly overestimating himself, trying to impress our junior sister. Exactly. Looks like another fame-hungry poser. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the venerable Qingshan, witnessing this scene, remained silent, his eyes brimming with an indescribable meaning. Having attained enlightenment through the art of chess, was far more profound than that of his disciples. Meanwhile, Qi Xinglua placed his piece while sneering at Lin Tian. Boy, I truly doubt you've ever played Go before. Yet you dare spout such arrogance? Soon, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Lin Tian paid no heed to this. His mind was racing at full speed. After all, he was facing two masters of this world's game. Caution was essential to avoid a humiliating defeat. Chapter 030, Contemplating the Game, Grasping the Way. Soon, the game reached the middle stage. At this moment, on both sides of the board, presented two starkly contrasting scenarios. In Lin Tian's match against Qi Xinglua, exuded a ruthless and decisive intent, while Qi Xinglua could only defend passively, with no opportunity to attack. Yet on Xinxingha's side, the situation was entirely different. Xinxingha persistently attempted to attack. Yet Lin Tian's defense proved impenetrable. Xinxingha simply couldn't find a weakness. Her expression was equally grim. As for those who had just been mocking Lin Tian for not understanding Go, now stared wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the board before them. For in this world, such a method of play had never been seen before. So they couldn't fathom Lin Tian's strategy at all. Yet every stone he placed was either ruthlessly decisive, or as steady as a mountain. Now past the mid-game, the match remained deadlocked. Luo Qingcheng stood beside Lin Tian. Though she couldn't understand the game of Go, she could observe the expressions on both players' faces up close. At the start of the match, were both brimming with confidence. Qi Xingluo even wore a hint of sharpness on his face. But now, a hint of panic had crept into Qi Xingluo's eyes, and fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Even Qin Xinghe, usually as still as a well, now frowned deeply, gradually becoming indecisive. Lin Tian, however, maintained his usual detached expression throughout, even taking the opportunity to flash her a smile. He even found time to flash a smile at himself. This left Luo Qingcheng utterly astonished. He had known Qin Xinghe for 100 years. Yet this was the first time he'd ever seen her look so grave. Clearly, in both games of chess, Lin Tian held the upper hand. Soon, the number of pieces on the board grew steadily. Lin Tian's playing style on both chessboards suddenly shifted. Qi Xingluo, who had just been fending off Lin Tian's relentless attacks, now observed Lin Tian adopting a steady, methodical approach, clearing up the endgame. Yet his expression grew even more grim. For as this continued, Lin Tian's position grew increasingly impenetrable, making it increasingly difficult for him to find an opening to turn the tables. Meanwhile, on Qin Xinghe's side, Lin Tian shifted from passive defense, launching a large-scale counteroffensive. Qin Xinghe, who had been frustrated by Lin Tian's flawless defense, had exposed numerous vulnerabilities through relentless attacks. And upon witnessing Lin Tian's sudden shift in playing style, now infused with a murderous intent, her expression darkened as she scrambled to defend. By the endgame, Qi Xingluo's breathing grew heavy. Her eyes filled with panic and disbelief. His hand holding the chess piece trembled slightly. He could accept his own defeat, but he could not accept being defeated by two opponents at once. This would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Even Qin Xinghe's expression turned grim. Though she desperately wanted Lin Tian to win the match, she certainly didn't want him to win this way. If Qingshan Academy scholars and talents were to lose to Lin Tian in a 2-against-1 battle, would become the laughingstock of the Eastern Wastes. Still, her composure held up better than Qi Xingluo's. Yet she was still struggling to hold her ground. Soon, Lin Tian plucked a piece with each hand, placing them on two separate boards. Clack! Across the table, Qi Xingluo's face was ashen, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth. His face etched with bitter resignation. Qin Xinghe, though her complexion had faded slightly, she accepted her defeat with remarkable composure. Rising slowly, she bowed and said, "Your chess skills are truly exceptional, young master. It is this humble maiden and my senior brother who have lost." At these words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. What? Fairy Qinghe and chessmaster, 2-against-1. And they lost to that kid? This is utterly unbelievable. Indeed. You must know that chessmaster Qi Xingluo is the disciple of the venerable patriarch of Green Mountain Academy. Yet he was defeated by that unknown upstart? Could it be that the Fairy Qinghe deliberately let him win? Whispers filled the arena. Yet all the talk centered on whether foul play had been involved in the match. Only the Qingyun sect members genuinely cheered for Lin Tian. Li Linger's face flushed crimson with astonishment. Even she hadn't expected that her master not only possessed formidable cultivation, but also skilled at chess and even handsome, stirring an unusual feeling in her heart toward her master. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, on the high platform, old ancestor Qing Shan gazed at the unfinished game between Lin Tian, Qi Xingluo, and Qin Xinghe, his eyes brightening as he murmured. The concepts of hardness and softness, yin and yang, speed and slowness. The concepts of offense and defense, black and white, so this is it. All along, our chess has been played too rigidly. Within yin lies yang. Within softness lies hardness, within defense lies offense, within slowness lies speed. Ha ha. I understand now, ancestor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pillar of azure light shot skyward. Everyone gasped in shock and turned to look in that direction. That was the direction of the ancestors, and that light was familiar to all. The aura of the Tao arising from sudden enlightenment. A rare and precious opportunity for cultivators. Upon seeing the remnants of their game, he achieved sudden enlightenment. Consider this: old ancestor Qing Shan had cultivated the way through chess, having immersed himself in the art of chess for nearly a millennium. Yet this grandmaster of chess attained enlightenment about the Tao, and attained enlightenment into the Great Way. The other ancestors stared at old ancestor Green Mountain in utter disbelief. And when their gazes turned to Lin Tian, their gazes grew increasingly intense. The innate enlightenment physique was truly terrifying. Seeing the old ancestor of Green Mountain attain enlightenment, those who had questioned the fairness of the competition quietly shut their mouths. Lin Tian quietly whispered to Luo Qingcheng, "Sister Sect leader, I did win one round. Don't forget our agreement." At his words, a blush swiftly spread across Luo Qingcheng's cheeks. She had thought it reckless for Lin Tian to take on two opponents alone, but she never imagined he would prove so formidable at chess. Enough to give old ancestor Qing Shan an epiphany. Frowning, she glanced toward the elevated platform. A faint worry stirred within her heart. For Lin Tian's prominence had grown far too great. And if things continued this way, he might truly face mortal danger. Once the old ancestor of Green Mountain completed his enlightenment, his power surged directly from the 6th stage of the transformation of the spirit realm to the 8th stage. Such was the benefit of enlightenment. Though opportunities for enlightenment are rare and unpredictable, once one enters the state of enlightenment, the enhancement to one's power is immense, leaving the assembled elders filled with envy. The gaze Xiaoyao old ancestor cast upon Lin Tian, as though he were beholding a priceless treasure. At this moment, he had made up his mind that no matter the cost, he would recruit this innate enlightenment physique into the Xiaoyao sect. If the brat proved ungrateful, then he would rather eliminate him outright, rather than let him remain in the Qingyun sect. Below in the plaza, the competition resumed. After the chess duel, the 6th young master of Qingyun no longer carried a trace of arrogance. Each face turned toward Lin Tian now bore a trace of solemnity. They were now gathered together, discussing countermeasures. Shi Xinglua had already lost the first game, so they absolutely could not afford to lose the second game. With 6 matches in total covering music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry recitation, and verse composition. If Lin Tian were to win the first 4, the remaining 2 games would lose all meaning. For this second round, Qingshan Academy would undoubtedly choose the event where they had the greatest confidence. After deliberation, Lu Huijin decided to challenge Lin Tian to a paired contest. His gaze darkened as he stared at Lin Tian, and gave his junior brother Zhou Zhang a hard pat on the shoulder. As a fellow disciple for many years, Zhou Zhang naturally understood his senior brother's meaning, having pursued his junior sister Shen Qingqing for years. And if he lost this duel now, he would jeopardize his junior sister's future. Therefore, he absolutely could not lose. And he must also teach Lin Tian a lesson, to make him understand that the 6th young master of Green Mountain was no mere pretender. Stepping onto the central square, he declared in a clear voice, "This one is Zhou Zhang, the gut piercer. To engage in a friendly spar with you." Chapter 031, Composing Poetry with Beauty as the theme. As a modern person, I paste couplets every new year. So he naturally had no fear of composing couplets. Shen Xinghe did not participate in this challenge, as she was not skilled in composing poetry or couplets. Her true talents lay in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Through the earlier contest, she had come to realize the terrifying power of the innate enlightenment physique. So her gaze toward Lin Tian grew more intense. "Present your challenge," Lin Tian declared in a clear voice. "Lonely study window, empty widowhood." Upon hearing this couplet, her brows immediately furrowed. Clearly, this line was referring to the women of the Blue Lotus sect, for harboring Lin Tian, and was a veiled criticism of their illicit relationship. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou Zhang with displeasure. But other knowledgeable spectators exclaimed, "This couplet is impossible to match. All 5 characters share the same radical. And they even form a sentence when strung together. Truly the gut-punching Zhou Zhang." I heard back in the academy, some overconfident fellow challenged him to a couplet contest, only to be outmatched so thoroughly he spat blood on the spot, and never attempted couplets again. Seems the name piercing gut is no empty title after all. Many faces grew grim as they furrowed their brows in deep thought. But within moments, Lin Tian had his answer, casually uttering, "Retreat from the maze, return to freedom." A moment of silence fell over the crowd before someone exclaimed, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Exactly! It not only matches all the departments perfectly, yet subtly conveys the wish for restraint. Absolutely perfect." Upon hearing the lower couplet, Zhou Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, with this lower couplet, Lin Tian was warning him. With such palpable hostility, he was ready to retaliate. But he paid it no mind, shedding his folding fan and continuing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Many were baffled. But Lin Tian understood the meaning behind this couplet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Forget 8. This was a veiled insult, calling him a bastard. But such couplets are child's play for modern people. Lin Tian immediately retorted. Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, integrity. Hearing this lower couplet, Zhou Zhang's expression darkened. Rights, righteousness, integrity, and shame, yet the lower couplet omitted shame, clearly implying he was shameless. Not only was the couplet perfectly balanced, but each word carried a hidden barb. Beside him, Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she sighed softly to herself, if only he could cultivate. Clearly, Shen Xinghe was a very pragmatic woman. In this cutthroat cultivation world, she still sought a powerful partner to become her Dao companion. In the center of the square, Zhou Zhang had already set aside his playful demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. The 2 exchanges earlier, though merely probing, he hadn't gained any advantage. Thus, he began to take things seriously, declaring aloud. Cruising Westlake, carrying a tin teapot, the tin teapot fell into Westlake, alas, the tin teapot. Hearing this couplet, everyone was stunned. Even the elders and headmaster of Green Mountain Academy were visibly troubled. The most challenging aspect of this couplet lay in the homophonic play between Westlake Shihu and Tin Flask Shihu. And the final line, alas, the tin pot, was a stroke of genius. Sharing the same pronunciation but different characters. Matching the homophones alone is exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving such perfect parallelism. Yet Lin Tian responded without hesitation. Passing through the southern garden, grasping the Nanmu tree falls in the southern garden, hard to retrieve the Nanmu tree. Upon hearing the lower couplet, even some elders of Qingyun Academy exclaimed, brilliant. Zhou Zhengye's face paled slightly. For he had stumbled upon this upper couplet by accident. And he himself hadn't come up with a lower couplet. Yet the other party had matched it in mere moments. Clearly, the other party's prowess far surpassed his own. And he was no match for them. At this realization, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Just as he was about to continue playing, Lin Tian interrupted. Mr. Zhou, how about I propose an upper couplet? And you all, along with Miss Qinghe, can try to match it together. If you come up with the lower couplet, I'll concede this round outright. If you fail, you win. What do you say? Hearing this, Zhou Zheng's heart began to race. He was now well aware of Lin Tian's skill in composing couplets. And he was actually quite reluctant to agree to Lin Tian's demand. Yet the proposal was fair and reasonable. And refusing would clearly show he was afraid of him. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Qingyun stepped forward. Please enlighten us, young master. This humble maiden accepts on behalf of my senior brother. Had they not witnessed the first match, they might still have thought Lin Tian was a bit arrogant. But after that match, no one dared to underestimate Lin Tian anymore. Seeing her acceptance, a smile curved Lin Tian's lips, and declared in a clear voice, my upper couplet is a painting of lotus flowers, a monk painting. Those unfamiliar with the riddle felt it wasn't particularly remarkable. But the faces of those participating in the contest paled. A painting of lotus flowers, a painting of a monk. Whether read forward or backward, it remains homophonous. Since the upper couplet employs this technique, then to match it with a lower couplet must also employ the same technique to be considered well matched. Several people immediately gathered to discuss how to match this couplet, while Lin Tian, bored out of his mind, grabbed a chair and sat on the sidelines, waiting for their response. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhang could only approach with resignation, bowed deeply, and declared, we concede defeat. The scene erupted in astonishment once more. No one had expected that Qi cultivation stage cultivator, whom they had dismissed as a weakling, had already won 2 rounds in this literary contest. If some had suspected Lin Tian had gotten lucky in the first match, he won the second one too. Now, no one doubted Lin Tian's talent anymore. And the way they looked at him now, as if they were beholding a rare treasure. The innate enlightenment physique truly lived up to its legendary reputation, proving exactly as the legends described. Except for cultivation, there was nothing this physique couldn't master. The 6 talented scholars gathered once more to deliberate, having already lost 2 rounds. And if they were to lose again, there would be no point in continuing the contest. Lu Huijin resolved to take the stage himself this time, to compete with Lin Tian in poetry. Clatter! Lu Huijin unfurled his folding fan and strode toward the central square. I am Lu Huijin. I wish to compete in poetry with Brotherly. Please enlighten me. His gaze swept the crowd, his gaze lingering briefly on Luo Qingcheng and Xin Xinghe. Lu Huijin spoke again. Since 2 beauties grace this gathering today, why not take the beauties as our theme? Each of us composes a poem, and let the 2 beauties judge the winner. What do you say? Lu Huijin was supremely confident in his own poetry, so he directly set the constraints, and even agreed to let Luo Qingcheng and Xin Xinghe serve as judges together, clearly intending to showcase himself before Xin Xinghe. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, never expecting Lu Huijin to be so unlucky, that his greatest strength was poetry, and couldn't help but silently mourn for him. Lin Tian had read the poetry of this world, and it was, to put it mildly, a mixed bag. If they were placed on Blue Star, probably none would make it into elementary school textbooks. And this Lu Huijin actually suggested using beautiful women as a theme, which was right up Lin Tian's alley. This Lu Huijin is definitely a good guy. And I'd been racking my brain over how to flirt with Luo Qingcheng. And now this Lu Huijin had actually created such a perfect opportunity for him. A good man, a truly great one. Chapter 032, A Beauty in the North. In the central square of the sect, Lu Huijin saw the composure on Lin Tian's face, felt a flutter of unease in his heart. Closing the folding fan in his hand, he spoke again. Since we initiated this challenge, I shall begin. He began pacing slowly across the plaza, occasionally glancing at Qingyun. On his fifth step, he excitedly tapped his head with the folding fan, and slowly recited. Smoky tresses lightly bound, green clouds drifting, half-concealing crimson blossoms, half-concealing bashfulness. Willow leaf brows cut by spring water's envy, cherry red lips dotted with crimson dawn's glow. This poem meticulously depicted the beauty's grace, while subtly expressing his admiration for Qingyun. Yet upon hearing these verses, she did not open her eyes to glance at Lu Huijin once, which inevitably cast a shadow of gloom over Lu Huijin's heart. Next came Lin Tian's turn, who wasted no time in reciting with practiced flair. In the north there dwells a fair maiden, peerless and solitary. One glance could topple a city, another overturn a kingdom. Do you not know that such beauty could topple cities and nations? Such a beauty is truly rare. As soon as the poem was recited, all eyes turned to Luo Qingcheng. Though on the surface, it seemed to describe a beauty whose charm could topple cities and nations. But sweetie, it's obvious to anyone that it subtly hints at admiration for Luo Qingcheng. Upon hearing the poem, Luo Qingcheng, standing nearby, flushed slightly, a rare blush of shyness appearing on her face veiled by light gauze. Though nearly 400 years old, and though that was still quite young for someone of his cultivation level, yet over the past 2 centuries, due to the pressure from the Xiaoyao sect, no man had ever truly captured her heart. But since Lin Tian's arrival, she sensed his heart, dormant for 2 centuries, has begun to stir, and she found herself developing unusual feelings for this man. Though he was merely at the qi cultivation stage, he might guide her to break through her cultivation. He was handsome, and could compose poetry to offer emotional solace. What woman could possibly resist such a man? At that moment, Gong Sun Yen, observing from afar, stared at Lin Tian and the slightly bashful Luo Qingcheng, his eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. Feeling the amused gazes of onlookers, Gong Sun Yen clenched his fists, his mind raging. Damn it! Just you wait. I'll pin you to the bed and make you beg for mercy. He shot Lin Tian a venomous glare. Fierce anger instantly blazed in his eyes. This brat was blatantly trying to steal his woman. And as the young master of the Eastern Wast's foremost sect, how could he possibly swallow his pride? At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to charge down immediately and eliminate this qi cultivation trash who dared to compete with him for a woman. Yet the last shred of his sanity forced him to suppress the murderous intent. Even if he wanted to kill him now, the patriarch and his own father would never consent. For both of them were stuck at their own bottlenecks, and both sought guidance from this bastard with innate enlightenment. Gritting his teeth, Gong Sun Yen vowed silently to himself that when the opportunity arose, he would personally cripple Lin Tian, leaving him begging for death but unable to die. The crowd around the arena buzzed with whispers. Though they knew little of poetry, it was clear both Lin Tian and Lu Huijin were composing verses to woo women. Now, as Luo Qingcheng kept casting her gaze toward Lin Tian, while Qingyun showed Lu Huijin utter disdain, the difference was stark. Lu Huijin had hoped that his junior sister might, for the sake of the sect's reputation, and at least pretend to appreciate his verses, and he would have been satisfied. But Qingyun refused to put on even a show, declaring aloud, "Though your poem, senior brother, is richly described, it lacks the grandeur found in young Master Li's verses. This junior sister finds young Master Li's verse superior, and I hope you won't take offense." Those around them nodded in agreement. Only Li Linger glared at Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian with obvious displeasure, rolling her eyes dramatically at her master, stomping her feet angrily, while frantically twisting the hem of her robe. "Damn master, you're nothing but a philandering turnip." Lu Jinyan heard his junior sister's words, his expression darkening involuntarily, and his gaze toward Lin Tian grew even more contemptuous. In his eyes, since Lin Tian fancied Luo Qingcheng, yet still dared to flirt with his own junior sister, only intensified the hatred he harbored toward Lin Tian. There was no need to ask Luo Qingcheng's opinion anymore. After all, the way she looked at Lin Tian had changed. Though she hid it well, everyone knew it in their hearts. In the poetry competition, Lin Tian secured victory outright. The academy had now lost 3 consecutive contests, and the mood among Qingshan Academy's members was decidedly grim. Some were even beginning to regret issuing such a foolish challenge to Lin Tian. The legend of the innate enlightenment physique was already written in plain terms. Yet this group insisted on acting as their pawns to test Lin Tian's true capabilities. Presumably, within the Green Mountain Academy now, only one person finds this contest exceptionally well executed, and that is the enlightened old ancestor of Green Mountain. It was only because of Lin Tian. He had entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Compared to the enhancement of his strength, matters like face were utterly insignificant. The ancestor dismissed it, but the 6 talents' faces darkened considerably. The situation had become a no-win predicament. Lin Tian had already won 3 matches, And with just one more victory, there would be no point in continuing the rest of the matches. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Xin Xinghe would compete against Lin Tian in a Guqin performance. Xin Xinghe performed her original composition, Rain on the Lotus, its melody mirroring her very essence. Fresh and elegant, refreshing the soul. Lin Tian, however, drew out a jade flute and played White Reflection. The sorrowful melody moved many to sigh with emotion. Luo Qingqing even shed tears on the spot. Xin Xinghe had intended that if this round proved evenly matched with Lin Tian, she'd rather cheat than let him win. But upon hearing Lin Tian's composition, she realized her own composition fell far short of Lin Tian's. She could only reluctantly declare Lin Tian the victor. Thus, out of 6 contests, Lin Tian won 4, making further contests unnecessary. The Academy's members hung their heads in disappointment over the contest. Xin Xinghe wore a look of disappointment on her face. She was absolutely overjoyed inside. She could rightfully stay by Lin Tian's side for 30 years. Given the extraordinary potential demonstrated today by her innate enlightenment physique, Xin Xinghe was utterly confident that in 30 years' time she would enter the spirit transformation realm, or even the emptiness realm. After the assembly dispersed, the undercurrents within the Qingyun sect grew even more turbulent. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the innate enlightenment physique at this literary gathering, had witnessed the terrifying potential of the innate enlightenment physique, each scheming their own hidden agendas. As Lin Tian departed the central plaza, as he passed by the senior sister of the Qingyun sect, Xin Rongrong discreetly slipped him a note. Once they were alone, Lin Tian unfolded the note and read its contents. His expression shifted slightly. It read, after the sect assembly concludes, Qingyun sect will strike against the Dacian imperial family. A tiny flame ignited in his palm, reducing the note to ashes. It seems that Li Daoyi must have some connection to the Qingyun sect. Li Daoyi had barely passed away, and now Qingyun sect is already causing trouble for the great Qian imperial family. Fortunately, before Lin Tianlin departed, he had elevated Li Daoyi's puppet to the empty brightness realm. So forget about Qingyun sect attacking the great Qian imperial family. Even if the Xiaoyao sect were to go, would likely return defeated. Thus, Lin Tian held little concern for Li Wanqiu's safety. Chapter 033, Innate Enlightenment Physique? Conspiracy? After everyone had dispersed, Lin Tian and Luo Qingcheng returned to their small courtyard. On the way, Lin Tian teased. Sect leader sister, regarding the sect's literary gathering this time, I actually won. So about what we agreed earlier. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, and seeing the mischievous grin on his face, Luo Qingqing's face flushed even redder. Yet she feigned solemnity as she replied. Didn't we agree you'd win all 6 matches first? You've only won 4 so far, that doesn't count. You. Seeing Lin Tian's indignant expression, Luo Qingqing felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Does he want to see me that badly? Her flawlessly beautiful face flushed even redder, and she immediately fled back to her own courtyard. Upon returning to her room, Li Linger poked her little head out. Master, you were so cool today. I never imagined that besides being skilled in cultivation, but also mastered so many other things. Could it be that you truly are the legendary innate enlightened being? Lin Tian ruffled Li Linger's hair affectionately, smiling affectionately as he said. Of course your master is an I. Mid-sentence, Lin Tian suddenly froze, as if something incredibly important to him. Yet he hadn't noticed it. He recalled the words he had just spoken. He had intended to tell Li Linger, of course I'm not A could never cultivate at all. Suddenly, his breathing grew heavy, and it dawned on him, on the continent, all records concerning innate enlightenment bodies seemed to originate from the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. And it was said that the head of the Tianji Pavilion was the only innate enlightenment body in 10,000 years. The only one in 10,000 years. That meant, aside from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, no other faction had ever witnessed the true power of a first hand. And all the records they've seen about the innate enlightened being were all self-reported by the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? The reason I could impersonate A so convincingly is because my cultivation and realm, when viewed across the entire world, unmatched by any other, with just a glance at any cultivator, could discern the problems they faced in their cultivation. Could it be possible that the so-called pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion might be in the same predicament as himself? The more he pondered this question, the chill crept up Lin Tian's spine. When time stands still, if there was any place left in this world that was beyond his control, then the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would undoubtedly be one such place. Lin Tian had traveled across the entire Divine Demon Continent, yet found no trace of this mysterious hall of heavenly secrets. He even began to suspect whether this organization was merely a fabrication concocted by other factions across the continent. Yet every major power across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses had records concerning the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Though sparse and vague, they served as compelling evidence of its genuine existence. After pondering for a long while and finding no clear answers, Lin Tian decided to abandon pondering these complex questions. After all, he was now immensely powerful. Even if the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had some scheme, as long as it didn't affect him personally, it wouldn't concern him. For now, his objective had been achieved. And he believed that after this sect assembly, the other sects would pressure the Blue Lotus sect, demanding the Qingyun sect share him. Now it all depended on what Lin Qingsha intended. As for Lu Huijin and that Gong Sun Yan, in Lin Tian's eyes, they were nothing but clowns. What concerns Lin Tian most now is, this is the progress of courting Luo Qinghe, the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wastes. Though Lin Tian had seen the stunning Luo Qinghe before, it was during a time when everything was frozen. An immobile beauty and a living, breathing beauty could never feel the same. Thus, once the time freeze ended, he resolved to slowly pursue each beauty one by one. At the Xiaoyao sect's headquarters, Gong Sun Yan was smashing things in his room, slamming objects while cursing furiously. Useless. Those scholars from Qingshan Academy are nothing but a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. They actually lost to a mere Qi cultivation stage practitioner. They've truly disgraced Qingshan Academy's 1,000-year reputation. After catching his breath, a fierce glint flashed in Gong Sun Yan's eyes, and immediately summoned the 3 disciples scheduled to attend tomorrow's sect assembly. Once the trio entered, Gong Sun Yan barked, "Here are 3 blood transformation pills, which can significantly boost your cultivation in a short time. At tomorrow's sect assembly, this young sect master commands you. If you encounter disciples of the Blue Lotus sect, you must strike them dead. Slaughter them for me." Several disciples' expressions shifted slightly. The blood transformation pill enhances power by stimulating energy within vital blood. Overuse easily damages vital energy and blood. Severe damage may cause irreversible internal injuries, rendering future cultivation progress impossible. Yet seeing Gong Sun Yan's murderous expression, all 3 accepted the pills in utter silence. In truth, the Eastern Waste Sect Assembly is held only once every 100 years, serves as a test of each sect's strength against the others. Each sect would send 3 of their most outstanding disciples below the nascent soul stage to compete against the prodigies of other sects. The outcome of these contests determines the distribution of resources across the Eastern Wastes for the next century. Across the entire Eastern Wastes, this year's sect assembly promises to be more vibrant than ever, as it coincides with the opening of the Eastern Wastes Secret Realm, an event occurring only once every 500 years. The Eastern Wastes Secret Realm is the most wondrous cave heaven on the entire Eastern Wastes continent, abundant with opportunities yet fraught with peril. Most crucially, entry is restricted. Only cultivators below the nascent soul stage may enter, and they must not exceed 200 years of age, which aligns with the criteria for participating in the sect assembly. Each time the secret realm opens, only 20 individuals may enter, and the keys to unlock this secret realm is held by the 5 major sects of the Eastern Wastes: Qinglian Sect, Qingshan Academy, Qingyun Sect, and Xianbing Valley. Only the top 10 finishers of the sect assembly qualify for entry. The top-ranked sect receives 5 slots, the second-ranked 4, the fourth-ranked 2, and the remaining 6 spots are allocated 1 each to the other 6 sects. This arrangement was established a millennium ago to reduce the bloodshed among the major powers of the Eastern Wastes, led by the Xiaoyao sect and agreed upon by all major sects. Thus, each major sect dispatches their strongest disciples to compete, to secure greater benefits for their respective sects. Since the participants were all elite disciples from the major sects, it is rare to see cases like Gong Sun Yan's, who directly gives his disciples such pills that boost their strength in the short term. That would hinder their disciples' future cultivation, and even fewer would resort to killing during the sect assembly. Even during the previous conflict between the Blue Lotus sect and the Carefree sect had fallen out over Luo Qingqing's marriage, the Xiaoyao sect only targeted Qinglian sect disciples training outside their sect. This time, Gong Sun Yan had lost all patience. Given his innate talent, reaching the spirit transformation realm might take over 100 years, and he refused to wait any longer. Whenever he recalled the literary gathering, Gong Sun Yan felt as though his cherished possession had been snatched away. This time, no matter what means he had to employ, he swore he would claim Luo Qingqing. Taking several deep breaths to steady his ragged breathing, a cold smile spread across Gong Sun Yan's face. Meanwhile, at the Qingshan Academy compound, Mu Dixin, Xinqing his master, was speaking to her with utmost seriousness at that moment. "Qinghe, I'm telling you tonight, you must find that Lin Tian, and do whatever it takes. You must find a way to get that Lin Tian to agree to join our academy. Do you understand? If you can accomplish this task, I will no longer hold your previous disobedience against you. Xin Xinghe immediately bowed and said, I will obey your command. This disciple will find a way. I shan't disturb your rest any longer. With that, Xin Xinghe exited Mu Dixin's room. While Mu Dixin watched her departing figure, a flicker of inexplicable emotion flickered in her eyes, along with a look of regret. Chapter 034, What does barbecue mean? After leaving her master's room, Xin Xinghe's face instantly betrayed a look of disgust and a look of relief. Xin Xinghe had been raised by her master since childhood, whose name, Mu Dixin, signified noble virtue. Yet Xin Xinghe knew full well that this damned master of hers was a hypocrite who pretended to be virtuous and educated the people in the academy. But behind closed doors, after she came of age, he made unwanted advances toward her. He even threatened her into practicing dual cultivation with him. Fortunately, Xin Xinghe refused to yield, thus preserving her purity. This was precisely why Xin Xinghe often wandered outside the academy, and her reluctance to return to the academy. Such a humiliating thing. He simply couldn't bring himself to tell anyone. Or even if he did, it wouldn't make much difference. He was merely a golden core cultivator, while his master was a seasoned nascent soul cultivator. And the sect wouldn't risk offending his master to antagonize her master. Thus, from a young age, she understood. In this cutthroat cultivation world, survival of the fittest was the fundamental law of this world. And that to master one's own destiny, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, even her own fate would be beyond her control. During the wager, her willingness to serve Lin Tian as a maid was not because she harbored deep affection for the academy, but because she understood that by following Lin Tian, her cultivation would advance rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Xin Xinghe inquired about Lin Tian's residence. The inner disciples all knew Xin Xinghe had lost to Lin Tian and become his maid, so none of them gave her a hard time, simply pointing out Lin Tian's quarters. No one mocked Xin Xinghe for this. And whenever any female disciple of Qingyun sect saw Xin Xinghe, would murmur with envy, if only senior brother Li would take notice of me, and let me become a maid too. Upon entering the inner sect of the Blue Lotus sect, Xin Xinghe pulled down the silk scarf that had been covering her face, and gazed at a patch of spiritual springs within the inner sect. The cool moonlight spilled across the lake's surface, illuminating her exquisite, dignified, and otherworldly features. She smiled at her reflection on the lake's surface, as if bidding farewell to her former self. Xin Xinghe's face was filled with smiles as she went to find Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian was teaching Li Linger how to barbecue. The two had set up a charcoal grill in the courtyard, skewering meat while playfully bickering. Old man, couldn't you have explained it more clearly? Now my spirit beast leg skewers are burnt to a crisp. You're paying for this. You brat, how dare you talk to me like that? I told you over and over not to grill them too long or they'd burn. Who told you to nod off? Oomph, old geezer, it's all your fault. Once I finish these last few skewers, you won't get a single skewer. Lin Tian stood with her hands on her hips, a look of utter disdain on her face. Fine, you don't want any. I'll just grill them myself. Oomph. With that, both turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Xin Xinghe smiled faintly and stepped into the courtyard. Lin Tian saw Xin Xinghe arrive, unsurprised. But when he saw her lift her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, he froze for a moment and the atmosphere grew awkward. After a moment, Lin Tian regained his composure and remarked with a hint of amusement. Miss Xin, visiting me so late, is there something you need? This humble maiden has come to fulfill our wager. From this day forward, I shall serve as your handmaiden, and I shall remain by your side henceforth. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt his head spin. He was clearly pursuing Luo Qingcheng, and things were finally looking promising. But now Xin Xinghe has suddenly decided to meddle in the situation, leaving Lin Tian feeling utterly frustrated. Luo Qingcheng was right next door in the adjacent room. As a cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm, she could sense every flicker of movement on this side. If he were to take Xin Xinghe in now, Luo Qingcheng would probably tear him apart alive. Miss Xin, what I said that day was merely a jest. As for that wager, you needn't take it seriously. Xin Xinghe's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Lin Tian's words, though inwardly she deemed him putting on airs. But as a natural-born enlightened being, he certainly had the right to put on airs. My lord jests. A maiden's word is her bond. Having promised you something, I shall see it through. Your refusal, young master. Could it be that you find me lacking? Hearing this, and seeing Xin Xinghe's face brimming with tears, Lin Tian instantly felt at a loss. Don't be fooled by his playboy ways. He'd had countless women over the past 10,000 years of time stopping. But casual flings and real romance were two entirely different matters. When it came to matters of the heart, he was a complete novice. Seeing Lin Tian's flustered expression, Qingyun covered her mouth and giggled softly, realizing she'd misunderstood him. She promptly changed the subject, pointing at the stove. What are you doing, young master? This is called barbecue. What? Simply put, it's grilling meat. Since we've got nothing better to do, let's join in. So the three of them began grilling meat together, chatting and laughing. In the next room, Luo Qingcheng was glaring at Lin Tian with clenched teeth. Watching him chat and laugh with Qingyun, pounding the wall with her tiny fists, muttering under her breath. You little pervert, always chasing after pretty faces. When I get the chance, I'll castrate you myself. So you can't go around spreading your charms everywhere. She reached up to touch the veil covering her face. Lin Tian regretted refusing to remove her veil earlier that day. But it was too late now. And that woman Qingyun had beaten her to it. And a wave of irritation washed over her. She could only grit her teeth and watch from the sidelines. With Qingyun joining in, Lin Tian and Li Linger quickly grilled the meat to a golden brown, with the aroma of grilled meat filling the air. Thanks to the homemade seasoning Lin Tian had added, its aroma carried far and wide. Even Luo Qingcheng, residing in the adjacent room, couldn't help but swallow hard. In the end, she couldn't resist joining Lin Tian's barbecue crew. All the while, she kept telling herself she was just craving grilled meat. Not because she was annoyed seeing Qingyun and Lin Tian together. Upon seeing Luo Qingcheng arrive, her green tea tendencies immediately surged, giving Luo Qingcheng a cold glance. Then turned to Lin Tian with a sweet, pleading tone. Senior Brotherly, did you compose a poem for Master Qingcheng this morning? A poem titled There's a Beauty in the North. Might this little sister have the honor of asking Brotherly to compose a poem for me? Lin Tian was busy devouring a string of grilled spirit beast kidneys, when suddenly this request reached his ears. He hurriedly glanced at Luo Qingcheng's expression. Seeing her expression unchanged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll make a fool of myself. He pretended to stare intently at Qingyun for a long moment, while his eyes were actually darting around, sizing up her measurements. Holy crap, 90-60-90. Perfect model proportions. He marveled inwardly, but his mouth immediately piped up. Got it. Clouds evoke thoughts of robes, flowers of beauty, spring breeze caresses the balustrade, dew glistens thick. Had I not met you atop Mount Qingyun, I would have encountered you beneath the moon at the Jade Terrace. This poem perfectly captured Qingyun's otherworldly, ethereal aura, untouched by earthly concerns. Among them, only Qingyun understood poetry, and thus understood this verse was clearly written for her. Her lovely face flushed with two patches of rosy color as she spoke with a hint of coyness. Thank you, Senior Brotherly. Lin Tian smiled. When his gaze swept over Luo Qingcheng's face, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Qingcheng's expression clearly darkened with displeasure, her gaze carrying a hint of chill. Qingyun naturally noticed this exchange and couldn't help but smile. After the barbecue ended, Qingyun and Li Linger had gone to bed. Lin Tian and Luo Qingcheng remained in the courtyard, facing Lin Tian's bewildered expression. Luo Qingcheng's face was etched with conflict, her cheeks alternating between pale and crimson. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, her face flushed. I promised to remove my veil if I won. So today I'll let you off easy. So you won't go around saying I don't keep my word. Having forced herself to find an excuse, Luo Qingcheng slowly lifted the veil covering her face. Lin Tian's heart pounded wildly at that moment, though he had seen Luo Qingcheng's true face before. But that had been during a moment of suspended time. Even the most beautiful woman, frozen in time, would inevitably lose some of her charm. Now, seeing Luo Qingcheng's true appearance, Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Tian still felt a momentary daze. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch that peerlessly cold and beautiful face, only to be shyly dodged by Luo Qingcheng. Watching Luo Qingcheng flee from Lin Tian's small courtyard, a faint smile curved at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. It seemed Qingyun's arrival wasn't entirely without benefit. Lin Tian could clearly sense it. After seeing Qingyun come to find her, her demeanor had become distinctly unnatural. Chapter 035, The Sect Assembly officially begins. The next day, the Sect Assembly officially commenced. This gathering was exceptionally lively, as the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm was to be opened. So the heads of every sect had come to attend. As the head of the Blue Lotus sect, Luo Qingcheng naturally attended. So Lin Tian tagged along for the spectacle. This time, he wasn't forced into it. He too was eager to see what this so-called Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm was like. As soon as he entered the venue, he immediately spotted Gong Sun Yan, who had come to attend this sect assembly. Well, isn't this the Qi cultivation stage good for nothing? TSK, what a shame. The minimum requirement to attend the sect assembly is the Golden Core Realm. Some losers will probably spend their entire lives watching from the audience. Hearing this, every member of the Blue Lotus sect glared at Gongsun Yan with fury. Even Luo Qingcheng frowned. But Lin Tian remained utterly unfazed. Since he was asking for it, Lin Tian would show no mercy. Is that so? Some so-called cultivators, who only reached the Golden Core realm after 200 years. Yet they never participated in the sect assembly either. Now, at over 400 years old, they've only reached the nascent soul realm. Yet they still have the nerve to spout such nonsense here? Well, I just took a look for you. If you don't have some extraordinary encounter in this lifetime, your limit will be the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gongsun Yan immediately glared at him with fury. You're supposed to speak without insulting others. Yet Lin Tian went straight for his weak spot. What was even more infuriating was that he was telling the truth. Gongsun Yan never imagined that he could even discern when he had broken through to the Golden Core stage. Instantly consumed by rage and humiliation, murderous intent radiated from his entire being. Just as Gongsun Yan was about to strike Lin Tian, Luo Qingqing's cold voice cut through the air. Young Patriarch Gongsun, this is Qingyun sect. Please conduct yourself with dignity. As she spoke, Luo Qingchun channeled her spiritual energy. The overwhelming pressure of her transformation realm cultivation made Gongsun Yan visibly uncomfortable. His pupils suddenly contracted. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Luo Qingchun, whose face was veiled in light gauze, and shot Lin Tian a hateful glance. Boy, you'd better stay hidden behind women forever. And never let me catch you alone. Or I'll make you wish you were dead. After spitting out this threat, Gongsun Yan turned and walked away. He knew his sharp tongue might not hold up against Lin Tian's, and staying would only invite humiliation. So he turned and left immediately after his threat. At this sect assembly, Gongsun Yan's father, Gongsun Yuan, had not attended, likely intending to let Gongsun Yan gain some experience. Had Gongsun Yuan been present, he would never have let his son offend Lin Tian so easily. After Gongsun Yan departed, Luo Qingqing's gaze toward Gongsun Yan flashed with a cold glint. Back when she was at the nascent soul stage, she might have feared the might of the Xiaoyao sect, but now that she had entered the Huatian realm, her power had reached the level of an ancient ancestor. So she held no fear for Gongsun Yan. What truly made Luo Qingqing wary was the venerable ancestor behind the Xiaoyao sect, one who had attained the emptiness realm. Soon, the sect assembly commenced in earnest. And among the Qingyun sect's attendees was Su Chouyue. She was 155 years old this year, also at the Golden Core realm. Under Lin Tian's guidance, her cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. With just a little more guidance from Lin Tian, she could break through the Golden Core stage and enter the nascent soul realm. The other two contestants are Lu Xiyu and Sun Ruoshi, one at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and the other at the 8th level, both possessing respectable strength. The sect assembly tournament employed a ranking challenge system, where challengers advance by targeting the next higher-ranked opponent. Each contestant challenges the next higher-ranked opponent. Qingyun sect ranked 2nd in the last sect tournament, Xiaoyao sect 1st, while the 3rd-ranked Green Mountain Academy, though its momentum was dampened at the literary gathering, but due to the presence of Lin Tian, in an effort to curry favor with the Blue Lotus sect, the academy would certainly not challenge the Qingyun sect. Once the competition commenced, just as Lin Tian had predicted, the academy did not challenge the Blue Lotus sect, while the Blue Lotus sect, thanks to Lin Tian's guidance, the inner disciple's strength, had a chance to contend with the Xiaoyao sect for the top spot, and thus issued a challenge to the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 3 Xiaoyao sect contestants across from him, and imparted every perceived weakness he observed to his 3 allies without reservation, simultaneously slipping a jade pendant into Su Chouyue's hand when Luo Qingqing wasn't looking. He slipped a jade pendant to Su Chouyue. If you can't win and they try to kill you, crush this. Su Chouyue froze, then, realizing it was Lin Tian transmitting his voice to her, a faint smile touched her lips. Soon, the first match commenced. Gongsun Yan glared at Sun Ruoshi as she stepped forward, a savage grin spreading across his face. Both contestants possessed the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Lin Tian had also informed Sun Ruoshi of the weaknesses in the Xiaoyao sect's contestants, so Sun Ruoshi gained the upper hand from the very start. But then, that Xiaoyao sect disciple unexpectedly produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his strength surged to the peak of the Golden Core stage. The aura erupting from his body far surpassed what it had been moments before. A flicker of panic crossed Sun Ruoshi's face, and in a moment of carelessness, she was severely wounded by the opponent. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, suddenly, the disciple of the Xiaoyao sect was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of power, causing him to tremble all over, his knees buckling as he instantly fell to his knees. He looked around in alarm, hoping to pinpoint the source of the pressure, but nothing unusual was present. Sun Ruoshi seized the moment and immediately conceded defeat, barely saving her own life. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Yen was furious, unleashing a torrent of curses at the disciple. What the hell are you spacing out for? Kill the bastard. The Xiaoyao sect disciple had already taken the blood-melting pill, and Gong Sun Yan's tirade only fueled his pent-up frustration, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Gong Sun Yen cursed furiously. That oppressive aura was naturally Lin Tian's doing, effectively saving Sun Ruoshi's life. Luo Qingcheng witnessed the use of the blood transformation pill by the opposing side during the match. Coldly remarked, dishonorable. Yet Gong Sun Yen shrugged it off indifferently. Master Luo, please watch your words. Since when did the sect assembly forbid participants from taking medicine? Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng was at a loss for words. With no choice, she proceeded to the next match. Lu Xiyu stepped forward next, who was also severely wounded by her opponent. This time, however, Lu Xiyu had better luck, as the opposing disciple proved slightly weaker, granting Lu Xiyu an opening to concede defeat. Luo Qingcheng never imagined Gong Sun Yen would be so utterly ruthless. That to kill a disciple of the Blue Lotus sect, he would go so far as to feed the Xiaoyao sect disciple a blood-dissolving pill. Lin Tian turned to Luo Qingcheng and said, Sister Luo, for the final match, why don't we just concede defeat? Luo Qingcheng nodded in agreement. After all, they had already lost 2 out of 3 matches. There was no point in continuing the final match. Little junior sister Su Choyue also breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to fight to the death against those madmen from the Carefree sect. Chapter 036, Hidden Motives. Soon, after a day of fierce combat, the sect assembly concluded, and the sect's rankings remained largely unchanged. Tomorrow marked the opening of the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, and the Blue Lotus sect had secured 4 entry slots. Originally, Luo Qingcheng intended to select 4 inner sect disciples for the expedition. But Lin Tian addressed Luo Qingcheng. Sister Luo, consider this. Today, those disciples from the Xiaoyao sect used blood transformation pills. What if they employ the same tactics tomorrow? Might they resort to the same tactics? Hearing this question, a hint of gravity flickered in Luo Qingcheng's eyes. Lin Tian was right ever since she broke through to the spirit transformation realm. Gong Sun Yan's actions seemed to have grown even more reckless. Luo Qingcheng sighed softly and asked in a low voice, Then do you have a better plan? Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. He had been waiting for Luo Qingcheng to ask him, and replied with unwavering certainty. Why not let me and Linger enter this Eastern Wasteland secret realm? I have a way to deal with those drugged disciples of the Carefree sect. Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng looked utterly astonished and said, You're only at the qi refining stage. Aren't you courting death by entering the secret realm? Don't you know Gong Sun Yen is most eager to kill you right now? And you're actually going in? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with determination as he replied with unwavering certainty. Sister Luo, rest assured. Once I'm inside, I'll immediately find a way to help my junior sister break through to the nascent soul stage. Additionally, I plan to bring Xinxingha from Qingshan Academy with me, as she too is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. With 2 nascent soul cultivators on our side, dealing with that bunch from the Carefree sect will be a piece of cake. At the mention of Xinxingha's name, Luo Qingcheng's expression instantly turned cold. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lin Tian quickly explained. Sister Luo, I'm only thinking of Qinglian sect's best interests. Do you know how high Xinxingha's cultivation ceiling is? Her innate talent gives her a chance to break through to the Huatian realm and enter the Kongming realm. He's currently 30 years behind us. If we can turn her into one of our own within these 30 years, then the Qinglian sect might just become the foremost sect in the Eastern Wastes. Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng froze for a moment, never imagining Xinxingha's talent to be so extraordinary. Because of Lin Tian's status as a Luo Qingcheng had easily fallen for Lin Tian's tall tales. She exhaled a long breath. Luo Qingcheng gritted her teeth, forcing herself to set aside her prejudice against Xinxingha, then asked with a hint of petulance. There are 4 spots total. You and Linger are going, plus Xinxingha and junior apprentice sister Su Choyue. What about the disciples who could have gone to the secret realm, but didn't get to go? Lin Tian chuckled. Easy. Just tell them. When I return, I'll help them break through their bottlenecks. With that, Luo Qingcheng ceased her hesitation, and finally agreed to Lin Tian's suggestion. A flicker of excitement danced in the depths of Lin Tian's eyes. Back in his small courtyard, Xinxingha was teaching Li Linger to read, a favor Lin Tian had requested of Xinxingha. Though Li Linger disliked reading, under Lin Tian's stern gaze, she obediently complied. Upon seeing Lin Tian return, Xinxingha closed the scroll in her hands, and said with a light laugh, Young Master Li, you're back. How did the sect competition go today? Lin Tian smiled and deliberately replied. Same as always. Tomorrow, Qingyun sect has 4 spots to enter the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. Hearing this, a shadow of gloom flickered in Xinxingha's eyes. She was 182 years old this year, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. If she failed to secure a spot in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm this time, her entire life would be forever cut off from the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. It was said that within the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm lay great opportunities to enhance one's strength. But having lost 30 years to Lin Tian, Qingshan Academy would never grant her one of the 3 limited spots. Unless I were to throw caution to the wind and engage in dual cultivation with that old hag Mudashin. Even if he remained at the academy, the spot would never be his. A soft sigh escaped him, a fleeting shadow of desolation and disappointment crossing his face. And this was precisely what Lin Tian wanted to see. He said to Xinxingha, "How about joining us tomorrow to take a look inside?" "I'd rather not." "What did you say?" Xinxingha had been feeling rather disinterested and hadn't caught what Lin Tian said, and was about to say she wouldn't go when she suddenly recalled his words. And her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. "I said, would you like to come with us to take a look? Sister Luo and I secured a spot for you." Hearing this, Xinxingha's mouth instantly fell open, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. Her eyes filled with confusion and shock. Before she could process it, Lin Tian continued. "But you have to promise me that once you're in, you'll follow my lead on everything. No reckless actions allowed." Hearing this, Xinxingha finally began to grasp the situation. You mean you secured a spot for me? And you're going too?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief, as if she'd heard a fairy tale. "What? Don't you want to go? You should know that to secure your spot from Sister Luo, I had to pay a hefty price." Seeing Lin Tian's amused smile, Xinxingha immediately retorted, "I want to go. Of course I want to go. Once you're inside, I'll elevate both you and our junior sister Su Qiaoyue to the nascent soul realm. And then the 2 of you must protect me and linger well." After hearing Lin Tian's words, Xinxingha's eyes welled up with tears. She had lost to Lin Tian earlier, had been solely to gain an advantage from him, but she never imagined Lin Tian would treat her so kindly. After all, entry into the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. Only 20 spots are available every 500 years. And the Qingyun sect had only 4 spots to begin with. If she missed this opportunity, Xinxingha would never gain entry to this secret realm in her lifetime. Qingshan Academy has only 3 spots available. Unless she agreed to dual cultivation with her dead master Mudashin, the dead master might secure a spot for her. Otherwise, those 3 spots would never be hers. Who would have thought that Lin Tian, for her sake, secured one of those precious spots for me? After entering the secret realm, he could even help me reach the nascent soul stage? This was truly a double blessing. Xinxingha had been an orphan since childhood. In this cutthroat cultivation world, she had witnessed the coldness of human relationships and the deceitful schemes of others. For the first time, she felt someone treat her as family. That feeling of unconditional care began to thaw her icy heart. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Xinxingha declared resolutely, "Rest assured, once we enter the secret realm, I'll protect you and linger." Seeing Xinxingha's deeply moved expression, a smile spread across Lin Tian's face. In truth, he couldn't discern where a person's cultivation journey would end. For cultivating the Tao, talent is only part of it. But more about one's insight and serendipity. All highly variable factors. His praise of Xinxingha's talent to Luo Qingcheng was merely to seize the opportunity to pursue Xinxingha. Now he could pursue both the Eastern Waste's most beautiful woman and its most talented scholar. Pursuing them both simultaneously, how splendid. But Luo Qingcheng must never find out about this, or she'd surely chase him down with her sword. Once he had won over both Xinxingha and Luo Qingcheng, Lin Tian's business in the Eastern Wastes would be largely concluded, and it would be time to move on to the next destination. Meanwhile, at the Xiaoyao sect's headquarters, Gong Sun Yan roared furiously within his chamber. "You useless fools! You couldn't even take down those 2 Qingyun sect disciples after taking the medicine. What good are you lot?" Gong Sun Yan barked harshly at the group, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Once we enter the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm tomorrow, the 5 of you must eliminate every last member of the Blue Lotus sect for me. If you fail this mission again, there'll be no point in you living." The trembling figures hastily bowed in submission, and swiftly departed with the blood-transforming pills Gong Sun Yan had given them. Chapter 037, The Secret Realm Opens. Early the next morning, the other sects had already departed Qingyun sect one after another. Only the top 10 sects of the Eastern Wastes remained, preparing to open the Eastern Wastes' secret realm. When the time came for the secret realm to open, the heads of several sects produced their respective insignia. The Xiaoyao sects was a plain jade disc, while the other 4 each presented a jade pendant. Once the pendants were embedded into the plate, The plate seemed to come alive with spirit, a pillar of light shot skyward. And a white teleportation portal materialized upon its surface. When Lin Tian saw the jade plate, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The white jade disc actually contained a trace of the power of the Tao. And he never imagined the Eastern Wilderness secret realm would require the power of the Tao to unlock. This only deepened his curiosity about the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Upon seeing Lin Tian also preparing to enter the secret realm, a look of excited malice flashed across his face. His gaze drifted toward Su Choyue as he muttered under his breath. Damn chi refining stage cultivator, I never thought you'd come looking for death yourself. Too bad I won't get to slaughter you myself. Su Choyue was the mole Gongsun Yan had planted within the Blue Lotus sect. Once they entered the secret realm, Su Choyue would relay Lin Tian's location to the Xiaoyao sect. With only Qingyun and Su Choyue, they would be no match for the 5 late-stage gold core cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, as a precaution, Gongsun Yan had also distributed blood-transforming pills to them. So upon seeing Lin Tian among the group, he was certain Lin Tian would be killed. Meanwhile, at the academy, everyone was stunned beyond belief. That Qingyun sect had actually given one of their spots to Qingyun. Lu Huijin, seeing Qingyun was to enter the secret realm alongside Lin Tian. His gaze toward Lin Tian was filled with murderous intent. He had fought so hard to secure his spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. And upon emerging, his strength should break through its bottleneck, allowing him to enter the nascent soul stage before Qingyun. But now Lin Tian was actually taking Qingyun into the Eastern Waste secret realm too. And this made him feel as disgusted as if he'd eaten a pair of stinky socks. A surge of fury welled up within him as he turned his gaze toward Gongsun Yan of the Xiaoyao sect. And a plan began to form in his mind. Once we're inside the secret realm, I'll slaughter you. And wash away the shame you brought me at the literary gathering. Lu Huijin also fixed Lin Tian with a dark, shadowed gaze. Though he concealed it well. Unlike Gongsun Yan, who wore his murderous intent like a badge. Once all 20 chosen individuals had entered the light circle, the light circle closed. 3 days later, those who had entered the secret realm would be transported out once more. The jade plate and several jade pendants returned to the hands of their respective sect masters. Just as Lin Tian and his companions stepped into the Eastern Waste secret realm. In the secret chamber behind Qingyun Sect's mountain, the carefree patriarch stared intently at Lin Xingxia with a grave expression. Xingxia, what is your decision? If you agree to these 2 matters, I will ensure you survive the Huatian tribulation. Lin Xingxia's face was filled with hesitation and uncertainty. You must understand, once you enter the emptiness realm, your dwindling lifespan will be restored at once. But once you die, you'll have nothing at all. These words exploded like a bomb, shattering the last line of defense in Lin Xingxia's heart. Her face twisted with viciousness, and coldly declared, Old Ghost Xiaoyao, if you help me break through to the Huatian realm, everything will be done as you say. A strange smile immediately flashed across the old ancestor's face. Very well. Fairy Qingxia is indeed straightforward and decisive. Now that our 2 sects have become in-laws, this is a momentous occasion for all of Eastern Wilderness. Why not hold the wedding ceremony for my son Yan and the peerless beauty Qincheng? For my son Yener and the peerless beauty to be wed. A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Tian, Su Choyue, Qingyun, and Li Linger entered the Eastern Waste secret realm. The moment Lin Tian stepped through the portal, felt a repulsive force, clearly indicating his cultivation level did not meet the entry requirements. However, that repulsive force vanished the moment Lin Tian channeled a thread of heavily Dao power. It vanished instantly, allowing Lin Tian to enter the secret realm without further hindrance. The world before him seemed indistinguishable from the outside, except that the sky held no sun. Only a void stretched across the heavens. Since the secret realm only opened once every 500 years. According to the sect elders who had entered it last time, this secret realm is vast beyond measure. And in 3 days they hadn't even finished exploring the outer regions. Therefore, once inside, one must seize every moment to explore, and strive to uncover as many opportunities as possible. Lin Tian, however, remained unconcerned. After mentally scanning the entire Eastern Wasteland's secret realm, he had already pinpointed the core area. Now that he was here, he no longer needed to conceal his strength. And he intended to settle all past grievances at once. His gaze then turned to Su Choyue as he transmitted his voice. Little junior sister, do you know the location of the Xiaoyao sect disciples now? After entering the secret realm, Su Choyue was also deeply astonished. Never imagining Lin Tian's methods could be so extraordinary. Capable of altering the very rules governing entry into the Eastern Waste's secret realm. Such power likely surpassed even that of the Eastern Waste's foremost figure, the Xiaoyao Patriarch. Taking a deep breath, Su Choyue began contacting the Xiaoyao sect. Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Choyue's message, and immediately rushed toward Lin Tian's location. Only Qingyun remained unaware. Led by their junior sister Su Choyue, toward the location of the Xiaoyao sect disciples. After walking for half an hour, a scene that made Qingyun's face darken unfolded. 5 members of the Xiaoyao sect came running from afar. And alongside them, Lu Huijin of Qingyun Academy was also accompanying them. At this moment, Lu Huijin stood alongside the Xiaoyao sect members. Their intent was now crystal clear: to completely eliminate everyone on their side. Qingyun never imagined that Lu Huijin, an elegant Lu Huijin, would stoop to such actions. Junior sister, it's been a while, hasn't it? Lu Hui opened the folding fan in his hand. His gaze fixed on Qingyun with a smile. His gaze revealing unmasked lechery. And a deep, venomous hatred. He had pursued Qingyun for 100 years. For Qingyun's sake, throughout these 100 years, he had not touched a single woman. Yet that Qingyun had ignored his advances completely. This made Lu Huijin begin to grow obsessed. The more Qingyun rejected him, the more he craved her. As a way to prove himself. But at the Qinglian sect's literary gathering, that bastard actually dared to lose to that chi cultivation stage good for nothing right before his eyes. To that chi cultivation stage good for nothing right before his eyes. This left Lu Huijin feeling profoundly humiliated. Compounded by the literary gathering, where before all the factions of the Eastern Wastes, losing to Lin Tian in the poetry competition only deepened his hatred for the man. He never imagined that during this secret realm expedition, not only had Lin Tian entered himself, but also brought Qingyun along with him. Lu Huijin knew that if he wanted to win Qingyun, this was likely his only chance. Snap! Lu Huijin closed the folding fan in his hand and declared with smug satisfaction, "Junior sister Shen, I'm giving you a chance. If you submit to me now, and I'll escort you out safely. Otherwise," a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he added in a chilling tone, "otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our fellow discipleship. And let everyone present taste what it's like to face the world's most talented woman." Those around Lu Huijin immediately burst into maniacal laughter. Their gazes fixed on Qingyun with a hint of lust. Especially those from the Xiaoyao sect, were already itching to get started. Chapter 038. Am I the only one in the dark? Qingyun gritted her teeth and whispered to Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, don't worry about me later. Take Linger and flee quickly. Sister disciple Su and I will cover your retreat." After saying this, Qingyun couldn't even believe her own words. That such words had come from her own mouth. In the past, no matter what she did, her first consideration was always self-interest. Once, she had regarded her master as family, as a father figure. But that day, when Mu Dixin tried to force her into dual cultivation, and she had refused him with all her might, she coldly declared, "Qingyun, remember this, in this cultivation world, no one will ever be kind to you without reason." Those icy words shattered every shred of emotion within Qingyun. From that day onward, she became self-serving and selfish, pursuing maximum gain in everything she did, including her wager against Lin Tian during the sect's literary gathering. Yet after spending these past few days with Lin Tian, she realized she had changed. Though she claimed to have lost to Lin Tian and become his maid, Lin Tian and Li Linger never treated her as a maid. Though they had only spent a mere 2 days together, Qingyun felt that in all the over 100 years she had lived, could not compare to the joy she had experienced in these 2 days. Whether it was the verse Lin Tian had penned for her, "Had we not met atop Mount Chuanyu, we would have met beneath the moon at Yaotai," or his securing her a spot to enter the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, each act struck her icy heart with profound force. So when danger struck this time, she stepped forward without hesitation. She too wanted to do something for Lin Tian and Li Linger, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Yet the moment Qingyun finished speaking, the figures across from her stared at him with mocking expressions. A disciple of the Xiaoyao sect burst into maniacal laughter, pointing at Qingyun as he said, "Oh my, on the brink of death and still playing modest with each other? TSK, truly heartwarming. Brother Lu, isn't this junior sister of yours known as the most talented woman under heaven? But from the looks of it, she's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. We found you both so quickly. Didn't that strike you as odd?" Hearing this, Qingyun shuddered violently, then turned to stare at Su Choyue with disbelief. Clearly, she was the Xiaoyao sect's mole. Seeing Qingyun's stunned expression, the members of the Xiaoyao sect and Lu Huijin laughed even harder. Qingyun's face had turned deathly pale. If she and Su Choyue, fighting to the death to hold off the Xiaoyao sect and Qingyun Academy, buying Lin Tian and Li Linger time to escape. But now, Su Choyue was actually a traitor? Despair now etched itself onto Qingyun's face. But Lin Tian merely smiled faintly, whispering softly in her ear, "Congratulations. You've passed my test." He then turned to Li Linger and asked, "Care to test your skills?" Li Linger's eyes lit up and she seemed eager to try. She had already reached the second stage of the Golden Core realm, and these opponents would be perfect for testing her strength. Sure, master. But you'd better keep a close eye on us and back us up. No problem, Zhou Yu, Zhang. You've both reached the bottleneck of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. And this kind of battle will help you break through more effectively. You'll join Linger in the fray shortly. I'll cover your backs from the rear. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a roar of laughter erupted from the opposing side. Brother Lu, did you hear that? This kid's mind is a bit off. And he actually dares to resist? A mere chi cultivation stage cultivator. And he expects 2 gold core cultivators to back him up? This might just be the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. And he still hasn't figured it out? Su Choyue is our mole planted within the Blue Lotus sect. Another wave of uproarious laughter erupted among the group. Lu Huijin also spoke with a grimace. Rest assured, brother son, not a single one of them will escape. Just be careful when you move in. We're taking them alive. These little ladies are quite the lookers. It'd be a shame to waste them. We'll enjoy them properly back at the camp. As for that worthless chi cultivation stage trash, leave him to me. I'll make sure he begs for death. But the next moment, shock washed over every face. As Li Linger channeled her spiritual energy, a long sword materialized in her hand. Hum. The sword emitted a faint, crisp hum. And the sword intent emanating from its blade, causing the 8 opponents across from her to feel a chill run through their bodies. Clearly an exceptional weapon. Linglong, keep an eye on Linger later. And make sure she doesn't get hurt. As the words left his mouth, and a graceful woman materialized. She bowed to Lin Tian and said, "Yes, master." Before anyone could react, Li Linger, sword in hand and accompanied by the sword spirit Linglong, charged into the midst of the 8 men. Ah! Ah! 2 agonized screams pierced the air. 2 Qingyun Academy scholars, still frozen in place watching the spectacle, were stabbed through the heart by Li Linger and Linglong, meeting their end instantly. Seeing Li Linger strike, everyone abandoned their shock and immediately plunged into the fray. Su Choyue, relying on a sneak attack, wounding a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect with a single sword strike. Though not fatally, it significantly reduced the opponent's combat effectiveness. The leading Xiaoyao sect disciple roared angrily. Su Choyue, do you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten that it was your intelligence that allowed us to ambush Lei Dong successfully? Hearing this, intense hatred surged in Su Choyue's eyes, and her attacks against the Xiaoyao sect grew even more ruthless. Xin Xinghe was utterly bewildered. Still hadn't grasped what was happening. But now wasn't the time for overthinking. She could only focus on finishing the fight first. The battle had barely begun, yet the Xiaoyao sect already had 2 dead and 1 wounded, leaving the odds at 4 against 5. The remaining 4 split up, 2 blocked Jinling Linglong and Li Linger, while another, along with the one wounded by Su Choyue, charged straight toward Lin Tian. Xin Xinghe's eyes widened in fury at the sight. She tried to rush to Lin Tian's aid, but she was held fast by the Xiaoyao sect disciple, unable to break free. Yet the next moment brought a shocking turn of events. The 2 who had charged toward Lin Tian were halted by an invisible protective barrier. Their weapons plunged into the ground as if stuck in solid earth. And no matter how hard they strained, they couldn't break through the barrier. Lin Tian watched them with an amused expression, slowly approaching them. With each step, they felt as though he were treading upon their very hearts, emitting a thump sound. Their hearts pounded uncontrollably within their chests. At that moment, they both realized that this Lin Tian was no mere chi cultivation stage cultivator. But it was already too late. As the oppressive pressure intensified, they exchanged a glance before each shoved a blood transformation pill into their mouths. A swirl of crimson light enveloped them. Their cultivation levels surged dramatically for a brief moment. One of them even reached the nascent soul stage. With a ferocious expression, he materialized a massive axe, swinging it down toward Lin Tian. The other, expending every last ounce of his spiritual energy, curling his ring-handled broadsword at Lin Tian. Facing the fierce onslaught, Lin Tian merely raised his right hand, catching the descending axe. Then, under the astonished gaze of the attacker, he casually pinched it. The massive axe, forged from condensed spiritual energy, shattered into fragments. The man's primal essence was wounded, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's other hand seized the blade of the ring-handled broadsword. Yet the razor-sharp edge inflicted no harm upon his palm. With another casual squeeze, the ring-handled broadsword shattered like the giant axe, shattered into a swirling torrent of spiritual energy. Lin Tian walked over to the 2 unconscious figures and said coldly, "I'm a soft-hearted man who hates killing. From now on, you'll live as ordinary people." With that, he raised his hand and unleashed 2 gusts of gale force wind, shattering the golden cores they had cultivated at the golden core stage. From that day onward, they could no longer cultivate, and became utterly ordinary people. Xin Xinghe, who was battling Lu Huijin nearby, and was startled, nearly struck by Lu Huijin's folding fan. Turning to Su Choyue and Li Linger, she saw their faces remained utterly calm. It was clear they had known all along about Lin Tian's formidable strength. So why had she been kept in the dark? Xin Qinghe glared at Lin Tian through gritted teeth. Then resumed her battle against Lu Huijin. Chapter 039, I never claimed to be at Qi cultivation stage. The others engaged in combat nearby, witnessing the situation on Lin Tian's side, were all utterly shocked. Lu Huijin's expression darkened to the extreme. They had come with 8 people in total. Just as he arrived, he was killed by this young girl and that eerie sword spirit. Now Lin Tian casually took down 2 more. The remaining 4 no longer held back. All 3 members of the Xiaoyao sect pulled out blood transformation pills from their pockets, stuffing them into their mouths. Even Lu Huijin pulled out a blood transforming pill from his person. One of the rewards for agreeing to help the Xiaoyao sect with their killings. As their power surged dramatically, only Linglong the sword spirit remained unfazed. Su Choyue, Xin Qinghe, and Li Linger all began to fall behind. Lin Tian knew this game had to end. Among them, Li Linger was the weakest. Though Linglong protected her, she was still in grave danger. Lin Tian flashed forward, appearing before Li Linger. Linger, watch my sword strike with all your focus. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged, revealing an ordinary yet precious long sword in his grasp. Swung swiftly, unleashing countless streaks of sword light, slicing the drugged Xiaoyao sect disciple into mincemeat. After witnessing Lin Tian's technique, Li Linger immediately sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to contemplate the sword intent within his technique. Lin Tian flashed again, appearing behind Su Choyue, one arm encircling her waist, and grasped the hand holding her sword. Then Su Choyue felt a tickle near her earlobe. As Lin Tian declared, watch closely. He then swung the slender sword. A crescent-shaped blade shot toward the Xiaoyao sect disciple opposite them, cleaving the man in 2 with a single stroke. Su Choyue flushed, but made no attempt to struggle. The next moment, Lin Tian appeared beside Xin Qinghe. This person, do you want him dead or alive? Before Xin Qinghe could respond to Lin Tian's words, Lu Huijin trembled violently as he backed away, pleading. Junior sister, spare me. I'll never dare again. He had just witnessed Lin Tian's overwhelming power. And even though several of them had consumed blood-melting pills, none had lasted even a single exchange against Lin Tian. Now he was utterly terrified. As the youngest prodigy of Green Mountain Academy, and he had no desire to die. But Xin Qinghe shot Lu Huijin a look of utter disgust, and coldly declared, you handle it. It wasn't that she didn't care about their shared academy ties, but she understood that if Lin Tian hadn't concealed his strength, were she to fall into Lu Huijin's hands today, her fate would have been utterly miserable. So she felt no need for pointless mercy. Lin Tian nodded, and addressed Lu Huijin. Earlier you said you'd make me wish I were dead, right? Well then, I'll grant you that very fate. With that, Lin Tian struck Lu Huijin with a palm strike that instantly crippled his cultivation. Then brought 2 fingers together and lightly tapped his forehead. Then, Lu Huijin heard Lin Tian's voice in his ear. I've stripped your cultivation and sealed it within your body. Your scattered cultivation will keep you alive indefinitely. Then I cast an illusion upon you. And now you shall struggle endlessly within your most agonizing memories. Lu Huijin's pupils contracted sharply, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable. His face contorted with terror, his mouth screaming in agony. No! 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 Ignoring Lu Huijin's agonized screams. Watching the last remaining disciple of the Xiaoyao sect confront the sword spirit Linglong, Lin Tian casually snapped his fingers. Bang! With the sound of the explosion, the Xiaoyao sect disciple exploded like a bomb, exploding instantly without leaving even a speck of ashes. After dispatching this swarm of bothersome flies, Lin Tian turned his gaze back to Xin Qinghe. And in her eyes as she looked at him now, filled with astonishment, confusion, and a hint of fear. Aren't you at the Qi cultivation stage? How could? Hearing Xin Qinghe's words, a hint of amusement flashed across Lin Tian's face. When did I ever say I was a pre-heaven enlightenment body at the Qi cultivation stage? But the Qingyun sect members. Mid-sentence, Xin Qinghe suddenly fell silent. Right, it had always been the Qingyun sect who claimed Lin Tian possessed innate enlightenment. And it was based on their interpretations of ancient texts. That Lin Tian's cultivation level was at the Qi refining stage. Lin Tian himself had never once acknowledged that he was a. Yet a chill crept into Xin Qinghe's heart. A sense of dread welled up within her. That this young man could conceal his true strength. Conceal his true strength before all the venerable elders of the eastern wastes. And even enter the secret realm accessible only to golden core cultivators. Just how terrifying was his true power? At this thought, her breathing grew heavy, her gaze burning as she fixed it on Lin Tian. Just how powerful are you? I said I transcend the supreme god realm. Would you believe me? Shen Xinghe shook her head in disbelief. Lin Tian sighed with resignation. Why did every woman have to be curious about his power? And yet none of them believed him when he told the truth? Li Wanqiu was like that, and Shen Xinghe was the same. He could only shake his head helplessly. I'll be heading into the depths of the secret realm shortly. The three of you stay here and search for treasures within this realm. Once those two finish their meditation, head southeast. There lies a promising opportunity well suited for you. Before I leave, I'll come back for you. Under no circumstances reveal the truth about my power to anyone outside. After a moment of silence, Shen Xinghe nodded. Lin Tian immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the depths of the secret realm. Li Linger carried the talisman he had left for communication. So even if danger arose, she could swiftly alert Lin Tian. So Lin Tian held no concerns for their safety. With the sword spirit Linglong present, after dealing with the useless members of the Xiaoyao sect in the academy, the disciples from various sects who had entered this secret realm posed no further threat to Li Linger and her companions. Soon, Lin Tian ventured deep into the core region of the secret realm. On a towering mountain, Lin Tian discovered a cave sealed with restraints. After sensing the restrictions upon it, he detected a trace of the Tao's essence, which piqued his curiosity. For the eastern wastes were the land of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, the weakest of all realms. Yet within this eastern wasteland's secret realm, there actually existed a place imbued with the aura of the Way of Heaven. Placing his palm on the restriction, he began to exert force. Immediately ripples appeared upon its surface, yet showed no sign of opening. So Lin Tian directly invoked the power of the Tao. Sure enough, upon sensing the power of the Tao, it gradually began to dissipate, revealing the entrance to the cave. Sensing something within, calling out to Lin Tian hesitated no longer and stepped into the cave. Chapter 040, The Madness of Lin Xingxia. On the very night Lin Tian and his companions entered the eastern wasteland's secret realm, in the boudoir of Luo Qingcheng of the Blue Lotus sect, Li Qingxia and Luo Qingcheng sat facing each other, engaged in both a game of chess and conversation. Beside them sat an exquisitely antique incense burner, emitting wispy wisps of blue smoke. A faint, refreshing fragrance filled the room. The two played chess and chatted. Qingcheng, you must be nearly 400 years old now, right? Yes, master. Having been raised by you, I am now 392 years old. Indeed, time flies. 400 years pass in the blink of an eye. This old woman is already over 1600 years old. Alas! Time shows no mercy. Reaching the Huatian realm extends one's lifespan to 2000 years. And now Lin Xingxia is already 1600 years old, leaving her with only 400 years remaining. Hearing Lin Xingxia's lament, Luo Qingcheng immediately replied, Master, there's no need to worry. Once Li Tian returns, we'll devise a plan together. We'll definitely find a way to help you survive the divine transformation thunder tribulation. Lin Xingxia merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Crack! Crack! Snap! The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy, broken only by the crisp sound of falling pieces. After a long moment, Lin Xingxia asked casually, Qingcheng, what do you think of Gongsun Yan from the Xiaoyao sect? At the sound of Lin Xingxia's words, a look of disgust immediately flashed across Luo Qingcheng's face. Master, why bring up that scoundrel now? Regardless, he is the grandson of the Xiaoyao patriarch. And with the Xiaoyao sect having only one heir per generation, will inevitably be his. If you refuse to become his concubine, but instead become his secondary wife, would you agree? At these words, Luo Qingcheng's face instantly turned icy cold. Her gaze toward her master now tinged with a peculiar expression. Her voice icy as she replied, Master, I would rather die than marry that Gongsun Yin. Had it not been for the Xiaoyao sect, Lei Dong would never have fallen from the nascent soul realm all the way back to the foundation establishment realm. Had it not been for the Xiaoyao sect, Qingxue would not have been abused until her body was covered in wounds, and her body abandoned in the wilderness. Mentioning these events stirred Luo Qingcheng's emotions, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. But Qingcheng, master, has only 400 years of life left. If he fails to survive the divine transformation tribulation, his lifespan will soon come to an end. Now, the immortal ancestor Xiaoyao has agreed to master's request, that if you agree to marry Gongsun Yan as his secondary wife, and hand over that Li Tian to the Xiaoyao sect, he will lend master the ancient divine artifact of the Xiaoyao sect, and aid him in weathering the thunder tribulation. Can't you endure a little hardship, and help your master? Luo Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her master in disbelief, as though she were looking at a stranger. He never imagined his master would disregard his feelings entirely, and had secretly made such an agreement with the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing Lin Qingxia's pleading expression, Luo Qingcheng felt as though her heart had been pricked by a needle. a sharp pang of pain. He couldn't understand his own master. The Qingxia immortal who once ruled the eastern wastes. Who always placed the interests of the Qingyun sect above all else. How could she have become this? Resorting to any means for gain. What was most unbearable for her was. She actually agreed to hand Lin Tian over to the carefree sect. My master knew full well that I harbored feelings for Lin Tian. Yet still imposed such a condition. Clearly showing she'd resorted to any means necessary. And survived the divine transformation tribulation. Luo Qinghe set down her chess piece, abruptly rising to her feet. And said coldly, Master, please forgive me for refusing your request. As the head of the Blue Lotus sect, I likewise cannot permit you to sacrifice Lin Tian to curry favor with the Xiaoyao sect. This would be disregarding the 1,000-year foundation of our Qinglian sect. Lin Qingxia gazed at Luo Qingqing's icy expression. A pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. A disciple she had nurtured for 400 years. Had now reached the Huatian realm. Her power now nearly matching his own. Yet now she dared to defy her orders. This stirred an indescribable rage within her heart. But circumstances were beyond her control. And with no other choice, Lin Qingxia could only speak softly. Qingcheng, please calm down. Your master is merely inquiring about your wishes. If you refuse, this matter ends here. And I shall never mention it again. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing slowly sat back down in her chair. I know you like that Lin Tian, don't you? At these words, Luo Qingqing's face flushed slightly. But she quickly covered it up. Master, Lin Tian and I are merely. Just. Before she could finish. Luo Qingqing felt the world spinning violently before her eyes. Her vision blurring. She shook her head violently. Only to find the dizziness in her mind intensifying. She tried to summon spiritual energy to counter the dizziness. But not a shred of spiritual energy stirred. Thud. Luo Qingcheng collapsed onto the chessboard before her. Before losing consciousness, she saw her master's face kind yet tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. And heard words that sent a chill deep into her soul. Qingcheng, do not blame your master. I raised you to adulthood. And made you the head of the Qinglian sect. Now, in return, master's lifespan is nearing its end. For master's sake, sacrifice yourself and marry Gongsun Yan. Moreover, by marrying him, you will become the future matriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. And in terms of status, this will not dishonor you. Master is only thinking of your best interests. Luo Qingcheng tried to protest, only to find her lips utterly immobile. Then she completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Qingxia waved her hand and the doors and windows in the room swung open. And the faint fragrance within the room quickly dissipated. Before arriving, she had already anticipated Luo Qingqing's refusal. So she had added hypnotic ingredients to the incense blend. Provided by the Xiaoyao sect. Capable of stunning even a Huatian realm expert. She casually retrieved a sealed artifact, sealing Luo Qingqing's power. Then Lin Qingxia immediately went to the main hall of the Qinglian sect, dispatching all disciples close to Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian. She summoned the remaining members for a meeting. She convened a meeting with the remaining members. I now announce that in 2 days' time, Qingcheng will marry Gongsun Yan, the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. You may all withdraw to prepare. Though the remaining elders and disciples were astonished. But these individuals were all trusted confidants of Lin Qingxia. So they asked no further questions. And they all went down to prepare for the wedding. Yet this did little to quell the murmurs among the lower ranks. Didn't sect master Luo despise Gongsun Yan the most? So why did he suddenly agree to this marriage? Who knows? Anyway, the patriarch has spoken. Why bother with all that? We'll just follow orders. Lin Qingxia watched the disciples bustling about outside. A flicker of madness surfaced in the depths of her eyes. 2 days later would mark the day Lin Tian emerged from the eastern wilderness secret realm. Once that brat is handed over to the Xiaoyao sect, and marry Luo Qingcheng to Gongsun Yan, she would be able to endure the Huatian tribulation. And never again have to worry about the issue of lifespan. To achieve this goal, she had now descended into madness. Willing to sacrifice everything she possesses. Even prepared to sacrifice the entire Qinglian sect. Chapter 041, I'm here to catch bugs, not to peek. Within the secret realm, Lin Tian ventured deep into the cavern. He activated another restriction imbued with the way of heaven, revealing a vast stone chamber. The moment the barrier dissolved, a spiritual energy screen materialized. A luminous screen of spiritual energy materialized, projecting a passage of text formed from spiritual energy. When Lin Tian saw these characters, his expression instantly turned pale. The universal script of this world resembled the small seal script of the Qin dynasty in his former life's dragon kingdom. Yet this inscription was written in simplified Chinese, which meant that whoever had left this inscription, just like me, he's also a time traveler. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Tian's heart began to race wildly. Even his breathing grew heavy. Taking several deep breaths to steady his nerves, Lin Tian began to carefully read the text. Lin Tian, hello there. Surprised to see this message? Yes, I'm also a time traveler. But rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the time you read this letter, I'll have left this world nearly 10,000 years ago. You've probably guessed my identity by now. Indeed, I am Tianji Z of the Tianji Pavilion. Like you, I am a being who transcends the realm of the Supreme God in this world. But alas, the heavenly Tao of this world remains incomplete. So you currently stand with only 1 foot in the divine realm. Without the Tao's completion, the divine realm cannot be attained. To formally enter the divine realm, you must first complete the Tao of heaven. If one day you grow weary of this world, and wish to leave this world, like me, to see what lies beyond, then you must complete the heavenly way of this world. Attain true divine realm. Only then can you tear open the plane of this world, and roam freely through the 3,000 great worlds. The method to complete the heavenly way is remarkably simple. Simply traverse all 12 primordial realms across the 4 seas and 8 desolations of the Immortal Demon Continent. And you will know what to do. And you'll know what to do. But if you find joy in this world, you may remain here indefinitely. As my successor, I've left you 2 gifts. One lies within this stone chamber, the only weapon in this world that surpasses high-grade divine artifacts. I have named its Tira Dao artifact. The other gift is the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. When you unfold the Dao artifact Heavenly Mechanism Fan, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets will manifest of its own accord, acknowledging you as its new pavilion master. Though 10,000 years have passed, as long as you hold the Heavenly Mechanism Fan, the members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion will undoubtedly recognize your status as Pavilion Master, and remain utterly loyal to you. If fate permits, once you have completed the Tao and departed this world, we shall have the chance to meet. Finally, I wish you joy in your journey through this world. After Lin Tian finished reading these words, the characters composed of spiritual energy swiftly dissipated, then vanished entirely. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The content of the text kept replaying in his mind. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. This Tianji Z was indeed as he had suspected. Not some innate enlightened being, but rather a peerless powerhouse like himself. The divine realm he spoke of must be what I call the Ancestral Realm. Who would have thought that after fully stepping into the Ancestral Realm, he could freely traverse between planes? Which was nothing short of earth-shattering news to Lin Tian. As for the matter of completing the Tao, Lin Tian currently held little interest in it. His greatest passion lay in conquering the beauties across the entire continent. However, he could easily combine his travels across the continent. He could also explore the primordial realms of the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, to see what this so-called incompleteness of the heavenly Tao truly entailed. After all, the clues left by Tianji Z in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm were merely a passing mention, offering no detailed explanation of the incomplete heavenly way. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian decided to first secure that so-called Tao artifact. So he searched around the stone platform. And sure enough, he discovered a stone box beneath the platform. Upon opening the stone box, a line of small characters appeared. The odd changes, the even remains unchanged. Lin Tian blurted out, symbols reveal patterns. Click. A crisp locking sound echoed from the stone box. Seeing this, Lin Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Thank goodness he'd been to school and knew this formula. If some illiterate had been here instead, it seemed he wouldn't be able to take that Tao artifact, the Heavenly Mechanism Fan, home today. After inwardly ranting, Lin Tian pulled open the second stone box. Labeled hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Snap. Lin Tian was already cursing at the stone box. Damn it, is this freaking periodic table showing up now? Thank God you only tested the first 2 lines. If it went any further, how the hell would a humanities student like me know this crap? After opening the second layer of the stone box, Lin Tian finally laid eyes on the Heavenly Mechanics Fan, known as a Tao artifact. He carefully examined it. The grade of this Heavenly Mechanism Fan was roughly on par with the Linglong sword he had given to Li Linger, both being high-grade divine artifacts. The reason Lin Tian didn't sense it surpassing a high-grade divine artifact was likely because it lacked a spirit core. Lin Tian believed that once he forged a spirit for this Heavenly Mechanism Fan, its grade would instantly surpass that of the Linglong sword. However, given Lin Tian's current strength, whether he possessed this Tao artifact or not likely made little difference, as the fan likely pertains to mending the Tao, so he must take it with him. After surveying the area, and finding nothing else of note, Lin Tian would return to find Li Linger and the others. At this moment, Li Linger, Xin Xinghe, and Su Choyue, following Lin Tian's instructions. In the southeast direction of the secret realm, they discovered a spiritual spring. A persistent mist swirled above the spring, clearly indicating an abundance of spiritual energy. The three women were overjoyed and immediately set up a barrier around the spring. Then shed their clothes and entered the spring to meditate with eyes closed. While Ling Long, the sword spirit, remained guarding within the barrier. After emerging from the cave, spent another day to uproot every precious mineral, spiritual veins, and mineral ores, stuffing them into his spatial ring. With only 1 day remaining before his departure, guided by the resonance from the jade pendant given to Li Linger, Lin Tian soon arrived at the spirit spring. Upon seeing the three women cultivating within the spirit spring, Lin Tian immediately shook his head inside, his expression stern as he declared, "Honestly, how careless can you be? Just bathing like this, don't you fear a bud might fall from the tree? Or crawl onto them? To let them bathe in peace? I'll have to make a sacrifice and climb the tree to catch bugs." At the same time, he couldn't resist telling himself a little white lie. It's definitely not to peek. The women remained immersed in their cultivation, unaware that Lin Tian, who had entered the forbidden zone they had set up, and was about to catch bugs, nourished by this spiritual spring. Xinxinghe and Su Choyue had already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Li Linger's cultivation was also rapidly advancing, though not as high as Xinxinghe and Su Choyue's, but she was younger than both of them, and her cultivation pace would surely surpass theirs in the future. In contrast to the tranquility within the secret realm, the Qingyun sect outside the secret realm was undergoing a tremendous upheaval. Chapter 042, Sleepless Night. At this moment, both the inner and outer sects were adorned with lanterns and decorations. A scene of festive cheer. All the outer disciples were buzzing about the marriage between Luo Qingcheng and Gong Sunyen. Hey, did you hear? When the Xiaoyao sect came to propose marriage before, didn't the sect leader vow she'd rather die than marry? How come she suddenly changed her tune? I heard that when the Xiaoyao sect proposed marriage before, they wanted to take our sect master as a concubine. This time, they're apparently offering her the position of secondary wife. That's why the sect leader agreed. Hearing this, the disciple replied with some confusion. But what's the difference between a secondary wife and a concubine? Sigh, I really don't know what the old ancestor is thinking. To make the sect master issue such an absurd decree. What a disgrace, and this is the second-ranked sect of the Eastern Wastes. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. Similar murmurs echoed throughout the Qinglian sect. Even some elders and sect stewards were deeply dissatisfied with the sect master over this matter. They even banded together to confront Lin Qingxia for an explanation. But that old hag Lin Qingxia had forced Luo Qingcheng into marriage to ensure her own survival through the spirit transformation tribulation. Yet she had the nerve to claim it was Luo Qingcheng who insisted on the marriage. She even had all the disciples and elders demanding answers. Now, in her desperate quest to break through to the divine transformation realm, she has become somewhat deranged. So much so that she was willing to stake the entire Qinglian sect on it. Just one more day, just one more day. Once that Luo Qingcheng marries Gong Sunyen, and once that innate enlightenment physique is handed over to the old ghost of freedom, I'll be able to survive the Huatian Thunder Tribulation, and officially become a great power of the emptiness realm. She kept murmuring these words over and over, her entire body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Luo Qingcheng stood beside her, her body now bound in a layer of fine, intricate threads. A spiritual thread artifact of the Blue Lotus sect called Binding Threads of Affection. A punishment device used against disciples who committed grave offenses. The more the bound person struggled, the tighter the threads wound around their body. At this moment, due to Luo Qingcheng's relentless struggles, her white gown was already stained crimson with blood. Yet as Luo Qingcheng's master, Lin Qingxia, showed no mercy, but instead addressed Luo Qingcheng with a savage expression. Qingcheng, cease your resistance. Heed your master's words, and marry Gong Sunyen willingly. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot escape this entanglement of fate. Rest assured, once your master attains the empty brightness realm, he will surely make it up to you. But this only provoked even fiercer resistance from Luo Qingcheng. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's reaction, Lin Qingxia's brows furrowed slightly. Smack! In a fit of fury and humiliation, she delivered a sharp slap across Luo Qingcheng's face. Instantly, a distinct handprint appeared on Luo Qingcheng's exquisite face, revealing a distinct handprint. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Qingxia paid no heed to the fact that Luo Qingcheng's powers were sealed, delivering the blow with brutal force. And it also aggravated the wound from the love threads binding her body, causing Luo Qingcheng to convulse in agony. Wicked disciple! I nurtured you for 400 years. Yet you dare defy me so? What's wrong with marrying Gong Sunyen? I know you've fallen for that innate enlightenment physique, haven't you? But let's be honest, he's nothing more than a worthless chi cultivation stage trash. Let me tell you straight, when he comes back, I'll present him as your dowry to the Xiaoyao sect. The immortal ancestor will chop off his limbs, turn him into a human pig, and turn him into a tool for helping others break through their bottlenecks. So you'd better give up on that idea right now. Hearing this, Luo Qingyun, who had been slapped and suddenly filled with terror. She began struggling violently once more. Old wounds on her body were torn open again by the fine threads, and many new wounds appeared. Seeing Luo Qingyun in this state, Lin Xingxia roared in fury, "You're truly stubborn and unyielding." With a flick of her sleeve, a gale force wind knocked Luo Qingyun unconscious. Lin Xingxia didn't knock her out because she feared she couldn't bear the pain, nor out of pity for her suffering, but because she feared that if Luo Qingyun continued struggling, she might exhaust herself to death, leaving him unable to account for her to the Xiaoyao sect. That night, Lin Xingxia summoned several new outer sect disciples, dressed Luo Qingyun in a crimson wedding gown, and helped her dress and adorn herself, preparing her for the wedding the next day. Meanwhile, at the Xiaoyao sect, Gong Sun Yan was finally about to fulfill his long-held desire to marry Luo Qingyun. His excitement kept him awake all night. As for his original wife, the woman from the Burning Flame Valley who had been married off to him, Gong Sun Yan couldn't be bothered to consider her feelings. When they married, they had agreed that Gong Sun Yan would not interfere with her affairs with other pretty boys, and she would not interfere with how many wives he took. Their union was purely a political alliance. Neither had any reason to interfere in the other's affairs. Thus, when that woman from Burning Flame Valley kept a male lover openly within the carefree sect, and no one dared to interfere, for the sake of family interests, they allied with Burning Flame Valley through marriage. Gong Sun Yan endured endless humiliation for this cause, and Xiaoyao Laozu, as the grandfather, knew his grandson was fond of Luo Qingyun. So to compensate his grandson, he added the condition of marrying Luo Qingyun. To marry Luo Qingyun. This way, not only did he satisfy his grandson, he could also gain greater control over the Qingyun sect. Once the Xiaoyao sect had absorbed the Qingyun sect, no other power in the eastern wastes, no other faction would surpass the Xiaoyao sect. As for helping Lin Xingxia weather the thunder tribulation, that's ridiculous. How could that be possible? The ancient divine artifact he lent Lin Xingxia was nothing but a forgery. Nothing more than a defective piece of junk with no real power. So when Lin Xingxia faced the thunder tribulation, she would surely perish beneath its fury. At that time, in the eastern wastes, no one would ever again pose a threat to the immortal ancestor. As for that innate enlightenment physique, in the eyes of the Xiaoyao patriarch, since the Xiaoyao sect had already antagonized him, there was no need to waste effort currying favor with a worthless qi cultivation stage waste. No matter how formidable Lin Tian might be, he remained nothing more than a qi cultivation stage good for nothing. So he might as well go all out, chopping off his limbs to turn him into a human pig, to be used exclusively for helping Xiaoyao sect disciples break through their cultivation bottlenecks. The Xiaoyao patriarch believed that with this innate enlightenment physique, the entire Xiaoyao sect would see a significant rise in its overall strength. And even in the future, it might even rival major powers like the Burning Flame Valley. Therefore, he repeatedly urged Gong Sun Yan that this matter must be kept strictly confidential from that granddaughter-in-law from the Burning Flame Valley. Should Burning Flame Valley learn of the existence of they too would stop at nothing to claim him. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Some lie awake preparing to break through the divine transformation thunder tribulation. Some lie awake having wed a lovely wife. Some lie awake because their sect is on the verge of a transformative opportunity. While Lin Tian sat in the tree, wiping the blood trickling from his nose, his eyes fixed intently on the three figures within the spirit spring, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Chapter 043, Lin Tian's Raging Fury. Early the next morning, Qingyun's sect resounded with the clamor of gongs and drums, crackling firecrackers filling the air. Luo Qingyun, dressed in a crimson wedding gown, was led out of the sect's main hall by two disciples. Escorted out of the sect's main hall by two disciples. Her power sealed by Lin Xingxia. Her body tightly bound by love threads. Her body was covered in blood, with not a single intact spot. She could barely walk without the support of her two disciples. The carefree ancestor and Gong Sun Yan were already waiting at the entrance of the Blue Lotus sect, now only awaiting Lin Tian and the others' return from the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, to bring them both back to the Xiaoyao sect, and the deal would be considered complete. At the first hour of the Dragon Hour, the secret realm's teleportation gate reappeared in the sky, and all disciples from various sects still exploring within emerged through the portal. Lin Tian wore a smile, a faint trace of blood. Through this journey into the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, everyone had gained quite a lot. But those who would venture into the Eastern Wilderness secret realm again 500 years hence would likely not enjoy such good fortune. Lin Tian's ruthless actions has already stripped the small world of all its opportunities, and it will take 2,000 or 3,000 years for the Eastern Wilderness secret realm to recover its vitality. As soon as they stepped out of the spatial gate, Members of other sects began to take their leave. While Lin Tian sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Qingyun's sect was now decked out in festive decorations, exuding an air of joyous celebration, clearly hosting a celebratory event. Scratching his head, he turned to Su Choyue with a puzzled look and said, "We've been gone for 3 days. Could it be that one of our senior or junior sisters is getting married?" Just as Lin Tian was pondering this, the people below noticed Lin Tian and his 3 companions. Then Lin Tian heard a shrill cry. "Run now!" The voice sounded eerily familiar to Lin Tian. Was that Luo Qingqing's voice? But wasn't Luo Qingqing a divine transformation expert? Why did her voice sound so weak? The voice clearly lacked vitality. And the speaker might not have much time left. He immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, and saw the woman in the crimson gown, with a veil covering her face. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Reality darkened, followed by rage, until finally his eyes turned bloodshot. His hands clenched into fists. During the 10,000 years when time stood still, Lin Tian seemed to have long forgotten what joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness felt like. It could be said that in all that time, he had never felt such fury. His divine sense could easily pierce through Luo Qingqing's crimson gown, and sense the countless wounds, large and small, covering her body. His sealed power and the crimson gown she wore. Lin Tian instantly understood what had transpired. Before Xinxinghe and the others could react, Lin Tian launched forward like a cannonball, straight toward Luo Qingqing, finger sword in hand, instantly slicing through the 2 disciples supporting Luo Qingqing, slicing them into a pile of flesh on the ground. Lin Tian cradled Luo Qingqing with utmost care, his fingers lightly tracing her body. Wherever they touched, the fine threads were severed by the razor-sharp sword energy. After the bone-piercing agony vanished, Luo Qingqing opened her narrowed eyes, clearly seeing Lin Tian's face. Tears welled in her eyes, yet a flicker of fear crossed her face. Whispered in a thread-like voice, "Hurry, go!" Lin Tian swiftly released the seal binding Luo Qingqing. But her injuries were too severe, leaving her utterly unable to muster any spiritual energy. Lin Tian swiftly retrieved a pill from his storage ring, shoved it into Luo Qingqing's mouth, simultaneously demanding in a voice that sounded like it came from hell, "Who did this?" But Luo Qingqing's consciousness was already fading, and she kept murmuring, "Hurry, leave." Lin Tian intended to hand Luo Qingqing over to Xinxinghe nearby, to tend to her first. But Luo Qingqing's hand clutched Lin Tian's arm with deathly force, clearly unwilling to let go even as she slipped into unconsciousness. So Lin Tian simply hoisted Luo Qingqing onto his back. Spotting Lin Tian and the others returning from afar, rushed toward them. Gong Sun Yan, seeing Lin Tian carrying the very Luo Qingqing he had longed for, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He instantly felt a wave of green envy wash over him. "You brat! Today is the day Luo Qingqing and I are to be married. And you, a worthless Qi cultivation stage trash, dare to hold my put." Before the ranting Gong Sun Yan could finish, Lin Tian once again formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing a slash of sword energy, cleaving Gong Sun Yan's arm clean off. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the air. Gong Sun Yuan, seeing his son's severed arm, immediately lunged forward, bellowing, "You little scoundrel, you're asking for death." But Gong Sun Xiaoyao held him back with all his might. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lin Tian, clearly possessing innate enlightenment. A worthless Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Yet the sword Qi that had just shot from Lin Tian's hand, the sword energy that severed Gong Sun Yan's arm, had even sent a chill down Gong Sun Xiaoyao's spine, as he watched Lin Tian with a look of astonishment and doubt, wondering in his heart, could this kid have had some extraordinary encounter in the eastern wilderness secret realm? But Lin Tian gave him no time to ponder, striking again with another fierce sword beam. "Ah!" Gong Sun Yan let out another piercing scream, while Lin Tian continued to glare at Gong Sun Yan with bloodshot eyes, coldly demanding, "I'll ask one more time who did this?" Seeing Lin Tian strike again, the carefree ancestor wasted no words, and fled without a second thought, leaving behind a bewildered Gong Sun Yuan, along with Gong Sun Yan, who was howling in agony after losing both arms. The reason was simple: the moment Gong Sun Xiao saw Lin Tian strike, felt a shiver run through his very soul, though he had no idea why this Qi refining stage had suddenly become so powerful. He understood that if he were to face him in battle today, he would surely die. He couldn't even spare a thought for his son and grandson. After all, even if his son and grandson were lost, he possessed boundless longevity and could be reborn. But if his own life were lost, then truly, everything would be lost. Seeing the old ancestor flee, Gong Sun Yuan, who hadn't understood the situation, he finally understood what had transpired. His own father could abandon him to save himself, but she could never abandon her own son and leave. "You little thief, dare to hurt my son? Pay with your life." He drew his spear, blazing with intense flames, thrusting it toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even glance at him, merely snapping his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Gongsun Yuan instantly felt the spiritual energy within him surge with restless agitation, beginning to slip beyond his control. Then, before his horrified gaze, chaotic spiritual energy erupted within his body. Gongsun Yuan was instantly reduced to ashes, as if he had never existed at all. Witnessing this scene, Gongsun Yen, his two arms severed, trembled violently all over. His pants soaked through. Chapter 044, Brutal Retribution. In the next instant, Lin Tian appeared before Gongsun Yen as if teleported. Appearing before Gongsun Yen, his voice like a demon's whisper. Refusing to talk, huh? Search your soul. He slammed his hand onto Gongsun Yan's head. Gongsun Yan's most recent memories began flooding into Lin Tian's consciousness. By scanning Gongsun Yan's memories, Lin Tian learned what had transpired over the past few days. It turned out that while he was away, that old fox Lin Xingxia, in pursuit of breaking through to the Huatian realm, had actually collaborated with the Xiaoyao sect. After learning the truth, Lin Tian tossed Gongsun Yen aside like trash. Then carried Luo Qingcheng over to a Xiaoyao sect disciple. The Xiaoyao sect disciple, seeing the undisguised killing intent on Lin Tian's face, and began stammering in terror. That. You, don't kill me. Lin Tian merely fixed him with his crimson eyes, and coldly ordered, go tell that old fool Gongsun Xiaoyao to clean his neck and wait for me to take his life. He stamped his left foot as he spoke. Except for that Xiaoyao sect disciple from earlier. All 20 plus who had come with him were instantly obliterated, reduced to a wisp of ash. Behind him, Lin Xingxia witnessed this scene, not with shock but with delight. She sensed Lin Tian's immense power. And even that old wretch, the Xiaoyao patriarch, had fled in disgrace. She shared the same thoughts as the old ancestor of freedom, believing Lin Tian must have obtained some extraordinary opportunities. And that was why he had suddenly been able to cultivate, which suddenly enabled his cultivation and made him so powerful. She believed that if she agreed to marry Luo Qingcheng to Lin Tian, with the power Lin Tian had now demonstrated, he would surely help her survive the divine transformation thunder tribulation. Yet even now, she hadn't bothered to check on whether the barely breathing Luo Qingcheng was dead or alive. Still scheming how to exploit Luo Qingcheng to get Lin Tian to help her survive the divine transformation thunder tribulation. After Lin Tian dealt with those Xiaoyao sect disciples, he turned, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Xingxia. Recalling Luo Qingcheng's state moments ago, she was clearly terrified of falling into the hands of the Xiaoyao sect. And even though her breath was already faint, she still cried out for him to flee. And all of this was all thanks to that despicable old witch. Lin Tian flashed a sinister grin and coldly addressed Lin Xingxia. Ancestor Qingxia wishes to break through to the divine transformation realm, correct? Upon hearing the words breakthrough to the Huatian realm, Lin Xingxia, oblivious to the danger, nodded, her face burning with fervor as she declared, if you can shield me from the divine transformation tribulation, I'll give Luo Qingcheng to you in marriage. After all, I found her and raised her myself. Her marriage should be decided by me. Seeing Lin Xingxia's self-righteous expression, Lin Tian was so enraged he laughed. Yet he forced himself to suppress the raging fury within. The bloodshot in his eyes remained unchanged. Instead, he said coldly, you are but a hair's breadth away from the emptiness realm. By a mere thread of sword intent. Today, I shall help you fulfill your wish. Raising his hand, he formed his fingers into a sword, striking Lin Xingxia's forehead. Upon sensing that sliver of sword intent, her heart trembled, and the divine transformation thunder tribulation followed. To break through the nascent soul stage, one must endure 3 tribulations before entering the spirit transformation realm. Breaking through the Huatian stage requires enduring 6 tribulations to reach the emptiness realm. As she felt the calamity clouds gathering overhead, their inner lightning flickering, Lin Xingxia's face lit up with ecstatic joy. After the tribulation lightning struck down, Lin Tian swiftly caught it barehanded, then crumpled into a ball. After 3 hours, all 6 tribulation bolts had condensed in Lin Tian's hands. After kneading out all the violent power within, the remaining blue light sphere directly merged into Luo Qingcheng's body, aiding her recovery from her current injuries. After weathering the tribulation, Lin Xingxia's aged and decrepit appearance began to change. Her body began to rejuvenate. All wrinkles vanished from her body, replaced by smooth, supple skin. Upon sensing the transformation within her, she burst into a wild laugh. 500 years. 500 years. I've been stuck at the peak of the transformation of spirit stage for 500 years. Today I finally broke through to the empty mind realm. Heaven has been kind to me. Yet the next moment, the smile vanished from her face. Lin Tian extended a hand, drew a talisman out of thin air, and injected it into Lin Qingxia's body. Lin Qingxia, who had just achieved this breakthrough, had barely begun to savor the power of the empty brightness realm, when Lin Tian's talisman sealed her away, leaving her utterly unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Then Lin Tian shot forth a palm strike, which struck directly at her Dantian. Her entire empty brightness realm cultivation shattered by Lin Tian's single strike, and the scattered spiritual energy throughout her body was entirely sealed within her by Lin Tian. Her joyful smile, just broken through to the spirit transformation realm, froze on her face. Before she could savor her joy for long, her cultivation was shattered by Lin Tian. Her face twisted with terror, an expression of utter disbelief spreading across her features. Shouting loudly, "No, impossible. It can't be, it can't be." Having just experienced the joy of breaking through, only to have her cultivation destroyed by Lin Tian. Under such a tremendous psychological blow, her mind began to unravel. After doing all this, Lin Tian had no intention of letting her off the hook. Spreading his fingers wide, he condensed countless fine threads formed from spiritual energy, shooting from his fingertips to coil around Lin Qingxia's body. Each thread carried a razor-sharp sword energy. These spiritual threads were far more cruel than the Qingyun sect's love threads. Those bound by the Qingyun sect's threads of affection suffered no injury from minor movements. But once bound by Lin Tian's spiritual threads, the slightest movement by Lin Qingxia, countless wounds would be carved into her body by the spiritual energy threads. Her cultivation had been crippled and her spiritual energy sealed within her body by Lin Tian. Whenever she was injured, the spiritual energy trapped within her body would continuously heal her wounds, preventing her from being easily tortured to death. The expression on the face of the Grand Elder of the Green Lotus sect wore an exceptionally vivid expression at that moment. She had witnessed too many astonishing things today. Everything had seemed perfectly normal. But after that Qi cultivation stage, innate enlightenment body returned. Everything that unfolded afterward began to feel utterly unreal. In the mortal realm, he had slain Gongsun Yuan and Gongsun Yin of the Xiaoyao sect. Yet the Xiaoyao sect's patriarch, Gongsun Xiaoyao, had fled without a fight. Then there was this youth before her, had actually helped the Qingxia patriarch break through to the spirit transformation stage. But before the patriarch could savor the triumph for long, her cultivation was shattered by that youth whose methods defied heaven. Shen Qinghe and Su Choyue watched the unfolding events in utter disbelief. They both knew Lin Tian was formidable, but they never imagined they had underestimated his power to such an extent. Even Li Linger stared at her master in utter shock. Having known her master for so long, she had never seen her master so enraged. Though the sight of her master killing someone felt terrifying, the thought that he had sacrificed himself to protect those he cared about, she felt a pang of sadness. If I were bullied like that, would master become this mad too? Li Linger gazed at Lin Tian, his face twisted with murderous intent, her heart pounding like a frightened deer. But master looks so handsome when he's angry. Deep within her heart grew even stronger. Chapter 045, Seeking Aid from Burning Flame Valley. After dealing with Lin Qingxia, he hung her body from the stone beam in the sect's plaza, and coldly addressed the senior elder of Qingyun sect. Notify all sect members to return within 3 days. After 3 days, I will publicly execute this old witch. Hearing Lin Tian's icy, sinister words, and seeing his face filled with murderous intent, the Grand Elder trembled as he acknowledged the order, and went to deliver the order. Only after completing these tasks, the murderous intent on Lin Tian's face finally began to fade. He carefully carried Luo Qingqing back to his small courtyard, and laid her upon his bed, and felt her weakened body gradually recovering. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qinghe saw the wounds on Luo Qingqing's body, couldn't help but gasp in shock. How could this happen? Isn't Master Luo a cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm? Lin Tian recounted the information he had extracted from Gongsun Yan's mind to everyone present, leaving everyone in disbelief. Shen Qinghe gazed at Luo Qingqing's exquisite features. Yet her own face was tinged with a shared sorrow. Both had been picked up and raised by their master, and both had been treated as mere tools by their master. Perhaps this was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. After settling Luo Qingqing in, Lin Tian rose to his feet, preparing to confront Gongsun Xiaoyao. Where are you going? Shen Qinghe asked with concern. To kill. Shen Qinghe wanted to say more. Though she knew Lin Tian was powerful, she didn't know just how formidable he truly was, so she feared he might face danger. The Xiaoyao sect has a mountain defending formation. You alone. Before she could finish, Lin Tian had already transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Qingyun sect. Li Linger, standing nearby, shrugged indifferently. Sister Shen, rest assured master is incredibly powerful. That so-called sect protecting formation won't stop him. Seeing how confidently Linger was in Lin Tian, Xin Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after the carefree ancestor Gongsun Xiaoyao returned to the carefree sect, a lingering sense of unease still clung to his heart. That prickling sensation on his back had not yet faded. He knew that young man would likely not let the Xiaoyao sect off so easily. Upon returning to the sect, he immediately sought out his granddaughter-in-law, Sun Qian. His divine sense scanned the room, only to find his granddaughter-in-law deep in conversation with her male companion, which stirred a wave of irritation within him, and immediately sent her a telepathic message summoning her to his presence. Sun Qian detected a hint of urgency in Gongsun Xiaoyao's tone. Though she hailed from the Burning Flame Valley, she still owed the utmost respect to this venerable patriarch, the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Xiaoyao sect. She knew to show the proper respect. After hastily concluding their exchange, dressed herself and made her way to the main hall of the Xiaoyao sect. But unexpectedly, the moment he saw Gongsun Xiaoyao, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Knelt directly before Sun Qian. "Qian, please save the Xiaoyao sect. My sons Yuan and Yan have been killed." Hearing these words, Sun Qian felt as if thunder had struck her ears. Her eyes widened, staring at Gongsun Xiaoyao kneeling on the ground in utter disbelief. What did you say? Father and Gongsun Yan are dead?" Gongsun Xiaoyao was now weeping uncontrollably. Yes, both of them were killed by that Lin Tian from the Qingyun sect. Though her union with Gongsun Yan had been a political marriage, they had been together for centuries. The sudden news of Gongsun Yan's death. Sun Qian's eyes first flashed with disbelief. "Even you couldn't defeat that man?" Gongsun Xiaoyao said with a hint of dejection. "Had I left even a moment later, I too would likely have been killed." Hearing Gongsun Xiaoyao's words and seeing his disheveled appearance, Sun Qian knew Gongsun Yan was truly dead, and that Gongsun Xiaoyao had no reason to deceive her about such a matter. Two clear tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Sun Qian clenched her teeth and asked, "What does the patriarch want me to do?" Seeing Sun Qian's expression, a savage grin twisted Gongsun Xiaoyao's face. His voice hoarse as he demanded, "Return to Burning Flame Valley immediately. Tell your father that the Xiaoyao sect is willing to pay any price to have Fenyang Valley send someone to kill the Lin Tian and annihilate the Qingyun sect." Hearing this, a ruthless expression flashed across Sun Qian's face, and she coldly declared, "There's no time to waste. I'll return to Burning Flame Valley at once. Gongsun Yan is, after all, my man, Sun Qian's man. I will not let him die in vain." Wiping away the tears that had welled in her eyes, then transformed into a streak of light, riding her sword away. As Sun Qian departed, a ruthless expression flashed across Gongsun Xiaoyao's face. "Boy, you dream of destroying my Xiaoyao sect. Once the great void realm powerhouse from Burning Flame Valley arrives, this old man will flay your skin, tear out your tendons, grind your bones to dust, and scatter your ashes to the winds. Oh, then this young master will see today how you old wretch plan to flay my skin, grind your bones to dust." Hearing this voice, the Xiaoyao patriarch's body trembled, and a look of terror instantly flashed across his hideous face. "Activate the sect protection array." At the old ancestor of Xiaoyao's roar, the 3,000 inner disciples of the Xiaoyao sect swiftly took their positions. The sect's protective formation activated. A multicolored light barrier enveloped the sect's core area. The sect's grand formation, overseen by Gongsun Xiaoyao, could withstand the attacks of a void-piercing realm expert. This was the very confidence that had enabled Gongsun Xiaoyao to flee back to the sect. In his view, Lin Tian was nothing but a freak, at most a void-piercing realm powerhouse. As long as he used the sect's grand formation to withstand Lin Tian's assault, and waited for Sun Qian to bring reinforcements from the Burning Flame Valley, that would be the day of Lin Tian's demise. Lin Tian glanced at the multicolored light swirling around the sect's protective array, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Is this all? It's not even as powerful as the restrictions in the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands treasury back then. And they call this a sect protecting array?" Observing Gongsun Xiaoyao's fierce expression, Lin Tian's gaze suddenly turned amused. He declared in a clear voice, "Gongsun Xiaoyao, I'm giving you a chance. If you take your own life now, I'll spare the rest of your Xiaoyao sect. Otherwise, once I shatter this worthless sect formation, I'll leave not a soul of your Xiaoyao sect standing." Hearing this, Gongsun Xiaoyao laughed. In his view, Lin Tian's threat stemmed from his utter helplessness against the sect's grand formation, resorting to verbal threats to coerce him into suicide. A cold smile then curled his lips. "Kid, cut the nonsense. If you've got the guts, break through this sect's grand formation. Every disciple of the Xiaoyao sect stands ready to perish with it." Hearing the Xiaoyao patriarch's words, all the inner sect disciples shouted in unison, "We swear to stand with the patriarch until the end." A sneer curled at the corner of Lin Tian's lips as he heard their voices. "Very well. Since none of you know your own limits, I shall grant your wish." With that, he flew toward the barrier of the Xiaoyao sect's protective formation. The carefree ancestor immediately channeled his spiritual energy and began directing the sect's protective formation to attack Lin Tian. The Xiaoyao sect master cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques, and the sect had chosen to settle in the Xiaoyao mountain range, which also housed an active volcano. Under the ancestor's command, dense streams of fire elements continuously gathered toward the sect's protective array. Upon the barrier of the array, a colossal fire dragon surged forth from the formation, gazing down upon Lin Tian like a deity. Chapter 046. Do you look down on me by threatening me with such forces? Seeing Lin Tian before that colossal flame dragon, like an ant, a savage grin spread across Gongsun Xiaoyao's face. Boy, arrogance comes at a price. The assault of this sect's grand formation, even a great void realm expert wouldn't dare to withstand head-on. Now, repent for your foolishness and recklessness, then descend into hell. With that, he unleashed the fire dragon toward Lin Tian. Facing this colossal beast before him, Lin Tian's expression remained utterly unchanged. Spiritual energy surged as a long sword materialized in his hand. Then, after dodging the fire dragon's attack, his figure flickered repeatedly. Hum. The long sword in his hand emitted a crisp, resonant hum. A flash of sword light erupted. The massive fire dragon seemed frozen mid-air. Snap. With a sharp snap of the fingers, the fire dragon swiftly disintegrated, turning into a handful of ashes as if it had never existed. After Lin Tian extinguished the fire dragon, the Xiaoyao patriarch and the high-ranking elders of the Xiaoyao sect, along with the 3,000 inner sect disciples, were all struck by the backlash of the sect's protective array, blood trickling from their lips. All gazed in horror at Lin Tian in the sky, while Gongsun Xiaoyao's face betrayed a hint of terror. This sect-defending formation had gathered all the core power of the Xiaoyao sect, and was further amplified by the power drawn from the sect's volcanic source. Such an attack, in Gongsun Xiaoyao's estimation, he was even confident it could eliminate a void-piercing realm expert. Yet Lin Tian had broken it with such effortless ease? Before Gongsun Xiaoyao could recover from his astonishment, Lin Tian swung his long sword, his gaze sharpening, and thrust straight toward the barrier of the Xiaoyao sect's grand formation. Under Gongsun Xiaoyao's horrified gaze, that seemingly ordinary longsword pierced straight through the sect's grand formation barrier. Subsequently, spiderweb-like fine cracks began to appear on the barrier of the sect's grand formation. Before the incredulous eyes of all Xiaoyao sect disciples, the array shattered completely, dissolving into specks of spiritual energy. Every participant in the formation was caught in the explosion. Their faces drained of color, blood spilling from their mouths, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Gongsun Xiaoyao stared with a look of shock tinged with fear. As he stared at Lin Tian, who stood before him like a god. Who are you? Who am I? Don't you already know? No, you couldn't possibly be a. Even if you gained an opportunity in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm to begin cultivation, you couldn't surpass me in just 3 days of cultivation. Who are you? Gongsun Xiaoyao's voice trembled slightly, even tinged with a hint of hysteria. Me? I can only tell you my name is Lin Tian. Hearing this, Gongsun Xiaoyao's pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly recalled several months ago, a group from a major power in Central Plains had demanded that the Xiaoyao sect investigate the whereabouts of a man named Lin Tian. And now he realized that person was Lin Tian. Gongsun Xiaoyao was now filled with regret. Had he known this was the man those major factions were hunting, Gongsun Xiaoyao would rather die. Would never have dared let his grandson provoke such a formidable figure to survive the relentless pursuit of those terrifying major factions, and still alive and well, was clearly beyond the capabilities of his humble Xiaoyao sect to handle. Watching Lin Tian walk slowly toward him, Gongsun Xiaoyao felt his mouth go dry. A look of terror spread across his face, constantly retreating backward. You can't kill me. The Xiaoyao sect is backed by the Burning Flame Valley of Central Plains. If you kill me, the Burning Flame Valley won't let you off. Hearing this, Lin Tian's lips curled into a smirk, a trace of scorn appearing on his face. You mean that old ancestor is merely a lowly He Dao realm cultivator, barely even qualifying as a third-rate power in Central Continent, and even colludes with the demon realm to cultivate demonic ghost flames? Are you looking down on me? You dare threaten me with such weaklings? I'm giving you one last chance. Think it over, and see what other factions might protect you. Seeing Lin Tian disregard Burning Flame Valley so utterly, and the secret collusion between the Burning Flame Valley and the demonic realm, even he himself was unaware of. Yet he casually revealed it. Clearly he wasn't bluffing or making things up. Just as despair was about to overwhelm him, he heard Lin Tian's voice, low and demonic. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Earlier you were bragging. Will the entire Xiaoyao sect stand with you to the bitter end? If they are willing to die for you, you need not die. He turned to face the group of severely wounded Xiaoyao sect elders and inner disciples. and coldly declared, "I give you 10 breaths. Those wishing to sever ties with the Xiaoyao sect must leave immediately. Those who remain will meet this fate." With that, Lin Tian snapped his fingers. And the body of a Xiaoyao sect disciple beside him instantly exploded into dust. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of panic appeared in every Xiaoyao sect disciple's eyes. Large numbers of Xiaoyao sect disciples began leaving the sect in droves. After 10 breaths had passed, only 3 elders and 2 inner door disciples from the 2 sects remained at the Xiaoyao sect. Gongsun Xiaoyao witnessed this scene, tears streaming down his aged face. For today he had not only lost his son and grandson, but he also witnessed the Xiaoyao sect, once the foremost sect under heaven, shatter before his very eyes. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to charge at Lin Tian and fight to the death. But having suffered backlash from the sect's grand formation, he could not even muster his spiritual power. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tian finished off the last 5 men. His heart filled with utter despair. He shot Lin Tian a hateful glare and roared, "Boy, come with me to hell." With that, he forcibly summoned his remaining spiritual energy, intending to self-detonate and take Lin Tian down with him. But to his misfortune, Lin Tian's 2 fingers touched his forehead, and Gongsun Xiaoyao felt the chaotic energy within him seemed to receive some kind of call, swiftly calming down. Then, Lin Tian's voice, like that of a demon, echoed in Gongsun Xiaoyao's ears. "I have a habit. I dislike wasting a single grain of rice in my bowl. So this body of yours, at the emptiness realm, I shall claim it." As he spoke, a massive hand clamped down on Gongsun Xiaoyao's head, forcibly extracting his soul before crushing it to dust. He then placed Gongsun Xiaoyao's body into his spatial ring. After plundering the entire Xiaoyao sect, a raging inferno reduced the Xiaoyao sect to ashes. What was once the foremost sect of the eastern wastes was utterly annihilated by Lin Tian in less than half a day. Completely annihilated. Just as Lin Tian prepared to check for any survivors, to eliminate any potential threats, Sun Qian returned to the Xiaoyao sect with 2 others. Upon seeing the Xiaoyao sect engulfed in flames, Sun Qian gasped in horror. Spotting Lin Tian standing amidst the inferno, pointing at him, she declared to the 2 men beside her, "Uncle, this is the man who destroyed our Xiaoyao sect. Please kill him." Chapter 047, Does Burning Flame Valley even dare threaten me? Lin Tian also noticed the commotion in the sky. 2 men clad entirely in red flew toward Lin Tian's direction, coldly demanding, "Gentlemen, did you destroy the Xiaoyao sect?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and gave them a look tinged with amusement, retorting coldly, "Oh? And what of it?" The 2 exchanged a glance as spiritual energy surged between them, releasing the imposing aura of hollow void realm experts. "The Xiaoyao sect is a faction our Burning Flame Valley established in the eastern wastes. Yet you dare to annihilate it without so much as a word of warning? To annihilate the Xiaoyao sect? Showing utter disregard for our Burning Flame Valley standing. Now, we request your cooperation in accompanying us. Or..." The man paused, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he continued in a chilling tone, "Or we shall execute you right here on the spot." Upon hearing the red-robed man's words, Lin Tian felt as though he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Forcing himself not to laugh out loud, Lin Tian coldly retorted, "Are you 2 from the Burning Flame Valley?" "That's correct. We brothers are direct guardians of the Burning Flame Valley. Kid, if you know what's good for you, come with us. Or else." Before he could finish, Lin Tian raised his arm, extending 2 fingers toward the speaker's brow. A fierce sword beam shot forth from his fingers, piercing straight through the speaker's skull. "Flaming Valley? You dare threaten me?" Lin Tian's words were as cold as the icy wind blowing from the underworld, while the other red-robed man stood dumbfounded. With a single strike, he had instantly killed a comrade nearly his equal in strength. Meaning this brat could do the same to him. His face drained of color. Abandoning his niece, Sun Qian, and attempted to flee from this terrifying man. But in the next instant, he felt his body sink as if trapped in quicksand, his movements growing sluggish. Witnessing this display, the red-robed man gasped in shock, exclaiming, "This is spatial solidification, a feat only a great vehicle cultivator can achieve." At the mention of a great vehicle cultivator, Sun Qian collapsed to the ground. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that the Gongsun family of the Xiaoyao sect had provoked a great perfection cultivator. After all, the patriarch of the Burning Flame Valley was merely a He Dao realm powerhouse. Was as insignificant as an ant to a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Was as insignificant as an insect. She even began to regret sticking her neck out for the Xiaoyao sect, since she had no real attachment to this family anyway. The man in red, frozen in space. The red-robed man under control couldn't even blink an eyelid, and could only watch in terror as Lin Tian approached him, extending a hand to clasp his own head. Then, as the world spun violently, and the red-robed man lost consciousness completely, Placing the bodies of the two red-robed men into his spatial ring, Lin Tian strolled leisurely over to Sun Qian, who was already scared out of her wits. Go back and tell that useless valley master of Burning Flame Valley. If he dares send anyone else to the eastern wastes, I won't mind turning Burning Flame Valley into another Xiaoyao sect. Get lost. Hearing Lin Tian tell her to get lost, Sun Qian's eyes lit up. She never expected that Lin Tian would spare her. Without another word, she tremblingly stood up and immediately ran toward Burning Flame Valley. After handling matters here, Lin Tian returned to the Blue Lotus sect by flying sword. After taking the pills Lin Tian had given her, the fine wounds across her body began to scab over and heal. Though her condition showed some improvement, she remained unconscious. The elders responsible for alchemy within the sect were utterly helpless. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin Tian entered the room. Qingyun looked at Lin Tian with surprise, knowing he should have gone to kill the carefree ancestor. Yet in just half a day, and it was already over? After all, the Xiaoyao Patriarch was the strongest in the eastern wastes, and the Xiaoyao sect was protected by a grand defensive array. Yet judging by Lin Tian's state, not only was there not a single speck of blood on him, not even a speck of dust clung to him. Qingyun stared at Lin Tian in astonishment, instinctively asking, Is it settled? Lin Tian nodded. From this day forward, the Xiaoyao sect will cease to exist. Hearing this, even Qingyun, whose composure was usually unshakable, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. You, alone? Destroyed the entire Xiaoyao sect? Seeing Qingyun's disbelieving expression, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a white jade plate. It was the key to unlocking the Eastern Wilderness secret realm belonging to the Xiaoyao sect, and also served as the emblem of the sect's leader. Only then did Qingyun believe Lin Tian's words. Yet a trace of worry immediately surfaced on her face once more, and whispered softly, I once heard from the academy that the Xiaoyao sect and a major power in Central Plains are inextricably linked. By annihilating the Xiaoyao sect like this, aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Oh, you mean that trash sect, the Burning Flame Valley? They sent 2 void-piercing realm experts, and I've already taken care of them. Rest assured, the people of Burning Flame Valley won't dare set foot in the eastern wastes for the rest of their lives. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Qingyun suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Had she not known Lin Tian's character, she truly would have thought he was bragging. Lin Tian sensed the disbelief in Qingyun's eyes, and casually tossed her a storage ring. This belongs to that hollow void realm guardian. It's yours. Qingyun instinctively caught the ring, probing with her divine sense to inspect its contents. Her face once again contorted with shock. Now she fully believed Lin Tian had indeed taken down 2 void-piercing realm experts. For within that ring lay a token of the guardian of the Burning Flame Valley. After stepping into the small hut, and upon seeing Luo Qingqing's condition, his brow furrowed. He examined Luo Qingqing's body, and instantly understood her current state. Her cultivation had been sealed by Lin Qingxia before she lost consciousness. Her body was being tortured by the bonds of love, leaving her on the brink of death. And her mind was utterly despairing of this world. Thus she had fallen into a state of pseudo-death, her subconscious mind resisting the urge to awaken. In modern medical terms, it is a case of severe post-traumatic stress disorder, reaching a state of complete withdrawal. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian could imagine. If Lin Tian weren't a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, how utterly hopeless Luo Qingqing must feel inside. His own mentor had treated him like merchandise. To the Xiaoyao sect, his beloved was to be turned into a human pig, to aid the Xiaoyao sect in breaking through their bottlenecks. And she herself was being forced to marry someone she detested. No wonder she'd sink into despair and shut herself off. But this condition was easily treatable in the other world. To awaken Luo Qingqing, one need only stimulate her soul and awaken her spirit. For Lin Tian at the Ancestral Realm, this was not particularly difficult, requiring only a deep exchange between them to establish a soul link and attempt to awaken Luo Qingqing. After all, Luo Qingqing had already accepted him. But such matters, he certainly wouldn't openly discuss it with Qingyun or Li Linger. Chapter 048, having stolen her body, now stealing her heart. With this thought, Lin Tian approached Luo Qingqing's bedside, lifted Luo Qingqing into his arms, and said to Qingyun, her injuries are rather complicated. I'll take her to a place for treatment. In 3 days, Qingqing will awaken and convene the sect assembly. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Qingyun nodded. She didn't doubt Lin Tian's words in the slightest. After all, even the Pill Hall elders of the Qinglian sect couldn't awaken Luo Qingqing, so it must be incredibly difficult. Cradling Luo Qingqing, Lin Tian once again transformed into a streak of light and departed the small courtyard. His figure circled once above the Qinglian sect. He descended directly into Luo Qingqing's boudoir. He carefully laid her upon her own bed, admiring her exquisite features and her exquisitely proportioned figure. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together. Back when time stood still, he felt nothing for Luo Qingqing, so he acted without a shred of guilt. But now that they'd grown familiar, Lin Tian actually felt a bit hesitant to act. Forcibly banishing the word guilt from his vocabulary, Lin Tian began to free Luo Qingqing from her restraints. As they became entangled, Lin Tian initiated the soul link. Within the sea of souls, Luo Qingqing sat alone, her hands clasped around her knees, her head buried in her knees, silently weeping in a corner of the soul sea, her eyes filled with despair and gloom. Qingqing! Lin Tian attempted to call out to Luo Qingqing using his soul power. Yet Luo Qingqing seemed utterly deaf to his voice. Not the slightest reaction. Lin Tian intensified his efforts, calling out once more, Qingqing. This time, Luo Qingqing in the corner seemed to have heard Lin Tian's call. Lifting her head, her eyes filled with despair and a hint of confusion as she scanned her surroundings. And upon finding nothing, just as she was about to bury her head back in her knees, Lin Tian projected his soul into Luo Qingqing's soul sea, forming a shadowy human figure. Upon recognizing the phantom as Lin Tian's likeness, Luo Qingqing instantly wiped away her tears, murmuring in disbelief, Li Tian? Yes, it's me. You too. No, we're both still alive. You must remember clearly. I can't stay here long. And lingering too long will harm you. I'm Lin Tian, the one who snuck into your room and took your innocence. I'm not at the qi cultivation stage. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing felt as if her mind had exploded. Just as she was about to ask Lin Tian what he meant, she noticed the urgency in his expression, clearly indicating he truly had little time left. So she didn't interrupt him, choosing instead to listen on. After emerging from the Eastern Wilderness secret realm that day, seeing you like that, I completely lost it. I crippled your bastard master's cultivation and annihilated the carefree sect. Now in this world, no one can force you to do anything anymore. So stop despairing. I'll be waiting for you to wake up in reality. After these words were spoken, Lin Tian's apparition dissolved into specks of spiritual light, vanishing into Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness. He could have lingered longer within Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness, but Luo Qingqing was only at the spirit transformation realm, and lingering too long within her mind, it would cause chaos within her sea of consciousness. Emerging from Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness, he concluded their exchange. Lin Tian gently drew Luo Qingqing's delicate form into his embrace. Having heard Lin Tian's explanation within the sea of consciousness, she felt momentarily bewildered, but the gloom in her eyes gradually dissipated. I never actually married Gong Sunyan. Li Tian, not Lin Tian? He's actually this powerful? Recalling the first time she saw him, that face identical to Lin Tian's, Luo Qingqing nearly drew her sword to kill. Then to think he could help her break through her limits, and how he had just entered her consciousness sea. Luo Qingqing drew a deep breath, her eyes gradually regaining their sparkle. She intended to thoroughly question this scoundrel Lin Tian, why he had deceived her body and now sought to deceive her heart as well. The delicate form in his embrace trembled. Luo Qingqing's eyelids fluttered a few times, then snapped her eyes open, to find herself curled up completely naked in Lin Tian's embrace, her eyes reflecting a complex light. Hatred, confusion, fear, and hope. She feared this moment was merely a dream, only to face the bloody reality upon waking. But seeing Lin Tian's awkward, flustered expression, all her emotions melted away completely. Tears streamed down like a kite whose string had snapped, burying her face in Lin Tian's chest. Weeping uncontrollably, Lin Tian gently stroked Luo Qingqing's back. Cry it out if you need to. It's all over now. From now on, in this world, no one will ever force you to do anything again. And I, Lin Tian, mean every word. Hearing these words, Luo Qingqing suddenly felt a profound sense of security. The Lin Tian of the past had pretended to be and though she felt something different about him, but he never gave her the same feeling as the Lin Tian of today, who gave her a sense of dependability and profound stability. Soon, their bodies became intertwined, and Lin Tian finally unlocked the heart of the Eastern Wasteland's most beautiful woman. After their lovemaking, Luo Qingqing used her soft, limp little fist, tapped Lin Tian's chest. You little thief. Not only did you steal my virtue, now you're back to steal my heart. Hearing this, Lin Tian replied with a mischievous grin. Since I've already stolen the person, of course I'll come back to steal the heart too. What are your plans from now on? Why not stay with me at the Blue Lotus Sect? Luo Qingqing looked at Lin Tian with hopeful eyes, but Lin Tian shook his head and said, I won't be lingering in the eastern wastes for long. My next destination is the northern wilderness demon realm. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Qingqing's face. But she also knew that, given Lin Tian's strength, he would certainly not linger in the barren east. A flicker of melancholy passed through her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qingqing fell into a deep slumber. Lin Tian took a deep breath. For a fleeting moment, gazing at Luo Qingqing's delicate features, he genuinely felt the urge to stay in the eastern wastes. But then he remembered the thousands of beautiful celestial maidens ahead, awaiting his conquest. Lin Tian crushed that fleeting desire to stay in the eastern wastes, stifled it completely in its infancy. Are you kidding? I, Lin Tian, am not the sort to abandon an entire garden for a single flower. But before leaving, he must settle matters in the eastern wastes. The situation in the eastern wastes was now crystal clear. The Xiaoyao sect has been annihilated, and the Blue Lotus sect could have naturally become the foremost sect. But that Lin Qingxia had her cultivation completely crippled by Lin Tian. So to ensure that after I depart, and to prevent his women from being mistreated, Lin Tian resolved to turn Gongsun Xiaoyao and the two guardians of the Burning Flame Valley into puppets to maintain order in Luo Qingqing. 2 void-piercing realm cultivators and 1 emptiness-illuminating realm cultivator. More than enough for her to handle any trouble that might arise. Chapter 049, Neither will speak first. Early the next morning, Lin Tian informed Luo Qingqing of Lin Qingxia's current condition. Luo Qingqing showed no mercy toward Lin Tian for subjecting Lin Qingxia to torture. After all, if not for Lin Tian, her beloved master would have already sold her to the Xiaoyao sect. Watching Lin Qingxia, now dangling in the sect's plaza, raving mad, Luo Qingqing felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Had Lin Qingxia not adopted her, she might have perished long ago in the jaws of spirit beasts. Yet it was also she who had taken her in, only to sell her to the Xiaoyao sect. And Lin Tian's punishment was indeed ruthless. First allowing Lin Qingxia to fulfill her wish, successfully advancing her to the empty brightness realm, then stripped her of her cultivation, plunging her into the depths of despair at the height of her joy. Now Lin Qingxia had completely transformed into a madwoman. Even Luo Qingqing could no longer recognize her. With a deep sigh, Luo Qingqing accepted Lin Tian's proposal to convene a sect assembly in 2 days' time, personally execute Lin Qingxia, and simultaneously announce to all factions of the Eastern Wastes that the Xiaoyao sect had been utterly annihilated by the Qingyun sect. Lin Tian, having enjoyed the special services provided by Luo Qingqing, agreed to refine Gongsun Xiaoyao and the 2 guardians into puppets, to serve as guardians for the Blue Lotus sect. Soon the day of the sect assembly arrived. Luo Qingqing stood in the central plaza of the Blue Lotus sect, loudly announced Lin Qingxia's crime of betraying the Qinglian sect, and finally personally executed Lin Qingxia, tortured beyond endurance by Lin Tian's spiritual threads. Upon witnessing Lin Qingxia's execution, their faces turned deathly pale. Fortunately, Luo Qingqing did not hold them accountable, merely issuing a stern warning. When the Qinglian sect disciples heard the news of the Xiaoyao sect's annihilation, everyone was utterly horrified. They never imagined that the Xiaoyao sect, which had dominated the Qinglian sect for 2,000 years, could be wiped out so easily. Everyone was filled with doubt. Luo Qingqing noticed the disbelief in many eyes. So she declared aloud, "If any of you doubt this, you may visit the ruins of the Xiaoyao sect. I'm sure you'll find something worthwhile." Watching Luo Qingqing commanding the crowd in the central square, Lin Tian felt completely reassured. At least with her abilities, she could certainly handle the aftermath. After the Qinglian sect's grand assembly concluded, other sects gradually received news of the Xiaoyao sect's annihilation. Many sects refused to believe it, and actually dispatched envoys to the ruins of the Xiaoyao sect to investigate. And upon discovering that the once glorious sect had been reduced to ashes, they were all profoundly shocked. 2 days later, major sects submitted letters to the Qinglian sect, subtly expressing their intent to submit. In this cultivation world, might is everything. And since the Blue Lotus sect could so easily annihilate the carefree sect, it proved the sect's power was unfathomably deep. Meanwhile, Lin Tian arrived at Su Chouyue's quarters. "Little junior sister, now that the Xiaoyao sect has been destroyed, you needn't worry about anyone discovering your secret anymore. I'm giving you a choice. Do you wish to leave with me or remain at the Qinglian sect?" After speaking, Lin Tian fixed Su Chouyue with an intense gaze. Su Chouyue's eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Watching Su Chouyue's evasive gaze, he sighed softly, already knowing the answer. Yet he felt no disappointment. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's fine. I respect your choice. Since you've chosen to stay, then assist Qingqing diligently at Qinglian sect. This is for you." He tossed a spatial ring to Su Chouyue, which naturally contained numerous cultivation techniques and rare treasures. Su Chouyue threw her arms around Lin Tian, tears streaming down her face despite her best efforts. She knew that the reason this man had come to ask if she would go with him meant he was about to leave. But Su Choyue truly couldn't bear to leave the sect where she had grown up. She had expected Lin Tian to force her to follow him. But unexpectedly, Lin Tian not only respected her wishes, but also left her with a wealth of valuable items. Su Choyue could no longer hold back. She clung tightly to Lin Tian, clinging to him. 2 hours later, gazing at Su Choyue's languid, sleeping face, gently caressing her delicate features, Lin Tian quietly slipped out of Su Choyue's room. Upon returning to his own quarters, Qingyun was teaching Li Linger to read. Lin Tian used a high-grade spirit stone to send Li Linger away, then said to Qingyun, "I'll be leaving tomorrow." At these words, Qingyun froze for a moment, before regaining her composure. "Where are you going?" "The northern wastes." "Oh? Leaving so soon? And going so far away?" Qingyun feigned surprise, her tone tinged with astonishment. Lin Tian stared intently at Qingyun's face, hoping deep down she might accompany him. But from her tone, it was clear she had no intention of joining him. And a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. He casually replied, "Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow. I feel like it'll be pretty boring just me and Linger." Qingyun, sharp as ice, and had long since seen through Lin Tian's desire to take her with him. So she deliberately acted reluctant to leave, partly to tease Lin Tian. While Lin Tian's words were quite clear. He was essentially saying, "I've already told you I'm bored with Linger. So why don't you volunteer to come with me?" Seeing Lin Tian wanted to take her away yet stubbornly refused to say it outright, Qingyun was displeased, demanding that this damn pig-headed fool propose it himself first. Otherwise, where would the face of the Eastern Waste's foremost scholar lady be? A trace of scorn flashed across her face. "Oh? You, Mr. Lin, so popular with the ladies, actually bored?" The unspoken message was clear, "Forget about me willingly going with you. I was just thinking if I leave. What about Linger's studies? We can't just abandon them midway." What he really meant was, "I'm giving you one last chance. I've made myself crystal clear, why aren't you taking the initiative to leave with me?" But Qingyun continued to dodge the issue. "Why don't you go to the academy tomorrow? And capture a scholar more learned than me? Wouldn't that solve the problem? If you want me to come with you directly, either tell this lady straight up or go find someone else." The two traded words back and forth, neither willing to speak first. Li Linger, who had been eavesdropping by the door, couldn't stand it anymore, and opened the door. "Master, Sister Qingyun, I can't listen to this anymore." "You too. Get lost." Both snapped in unison, then resumed their Tai Chi practice. Only Li Linger watched them, her gaze toward them as if caring for mentally challenged children. After practicing Tai Chi with Qingyun for several hours, the two finally reached a truce, and Qingyun reluctantly agreed to leave with Lin Tian. That night, under Qingyun's jealous gaze, Lin Tian went to find Luo Qingqing for a final farewell. Upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she rose with grace and embraced him. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around her in return. "I will be leaving tomorrow," Lin Tian said softly. Chapter 050, Unlocking the Heavenly Mechanism Fan. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's body trembled. Her back trembled slightly as she fought back the urge to cry out. Yet tears like a kite whose string had snapped, uncontrollably trickling down her cheeks. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to let go of everything and walk away with Lin Tian. Yet she had lived in the Blue Lotus sect for nearly 400 years, and as its current leader, she couldn't bear to leave her home. Nor could she bear to leave him behind. After the sect assembly concluded, Luo Qingqing sensed that Lin Tian was about to depart. So every day she would pull out all the stops to please Lin Tian. Yet the day of parting still arrived. Lin Tian gently patted Luo Qingqing's back. Yet he didn't know how to comfort her. They embraced like this, then passionately kissed, tumbling onto the bed curtains. After a night of passion, the next morning, Lin Tian gently kissed Luo Qingqing's tear-streaked cheek, then slipped quietly out of her room. After Lin Tian had left, Luo Qingqing's tears fell like a kite whose string had snapped. She never mustered the courage to bid him farewell. After packing their belongings, Lin Tian, Li Linger, and Qingyun, they quietly departed from the Blue Lotus sect. Qingyun noticed the sadness on Lin Tian's face, and a thought struck her. She wanted to tease him. "Hey there, Mr. Deeply Infatuated Lin," she teased. "We're about to leave the Eastern Wastes, and you're putting on this act. I'd almost believe you're a man of unwavering devotion." Li Linger chimed in from the side. "Exactly, master. The way you're acting, I'm starting to doubt. You're still the same old philanderer." Hearing their teasing, Lin Tian felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. "You two are asking for a beating. That Shun girl. You lost her to me as a maid. Once we're in the northern wastes, you'll have to call me young master." Qingyun wasn't about to be outdone, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Right. I wonder why a certain someone yet always pretends to be a weakling at the chi cultivation stage. Who specifically targets beautiful women? Who lovely lady are you planning to charm next? This was a question Lin Tian had actually given careful thought to before. The northern wastes he was heading to were the largest expanse across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, bordered by the demonic tribes to the east and the human tribes to the west. Though they were different races. But in reality, those who practiced the correct path cultivation methods were the human race, while those who practiced demonic arts belonged to the demonic race. The two tribes harbored deep mutual animosity, engaging in protracted warfare across the northern wastes. Thus, the current state of the northern wastes is divided, while the other half is held by the demonic tribes. When time stood still, Lin Tian arrived in the northern wastes and uncovered a hidden secret of the region. The demon clan's holy maiden of the northern wastes is, well, a lesbian. And she was also the illegitimate daughter of the righteous faction's leader, the Sword Pavilion's sword master. But honestly, the demon clan's holy maiden possessed a figure that truly surpassed all others in the world. Among all the beauties Lin Tian had ever seen, none could match the demon sect holy maiden's figure in perfection and allure. Thus, Lin Tian's objective this time was crystal clear. After Xinxinghe finished speaking, noticing Lin Tian had fallen deep in thought, as if he were genuinely pondering which lovely immortal maiden to target next, her little face puffed up in anger, her eyes practically shooting flames. Feeling Xinxinghe's glare, Lin Tian quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Xinghe, you've never been anywhere beyond the eastern wastes, have you? Want me to tell you about the 4 seas and 8 desolations? Xinxinghe perked up at the suggestion. Fully aware that Lin Tian was changing the subject, she still motioned for him to continue. The Immortal Demon Continent, the 4 seas and 8 desolations. The so-called 8 wildernesses aren't all barren lands. Strictly speaking, only the eastern wastes, western wastes, the southern wilderness and the northern wilderness are relatively barren, while the central region of the continent is composed of 4 domains: immortal, demon, beast, and human, collectively known as the Central Continent. The supreme beings of this world, those who have transcended the realm of gods, are all concentrated within the major factions of Central Continent. Thus, the eastern wastes remain quite insignificant. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xinxinghe's interest was piqued. Having grown up in the academy since childhood, and even when she ventured out for training, it was always within the eastern wastes, never venturing beyond its borders. Following Lin Tian, she could finally venture out to see the world, fulfilling one of her long-held aspirations. Spiritual energy surged through his body as Lin Tian summoned the Tao artifact, the heavenly mechanism fan. He recalled what Tianji had said, that once he unfurled the fan, he would automatically become the head of the heavenly mechanics pavilion. He was deeply curious about this fan, and this journey to the northern wastes demanded a legitimate identity. He had no desire to infiltrate another sect by pretending to be a disciple, pretending to be some damn innate enlightenment physique. If he could establish his own faction, would be a truly satisfying feeling. With this thought in mind, after repeatedly confirming the fan was in order, Lin Tian unfolded the jade-made heavenly mechanism fan. The ancient-looking fan bore a majestic character, heaven. It perfectly echoed his own name. Lin Tian instantly fell in love with this fan. The moment it unfolded, a streak of light surged into his body. Instantly, a cultivation technique appeared in Lin Tian's mind, titled The Heavenly Mechanics Secret. Lin Tian skimmed through it briefly. Its founder was, of course, Tianji. After reading the Heavenly Mechanics Manual, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel deep admiration for Tianji. He never imagined this cultivation technique resembled the life and death symbols from the martial arts novels of his past life. Anyone who cultivated the Heavenly Mechanics Manual would have their life and death controlled by the holder of the Heavenly Mechanism fan. Even after reaching the Tao merging realm and cycling through death and rebirth, they remained bound by the Heavenly Mechanism art. No wonder Tianji told me that the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion would never betray him. So that's how it is. But it truly is an effective method for controlling people. After all, this cultivation world isn't like civilized society. Here, power is everything. The moment Lin Tian unfurled the Heavenly Mechanism fan, on the Central Plains continent, a barren land, a colossal floating island descended from the void onto Central Plains. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolate realms, countless people knelt reverently toward Lin Tian, and knelt in reverent homage toward Lin Tian. That very day, all factions across Zhengzhou received a message that sent shockwaves through their ranks. The Celestial Mechanics Pavilion has reappeared, and a new pavilion master has emerged. Now, all factions in Central Plains were stirring with anticipation, creating a tense atmosphere where storm clouds gathered on the horizon. For with the emergence of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, it signaled the return of the Heavenly Mechanics Secret Realm to the 4 seas and 8 desolations. A realm reserved for the peerless heavenly sovereigns. And legend holds that within it lie treasures capable of aiding even emperor-level masters in breaking through to higher realms. Thus, all factions across Central Continent began dispatching agents to investigate. Within the sword pavilion of the Northern Wastes, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. It seems the pavilion master is coming to the Northern Wastes. We must hasten to greet him. At this moment, Lin Tian remained unaware of the immense shock, and continued his journey toward the Northern Wastes. Still relentlessly advancing toward the Northern Wastes. Chapter 051, The Heavenly Mechanism Envoy of the Northern Wastes. Soon, Lin Tian and his two companions entered the territory of the Northern Wastes. But barely had they reached the frontier, several figures blocked their path. This subordinate, the North Wilderness Oracle agent codenamed Qingyun, greets the sect leader. A woman of extraordinary beauty, dressed in a pale blue gauze gown, bowed respectfully to Lin Tian and his two companions. At the sight of this woman, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. 83, 60, 87. Wow, she's got the face of an angel. With a devilish figure. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian withdrew his appraising gaze. The most urgent matter now was to learn the specifics of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. To learn the specifics of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. With a solemn expression, Lin Tian inquired. How many people are in the Northern Wastes Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? The woman remained kneeling before Lin Tian. And spoke, responding to the call of the Heavenly Mechanism fan. The Northern Wastes have successfully awakened 2 Heavenly Mechanics envoys and 3,000 Heavenly Mechanics guards. All stationed within the major factions of the Northern Wastes. What is their strength? We 12 Heavenly Mechanism envoys are all reincarnations of the Tao-merging realm. While the Heavenly Mechanism guards are all reincarnations of the Void Penetration realm. And our strength is still in the process of recovery. Hearing this assessment, even Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If they all regained their peak strength, such a formidable force would be considered a second-tier power even in the hidden dragon lurking tiger central plains. Would still be considered a second-tier power. Nodding, Lin Tian suddenly noticed. The kneeling woman before him had an unusual pallor. So he scrutinized her once more. Feeling Lin Tian's scrutinizing gaze. And inwardly groaned, praying incessantly. Please don't see me, don't see me. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized that this extraordinarily beautiful woman before him was the sacred maiden of the 10,000 Swords sect from the Northern Wastes, whom he had also visited during the time freeze. After all, Lin Tian was a pervert. Couldn't possibly pass up such a beauty. This was awkward. Never imagined he'd have his way with one of his own subordinates. What the hell was this? Workplace misconduct? He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. I need to make a trip to the Demon Realm in the Northern Wastes. And afterward, find me a guide from the Demon Realm. Yes, Lord. I'll relay your orders immediately. And someone will meet you upon your entry into demon territory. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could truly be considered a figure of influence in the Northern Wastes. And this influence could even sweep across every sect in the entire Northern Wastes. The awkwardness was palpable, so after exchanging a few words with them, then hurriedly departed with Xin Xinghe and Li Linger. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, the Heavenly Mechanism envoy codenamed Qingyun flushed slightly, clearly recalling some embarrassing memories. As they returned to the flying sword, Li Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never heard her master mention which major faction he belonged to before. And now she discovered he possessed such formidable connections. That woman from earlier must have been a powerhouse at the Hollow Void realm. Yet she showed such profound respect toward master, clearly indicating his background was far from ordinary. Xin Xinghe was also deeply astonished, though her thoughts ran far deeper than Li Linger's. Drawing upon her extensive knowledge from reading widely, combined with the content of Lin Tian's conversations with those women, she swiftly deduced Lin Tian's identity, and asked with some surprise, "You are truly the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Seeing Xin Xinghe's expression of utter disbelief, Lin Tian felt a surge of satisfaction, recalling the late scholar Lu Huijin's demeanor. Clatter! He unfolded the Heavenly Mechanics fan and slowly fanned himself a few times. Of course I am the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. What? Don't believe me? Looking at Lin Tian's smug expression. For some reason, she simply couldn't connect the Lin Tian before her with the powerful and mysterious Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Pfft, you lecher. You look more like a flower thief to me. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, and immediately whispered, "Well, I don't know. When does Miss Shen plan to surrender to this flower thief?" Feeling Lin Tian's blatant teasing, Xin Xinghe's face flushed crimson, her heartbeat quickening as she murmured softly, "Dream on, you lecher." Though her words were sharp, her thoughts whispered, "Damn you, you lecher. I've already followed you this far. Why ask? Can't you just take the initiative and act? Do I have to throw myself at you before you get the hint? An hour later, Lin Tian and his two companions entered a small town in the northern wilderness demon realm. At the town's entrance, two exquisitely dressed women, their faces concealed beneath conical hats, scanning the surroundings. Every man who passed by couldn't help but glance at them, their eyes lingering with lecherous grins. But upon seeing the tokens hanging at their waists, they immediately withdrew their unrestrained gazes and walked away as if nothing had happened. The two were disciples of Tianxie Valley, the second greatest power in the Northern Wastes demon realm. Though Tianxie Valley's renown in the Northern Wastes fell short of the 10,000 demon sect, it remains a force to be reckoned with. A force these lone cultivators dared not provoke. Soon, upon seeing the three approaching, the two beautiful girls immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "We are Qingfeng and Mingyue of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, paying our respects to the Pavilion Master. The Celestial Mechanics Envoy of the Demon Realm is currently in seclusion and is unable to attend. He has specially dispatched us to welcome the Pavilion Master." Lin Tian observed the two kneeling before him, their figures exquisitely slender, skin as white as snow, clad in pale purple gauze robes, though their faces were concealed by conical hats. Lin Tian had secretly observed them through his divine sense, and discovered they were twins, though their faces bore no expression. His heart was bursting with joy. Little did he expect that upon arriving in the northern wastes, he'd be guided by such a pair of sisters, and his lingering reluctance to leave Luo Qingcheng faded considerably. "Let's go. First, we'll head to your place to settle in." Lin Tian wasted no words. After all, upon reaching the northern wastes, finding a place to stay was the first priority. "Please follow us to the Heavenly Evil Valley, Sect Leader." The Heavenly Mechanism Envoy is the venerable ancestor of Tianxie Valley, and arrangements for your lodging have already been made. Lin Tian nodded and followed the two men toward Tianxie Valley. Along the way, Lin Tian once again approached Qingfeng and Mingyue to inquire about the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion. "Have you both regained your previous memories?" "Yes, Pavilion Master." "What did the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion do before?" The Celestial Mechanics Pavilion had 8 star lords, for stewards, 20 protectors, along with 100,000 Heavenly Mechanics guards. They were tasked with gathering intelligence across the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands, and reporting back to the pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and he had already guessed the purpose behind Tianjizi's establishment of the pavilion. He had grown weary of this world, and yearned to explore the world beyond, and thus founded this so-called Hall of Heavenly Secrets, cultivating a group of talents to gather intelligence that could help him break free from this world. In other words, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion is the largest intelligence hub across the entire 4 seas and 8 desolations. They marveled at Master Tianji's grand vision. Soon, before long, the group arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Evils. The northern wastes held slightly greater overall strength than the eastern wastes, so the sects here were built with greater grandeur than those in the eastern wilderness. Lin Tian had instructed that this trip to the Valley of 10,000 Evils required no grand display of force, and to keep a low profile. Consequently, the valley's inhabitants were unaware of Lin Tian's true identity. No sooner had they entered the Valley of 10,000 Evils than an irritating voice rang out. "Oh my 2 little sisters. Rushing out so early this morning. Saying you were welcoming an honored guest, could it be this pretty boy?" Chapter 052, You're Asking for It. Within the Valley of Heavenly Evil, a young nobleman, with the air of a spoiled playboy. His cultivation level matched that of Qingfeng and Mingyue, both at the nascent soul stage. His gaze toward the sisters Qingfeng and Mingyue revealed an unabashedly lecherous gaze, while his gaze toward Lin Tian held a hint of icy coldness, clearly having coveted the sisters for quite some time. Hearing this voice, Qingfeng and Mingyue's faces paled with horror, glaring angrily at the man who spoke. Qingfeng snapped, "Sun Hao, watch your mouth. This distinguished guest was invited by our patriarch. Of noble stature, how dare you insult him?" The man's face twisted with even greater scorn, and sneered coldly, "Fang Yuehua, are you trying to pull the wool over our eyes? The patriarch is currently in seclusion. How could he possibly associate with this worthless good-for-nothing who hasn't even cultivated any cultivation? What's the matter? Does this pretty boy of yours hurt your feelings? Sun Hao, get yourself back home immediately. You've offended our honored guest. Just wait for the patriarch to emerge and bring punishment upon your Sun family." Hearing his sister Fang Yueying speak up for Lin Tian, Sun Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he coldly retorted, Well, never would have guessed this pretty boy had any real power. He actually tricked all of you away. Let me see what magic this pretty boy possesses to tame both of you at once." As he spoke, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, spiritual energy surged violently. A dagger materialized in his hand, stabbing toward Lin Tian's heart. Sun Hao's sudden outburst, his speed caught everyone completely off guard. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua tried to stop him. But it was already too late. The dagger plunged straight toward Lin Tian's heart. With just an inch to go, it was halted by an invisible protective aura, and could advance no further. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua, watching nearby, were utterly astonished. Though they had awakened the memories of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, they had never seen the pavilion master in their previous lives. Nor did they know the exact cultivation realm of the pavilion master. Fearing that Sun Hao, that foolhardy brute, might injure Lin Tian. But seeing Lin Tian effortlessly parry Sun Hao's attack, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Have you had enough? Lin Tian said coldly. Seeing his dagger unable to pierce Lin Tian's protective aura, his eyes began to turn red as he increased the force in his hands. Watching Sun Hao's vicious expression, Lin Tian felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He shifted his left shoulder slightly. A tremendous force erupted from his left shoulder, sending Sun Hao flying a considerable distance. Seeing that Lin Tian had no intention of pursuing Sun Hao further, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Kneeling on the ground, they said, Master, we deserve death. Once the heavenly mechanism emerges from seclusion, we will make amends to you. Lin Tian, however, shrugged indifferently. It's nothing. From this day forward, no more kneeling at every turn, and you needn't call me Sect Master. Just call me Young Master. The two exchanged a glance. We dare not. I command you to address me thus. Yes, Lord. Young Master. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Tian casually inquired. Has anything significant happened in the northern wastes lately? After a moment's thought, Fang Yuehua spoke up. Young Master, the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Demons sect has recently fallen ill with a strange disease. She's been seeking treatment but can't pinpoint the cause. And many quacks have already been killed by the Holy Maiden. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming surge of joy. For he already knew the cause of this so-called mysterious illness was something Lin Tian already understood. It stemmed from Chu Xiang's condition. It stemmed from prolonged sexual abstinence causing hormonal imbalance, which in turn caused her painful menstruation. Logically, once she breaks through the foundation establishment stage, this condition would vanish. Yet the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Demons sect is bound by a unique decree, requiring the Holy Maiden to continuously channel her cultivation energy into the 10,000 Demons altar. So the highest cultivation level any Holy Maiden could attain was foundation establishment. But when time stood still, did I actually help her become a woman? Could she still be suffering from hormonal imbalance? This thought made Lin Tian curious. Has there been any word about her contracting an illness? Or any symptoms? Fang Yuehua shook her head. No. Anyone who examined the Holy Maiden, who couldn't describe her symptoms, were killed by her. Hearing this, Lin Tian muttered under his breath. That little brat sure is ruthless. Tomorrow, we'll go to the 10,000 Demons sect together, and see what illness the so-called Holy Maiden truly suffers from. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the two hesitated. But, Young Master, our Tianxia Valley and the 10,000 Demons sect are sworn enemies. Hearing this, Lin Tian shrugged it off nonchalantly. It's fine. Tomorrow, we'll go to the 10,000 Demons sect together. Seeing that Lin Tian's mind was made up, the sisters felt they had no choice but to comply. For the 10,000 Demons sect possessed an ancient ancestor at the void penetration realm, a powerhouse matching the heavenly mechanism envoy. And while the patriarch of the heavenly evil valley was currently breaking through to the Tao merging realm, she was currently in seclusion. And if they caused trouble within the 10,000 Demons sect, there would be no one to clean up their mess. Just as they were discussing the Demon sect situation, a discordant voice cut through the air. I'd like to see which bastard. Is this honored guest invited by some ancient ancestor? Who beat my son so badly he was sent flying dozens of miles away? Do you really think Tianxia Valley is so easy to bully? Hearing this, the two sisters' faces paled. The speaker was the senior elder of Tianxia Valley, a man of narrow-mindedness and extreme protectiveness. Striding into the room with murderous intent radiating from his entire being, his gaze dark and menacing as he surveyed the crowd. At that moment, the patriarch of the 10,000 Evil Valley, the father of the Fang sisters, was handling affairs outside. So the patriarch had issued the order directly to the sisters, without informing their father. And naturally, the grand elder had not received the patriarch's directive. After sizing up Lin Tian, the elder's gaze darkened as he addressed the Fang sisters. My dear nieces, as your uncle, I must speak plainly. Your usual mischief goes unchallenged. But you should not have falsely claimed the patriarch's orders. Hand this boy over to me for punishment, and I will take responsibility for this matter. Otherwise. Hearing this, both sisters' expressions darkened. The grand elder was clearly using his status and power to intimidate them. Clearly here to defend his son. The grand elder's power had already reached the peak of the emptiness realm, far beyond what two nascent soul cultivators could withstand. Lin Tian's face grew icy as he coldly demanded. If not, what then? The Grand Elder's eyes swept over the three with a dark glint as he continued in a cold tone. I'll have you all arrested together. And punish you once the ancestor emerges. Behind the elder, Sun Hao also shouted defiantly. Right, father. Arrest them all. And hand them over to the ancestor when he emerges. I recall that man brought 2 women with him. Why not send them to my quarters for now? So I can interrogate them properly. To see if they're from the 10,000 demons sect. Or spies sent by the human race. Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression instantly turned icy cold. A murderous aura surged from his previously impassive face. He could tolerate others speaking ill of him. But he absolutely would not tolerate anyone covetingly linger. That was his Achilles heel. Lin Tian said coldly, You're asking for death. Chapter 053 You've lost face with me. Seeing the murderous intent on Lin Tian's face, Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, sisters despite their vast disparity in strength, as they mobilized their spiritual energy and shouted, Young master, flee now. Once the patriarch emerges, we'll deal with this old geezer. With that, they charged forward and clashed with the senior elder. Though they had awakened their memories as heaven's mechanism guards, their strength had not yet returned to its peak. So they assumed Lin Tian's cultivation was still recovering, fearing he might suffer some mishap. Yet 2 cultivators at the nascent soul stage could possibly stand against the Grand Elder at the peak of the emptiness realm? With a mere flick of his sleeves, he unleashed 2 gale force winds. He flung both of them far away. Oomph! Mere nascent soul cultivators dare to show off their skills in front of the master. When did the 2 holy maidens of our 10,000 evil valley become someone else's maidservants? And to address him as young master utter nonsense. Boy, once I capture you, I'll send you straight to the 10,000 evils pit. So you can experience the heart-devouring torment of 10,000 evils? Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, landing a vicious blow across the face of the Grand Elder. The Elder instantly felt a tremendous force strike his face. Even his peak emptiness realm protective aura couldn't withstand the blow, sending his head crashing into the floorboards. Shut up! You talk too much. Anyone listening would think you're an emperor-level cultivator? Put. You're nothing. Watching his father get smacked into the floor by Lin Tian, Sun Hao's eyes filled with terror as he stared at Lin Tian, his entire body trembling. Lin Tian watched him tremble. A look of contempt flashed across his face. Truth be told, scum like you isn't even worth the trouble of dirtying my hands. But you shouldn't have. You should never, ever. Next time, remember to shake your brain around. Shake your brain around properly. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Lin Tian, Sun Hao trembled violently, his hands shaking as he drew a token from his waist. As he channeled a secret technique, a brilliant flash erupted from the token, before exploding outside the door. A savage grin spread across Sun Hao's face. Boy, you're finished. Taste the might of our 10,000 evil sects protective formation. Just as that signal-like flash shot out, shouts erupted from within the 10,000 evils sect. The Grand Elder commands, activate the sect's grand formation. All inner door disciples, elders, and stewards immediately took their positions upon hearing the call. Within moments, the sect's grand formation in Wanxia Valley activated, revealing a vibrant, multicolored barrier. Then, Sun Hao, holding the token in his hand, channeled the array's energy toward Lin Tian. The Feng sisters, who had been knocked flying in the distance, their expressions changed drastically, instantly turning pale with fear. For it was known that should the head of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion perish, every member of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion would immediately sacrifice themselves. Such was the brutal mechanism of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The sect's grand formation of the Valley of 10,000 Evils was designed by the ancestor of 10,000 Evils, a powerhouse at the Emperor realm level, possessing immense might. Even those at the peak of the Tao merging realm dared to confront it head-on. The other despairing figure was the Grand Elder who had just pulled his head out of the floor. He never imagined his son could be such a complete failure. To activate the sect's grand formation at such a critical moment. Had it been any other time, it might have been tolerable. But what was the situation now? The Patriarch of 10,000 Evils Valley was secretly attempting to break through to the Hollow Void realm. Once the Patriarch breaks through, then across the entire northern wastes, no power will be able to rival the 10,000 Evils Valley. The reason for keeping it hidden is to prevent other sects from learning of it. For if other sects learned of the old ancestors' breakthrough, they would surely find excuses to intervene, or even unite against the Valley of 10,000 Evils. And it wouldn't be impossible. At such a sensitive juncture, you've gone and activated the sect's grand formation. As if you're desperate for everyone to know something's up with the Valley of 10,000 Evils? The moment the sect's grand formation struck Lin Tian, the Grand Elder's heart turned to ashes. In his eyes, Lin Tian was surely doomed to perish beneath the sect's grand formation. And he feared he might not even be able to protect his own son. Soon, the multicolored sect formation formed a massive green skeletal apparition, opening its massive jaws as it charged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was still pondering how much force to use to minimize injuries to those outside. After all, the one rushing to witness this foolishness was Sun Hao. And it had nothing to do with the others from the 10,000 Evils Valley. After all, it was Sun Hao who was rushing to witness the spectacle. Had no standing with him. The respect owed to the sect master's two beautiful twin daughters still deserved some consideration. After being swallowed into the skull's mouth, Lin Tian no longer dwelled on such thoughts. Extending his finger to unleash several crescent-shaped blades, slicing the skeleton open. The senior elder, who had been standing nearby with a somewhat dazed expression, was so stunned to see Lin Tian withstand the sect's grand formation's attack, and felt a sudden chill run through his entire body. Seeing his foolish son still attempting to control the sect's grand formation, he immediately struck him across the face, seizing the Grand Elder's token, and deactivated the sect's grand formation. The moment the array dissolved, Feng Yuehua and Feng Yueying immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Feng, you and your son have shown disrespect to the honored guest of our ancestor, and have recklessly activated the sect's grand formation at this critical moment. You will wait for my father's return, and personally explain yourselves to him." The Grand Elder's face had turned ashen, and he began to regret for heeding the urging of his good-for-nothing son, and taking advantage of the clan leader's absence and the patriarch's seclusion, and clashed with his two nieces. Truthfully, he too had hoped his son could marry the sect master's daughter. So when he heard the Feng sisters had brought back a young man, fearing he might be the sister's lover, which is why he helped his son cause trouble. Now that he'd calmed down and thought it through, that young man had managed to severely wound him with a single strike, and withstand the sect's grand formation attack. His strength must be unfathomable, possibly even matching the old patriarch's level. Now he understood that the Feng sisters had not lied. This man must be the one the patriarch had summoned, and sweat poured down his face. Lin Tian, however, strolled leisurely towards Sun Hao. With each step forward, Sun Hao felt as though Lin Tian were stepping directly on his heart, terrified him into scrambling backward, clearly showing Lin Tian had no intention of sparing him. Seeing this, the elder hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Honored guest, it is my son and I who have been blind, and have offended you. We beg for your mercy. Do me this favor and spare my son. He is our family's only heir." Hearing the elder's words, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sneer, and coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are? You dare speak of favor to me? You're not worthy. Forget your son, even your own ancestor wouldn't dare lay a finger on my woman or disciple in front of me." With that, under the elder's despairing gaze, he struck Sun Hao, who had already lost control of his bladder, dead with a single palm strike. Gazing at the pool of filth before him, Lin Tian pulled a silk handkerchief from his facial ring, wiped his hands, and tossed it beside the corpse. Killing such scum? He considered it beneath him. Chapter 054, Xinqing's Ultimate Temptation. Witnessing his son's gruesome death, the Grand Elder of the Valley of 10,000 Evils instantly turned bloodshot, his gaze toward Lin Tian brimming with hatred and savagery. "I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, a crimson glow emanating from his body as he invoked the secret arts of Wanxie Valley, burning his own vital essence. His current strength was at the peak of the empty enlightenment realm. After employing the secret technique of burning his essence blood, his power rapidly surged to the hollow void realm. A terrifying aura radiated from his body, charging toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and delivered another slap, once again smashing the Grand Elder's head into the floor. Then, unwilling to waste time on him, planting his foot squarely on the elder's body, completely crippling his cultivation. After all, this old bastard wanted to take his life. Killing him outright would have been too easy on him. So Lin Tian spared his life. Earlier, hadn't he said he wanted to send me into some pit of 10,000 evils? Lin Tian figured the old man deserved a taste of his own medicine. After dealing with these two, the Feng sisters stared at Lin Tian in utter shock, their eyes brimming with admiration. Demons and humans are fundamentally different, and their actions were driven by pure spontaneity, and they held an intense reverence for the strong. Unlike those humans, who act far more wicked and repulsive than they ever could, yet still cling to a reputation of righteousness. Originally, Sun Hao had activated the sect's grand formation with the help of the senior elder, plunging both into despair. Now was the crucial moment for the ancestors' breakthrough. But seeing Lin Tian's overwhelming power, they both felt considerably reassured. At the very least, the patriarch of 10,000 Evils Valley couldn't have so easily incapacitate the senior elder who was determined to fight to the death. At present, the sect had just activated its grand formation. And panic was gripping the hearts of all. Fang Yuehua went out to take charge of the situation, while Fang Yueying arranged accommodations for Lin Tian and the others. But after the rooms were assigned, an extremely awkward incident occurred. Fang Yueying mistakenly assumed Xin Qinghe was Lin Tian's girlfriend, and directly assigned 2 separate rooms for the 3 of them. Since the sect still had a mess to clean up, Fang Yueying departed immediately after assigning the rooms. Now Xin Qinghe and Lin Tian were left staring at each other in disbelief. Stunned. Xin Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. And she thought to herself, this clumsy oaf. Is he going to do something to me later? If she does something to me, should I go along with it? Or should I refuse? As she was lost in her own internal strategy, Lin Tian picked up a quilt from the bed and spread it out on the floor with a solemn expression. This scene made Xin Qinghe's eyes widen in shock. And in her mind, she cursed Lin Tian's ancestors 8 generations back. Her mind seething with fury. Who the hell are you trying to play the righteous gentleman with? Back at the Qingyun sect in the eastern wastes, you were pretty damn bold flirting with Luo Qingcheng, weren't you? And not just that you had something going on with Su Chouyue too, right? Why the hell are you suddenly playing the saint with me? She took a deep breath, releasing the 10,000 wild horses galloping in his mind. He replied with a touch of sarcasm. Well, when did our Lord Lin become so righteous? I always thought you couldn't sleep. You couldn't even sleep. The implication was crystal clear. What are you trying to pull with me? I was all set to keep you company tonight. We're both foxes with 1,000 years of cunning. What kind of ghost story are you trying to pull? And Lin Tian hadn't changed his ways. The reason he wasn't rushing to claim Xinqing his first blood was because after their last intense tug-of-war in the eastern wastes, he'd grown rather fond of that sensation. Upon hearing Xinqing's words, Lin Tian immediately replied, Miss Xin, what nonsense are you talking? This gentleman has always been a witness to virtue. My actions are based on mutual consent. When have I ever taken advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? The implication being, if you want me to sleep with you, you'd better say so plainly. Otherwise, I won't sleep with you. Xin Qinghe naturally understood the implication, a flush of anger and shame rising on her face. Her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her pale yellow gauze dress. Since young Master Lin is so well read and refined, this humble maiden can rest assured. And I trust that you are not the sort to sneak into an unmarried maiden's bed in the dead of night. Right, Mr. Lin? What she really meant was, you think I'd invite you to sleep with me? No way. If you don't come up now, don't regret it later. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian assumed Xin Qinghe had conceded defeat in their tug-of-war. And a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Watching her flushed and furious expression brought him an inexplicable thrill. But the very next moment, Lin Tian began to regret tangling with Xin Qinghe. Xin Qinghe, seated on the bed, began to undo the yellow gauze dress she wore on the outside. Though her movements were painstakingly slow, each movement radiated an irresistible allure. After slowly undoing the outer gown, revealing beneath it a pale yellow and white scholar's robe paired with a waist-length skirt, adding a touch of scholarly elegance to her demeanor. Next, Xin Qinghe began to slowly unfasten the bodice of her upper garment. As soon as she undid the first button, the white strapless undershirt beneath became faintly visible. Lin Tian inwardly gasped in astonishment. You're testing officials with this? What cadre could withstand such a test? Because Xin Qinghe moved so slowly, it took her quite a while to unbutton her upper robe. By the time all the buttons were undone, Xin Qinghe's face glowed as red as a ripe apple. As if by accident, she caught Lin Tian's gaze upon her. That gaze as predatory as a wolf's. Xin Qinghe pretended to cover her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Oh my, Mr. Lin, staring at me like that. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Aren't you supposed to be a proper gentleman? Aren't you the paragon of virtue? As she spoke, Xin Qinghe put on a look of fear, cowering against the wall. Her eyes, playing hard to get, and that expression 3 parts timid, 7 parts alluring, instantly brought Lin Tian's brother to attention. While a warm rush surged from their noses, as a stream of blood flowed uncontrollably from his nose. At that moment, Lin Tian was filled with regret. Why the hell did I have to play the righteous gentleman? Why not just get straight to the point? Instead of playing games with Xin Qinghe. He knew Xin Qinghe was doing this on purpose. Last time, when he and Xin Qinghe were tugging at each other, he'd come out on top. And this time he'd assumed the advantage was his again. But he never imagined he'd be outmaneuvered by Xin Qinghe. But words spoken cannot be unsaid. And Lin Tian didn't want to break his principle of never forcing others. So he could only turn away with a look of reluctance. Laying on the ground with his back turned to Xin Qinghe. In my mind, I silently recited the Heart Sutra of my past life. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Yet despite my divine consciousness having reached the Ancestral Realm, still involuntarily scanned Qingyun on the bed. And that damnable little wench seemed to know Lin Tian was spying with his divine sense. Her movements remained as alluring and provocative as ever. It took her a full half-hour to finally undress and crawl under the covers. But what made Lin Tian even more desperate was this. The scholar's robe she had taken off was tossed directly onto Lin Tian's head by Qingyun. And instantly, a faint, delicate scent of a young woman filled his nostrils, followed by Qingyun's voice, tinged with surprise and allure. "Oh my, Mr. Lin. This humble maiden accidentally dropped her clothes. Would you be so kind as to help me pick it up?" Chapter 055, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Hearing Qingyun's intensely seductive voice, Lin Tian felt his body go weak. But seeing Qingyun's smug expression, Lin Tian clenched his teeth in frustration. He desperately wanted to rush over and have a deep conversation with Qingyun. But every time he saw her smug smile, a wave of reluctance washed over him. At this moment, his younger brother was on the verge of exploding, utterly unable to endure it. His divine sense detected something below and discovered Fang Yuehua meditating in the room. So he had no choice but to set up the tent and instantly teleported into Fang Yuehua's room. 1 second Qingyun was still preening. The next, Lin Tian vanished. She instantly felt like a BGM should be playing right then. "Hey kid, do you have a lot of question marks too?" Then she plopped down on the bed, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Though she felt she'd won the tug of war with Lin Tian. She felt like she'd won. Why did it feel like she'd won the match, but lost at life? In Fang Yuehua's room, she was currently seated in lotus position, deep in meditation, when Lin Tian suddenly appeared in the room, startling Fang Yuehua. Before she could react, Lin Tian, like a wild beast, pounced on her and threw her onto the bed. As members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, the woman who could become the pavilion master was their honor. So she offered no resistance, instead actively yielding to him. Just as their passion reached its peak, Fang Yueying had just finished handling some sect affairs and was preparing to consult Fang Yuehua about how to explain the activation of the sect's grand formation the next day. But the moment she pushed open the door, she saw Lin Tian and Fang Yuehua entangled together. Her delicate face instantly flushed crimson. Early the next morning, when Qingyun emerged from her room, her gaze toward Lin Tian and the two holy maidens of Wanxie Valley, who were behaving intimately, was murderous enough to kill. Meanwhile, Li Linger pulled out a small notebook, silently jotting down her experiences in the Wanxie Valley of the northern wastes. She sighed softly and muttered under her breath. "Master really is something. How many master's wives is he trying to find for me?" That morning, after packing a few things, Lin Tian departed the Valley of 10,000 Evils, intending to visit the Heavenly Demon Sect to examine the health of their sacred maiden, while Qingyun and Li Linger were left behind in the Valley of 10,000 Evils. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Tian arrived at the gates of the Heavenly Demon Sect. "Please announce my arrival for both of you. This humble scholar has come to examine your sect's holy maiden." He handed each of the two gatekeepers a mid-grade spirit stone. Upon seeing the spirit stones, their previously impatient expressions instantly softened into smiles. "Well, young man, for the sake of those spirit stones, we'd advise you. So far, no one who's come to treat our holy maiden has ever walked out alive. Without special abilities, you'd be wise to turn back. After all, life is precious." Hearing their words, Lin Tian flashed a confident smile. "Thank you both for your kindness. But I truly have a way to cure your sect's holy maiden's illness. So I'd appreciate it if you two could kindly relay this message." The other guard, seeing Lin Tian's ingratitude, shot him a look as if he were already dead. "Since you're asking for it, there's nothing else to be done. Wait here." With that, he turned and entered the Heavenly Demon Sect to report. Soon, Lin Tian was ushered into the Heavenly Demon Sect and led into a chamber. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect lay upon the bed. The gauze curtains by the bedside were drawn down, and from outside the curtains, only a faint outline of the holy maiden could be discerned. After escorting Lin Tian into the holy maiden's chamber, the attendants withdrew. "You're the physician who came to diagnose my illness?" "That's correct. I am." Hearing Lin Tian's voice, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect couldn't help but frown. Why did that voice sound so familiar? She frowned and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" "Your voice sounds so familiar." Lin Tian thought to himself. "Of course I've met him, not only met him, I've had in-depth discussions with them." But he replied aloud, "I think we met back at Jiang'a." Hearing this, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze toward Lin Tian now brimming with murderous intent. The fact that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Sword Pavilion's sword master, the leader of the righteous path, known only to a select few, and the man before her clearly was not among them. How could he possibly know such secrets? Though her heart raged like a storm, she gave nothing away. Instead, feigning nonchalance as he said, "What does it matter what I say? I am the sacred maiden of the heavenly demon sect. How could I possibly have been to the sword pavilion? Not only that, you also have an improper relationship with your maid." Hearing this, a fierce glint flared in the holy maiden's eyes. She drew a long sword from the bed's hidden compartment, channeled her spiritual energy, and thrust it toward Lin Tian. Since Lin Tian had disguised himself as a Qi cultivation stage practitioner, the Foundation Establishment stage saintess believed she could easily subdue him. But Lin Tian dodged the strike. And not only that, he wrapped his arms around the demon cult's holy maiden from behind. TSK, small in stature, yet big in temper. Your illness of overbearing arrogance is easy to cure. Either you advance your cultivation to the nascent soul stage, or... As he spoke, he watched the holy maiden's face turn pale, and whispered softly into her ear, "Find a man. That way, when your monthly period comes, you won't suffer from abdominal cramps." Hearing this, and seeing her own shameful posture, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect cried out for help. But no one came in from outside. Evidently the room had been sealed by Lin Tianxia's restrictions. "Stop shouting. It won't do you any good even if you scream yourself hoarse. What do you want?" "I just want the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect to serve me properly." "You're dreaming. Unless war ceases in the northern wastes, will I agree to serve you?" The war between the human race and the demon race in the northern wastes has dragged on for 1,000 years, and the mutual resentment had grown so deep it was impossible to reconcile. Yet Lin Tian was taken aback by these words. Was the demand really that low? "Then it's settled. If you break your promise later, I'll expose your secret." Yet a trace of mockery flickered across the face of the holy maiden of the celestial demon sect. "Then you'd better hurry. The main force of the heavenly demon sect has just joined forces with several other sects to attack the heavenly evil valley. If you delay any longer, the fighting will likely break out there soon." Hearing this, Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and without another thought, he vanished from his spot, rushing toward Wanxie Valley. Chapter 056, "You four old fools, you deserve to die." Above the Valley of 10,000 Evils at that moment, countless demonic cultivators surrounded the valley's perimeter. Even 5 great masters at the hollow void realm, gazing down upon the valley from spirit boats suspended in the heavens. Their purpose for gathering here today was simple: to ascertain what had transpired yesterday when the 10,000 Evils Valley activated its Sect's grand formation. And what exactly transpired? These old masters all knew that the valley's patriarch now stood at the peak of the hollow void realm. Once he breaks through to the Tao merging realm, no one in the entire northern wastes will be able to check his power. The reason the heavenly demon sect is called the North Wilderness's foremost demonic sect is because it possesses 2 cultivators at the hollow void realm, which is why it can suppress the valley of 10,000 evils. But once the patriarch of the 10,000 evils valley breaks through to the void penetration realm, entering the Tao merging realm, the heavenly demon sect's standing will inevitably be severely undermined. At this very moment, the patriarch of the valley of 10,000 evils is in the critical phase of his breakthrough, and the sect master is absent, having gone out on business. Lin Tian had also just departed Wanxie Valley that morning, his whereabouts unknown, leaving only the sisters Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua within the valley. Wanxie Valley was completely surrounded by a large group of cultivators, sinking both sisters' hearts to the valley floor. If they knew Lin Tian had secretly gone out to court the holy maiden of the heavenly demon clan, they would likely spit blood in rage. Hear ye, all of Wanxie Valley. The heavenly demon sect, the union sect, the blood refining hall. The patriarchs of the 3 great sects demand the patriarch of 10,000 Evils Valley come forth to discuss matters. Several nascent soul cultivators had already begun calling at the gate. The Fang sisters were frantic with worry, unsure what to do. In truth, when the ancestral elders arrived, they made no effort to conceal their presence. And now that the patriarch of 10,000 Evils had not appeared, it already spoke volumes. The 2 ancestors of the heavenly demon sect aboard the ship stared intently at the valley of 10,000 evils, their eyes brimming with palpable murderous intent. "Let's move. That old man should be breaking through right now. If he succeeds, there will be no place left for us. There will be no place for us to stand." The other 2 elders nodded in agreement. After the elders issued their orders, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the 3 great sects launched their assault on the valley of 10,000 evils. The sect's grand formation had already been activated. But because Lin Tian had crippled the Peak Emptiness Realm Grand Elder, without his participation, the sect's grand formation was far less potent than before. Yet it still managed to hold firm against the assaults of the 3 great sects. This only made the Fang sisters more anxious, hurriedly seeking out Shen Xinghe and Li Linger, hoping to locate Lin Tian and bring him back to save the day. At that very moment, The ancient patriarch of the heavenly demons sect grew impatient, with the sect facing a life or death crisis. Yet the ancestor of 10,000 evils had not emerged, clearly secluded in deep meditation preparing for a breakthrough. Fellow elders, let us join forces to break through this protective sect formation. The patriarch of the Union sect said with a smile. Demon Lord, are you in such a hurry to eliminate that old wizard Wan Xie? If we're going to do this, we must eliminate the root of the problem. This time, we'll wipe out Wanxia Valley entirely, and divide its resources equally among our 3 sections. What do you say? Hearing this, the other 2 patriarchs' eyes lit up. Over the years, though Wanxia Valley couldn't match the Heavenly Demon Sect, it had consistently held the upper hand over the Union Sect and the Blood Refining Hall. Now that an opportunity to divide the valley had presented itself, they naturally wouldn't pass it up. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in their eyes. Charge! Thus, the 4 began channeling their spiritual energy, launching a coordinated assault on the sect's grand formation. Boom! A deafening explosion, shattering the eardrums of everyone present with a piercing pain. The multicolored sect's grand formation under the combined assault of the 4 hollow void realm powerhouses, revealing fine cracks. The 4 attackers showed no sign of slowing down, delivering another strike at the sect's grand formation. Boom! The entire ground of Wanxia Valley trembled violently, shattering the multicolored protective formation. And all disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, all suffered backlash, sustaining injuries of varying severity. The combined disciples of the 3 great sects began storming into the Valley of 10,000 Evils, carrying out a brutal massacre. The Feng sisters now looked as pale as death. And at that very moment, an even more shocking event unfolded. Above the rear mountains of the 10,000 Evils Valley, dark clouds began to gather. One moment, Wanxia Valley was bathed in daylight. Yet in the next instant, the sky above Wanxia Valley was shrouded in vast, dark clouds. Faint flashes of lightning flickered within the gloom, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the darkness caused the 4 venerable elders of the 3 great sects, all at the void penetration realm, to tremble inwardly. All disciples engaged in combat halted their actions, gazing up at the calamity clouds enveloping the sky, fear evident in every pair of eyes. That old bastard Wan Xie actually broke through? At that moment, the heavenly demon patriarch of the heavenly demon sect stared at the calamity clouds in the sky with a look of astonishment, and immediately roared at the people below. What the hell are you all standing around for? Kill every last person in Wanxia Valley. His gaze then turned coldly to the other 3. The patriarchs of the Union sect and the Blood Refining Hall already showed signs of retreat in their eyes. They had come to reap the rewards, not to court death. Though the Wanxia patriarch had yet to survive the Thunder Tribulation, he was already a powerhouse with 1 foot in the He Dao realm. If by some chance he truly broke through, not a single one of the 4 present today would not escape. The heavenly demon ancestor discerned their apprehensions, and immediately coldly declared, Gentlemen, we have no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall, and strike him down while that old wretch Wan Xie is undergoing his Thunder Tribulation. Once he breaks through to the hollow void realm and enters the Dao merging stage, what fate awaits us? I'm sure you both understand. I urge you both to abandon any illusions of luck and fight with everything you've got. Hearing this, both felt a chill in their hearts. Now that they've led forces to attack the 10,000 Evils Valley alongside the Heavenly Demon Lord, and had already completely alienated the Valley of 10,000 Evils. If they failed to utterly annihilate the Valley of 10,000 Evils, and allow the Wanxia Patriarch to break through, their fates would surely be utterly miserable. At this thought, both clenched their teeth, a glint of madness flashing in their eyes. Since that's the case, let's go together. When Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua discovered the Thunder Tribulation, they had already gone to the Ancestral Mountain to guard it. After all, besides being the ancestor, he was also the Celestial Mechanics envoy of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, and protecting her was part of their duty as Celestial Mechanics guards. The 4 ancestors at the Hollow Void Realm flew toward the rear mountain, and upon seeing the 2 sisters blocking their path, they paid them no mind whatsoever, casually unleashing 2 streams of spiritual energy, attacking the sisters. The strike, saturated with the oppressive might of a Hollow Realm powerhouse, carried a destructive force toward the sisters. Just as the sisters seemed destined to meet their end, this realm seemed to respond to some unseen call, and everything held its breath in that instant. A furious roar echoed from the distance. You 4 old fools, damn you! Chapter 057, Granting Death. Upon hearing that voice, the 4 elders' faces paled. They strained every ounce of strength to break free from this confinement. The golden light radiating from their bodies, like iron bands, completely immobilized them within this space. Utterly immobilized. The next moment, Lin Tian suddenly appeared before the 4 of them. He first moved behind the Feng sisters, directly nullifying the 2 spiritual energy attacks poised to claim their lives. Then, his gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon the 4 elders of the 3 sects. Speak. How do you wish to die? His icy voice, like a 1,000-year-old glacier that never melts, echoed within the 4 souls. The intangible pressure left them gasping for breath. They tried to speak, but their bodies were bound by Lin Tian, rendering them utterly speechless, and could only look at Lin Tian with anxious eyes. Lin Tian paid them no mind. He extended a finger, pointing at the heavenly demon ancestor. I grant you death reduced to ashes. With that, he casually snapped his fingers. Snap. Boom. The snap echoed, and the energy within the heavenly demon ancestor instantly detonated, reducing his entire being to ashes. The other 3 watched the scene in horror. This man was powerful, far too powerful. Had his body not been restrained, the old ancestor of union would have begged for mercy long ago. But now, with their bodies all bound, they could only watch in terror. Lin Tian's finger pointed at the blood-refining ancestor. I grant you death by 10,000 arrows piercing your heart. With that, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, countless spirit energy arrows swooped toward the blood-refining ancestor, piercing him like a living hedgehog. Those spiritual energy arrows seemed to pierce through anything, no matter how the blood-refining ancestor channeled his spiritual energy to defend. His defenses crumbled like thin paper, pierced through. As he drew his last breath, his face still bore an expression of utter disbelief. The remaining 2 gazed at Lin Tian with even greater terror. The ancestor of union trembled all over. What kind of power is this? So utterly monstrous, capable of instantly annihilating cultivators at their level? But before they could fathom the answer, Lin Tian's finger had already pointed at the ancestor of union. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell, causing the ancestor of bliss's heart to tremble incessantly. I grant you blissful death. With that, a beam of light shot toward the ancestor of union's brow, which sank deep into her brow. The ancestral matriarch of union instantly felt a flash before her eyes, and the scene around her shifted. She found herself in a room, naked and bound in a sprawled position, bound in a spread eagle position, surrounded by a dozen burly men, their eyes gleaming with lecherous grins. No, don't come near me. Don't. No. In her subconscious, she was repeatedly tortured and violated, while in reality, her body began to twist and contort. Twisting and contorting, yet her face still bore a trace of pleasure. Within a mere quarter of an hour, her body began oozing blood outward, until she was finally tortured to death within her subconscious. Only the 2nd elder of the heavenly demon sect remained, his eyes now dark and hollow. Compared to his elder brother who vanished into dust in an instant, he was the unluckiest of them all. He was the most wretched of them all. He had witnessed firsthand how the other 3 were killed by Lin Tian, yet he could do nothing but struggle helplessly like a lamb led to slaughter. Struggling desperately, Lin Tian pointed his finger at the 2nd elder of the heavenly demon sect. I grant you death by bloodshed. With another sharp snap of his fingers, snap, the blood within the last elder's body surged uncontrollably, gushing out from his body. Yet the mere bleeding was not enough to terrify this elder of the heavenly demon sect. For as the blood flowed out, it carried away his cultivation, and simultaneously stripped away a fragment of his soul. His body now felt as though it were being torn apart by his own blood. The agony unbearable. Were it not for his body being restrained, he would have let out a piercing wail. As the blood flowed out, his body shrank at a visible pace, until it became a desiccated corpse, plopping onto the ground. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the patriarchs of the 3 great sects all met their ends in the heavenly evil valley, leaving the disciples battling below utterly stunned. What kind of cultivation base is this? How could it be so powerful? Could he be the legendary Emperor Realm? As they debated, a murderous intent surged within every heart. A vision of Lin Tian appeared. Chillingly cold voice. Heavenly Demon Sect, Union Sect, Blood Refining Hall. Tomorrow, have the heads of your 3 sects come here to kneel for 10 days. Surrender your sect's insignia, and submit to the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Failure to comply will result in the annihilation of your sects. The invisible pressure emanating from those final 2 words caused every disciple of the 3 sects to spit blood instantly. They immediately scattered in panic like stray dogs, and fled toward the exit of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Shortly after their departure, the thunder tribulation of the ancestral demon descended from the heavens. Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, the 2 sisters, turned pale at the sight of its power. Their faces turned pale. Yet the thought that the pavilion master was present, their hearts eased somewhat. After all, with the pavilion master's extraordinary abilities, he would never let the heavenly mechanism envoy perish in the thunder tribulation. Lin Tian's gaze also fixed upon the heavenly tribulation in the sky, gauging the strength of the one undergoing the tribulation. roughly gauging his limits. To ascend from the hollow void realm to the Dao Union realm requires enduring a full 81 thunder tribulations. And at this stage, strictly speaking, one could truly be considered an immortal. And this ancient ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, the celestial mechanics envoy of the Northern Wastes, his limit should be 80 heavenly thunderbolts. Without Lin Tian's intervention during the final tribulation, he would surely perish, his path extinguished. Of these 81 heavenly tribulations, the first 36 constitute the minor tribulation. The middle 36 are trials against inner demons. And the final 9 are the world-destroying tribulation. This process would last 3 days. Those who cultivate to this realm must undergo the baptism of the thunder tribulations. Must endure the baptism of thunder tribulations to solidify their foundations. If Lin Tian were to help him endure the thunder tribulation now, it would leave his foundation unstable. And in severe cases, it could even foster inner demons. Seeing this situation, Lin Tian instructed the Fong sisters to handle the aftermath, while he retrieved a rocking chair from his storage space, reclining leisurely upon it, quietly awaiting the final lightning tribulation. Chapter 058, the third extreme standoff with Qingyun. Soon the third day arrived. And by this time, the heavenly evil ancestor's aura had become extremely chaotic. Having forcibly endured 80 bolts of heavenly lightning, the old ancestor of heavenly evil was visibly gravely wounded. As the final apocalyptic thunderbolt descended from the heavens, sweeping toward him like a mighty dragon, a look of utter despair spread across the old ancestor of heavenly evil's face. He could have endured this tribulation, but because the Valley of 10,000 Evils was under siege by the 3 great sects, his focus had been divided during the breakthrough, leaving his cultivation base unstable at this moment. After enduring the baptism of 80 heavenly thunderbolts, he had already exhausted all his strength. Just as despair gripped him, the heavenly thunder, like a thunder dragon, sweeping toward him, the next moment, as if restrained by some force, coming to an abrupt halt before him. A young man appeared before him, strolling as if taking a leisurely walk. Casually, he seized that colossal, world-ending thunder tribulation and crumpled it into a ball. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's transcendent prowess, the ancient ancestor Tianxie felt a stir within his heart, and immediately bowed deeply, saying, "The celestial mechanics envoy of the Northern Wastes demon clan greets the sect master. Due to my cultivation breakthrough, I was unable to greet you in person. I humbly beg your forgiveness." Lin Tian, however, replied with a carefree expression. "No need to apologize. Continue your cultivation. For now." Having extinguished the chaotic energy within that apocalyptic tribulation lightning, and tossed it to the heavenly evil ancestor, the heavenly evil ancestor hurriedly bowed in respect. "Thank you, sect master." After all, Lin Tian had slept with 2 of his descendants, this heavenly mechanism messenger of the Northern Wastes. He felt he owed him some favor. During the days Lin Tian assisted the heavenly mechanics patriarch in weathering the thunder tribulation. The heads of the 3 great sects, all bearing their sects insignia, kneeling at the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, trembling in fear, awaiting Lin Tian's judgment. They had considered fleeing with their sect's resources, but compared to being hunted down by someone who might possess emperor-level cultivation, they chose to obey obediently. After all, if they could live, no one would choose to die. Though they hadn't seen Lin Tian's face in 3 days, they knew full well that terrifyingly powerful youth must be somewhere within the 10,000 Evils Valley. When the other disciples of the 10,000 Evils Valley saw the 3 of them trembling as they knelt at the entrance, were overjoyed, walking with heads held high, feeling superior to others. They felt immense pride in being disciples of the 10,000 Evils Valley. "Hey, did you see that? Just a couple days ago, those from the 3 great sects were bragging about wiping out the 10,000 Evils Valley. Yet today they're all kneeling here in unison? Word is, our sect has a distinguished guest of an ancient ancestor, who, when the valley faced peril, and took out the patriarchs of these 3 great sects." What? The patriarchs of all 3 major sects were eliminated? Doesn't that mean Wanxia Valley will be unrivaled in the Northern Wastes from now on? So does that mean when we go out to train in the future, can we just strut around like we own the place? You could walk sideways and no one would dare touch you. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Listening to the discussions among the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, the heads of the 3 great sects showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, a look of despondency washed over their faces. The heads of the other 2 sects glared angrily at the head of the 10,000 Demons sect. Had it not been for the Wanma sect's patriarch, who had used both threats and enticements, compelling both major sects to join the assault, their own patriarchs would not have been slain. But now that it had come to this, regret is useless, and they could only proceed cautiously from here on out. That evening, Lin Tian returned to his room. Qingyun was also in the room. Well, are Mr. Lin back from sneaking off with your little sweetheart?" Her words dripped with a thick layer of jealousy. Lin Tian shot Qingyun a withering glance, but inwardly thought, "Go ahead and put on your act. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Though he thought this, his lips formed a different response. "Miss Shun, you jest. Would this gentleman need to sneak out to meet his lover?" With that, he unfolded his heavenly mechanics fan and began to fan himself leisurely, projecting the image of a carefree, freedom-loving young master. Hearing such a shameless reply, Qingyun was instantly speechless, glaring at Lin Tian with indignation. Her thoughts echoing, "You bastard! You don't pluck this beautiful flower in your own garden, and instead go out to pick wildflowers." Yet her words once again engaged in a tug-of-war with Lin Tian. "Young Master Lin, since that's the case, why not go find your little sweetheart today?" The implication being, "You bastard, with all your lovers. Why come back for me?" He clasped the folding fan in his hand. Lin Tian replied with a broad smile. "I just didn't want Miss Shin to be alone and feel lonely and cold. So I came back to check on Miss Shin." The unspoken implication being, "I'm giving you another chance to offer yourself up. And if you don't know a good thing when you see it, I'll just move on to someone else." But this time, Qingyun approached Lin Tian with a radiant smile. Then accidentally, ouch, and tumbled right into Lin Tian's arms. Feeling a soft, fragrant body like jade, carried by a wave of fragrance, swept into his arms. Caught completely off guard, Lin Tian reacted instinctively. While staring at Qingyun in utter shock, she still wore that same elegant yellow gauze dress, paired with a pale yellow scholar's robe. But damn it, this time beneath the scholar's robe, she wasn't wearing any undergarments. Lin Tian's mind was screaming wildly. "You're cheating. You're charging with the ball." Lin Tian was about to move closer to test the feel. Qingyun, however, moved like a dragonfly skimming water, instantly slipping out of his embrace. "Young Master Lin, it's getting late. You should get some rest. Aren't you planning to sleep on the floor?" Qingyun's meaning was quite clear. If you want it, make your move. Otherwise, you'll keep sleeping on the floor. In truth, the reason Qingyun kept pushing and pulling with Lin Tian was because she knew a man like Lin Tian would have countless women in the future, like Luo Qingchang and Su Choyue before. And now the twin saintesses of the 10,000 Demons Valley were all his former lovers. Once a man gets things too easily, he won't cherish it. So even if Lin Tian has countless women in the future, she would be the one he couldn't let go of. That's why she tirelessly played this game of tug-of-war with Lin Tian. The moment she left his embrace, Lin Tian instantly felt a pang of loss. He stood there in a daze for a long while. His heart still yearned for the soft, warm embrace he just left behind. By the bedside, Qingyun had already prepared a makeshift bed for Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and silently vowed to himself, "I absolutely cannot give in to this scheming woman." He then angrily crawled into his own makeshift bed, whispering the Heart Sutra to himself, preparing to sleep. But just then, Qingyun resorted to her old trick. A scholar's robe once again tumbled from the bed. The sweet scent of a young woman instantly filled Lin Tian's nostrils, pouring another spoonful of hot oil onto his already burning heart. "Young Master Lin, my clothes have fallen again. Would you mind picking it up for me?" Chapter 059. Storm presses down on the pure Lotus, smelling that faint feminine scent, and imagining her now completely naked, lying on the bed. Lin Tian's breathing grew heavy. Yet he had set his own boundary, never forcing anyone. And if he were to pounce on her now, it would be utterly unjustified. But if he didn't make his move, this damn stinking brat was pushing it too far. Counting this time, she'd already played this high-stakes tug-of-war with him 3 times. She's using this to test officials. Which cadre could withstand such a test? As Lin Tian wrestled with this internal conflict, Qingyun's soft, velvety voice drifted over. "Young Master Lin, are you asleep?" Qingyun's voice was utterly seductive, making Lin Tian feel as if his very bones were melting. Thus, he made a decision that betrayed his ancestors' teachings, though he knew he must not cross his own boundaries. At a critical moment, lowering his standards a bit wasn't entirely unacceptable. Lin Tian resolved that when pushed beyond endurance, no more holding back. Without a word, like a wild beast, and in Qingyun's horrified gaze, he charged forward, saddling his steed and charging into battle. After enduring a night of raging storms, by the next morning, Qingyun was already weak and exhausted, unwilling to move even a finger. Lin Tian, however, emerged from the bedroom with a flushed face. At the doorway, seeing Qingyun's state, Li Linger shook her head. TSK, Master's sinful hands have reached out to Sister Qingyun after all. Alas! Shaking her head helplessly, she left the room, her face heavy with worry. Having just annihilated the patriarchs of the 3 great sects days prior, Now the Northern Wastes demon realm was completely under the control of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. And next, it was time to deal with the human factions in the Northern Wastes. The Heavenly Evil Patriarch had yet to emerge from seclusion. Lin Tian departed Wanxia Valley with Qingyun and Li Linger, heading toward the Sword Pavilion, the foremost righteous sect of the human race. He merely intended to consolidate forces there, not to woo that holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon entering human territory, the Heavenly Mechanism envoys of the Northern Wastes, the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Sword Sect, was already waiting for Lin Tian at the border. Though she too was a divine messenger of the Northern Wastes, her cultivation was far inferior to that of the Patriarch of the 10,000 Evils Valley, and had not yet fully regained her strength, currently only possessing peak emptiness realm strength. And it would take at least another 100 years before she could regain her Dao merging realm strength. Lin Tian had once discussed this with the Feng sisters, and all who had cultivated the Heavenly Mechanism decision would experience a significant acceleration in their cultivation progress. Their cultivation progress would accelerate dramatically, and swiftly regain the cultivation methods they practiced before reincarnation. This is precisely the extraordinary aspect of the Heavenly Mechanism Manual. In the past on the Immortal Demon Continent, many sought to join the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Was precisely for this reason. Even though mastering the Heavenly Mechanics Manual demanded loyalty and freedom, they were willing to pay the price. After all, this cultivation method allowed them, upon reincarnation, inherit more of their former existence. Only then would they have greater opportunities to break through the shackles of their previous existence. Cultivation itself is an act of defying the heavens, and stagnation means regression. So many do not mind losing their freedom. After all, in this world, unless one reaches the pinnacle like Lin Tian, capable of overwhelming all others, how could one ever truly possess absolute freedom? However, the celestial messenger of the Northern Wastes human clan, she doesn't worry that the ancestor of 10,000 evils will bully her because he's stronger. After all, she and the pavilion master shared a rather special connection. On her very first day at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, a sect steward of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion noticed the Holy Maiden showing such profound respect to an outsider, and unable to gauge the outsider's cultivation level, couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. Truth be told, he had long coveted the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Sword Sect, yet he could never have her, making him nothing short of her devoted sycophant. Ruowei, if I may ask, who might these individuals be? Lin Ruowei, the celestial messenger of the Northern Wastes human clan. Upon seeing the steward, her expression darkened slightly. Stewardly, when within the sect, please address me by my official title. After all, we are not that familiar. These individuals are my honored guests. Is there something you need? Seeing Lin Ruowei defend Lin Tian so fiercely, and then glanced at the stunning Qingyun by Lin Tian's side, and the budding beauty Li Linger beside him, that Li steward felt an inexplicable surge of anger welling up inside him. Your Holiness, since these are guests from outside, have you informed the sect master? At these words, Lin Ruowei instantly understood that this Li steward was clearly looking for trouble. And she coldly retorted, Stewardly, since when did the Holy Maiden of the esteemed 10,000 Sword Sect invited a few friends to the 10,000 Sword Sect? Did I need to report to the sect master? As she spoke, Lin Ruowei had already begun channeling her spiritual energy, clearly prepared to confront him head-on. But Lin Tian was growing impatient. Qingyun had endured a stormy ordeal the night before, and her face still bore traces of exhaustion. Lin Tian cut Lin Ruowei off before she could continue, instead fixing a cold, piercing gaze on that Li steward. For showing disrespect to this seat, you shall kneel for 3 days. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ji was about to sneer. But suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura erupting from Lin Tian's body, erupting with an overwhelming aura of authority. Upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, Elderly instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. His entire body trembled. Even his very soul trembled. Thud! Under the crushing weight of this overwhelming pressure, Elderly was utterly defenseless, and immediately fell to his knees, the blue bricks beneath him cracking from the force of his fall. Watching Lin Tian, Lin Ruowei, and the others recede into the distance, a flash of hatred flickered in Steward Li's eyes. He and the sect master and patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect, and could be considered distant relatives, making them distant relatives. Yet he had always wielded his influence with impunity within the sect. He had always walked tall within the sect. This was the first time anyone had dared to humiliate him so blatantly. This wasn't just making him kneel, but a direct slap in the face to the 10,000 Sword Sect. He resolved that once he rose, he would report it to the sect master, and eliminate that pretty boy Lin Tian. He even coveted Qingyun's beauty, his heart filled with venomous thoughts, that after eliminating Lin Tian, I'll turn those two little women into my personal playthings, to serve his pleasure every day. Others, accustomed to seeing Steward Li's arrogant and tyrannical ways, now that he'd been dealt with by Lin Tian, they began whispering behind his back, and murmured among themselves. No way those outsiders the Holy Maiden brought back did it? To actually put Steward Li in his place. That's truly satisfying. Look at how Li knelt down. He looked like a dog. Exactly. He always lorded over us. Finally someone put him in his place, what a relief. Chapter 060, Second Chance. The minor incident during the day didn't dampen Lin Tian's spirits. After lulling Shen Xinghe to sleep that evening, Lin Tian quietly made his way to Lin Ruowei's room. Had there been an opportunity last time they met, he would have tried again long ago. This chance had finally arrived. Tiptoeing into Lin Ruowei's room, only to hear the sound of an argument coming from inside. Master, I can never follow you. Please control yourself. You have a family of your own now. And your partner is the ancestor's daughter. If the patriarch finds out, we'd both be buried alive. Ruowei, I truly miss you. I can't sleep thinking of you. I cannot live without you. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes as he spoke. He channeled his spiritual energy to seize control of Lin Ruowei and force something to happen. The master of the 10,000 Swords sect had recently broken through to the empty clarity realm, now at the first layer of the hollow void realm. Although Lin Ruowei was at the peak of the empty clarity realm, their cultivation levels might not differ much, but a full realm still represented an insurmountable chasm for Lin Ruowei. Soon, Lin Ruowei was subdued by this worthless sect master. Wei, there's no point in resisting. I've been longing for you for so long. Today I'll make sure to give you a good pounding. Ha. He began to grope her. His hands were about to touch Lin Ruowei's body. Lin Ruowei's face already twisted with despair. Bang! The door burst open. A gale force wind swept through. The Grandmaster of the 10,000 Swords sect had both hands severed by that gale. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. His face frozen in horror, he stared at the furious young man standing in the doorway. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Tian unleashed another gale force wind. Smack! The sect master took a hard slap across the face. A distinct handprint now etched across his face. You! Smack! I! Smack! U-I-N-G! Smack! I'll-I-N-G! Smack! Ah! Smack! 5 slaps in quick succession left the sect leader reeling. His face was a mess, completely swollen like a pig's head. And now he knew. The man before him was vastly superior in strength. He could have called for reinforcements and have the old ancestor come to his aid. But if the ancestor arrived, his designs on the Holy Maiden would be exposed to the ancestor. And then, regardless of whether this young man spares him, the patriarch would likely eliminate him outright. Indeed, it's the same in any era. Living off someone else isn't all that sweet. Lin Tian paid no heed and turned his gaze directly to Lin Ruowei. Shall we just take her out? A deep loathing and disgust surfaced in Lin Ruowei's eyes as she looked at the sect master. Please, Pavilion Master, take care of it. Hearing this, the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect could no longer hold back. The enemy was about to eliminate him. What would happen afterward? He immediately pulled out a jade pendant and crushed it, simultaneously bellowing, "Ancestor, save me!" But the moment the words left his lips, his head was smashed to pieces by Lin Tian's palm. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared in the room, surveying the corpse of the Wanjian sect's leader, alongside Lin Ruowei and Lin Tian. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Why did you come to Wanjian's sect in the dead of night and kill the master of our 10,000 Swords sect? Lin Tian coldly retorted. You, the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 Swords sect. You dared to covet my woman. So be it. What can you do about it? Seeing Lin Tian's non-violent, non-cooperative stance, the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 Swords sect laughed in anger and coldly declared, I am the patriarch of the 10,000 Swords sect. I advise you to surrender peacefully and face punishment at our sect's disciplinary hall. Otherwise, as he spoke, his gaze toward the two revealed an unmasked intent to kill. Lin Tian, however, offered only a sarcastic smirk. This is what they call the righteous sects of the human race, waving the banner of righteousness for every deed. Yet their backroom dealings are even filthier than demons. But this time, they'd picked the wrong target. Lin Tian was no pushover, nor is he easily manipulated. This Wanjian old ancestor is merely a cultivator at the 6th layer of the hollow void realm, barely stronger than that sect master, but only marginally. You expect me to surrender without a fight? You clearly don't know the meaning of death. You little brat, you're asking for death. With that, he prepared to strike. Smack! Another slap. knocking the old ancestor of 10,000 swords off balance, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. He stared at Lin Tian in utter shock. You! Smack! Before he could finish, Lin Tian's hand struck him again. Smack! Do you even know who the hell I am? Smack! You bastard, you dare send me to the disciplinary hall? Smack! You always act this brave, huh? Smack! Looking for death without checking the almanac? Lin Ruowei. The bizarre scene before her left Lin Ruowei momentarily dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the bizarre scene before her. Half a quarter of an hour later, before the old ancestor of 10,000 swords could even activate the Sect's grand formation, before Lin Tian had beaten him to death with his bare hands, his face frozen in a look of utter humiliation, making him the only void-piercing realm expert to be struck dead by a mere slap. After casually disposing of the two corpses, Lin Ruowei finally came to her senses. Her face flushed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Tian nodded. Tomorrow you will become the Sect Master of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Are there any obstacles to taking over the 10,000 Swords Sect? Lin Ruowei pondered for a moment. Apart from a few elders at the Emptiness Realm, there was no one who could threaten her. She immediately replied, if this subordinate could break through the Emptiness Realm and enter the Hollow Void Realm, then there would be no problem at all. Hearing this, Lin Tian instinctively wrapped his arm around Lin Ruowei's slender waist, and amidst her gasps, he murmured softly near her earlobe, serve this Pavilion Master well tonight, and I'll personally help you break through to the Emptiness Realm. In an instant, Lin Ruowei felt as if she'd been electrocuted. Her earlobe flushed crimson from Lin Tian's breath, a blush swiftly spreading across her cheeks. Earlier, when time had frozen, they had already shared an intimate exchange. This was their second. Ever since she joined the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion in her previous life, everything about her belonged to the Pavilion Master. So she did not resist Lin Tian, but instead deliberately sought to please him. To please Lin Tian. The room soon filled with an alluring atmosphere of passion. After a passionate encounter, Lin Tian fed Lin Ruowei a spiritual pill. After she swallowed it, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ruowei broke through the empty clarity realm, entering the hollow void realm. Dark clouds rolled in across the sky. The thunder tribulation of the hollow void realm arrived. Yet Lin Ruowei remained naked, limply in Lin Tian's arms. Just as she tried to rise and dress to prepare for the tribulation, Lin Tian held her back with one swift motion. After the tribulation lightning struck, all of it was transformed by Lin Tian into pure energy, aiding Lin Ruowei in transforming her constitution. Thus Lin Ruowei became the first person to simultaneously please a man, while undergoing the lightning tribulation. Chapter 061, Unrepentant to the End. Early the next morning, thanks to the elixir Lin Tian had given her, Lin Ruowei felt no fatigue, but felt refreshed and invigorated instead. She began to consolidate her cultivation realm, allowing her cultivation to integrate more seamlessly. After a day of deep exchange between the two, Lin Ruowei had fully adapted to the power of the Hollow Void Realm. The next morning, she began handling internal sect affairs. Lin Tian had just eliminated the Sect Master and the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 Swords Sect. The Wanjian Sect's elite combat strength had been utterly decimated, while Lin Ruowei had just broken through to the Emptiness Realm, and had now entered the Hollow Void Realm. Subjugating the 10,000 Swords Sect was no difficult task. All that was needed was the approval of the Sect's senior leadership. Thus, early in the morning, Lin Ruowei convened a Sect assembly. Lin Tian, having nothing better to do, he tagged along to join the commotion. Li, the steward who had been forced to kneel by Lin Tianwei 3 days prior, after kneeling at the Sect's entrance for 3 days, was finally able to move freely. After enduring Lin Tian's overwhelming pressure, no matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up, nor speak. When others addressed him, he could not answer, and could only kneel there, his face etched with terror. The other Sect members, unaware of the situation, pointed fingers at him, leaving him utterly humiliated. No sooner had he risen than he heard word of the upcoming Sect assembly. He immediately prepared to confront the Sect Master and report the Holy Maiden. Upon entering the Sect's main hall, the elders and stewards of the Sect had already gathered, chatting and laughing among themselves. Well, if it isn't stewardly, what's been going on these past 3 days? You wouldn't say a word when asked. Could it be the Sect Master punished you? Steward Li's face was twisted with resentment. Ignoring the elder who spoke, his gaze darted swiftly through the crowd. When he spotted Lin Ruowei seated at the head of the table, with Lin Tian seated beside her, a murderous intent instantly flared across his face. That's the brat who used underhanded tactics, made me kneel at the Sect's gate for 3 days. I suspect this brat is one of the demonic clan. and knows some demonic arts. Everyone, join me in our efforts to apprehend this brat and bring him back to the sect's disciplinary hall for interrogation. At these words, all eyes turned to Lin Tian. There stood Lin Tian, a warm smile on his face, gently fanning himself with a jade folding fan in his hand, presenting the very image of a wealthy young gentleman. After all, such minor incidents was an internal matter of the 10,000 Swords sect. Lin Tian had no desire to meddle further, and now it was up to Lin Ruowei's tactics. When Lin Ruowei saw elderly pointing at Lin Tian, her face immediately darkened with fury. Snapping coldly, "Elderly, you dare! How dare you point at this honored guest?" As she spoke, spiritual energy surged from her body, condensing into a long sword, slicing off Li's finger with a single stroke. And upon sensing the overwhelming pressure of that spiritual energy, everyone's faces paled. Void-piercing realm. The one who broke through to the emptiness realm yesterday was the Holy Maiden. The thought echoed in every mind. For mere days prior, the Holy Maiden had been at the 8th layer of the empty brightness realm. But after being called upon by the heavenly mechanism fan, her power surged to the peak of the empty clarity realm. Then, with Lin Tian's assistance, she had directly transcended the emptiness realm, entering the hollow void realm. It must be noted that the patriarch of the 10,000 Swords sect had only recently broken through to the hollow void realm himself, and now the sacred maiden had caught up so swiftly. As for that Li steward, his face was ashen. Like the late patriarch before him, both coveted Lin Ruowei's beauty. Originally, he thought he could use the sect master to cause trouble for the Holy Maiden and pressure the Holy Maiden. But Lin Ruowei had already broken through the emptiness realm and had become a powerhouse at the hollow void realm, let alone cutting off one of her fingers. Even if she were to eliminate me, the sect master wouldn't bat an eye. After all, in this world, power is everything. With this thought, the gaze that Li the steward cast upon Lin Ruowei, a venomous glint flickered in his eyes, but he forced himself to suppress it, and said nothing more. Seeing everyone fall silent, nodded with satisfaction, then announced in a clear voice, "I've called this meeting today is to announce something important." She paused for effect, her beautiful eyes sweeping over everyone with a piercing gaze. After being met by that gaze, everyone present felt a chill run down their spine. From this day forward, I am the Grandmaster of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who approves? Who objects? With these words spoken, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared at the Holy Maiden in utter shock. Every single person present, without exception, felt the saintess had lost her mind. Elderly immediately stood up, pointing at Lin Ruowei and bursting into laughter. "Hey, Holy Maiden, have you lost your mind? With your strength barely reaching the hollow void realm, you dare to covet the position of sect master? Where do you place the 10,000 Swords sect? What about the current sect master? And where does that leave the ancestral patriarch?" Hearing this, the assembled elders below chimed in unison. "Exactly. Holy Maiden, it seems you've just broken through, and your excitement has made you speak without restraint?" The Grand Elder of the sect cast a shadowed gaze upon Lin Ruowei, his tone equally dark and ominous, clearly expressing his extremely displeased. Other high-ranking members chimed in agreement. "Exactly, Holy Maiden. Though the sect master's strength has only just reached the hollow void realm, and is roughly on par with yours, the patriarch's cultivation has long reached the 8th layer of the void penetration realm. The Holy Maiden usually seems quite sharp, but today she's speaking without thinking? Exactly. When the sect master arrives, we must report her. Right. Exactly." Hearing the murmurs below, Lin Ruowei coldly declared, "You won't be waiting for that old man to arrive. He and the old ancestor went down yesterday. If you wish to go as well, I can give you a ride." Though Lin Ruowei's tone was icy, her voice carrying a faint air of authority, upon hearing her words, everyone stared at Lin Ruowei as if she were an idiot. The Grand Elder, in particular, was seething with rage. Snapping coldly, "Everyone, follow me now, and seize this madwoman. Once the sect leader arrives, and hand her over to him for punishment." The others immediately echoed his words. "We'll follow the senior elder's lead, let's move in together." "Right, tie her up." But just as they were about to act, Lin Ruowei casually unleashed a fierce sword chi, shooting toward the Grand Elder. A single strike severed the Grand Elder's head from his body. Even as his head fell to the ground, his eyes still held a look of utter disbelief. Terror washed over every face. Some even began searching for the sect master and the ancestor. Lin Ruowei did not intervene, but swept her gaze over the sect's high-ranking members. "I'll ask once more. From this day forward, I am the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who is in favor? Who is opposed?" This time, after these words were spoken, everyone fell silent as if struck dumb. The Grand Hall fell into complete silence. Chapter 062, The Northern Wilderness Secret Realm emerges. Soon, disciples below reported back that the life tokens of the Sect Master and the Ancestor had shattered, causing the others in the hall to stare wide-eyed, staring at the Holy Maiden and Lin Tian in disbelief. The suddenness of it all, leaving everyone momentarily feeling as if it were unreal. Ever since the Holy Maiden brought this youth back to the 10,000 Swords sect, both the Patriarch and the Sect Master had been inexplicably killed, and the Holy Maiden had broken through to the emptiness realm. And everyone isn't exactly a little cutie, and immediately deduced these events must be connected to Lin Tian. But circumstances are stronger than man. In the current circumstances, the Saintess's cultivation is currently the highest in the 10,000 Swords sect, so even if everyone is unwilling, they must obediently submit. We consent to the Holy Maiden becoming the new leader of the 10,000 Swords sect. After weighing the pros and cons, the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Swords sect promptly reached a compromise. What followed was straightforward. Lin Ruowei began purging the factions loyal to the former Sect Master and the Ancestral Patriarch, while promoting her own faction. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. 2 days later, Lin Tian had intended to make a trip to the Sword Pavilion to meet the leader of the Righteous faction, a sword master at the peak of the Hollow Void realm. After all, he had an agreement with the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Demons sect that if the Northern Wastes human race and demon race cease their war, the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Demons sect had promised to serve him. You must know she's a lesbian, and if he could straighten her out, it would be a truly rewarding accomplishment. Even if I can't straighten her out, experiencing the thrill of killing two birds with one stone again would be quite satisfying. But at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On the demonic battlefield of the Northern Wastes, a streak of light flashed. Vast swaths of purple mist emerged, coalescing at the battlefield's center, lingering for an extended period. The 10,000 Swords sect received a notice from the Sword Pavilion, demanding all human sects proceed to the human-demon battlefield. The Northern Wilderness Secret Realm was about to open. Simultaneously, Lin Tian sensed the heavenly mechanism fan's faint, elusive connection to the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm. A faint, almost imperceptible resonance, which likely connected to Tianji's mention of completing the Tao. Lin Tian immediately decided to journey to the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm with Lin Ruowei. The Northern Wilderness Secret Realm differs from the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm opens once every 500 years, and can be opened with items, whereas the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm randomly spawns on the human-demon battlefield. The last time the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm appeared was over 2,000 years ago. Thus, upon hearing news of its imminent emergence, a fierce clash between humans and demons is inevitable. Currently, among the demonic factions, the Valley of 10,000 Evils holds unrivaled dominance, with the Ancestor of 10,000 Evils having already attained the realm of union with the Tao. While on the human side, the Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion holds the reins. By entering the human-demon battlefield, Lin Tian could both prevent the great war between humans and demons, and also investigate the connection between the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm and the repair of the Tao of Heaven. Such a multi-beneficial endeavor was an opportunity Lin Tian would never pass up. After informing Lin Ruowei, he took Li Linger and Xin Xinghe with him, and together they headed for the human-demon battlefield. The entrance to the secret realm had already appeared, but unlike usual, a powerful barrier now shrouded it. Typically, these restrictions would allow nascent soul cultivators to enter, but this time, seemingly responding to the call of the heavenly mechanism fan, and no one could even approach the barrier. Upon seeing the secret realm's entrance, Lin Tian prepared to break through the barrier alone, and enter the secret realm first to investigate. He gave Lin Ruowei some instructions to take good care of Li Linger and Xin Xinghe. He soared into the realm, into the secret realm. The barrier seemed to ignore Lin Tian entirely, failing to exert any effect whatsoever. News of someone breaching the secret realm quickly spread, and the battlefield between humans and demons instantly descended into utter chaos. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian within the secret realm, that his actions had already sparked a major battle had erupted outside, when the Sword Master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrived shortly after. Upon seeing Li Linger, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had beheld a priceless treasure. Within the secret realm, Lin Tian sensed an overwhelmingly sharp and piercing aura. Unlike the Eastern Waste Secret Realm, the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm was desolate, yet it contained abundant rare mineral veins and crystals. That sharp, piercing force likely emanated from these very ores, clearly top-grade materials for forging swords. The deeper one ventured into the secret realm, the more formidable this sharp aura becomes, and the quality of the ores found here also increases. The location detected by the heavenly mechanism fan lay at the very heart of the secret realm. Lin Tian had once read the records of Jianghe, which stated that 10,000 years ago, the ancient patriarch of Jianghe obtained a piece of supreme grade ore and used it to forge a sword, which was used to forge a sword. From that moment on, he attained profound insights into the way of the sword, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, establishing the Sword Pavilion as the foremost clan of the Northern Wastes. Now, 10,000 years have passed. That sword still lies within the sword tomb of Jianghe. Sword Pavilion remains the mightiest sect of the Northern Wilderness's human race, and one can only imagine how formidable that sword truly is. Lin Tian paid no heed to these matters, and instead rushed madly deeper into the secret realm. After traveling just over 20 li, the sharp aura ahead was already potent enough to instantly slay a cultivator at the Avatar realm. Yet that faint sensation still lingered deep within the secret realm. Lin Tian pressed onward, and finally, at the very epicenter of the surging aura, he found what he had been seeking. At the very heart of the secret realm stood a stone platform identical to the one in the Eastern Waste secret realm, though no stone box rested upon it. A pool of golden liquid floated above the stone platform, emitting a powerful, razor-sharp aura. Lin Tian could sense that although this substance was liquid, it contained terrifying energy within. This substance must be the golden power born from the way of heaven. He retrieved a specially crafted bottle from his storage space, engraved several talismanic symbols upon it. Lin Tian sealed the liquid within the vessel. The razor-sharp aura that could instantly annihilate a Qingyun-level expert vanished from his body. Lin Tian made no haste to depart, instead preparing to scour this northern wilderness secret realm for treasures. Shortly after Lin Tian entered the secret realm, Li Xiaoyao, the sword master of Jianghe, arrived at Lin Ruowei's camp, and upon seeing Li Linger present as well, a fiery light flared in his eyes. "Master Lin, how about we make a deal?" Li Xiaoyao said coldly to Lin Ruowei. Hearing his voice, Lin Ruowei paused in surprise, then inquired, "What might the sword master desire?" "Hand this girl over to me, and I will acknowledge your position as the patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect." When she saw Li Xiaoyao point his finger at Li Linger, Lin Ruowei froze for a moment. Then a flash of anger crossed her face. "Are you kidding me? Does this old geezer think he's got an endless supply of lives? He dares covet the sect leader's person," Lin Ruowei coldly declared. "Swordmaster Li, this young friend belongs to our Wanjian sect's honored guest. If you want him, wait until that honored guest arrives. You may personally ask him for permission." In terms of strength alone, Lin Ruowei knew she was no match for this sword pavilion master. So all she could do was buy time. Hearing this, a chill flashed across Li Xiaoyao's face, and he coldly replied, "Master Lin, did you think this pavilion was negotiating with you?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth, and upon sensing it, Lin Ruowei's face paled with horror. That was unmistakably the pressure of a He Dao realm cultivator. Chapter 063, Backstab. As the icy pressure enveloped her, a look of utter despair flashed across Lin Ruowei's face. Yet her voice remained resolute as she declared, "As long as I live, you will never take this girl from me." While desperately resisting the oppressive force emanating from Li Jinzhu, while desperately attempting to contact the patriarch of the Valley of 10,000 Evils through secret methods, Lin Tian had told her that the patriarch of the 10,000 Evils Valley had already broken through to the Dao merging realm, and only he could stand against this sword pavilion master before her. The heavenly mechanism decision contained secret techniques for mutual connection, so now she could only desperately activate the secret technique to summon aid from the ancestor of 10,000 Evils. Shin Xinghe shielded Li Linger behind her, having known Lin Tian for a long time, and knew that in Lin Tian's heart, as if she were his own sister, like his own kin. So before she collapsed, she absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Li Linger. Meanwhile, Li Linger desperately used the jade pendant Lin Tian had given her to contact Lin Tian. But because Lin Tian was in the secret realm, and Li Linger and the others were in different realms, all the magical artifacts meant for mutual contact had failed. She could only watch helplessly, her face etched with anxiety. Seeing Lin Ruowei attempt to resist, a mocking smile spread across Li Xiaoyao's face. "Master Lin, I advise you to think carefully. If you dare to interfere, it will mean an all-out war between us and the Sword Pavilion. Can you bear the consequences?" His words were already grave, clearly using the entire 10,000 Swords Sect to threaten Lin Ruowei. Yet she remained unmoved, retorting coldly, "Even if you destroy the 10,000 Swords Sect today, my answer remains the same. I absolutely will not give you that person. And let me give you some advice. The man behind these two women is not someone you can afford to provoke. You've worked hard to reach the Dao unified realm. Don't bring about your own demise." Upon hearing Lin Ruowei's words, Li Xiaoyao burst into a wild laugh, his face twisted with scorn as he retorted. I can't take you on? In the entire northern wastes, there's no one I, Li Xiaoyao, can't handle. Since you put it that way, I'll take you up on that challenge. What kind of person is it that I can't afford to mess with? With that, Li Xiaoyao wasted no more words. His spiritual energy surged, summoning a long sword, charging toward Lin Ruowei. In just 3 moves, Li Xiaoyao had already carved 3 sword wounds into Lin Ruowei's body. The fierce sword intent pierced her skin, staining her gauze dress crimson with blood. Upon seeing the blood on Lin Ruowei's body, a wild excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had spotted the juiciest prey. Igniting his most primal hunting instincts, he deliberately controlled the force of his strikes, continuously carving deep sword wounds into her body. Soon, Lin Ruowei's elegant gown was drenched in blood. Yet she still stood solemnly before Li Linger and Shen Xinghe. Li Xiaoyao, witnessing this tragic beauty, his breathing grew heavy. A crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his face began to twist. Had Lin Tian been present, witnessing such a twisted grin, he'd surely exclaim, "Holy, this looks like a centuries-old M." Before long, the tent flap was lifted, and the old ancestor of 10,000 evils finally arrived. Upon seeing the visitor, the taut string in Lin Ruowei's mind finally relaxed. Quick, these two are the pavilion masters. Before she could finish, a brutal palm strike struck the back of her head. Before she lost consciousness, Lin Ruowei stared in disbelief at the old ancestor Wan's distorted face. He had betrayed the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Betrayed the pavilion master. Shen Xinghe and Li Linger were also stunned by the scene before them. Having met the Wanxie patriarch before, and knew the old ancestor Wanxie was Lin Tian's subordinate, but they never imagined they would be stabbed in the back by the old ancestor of 10,000 evils. After Lin Ruowei collapsed unconscious, the ancestor of 10,000 evils spoke indifferently to Li Xiaoyao. Are the terms we discussed earlier still valid? Li Xiaoyao's gaze toward Li Linger held a touch of maniacal fervor. Of course. Once he emerges and I achieve my goal, these 2 women will be yours. The 2 exchanged sporadic remarks, completely disregarding Li Linger and Shen Xinghe. But then again, when an elephant tramples an ant to death, it certainly wouldn't ask the ant how it felt first. At this moment, Lin Ruowei had already been crippled by Li Xiaoyao, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. But since she wasn't someone important to Lin Tian, the 2 didn't bother to take her alone. Instead, knocking Li Linger and Shen Xinghe unconscious, and sat cross-legged before the secret realm, awaiting Lin Tian's emergence from the secret realm. The reason the heavenly evil ancestor sought to abduct Li Linger and Shen Xinghe was because he'd had enough of being controlled by the heavenly mechanics pavilion. He coveted the heavenly mechanics fan in Lin Tian's possession, to break free from the heavenly mechanics pavilion's grip. Meanwhile, Sword Master Li Xiaoyao coveted Li Linger, who possessed the innate sword Dao physique. No one could have foreseen that the Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion, the foremost righteous leader of the Northern Wastes human faction, Li Xiaoyao, was not only a seasoned sadist, but also a pedophile. Li Linger, who had just turned 18 and possessed the innate sword Dao physique, was an absolutely fatal temptation. Was an utterly irresistible temptation. Thus, the 2 quickly reached an agreement. But the old ancestor of 10,000 evils kept a wary eye. He did not reveal Lin Tian's true strength to Li Xiaoyao. He only wanted the heavenly mechanism fan. To gain his freedom, he would negotiate with Lin Tian first, leaving the hostage to the Swordmaster. Once he obtained the heavenly mechanism fan, and rid himself of the side effects of cultivating the heavenly mechanism secret technique, he would forever live in obscurity, leaving the northern wastes behind. As for that Sword Master, Li Xiaoyao was naturally left for Lin Tian to vent his anger upon. As for the heavenly mechanism fan controlling the heavenly mechanism pavilion, he harbors not a shred of such foolish notions. After all, he had awakened memories from 10,000 years ago. And 10,000 years ago, he had witnessed the heavenly mechanics master whose methods reached the heavens. Such individuals were no longer ordinary cultivators. He was a god in this world. Even now, he wasn't certain he could escape unscathed. But for his freedom, he was willing to take the gamble. At this moment, Lin Tian in the secret realm was still thinking about gathering some quality ore from the secret realm to craft a headpiece for Shen Xinghe. Though he had many women, only a handful remained by his side. Therefore, since Shen Xinghe had chosen to follow him, I will never let her suffer any loss. After implementing a ruthless strategy in the Northern Wilderness secret realm, Lin Tian prepared to depart the Northern Wilderness secret realm. With a flash of movement, he materialized at the entrance of the secret realm. The moment Lin Tian materialized, the ancestor of 10,000 evils and Li Xiaoyao simultaneously opened their eyes. After Lin Tian stepped outside, upon seeing the scene outside, his expression instantly turned cold. his face brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 064, Be Smarter in Your Next Life. At the entrance to the secret realm, the old ancestor of 10,000 evils and Li Xiaoyao both stared at him in unison. Beside them, Xin Xinghe and Li Linger were bound by layers of restraining spells, a faint, sharp aura emanating from the restraints, like swords humming in the air. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he immediately bowed and said, "Your servant greets the pavilion master." Lin Tian asked coldly, "What do you mean by this?" This subordinate hopes to borrow the pavilion master's heavenly mechanism fan to release the restraints binding me. You command the heavenly mechanics pavilion, and you certainly won't miss one dog like me. If you agree, these two women will be returned to you unharmed. Hearing this, Lin Tian nearly laughed in anger, retorting coldly, "And what if I refuse?" The old ancestor of 10,000 evils was now drenched in sweat, as Lin Tian's overwhelming aura bore down on him, leaving him gasping for breath. But now he was in too deep to back out, and had no choice but to proceed. Li Xiaoyao, watching from the side, saw him cowering like a quail, and groveling before Lin Tian, and felt deeply dissatisfied, and coldly declared, "Kid, hand over everything you got in the secret realm, and I'll return that tall woman to you. As for the little one, ha, if you refuse to comply, I need only think it, and both of them will be reduced to ashes." His gaze toward Li Linger revealed a burning gaze, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. The old ancestor of 10,000 evils, observing Li Xiaoyao's impatient demeanor, he mentally cursed every female member of his family. "This teammate is useless. Can't you just wait until I've neutralized the side effects of the heavenly mechanism decision before making threats? Threatening like this now, are you afraid you've lived too long and just want to reincarnate already?" And things unfolded exactly as the old ancestor of 10,000 evils had predicted. Lin Tian took a deep breath, his eyes already bloodshot. Ever since the world's time freeze ended, Lin Tian had only lost his temper once, back in the eastern wastes, when Lin Xingxia forced Luo Qingcheng into marriage. In his fury, he annihilated the entire Xiaoyao sect, and also eliminated 2 guardians of the Burning Flame Valley. This time, Lin Tian was even more enraged. If all the women were to be ranked, Li Linger and Xin Xinghe would undoubtedly be his most important women. In his previous life on Blue Star, he was an orphan, and in this life he was an orphan again, so he cherished them both deeply. But now these 2 reckless bastards dared to threaten him using the people most important to him. And Li Xiaoyao, still glaring menacingly at Lin Tian, still trying to spout his nonsense, only to discover that the entire surrounding space had frozen solid, unable to move even a finger. Not only that, they had also lost the ability to think, for time itself had frozen alongside the space. The next moment, Lin Tian appeared before Xin Xinghe and Li Linger, then released the restraints binding them, examined their bodies, and upon finding no abnormalities, he finally relaxed. Li Linger threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. "Master, you scared the life out of me. If you'd come any later, I would have." Her voice broke into sobs as she spoke. Though still young, she was exceptionally clever. And the way Li Xiaoyao looked at her was clearly not good. If she fell into his hands, her fate would surely be utterly miserable. After crying, Li Linger choked out, "Master, Sister Lin was severely injured by that old man, and was severely injured by that old monster. Please go see her now." Hearing this, a surge of rage welled up in Lin Tian's heart once more, as he gently stroked Li Linger's head, and spoke softly, "It's all right. With Master here, your sister Lin will be fine." After handing Li Linger over to Xin Xinghe, then lifted the temporal stasis. Upon seeing that Lin Tian had already rescued the 2, his face drained of color. He had thought he could use the woman to threaten Lin Tian into submission, but he never imagined Lin Tian possessed such a method. Even an emperor-level powerhouse could not freeze time and space, yet Lin Tian had done it. He immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing in supplication. "Spare my life, Lord Pavilion Master. Spare me. I was just momentarily possessed by a demon." Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao refused to believe in superstition. His cultivation of the sword path had forged an exceptionally resilient spirit, growing stronger against greater adversaries. Summoning his long sword, he charged toward Lin Tian. Looking at this sword pavilion master before him, Lin Tian felt utter disgust toward him. During the moment of time's stillness, he learned from the notes of the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Demons Sect, and knew this man was a psychopath, with a penchant for extreme, twisted games. This was also why, after arriving at the sword pavilion, he hadn't touched a single woman. For any woman of even modest beauty in the sword pavilion had played endgames with this sword master, and Lin Tian found them tainted. As the seemingly unstoppable sword thrust toward Lin Tian, buzz! A piercing sword whistle echoed through the air. Yet Lin Tian neither dodged nor flinched, pinching the blade between two fingers. Then exerted force. The high-grade treasure weapon snapped cleanly in two. He casually flung the blade away. Whoosh! Carrying a fierce sword intent, piercing straight through Li Xiaoyao's calf. After that brief exchange, Li Xiaoyao could now confirm that the man before him possessed was unfathomably deep, far beyond what he could withstand. He shot a glare at the old ancestor of 10,000 evils. Clearly this old codger hadn't been entirely truthful with him, and he'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the old fox. Now he was already contemplating retreat. But before he could make his move, Lin Tian had already appeared before him. A massive hand clamped down on the top of his head, and instantly struck down this leader of the righteous path of the human race, the foremost sword master of Jianghe, to death. After entering the realm of unification with the Tao, when a cultivator died, their souls could reincarnate. Yet Li Xiaoyao's soul was completely separated by Lin Tian, sealed within a bottle. He was determined to make this Li Xiaoyao the agony of torment. His gaze then fell upon the late ancestor who had been prostrating himself, and slowly walked over. Though his steps were slow, each step felt like a stomp on the ancestor of 10,000 evil's heart, forcing him to prostrate himself even more fervently in supplication. After all, he had just witnessed Lin Tian eliminate that Li Xiaoyao with a single strike, sealing even his soul. Master, I know I've erred. I beg you, Master Cain. Approaching the ancestor of 10,000 evils, Lin Tian spoke with a hint of boredom. If you don't want to be my lackey, just say so plainly. Just tell me straight up. I'll give you back your freedom. After all, I don't need a dog like you. But you should never, ever. You should never have set your sights on those close to me. In this life, what I hate most is being threatened and betrayed. And you've managed to do both. So tell me, how could I possibly spare you? Next life, be smarter. With that, he struck him down with a single palm strike, sealing his soul together with that of Li Xiaoyao. Yet both their physical bodies and cultivation were preserved by Lin Tian, to be used later to heal Lin Ruowei's injuries. Chapter 065, Threatening all sects of the Northern Wastes. After eliminating the heavenly evil ancestor, Lin Tian swept his divine sense across the entire battlefield, sensing Lin Ruowei's condition, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though she appeared covered in blood and severely wounded. In reality, that Li Xiaoyao, to satisfy his perverted desires, he carefully controlled the force of his blows, and nearly all the wounds were superficial, with only one strike severing her meridians. And because of this sword wound, Lin Ruowei's spiritual energy spiraled out of control, causing every meridian in her body to snap one by one. Given the healing capabilities of the Northern Wastes, even if it could be healed, it would likely cost her every ounce of cultivation. However, such injuries was hardly a major concern. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian suspended the corpses of the 10,000 evils ancestor and Li Xiaoyao of the 10,000 swords pavilion above the secret realm, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy, and coldly addressed the surrounding human and demonic forces. The sword pavilion's sword master and the ancestor of 10,000 evils valley have been slain by my hand. In 3 days' time, all human and demonic factions must come to the Wanjian sect's camp to find me, or face the annihilation of your sect. Human and demonic cultivators locked in fierce combat on both sides of the battlefield. Upon hearing this voice, all eyes turned toward the sky above the secret realm. Above the northern wilderness secret realm, 2 corpses hung from a thick wooden stake, swaying in the wind. Whispers erupted from both sides. Isn't that our sword master? He had just broken through the hollow void realm and entered the Tao merging realm. How could he have been killed like this? Look! Isn't that our ancestor? He's actually been taken down? Cultivators from both sides stared in horror at the 2 corpses. Upon receiving the news, the high-ranking members of those sects, their faces turned deathly pale. No one dared question the mysterious figure's account, for he had single-handedly dispatched 2 Tao merging experts in the Northern Wastes. Possessing such power truly gave him every reason to be arrogant. After intimidating all the sects, he paid no heed to their reactions, and returned to the Wanjian sect's camp with Li Linger and Xin Qinghua. At that moment, Lin Ruowei lay unconscious on the ground, barely clinging to life. After securing a separate tent for Xin Qinghua and Li Linger, Lin Tian began treating Lin Ruowei's injuries. To fully heal her injuries, he must first reconstruct her meridians, and this process could not be obstructed by external interference. After setting up protective barriers within the tent, Lin Tian began treating Lin Ruowei's injuries, having just had vital meridians severed by Li Xiaoyao. Nearly all the meridians throughout her body were damaged. To repair these meridians, Lin Tian needed to completely reshape every meridian in her body. As for this process, he must traverse her entire body once to complete the restoration. Thus, Lin Tian embarked on a most joyful healing journey. The entire process lasted a full 2 hours. And naturally, certain areas were severely injured. So Lin Tian paid special attention to them. Once everything was complete, Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief. At least there was no longer any major danger. However, having just restored Lin Ruowei's meridians, she was still unfit for strenuous activity. So he had no choice but to seek out Qingyun. He had previously extracted the cultivation essence from Li Xiaoyao and the old ancestor of 10,000 evils. He casually condensed their cultivation into a single bead, and forced the bead into Lin Ruowei's dantian with his own power. The combined cultivation of the two at the Dao merging realm would be continuously absorbed by Lin Ruowei. For those who betrayed him, Lin Tian would eliminate them with ruthless methods. For those loyal to him, Lin Tian would not hesitate to bestow generous rewards. They would continuously release energy into Lin Ruowei's dantian until it reached her limit. He had just entered the hollow void realm, and once she absorbs this, Lin Tian was certain she would ascend to the Dao merging realm. At that point, a single heavenly mechanism envoy would suffice for the northern wastes. Leaving Lin Ruowei's tent, Lin Tian sought out Qingyun. After briefly discussing the events that unfolded after his departure, Lin Tian produced a golden hairpin from his sleeve as if by magic. While in the secret realm this time, I came across some fine ore, so I made you a hairpin. Want to try it on? Qingyun glanced at the hairpin. Her eyes lit up. The design was inspired by a piece Lin Tian had seen in a jewelry store in his previous life. Its design exquisitely intricate, and crafted from the finest ore sourced from the northern wilderness's secret realm. And after Lin Tian's meticulous crafting, it had already reached the threshold of a quasi-divine artifact, only lacking a spirit core to become a true artifact. Qingyun fell in love with the hairpin at first sight, and instantly fell in love with the hairpin. Yet she gave no outward sign of it, instead replying coldly, "Thanks to you, if you'd returned any later, Linger and I would have fallen victim to that sword pavilion master's cruelty. You think a hairpin will appease me? Dream on." The implication was clear, this lady was scared out of her wits. So hurry up and comfort me. Qingyun truly lived up to her reputation as the Eastern Waste's foremost scholar. Even her coquettishness was so subtly veiled. Seeing Qingyun's expression, Lin Tian's eyes twinkled mischievously. And grinned mischievously, "Fine, if you don't want it, I'll just give Linger to someone else later." "You!" Qingyun bit her lower lip lightly, pointing at Lin Tian with a furious expression. "What you? Didn't you say you didn't want it?" Just as Lin Tian made a move to put it away, Qingyun snatched the hairpin from his grasp. Fiddled with it for a moment. She pinned it directly into her hair bun. And wouldn't you know it, with the hairpin in place, Qingyun's previously serene and ethereal aura. Instantly, an air of nobility was added, which suited him perfectly. You're at the nascent soul stage now, right?" After presenting the gift, Lin Tian began scheming to perform, to undergo a human hardware softening procedure, and asked with a mischievous grin. Seeing Lin Tian's grin, Qingyun shuddered involuntarily. "What are you planning to do? Want to advance to the Dao Harmony realm?" Hearing this, Qingyun's mouth fell open. The smile on her face froze, replaced by utter disbelief. "You have a way to directly enhance my strength?" Hearing Qingyun's question, Lin Tian's smile grew even brighter. Though to Qingyun, it seemed rather sinister. "Of course there is a way. As long as Miss Xin is willing to engage in a deeper exchange with me, I could elevate your cultivation to the realm of unifying with the Dao." Lin Tian dropped all pretense at this point, laying his cards on the table, laying bare his true intentions. Hearing this, Qingyun's face flushed crimson, her gaze shifting nervously toward Lin Tian, her expression a mix of doubt, confusion, and longing, her yearning to grow stronger, which was precisely why she had agreed to follow Lin Tian. You're not lying to me, are you?" she murmured softly. Qingyun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, let's try it. If I'm lying, just kick me out." Chapter 066, Helping Qingyun Improve Her Strength. So within Qingyun's tent, Lin Tian set up the protective barrier. And with some coaxing, Lin Tian began the process of helping Qingyun enhance her strength. Half an hour later, Qingyun broke through the nascent soul stage. Entering the nascent soul stage, after sensing the surge in her power, another hour passed. Qingyun broke through the Huatian stage, reaching the emptiness and clarity realm. Her current strength had already surpassed Luo Qingqing of the Eastern Wastes by a significant margin, which filled her with immense excitement. Had she remained in the eastern wastes, she might never have attained such a realm in her lifetime. Only the thunder tribulation of her breakthrough had words to speak. Thunder tribulation, you two treat me like this? Do you even regard me as a being? I am the mighty thunder tribulation, don't you care about my reputation? Another hour passed. Qingyun broke through the emptiness realm, entering the hollow void realm. Another hour passed. She reached the Tao merging realm. Had the old ancestor of 10,000 evils and Li Xiaoyao known of this, that Qingyun had so effortlessly broken through to the realm of union with the Tao, they'd likely be so enraged they'd spit blood and die. Both had cultivated for over 1,000 years, only barely achieving breakthroughs themselves. Yet Qingyun merely exchanged insights with Lin Tian for a few hours, and soared from the nascent soul realm straight to the Tao union realm, truly proving that comparison breeds envy, and goods compared to goods get discarded. Each breakthrough took a full hour. Qingyun had already realized Lin Tian was lying through his teeth. Even without their exchange, he surely had his own way to achieve breakthroughs. But she was a smart woman, and chose not to call him out on it. It was now deep into the night. After their wild passion, Qingyun fell into a deep sleep. Lin Tian gently kissed her snow-white neck, and left the tent. He had more important matters to attend to. To let Li Xiaoyao and the elder of Wanxie die so easily would be letting them off too easily. Just as Lin Tian was conversing with Qingyun, he had conceived an excellent method to punish them both. He casually acquired 2 female corpses. He purchased 2 recently deceased female corpses, sealing both their souls within the corpses. Li Xiaoyao glanced at his new body, and turned to Lin Tian with a look of terror. What do you intend to do? Lin Tian replied coldly, our sword pavilion's sword masterly. Since you enjoy toying with women so much, I'll let you experience the agony of those you've tormented. Ignoring their violent struggles, and dragged them straight to a brothel in the nearby city. The madam, seeing Lin Tian's dashing, gentlemanly appearance, her face lit up with delight as she called out, ladies, come out and greet our guests. Lin Tian, however, spoke with a hint of impatience. Madam, I'm here to sell people. He tossed the unconscious sword pavilion master and the wicked ancestor onto the ground, as if discarding pieces of trash. Upon hearing someone wanted to sell people, she immediately put on the sly face of a shrewd merchant. Young master, if I may be so bold. These 2 girls? Before he could finish, Lin Tian tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to the madam. I'm giving these 2 to you for free. You may abuse them as you please. My only demand is this. If they die, send their bodies to the 10,000 Swords Sect. And in a few days, the 10,000 Swords Sect will send you 2 more. He glanced at the mid-grade spirit stones in his hand, then glancing at the 2 women. The madam was already beaming with delight. For the first time ever, someone visited the brothel, bought girls, without charging a penny, and even offering compensation. Such a stroke of luck, one might never encounter it twice in a lifetime. And today she had stumbled upon it. Young master, rest assured. We guarantee to fulfill your request. But the next moment, Lin Tian's expression suddenly turned cold, his tone carrying a faint air of authority. But madam, if you botch this job, and lose their bodies, I'll make you bury them with them. Hearing Lin Tian's words, and sensing that faint aura of authority, the madam realized that the young master before her was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she hurriedly said, rest assured, young master, will be handled perfectly. The next moment, Lin Tian vanished from where he stood, as if he had never been there at all. Were it not for the 2 girls lying on the ground, and a mid-grade spirit stone in her hand, the madam would have doubted whether she was dreaming. After rousing the 2 girls, she discovered them uttering frightened, incoherent cries. Pfft, just 2 mutes. But that's not so bad either. Some customers actually prefer this sort. As she spoke, the madam pinched the sword master of Zhang's chin. But he wriggled free, and raised his hand to slap the madam, only to be intercepted by the madam, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. Smack! Only when the searing pain pierced his very soul did the sword master finally grasp the situation, that he now possessed not a shred of cultivation. His soul was sealed within this flesh, fused with the flesh, so inseparable they could scarcely be distinguished. He tried to speak, but his throat had been destroyed by Lin Tian, rendering speech impossible. And even if he could, who would believe that the sword master of Zhang had transformed into a woman? And even if they did, who would pay the price? To save a worthless with no cultivation? At this moment, he still didn't understand his own situation. Only the heavily made-up old woman across from him, glaring at him with venom. Li Xiaoyao knew that look all too well. Every woman he brought back, whenever any of them disobeyed, she would scrutinize them with this very gaze. Then the torture would begin. Then he heard the madam's icy words. TSK, she's quite the looker, but fiery as hell. But rest assured, once you enter my Imperial Phoenix Pavilion, even if you're a chaste and fiery maiden, this old hag will turn you into a whore for every man. Shunmei, take these two whores downstairs. And give them a proper schooling. Then, two plump women emerged from the back, grabbing them by the collars, dragging them to the back. Then, from within, came the agonized moans of the Sword Pavilion Master. After an hour of torment, the Sword Master of Jiang'a dared not resist any longer. But the madam showed no concern for her life or death, instead sending her straight into a guest's room. A middle-aged man, with an unpleasantly greasy appearance, immediately took an interest. A lecherous grin spreading across his face. Little beauty, not bad at all. Come here, let this old man show you some tender loving care. With that, his massive frame lunged toward her. The room was instantly filled with the Sword Master's desperate screams. In his current state, he couldn't even take his own life, and could only endure the constant humiliation and abuse from that fat bastard. He began to regret for believing the old devil of the 10,000 evil sects lies, and provoking Lin Tian, a man with connections reaching to the heavens. But now, regret was useless. She could only struggle endlessly in despair and agony. Chapter 067, The Lightning Tribulation Gone Awry. After dealing with Li Xiaoyao and the ancestor of 10,000 evils, it was already the morning of the next day. Lin Tian arrived at Lin Ruowei's camp tent. Lin Ruowei's injuries had nearly healed, and she was now rapidly absorbing the essence of the thunderbolt forged from the cultivation bases of two He Dao realm cultivators. The condensed inner. Since she herself was a reincarnated disciple of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, her cultivation progressed with remarkable efficiency. Lin Tian remained vigilant by her side throughout. By afternoon, Lin Ruowei finally broke through to the Dao merging realm. Just as she was about to open her eyes to endure the thunder tribulation, Lin Tian's voice echoed in her mind. Don't stop. Keep absorbing. Ignore the tribulation. As the thunder tribulation in the sky continued to converge toward the Wanjin sect's camp, the surrounding group of disciples began murmuring once more. Who would have thought the northern wastes would produce another Dao merging realm powerhouse is about to emerge? Exactly. Judging by the direction, it should be heading toward the 10,000 sword sect, right? Exactly. No wonder that mysterious figure dared to make such bold claims, even threatening every sect in the northern wastes. Who knew they possessed such power? I wonder which fortunate disciple of the 10,000 swords sect to have reached the Dao merging realm. Everyone was discussing the thunder tribulation emanating from the 10,000 swords sect's direction, and upon witnessing the method of traversing the thunder tribulation, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Others endure the tribulation by risking their very lives. But that bastard Lin Tian? He just had to do things his own way. Just like before. He wielded that thunderbolt laden with the aura of destruction, as though it were a whip, directly yanking the tribulation down from the storm clouds, condensing it into a pure energy sphere, then channeled it into Lin Ruowei's body, effectively helping Lin Ruowei safely navigate the tribulation, while also preventing any instability in her cultivation realm, while assisting Lin Ruowei in weathering the tribulation, while his hands were already creeping into her embrace. Thunder tribulation, are you being polite? Do you two think I'm some kind of sex toy? Answer me. Look me in the eyes. Tell me, why? Why, baby, why? Soon, Lin Tian's hands began to trace the meridians all over Lin Ruowei's body, paying special attention to the heart meridian and the Tsugu acupoint, while helping her absorb that cultivation essence. After Lin Ruowei broke through to the Dao merging realm, her strength continued to rise. Only when she reached the third tier of the union with the Dao realm, the inner core was finally depleted. When Lin Ruowei emerged from her meditative state, her face flushed crimson, collapsing limply into Lin Tian's embrace. Her eyes narrowed seductively, her gaze radiating an irresistible allure, yet still carried a hint of coy reluctance, causing Lin Tian, who already possessed little resistance to beauty, instantly transformed into a ravenous beast. He pounced on Lin Ruowei, then shed their outer garments. The two became entangled. Soon the tent echoed with the melody of passion. At the entrance of the tent, Li Linger's heart pounded wildly as she witnessed their entanglement. Her face flushed crimson. Is this really something I should be watching? I've only just turned 18. Though she felt utterly embarrassed, she couldn't help but want to peek inside. This conflicting emotion made Li Linger both excited, yet also a bit bewildered. Upon sensing Li Linger's gaze, Lin Tian immediately applied a mosaic to the barrier at the entrance. And upon sensing the scene inside shift, Li Linger stomped her tiny feet in anger. "Oomph, you stinky master." She puffed out her cheeks in indignation, and stormed off to find Shin Xinghe. determined to report her master that super pervert to Xinxinghe. Soon it was the morning of the third day. Whether from the human clan or the demon clan, all the sect's patriarchs personally arrived at the camp of the 10,000 Swords sect. With the precedent set by Li Xiaoyao and the ancestor of 10,000 evils, everyone was on high alert for this, simultaneously eliminating the two great Dao merging powerhouses of the northern wastes, who could effortlessly enhance others' strength and guide others through the thundered tribulation. During the assault on Wanxie Valley, four void-piercing experts were slaughtered by Lin Tian, so their numbers were significantly reduced. On the human side, few elite warriors had arrived either, clearly unaware of Lin Tian's strength, and dismissed the threat he posed. Lin Tian remained unperturbed. After making arrangements for the elders of the major sects who had arrived, he arrived at the camp half an hour late, to appear in the camp tent. When the crowd saw how young Lin Tian was, their eyes flickered with surprise. No matter how they probed, they sensed Lin Tian was merely a 20-year-old youth. He didn't look like a cultivator who had practiced for thousands or tens of thousands of years at all. This filled them with a sense of wonder. Yet no one dared to underestimate Lin Tian's power because of this. For standing beside Lin Tian were two women, casting a subtle pressure over everyone present. Clearly, both were powerhouses at the Dao merging realm. Regardless of Lin Tian's own strength, these two He Dao realm powerhouses alone could utterly annihilate every sect in the northern wastes. All the elders felt fortunate that they had made the right decision to come this time, while also feeling rather curious how this young man would handle the sects that had failed to attend. The next moment, Lin Tian naturally took his seat at the head of the table, while the two women at the Dao merging realm, one began kneading his shoulders, while the other brewed tea for him. Taking a light sip of tea, the youth finally spoke. "I've gathered you all here today is to inform you all of something." His gaze swept across the entire room, though no one could discern Lin Tian's cultivation level. After being met by Lin Tian's gaze, that oppressive aura more terrifying than that of the two women at the union with the Dao realm, caused their expressions to shift involuntarily. Soon, an elder from one of the sects stepped forward. "We shall strictly follow the young master's instructions. Whatever you command, we shall obey without question." Lin Tian glanced at the man who had stepped forward, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He admired those who understood how to assess the situation and see the situation clearly. The others, seeing this, chimed in unison. "Whatever you command, young master, we shall obey your every command." Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and scanned the crowd once more. He understood that many were merely going along with the crowd, and that deep down, still harbored inner resistance toward him. But it didn't matter. Lin Tian would soon show them what true fear felt like. His eyebrows arched, and asked Lin Ruowei with a hint of surprise. "I recall that the patriarch of the human race is Xin Tian Heaven, and the patriarch of the Soaring Dragon sect were both void penetration realm powerhouses, right? It seems these two gentlemen don't exactly give this young master the courtesy he deserves." As he spoke, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura emanating from his body abruptly shifted. Instantly, everyone present was crushed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Tian, left gasping for breath. Those with weaker cultivation collapsed to their knees on the spot, literally kneeling cracks into the ground. Those with stronger cultivation struggled briefly before they too collapsed with a thud to the ground. Everyone understood this was Lin Tian's warning shot, and that what followed would be a warning to others. Chapter 068 One Finger Wipes Out Two Sects. At the 10,000 Swords sect's encampment, the patriarchs of every sect in the northern wastes knelt on the ground, awaiting Lin Tian's judgment on the two absent sects. Lin Tian did not disappoint them, raising his arm, extending a single finger, pointing outside the camp tents. As spiritual energy surged through him, a force that instilled dread in all who witnessed it, rapidly coalesced at the tip of his finger. Moments later, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting out of the tent and straight into the sky. Then, nothing? The oppressive aura within the tent vanished, and everyone turned to look at Lin Tian with strange expressions. Is that it? Had the overwhelming pressure not been so palpably real moments ago? The big shots below would have suspected they'd been tricked by Lin Tian. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and at a loss for what to do. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous explosions echoed from outside. The ground shook violently with each crash, as if an earthquake had struck. Soon, the tremors subsided, and everyone stared at Lin Tian in utter shock. Though they didn't know how effective it was, the mere fact that the tremors could be felt from over 100 miles away, it was clear that it seemed the northern wastes would never see the Xiantian sect or the dragon soaring cult again. To annihilate the two great sects of the northern wastes human race with just a single finger? What terrifying power is this? Everyone's gaze toward Lin Tian grew even more reverent. Lin Tian, however, spoke with remarkable calmness. I hereby announce to all present that starting today, the war between humans and demons in the northern wastes is hereby declared over. Whoever dares to stir up conflict again will be crossing this young master. This young master has no objection to send them down to keep the ancestors of the Xiantang Heaven and the Dragon Soaring Sect company. His gaze swept over the crowd once more and coldly declared, from this day forward, all matters great and small in the northern wastes, all matters are overseen by Lin, the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who is in favor? Who opposes? As he spoke, Lin Tian rested one hand on the armrest of his chair, his middle finger tapping rhythmically against the armrest, his cold gaze sweeping over the people below. Having just witnessed Lin Tian's methods, everyone now appeared timid and submissive. Naturally, no one dared to step forward and contradict him. Moreover, Lin Ruowei was the only Dao-merging powerhouse in the northern wastes, so obeying the 10,000 Swords sect was hardly unacceptable. However, Lin Tian announced this matter, and having Lin Ruowei announce it herself had quite different effects. These words came from Lin Tian. Even if someone in the northern wastes were to break through to the Union realm in the future, or even surpass Lin Ruowei in strength, any who sought to replace Lin Ruowei, they'd have to reckon with Lin Tian's methods. Seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Lin Tian's demeanor visibly softened. After delivering a stinging blow to all the sects of the northern wastes, Lin Tian did not forget to offer the sects of the northern wastes a carrot. Of course, this young master will not shortchange you all. To all present today, this young master bestows upon you a set of cultivation techniques, which, once cultivated, will help you break through your bottlenecks, greatly enhancing your strength. As he spoke, a flash of light shot from his fingertips, imprinting upon each person's forehead, imprinting the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Mechanics Manual to all present. However, what was imparted was the lowest tier version for Heavenly Mechanism guards. Once they began their cultivation, their very lives would be entirely in Lin Tian's hands, while Lin Ruowei could also exert greater control over them. Lin Ruowei cultivated the Heavenly Mechanism Envoy version of the Heavenly Mechanism Secret Art, and she possessed the means to control the lives of the Heavenly Mechanism guards. The greatest allure of the Heavenly Mechanism Manual for cultivators lies in its ability to help cultivators break through a bottleneck once, though it offers only one chance. Many cultivators who have been stuck at a certain realm for hundreds or even thousands of years are still willing to trade their freedom to seize this chance to break through their bottleneck. After all, in this brutal cultivation world, strength determines everything. The gathering concluded in a spirit of mutual satisfaction, and none reaped greater rewards than Lin Ruowei. Originally, the northern wastes had 2 Heavenly Mechanism envoys, but that wretch, the old ancestor of 10,000 evils, had the audacity to attempt breaking away from the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Well, that worked out nicely. She became the leader of all Heavenly Mechanism guards in the northern wastes, the sole celestial messenger. It could be said that in Lin Tian's absence, she is the queen of the northern wastes. Lin Ruowei was always a strong woman, possessing an almost pathological obsession with power. A woman like her, only a man stronger than her, can tame this wild mare, and she was more than willing to pull out all the stops to please Lin Tian. After everyone had dispersed, the Valley Master of Wanxie Valley remained, gazing at Lin Tian with a look of dread. Young Master Lin. Lin Tian glanced at the Valley Master of Wanxie Valley, a middle-aged man at the peak of the emptiness realm. Without a stroke of luck, he might never advance beyond this realm in his lifetime. However, if he cultivated the Heavenly Mechanics art, he might have a chance to enter the Hollow Void realm. What is it? Hearing this, the Valley Master of Wanxie Valley wore an extremely complex expression, for he knew his father, the ancient ancestor of Wanxie Valley, had betrayed Lin Tian and was subsequently eliminated by him. He did not harbor hatred toward Lin Tian. Such was the way of the cultivation world. The strong reign supreme, power is everything. Instead, he harbored deep resentment toward his own father, who had sacrificed the lives of everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Evils, and disregarded the lives of everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Evils. So this time he came to curry favor with Lin Tian. But Lin Tian's power was so formidable. The things he lacks, Wanxie Valley likely couldn't provide, and the only thing he could offer were his twin daughters. So he gritted his teeth and resolved that after the Northern Wastes conference concluded, he would give both daughters to Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's question, the Valley Master of Wanxie Valley gritted his teeth. As long as Lin Tian would take in his 2 daughters, even if it meant they became maidservants, the status of Wanxie Valley would surely rise accordingly. With this thought in mind, he immediately spoke with humility. Young Master Lin, since our last parting at the Valley of 10,000 Evils, my two daughters, Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, have been constantly thinking of your noble bearing. Before setting out on this journey, they wish to remain by your side. At the disposal of young Master Lin, I beg you to take in my two daughters. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian suddenly recalled. During his time in the Valley of 10,000 Evils, unable to vent the desire stirred by Qingyun, he had sneaked into the twins' room at night, and managed to kill two birds with one stone. Recalling the taste of that night, it felt pretty good to have the twins along for the ride. Seeing Lin Tian's expression eager to agree yet holding back, the Valley Master of Wanxie Valley glanced at Qingyun behind him, and instantly understood the situation, and then said very sensibly, "Then I shall take my leave for now. My daughter will be waiting for young Master Lin in the camp tent shortly." Ignoring Qingyun's murderous glare, and stepped out of the tent. At that moment, Qingyun's eyes could practically shoot flames. She sighed softly. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, powerful men never lack outstanding women by their side. Lin Tian, however, wore a sinister grin as he looked at Qingyun, his heart already bursting with joy. "You little brat. You'll have to wrestle with this young master first. Now let's see if you still dare to haggle." Chapter 069, Appeasing Qingyun. Once the meeting here concluded, all the elders, as if on cue, flying in formation toward the Xintian Heaven and Longxiang sect. They wanted to see just how formidable Lin Tian's methods were. Just how formidable they truly were. Upon reaching the Xintian Heaven, ruins, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. There was no trace of the Xintian Hall left. Only the ground remained, scarred as if by a nuclear blast. A colossal crater gouged into the earth. Every trace of the Xintian Hall's existence had been utterly obliterated. As if this sect had never existed at all. The group arrived once more at the territory of the dragon-soaring sect, only to witness the same scene. As if these two factions had never existed at all. Shock filled every pair of eyes. And a deep dread toward Lin Tian. What manner of power was this? That with a mere flick of the finger, to reduce two sects to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind? Could such a feat even be accomplished by a human? The elders exchanged glances, and finally made a decision that defied their ancestors' teachings. To measure their sect's resources. To win Lin Tian's favor. Meanwhile, at the campsite, Lin Tian met the sisters Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying. Having not seen them for days due to the matter involving the ancestor. They were both anxious about being implicated by the old ancestor. And their worry had made them lose a lot of weight. And had visibly grown thinner. Which tugged at Lin Tian's heartstrings. Upon seeing Lin Tian, they immediately knelt on the ground. "Forgive us, sect leader. We had no knowledge of our grandfather's betrayal of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Was something we knew nothing about." Seeing their terrified expressions, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and coldly retorted, "You didn't know? What a joke. Having committed such a grave error, this pavilion master will punish you severely." Hearing this, the sisters exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. As expected, Lin Tian still harbored resentment over the matter involving the ancestor. But his next words made both of them blush with shame. "This pavilion master decrees to punish you both by stripping naked tonight, and wait for me in your room." Hearing Lin Tian deliver such an improper statement with such solemn seriousness, the heavy burden weighing on their hearts finally lifted. A faint sense of anticipation stirred within them. This Tianji Z was no proper gentleman either. And when he created the Heavenly Mechanics Manual, he had devised a rather sleazy rule. Whenever the head of the Tianji Pavilion engages in deep communication with a woman cultivating the Heavenly Mechanics Manual, the practitioner's power would gradually increase. Thus, the two sisters did not resist engaging in deep communication with Lin Tian, and even looked forward to it. Eagerly, as this would allow both of them to enhance their abilities more rapidly. After all, in their previous lives, they were merely ordinary heavenly mechanism rankers. Insignificant as ants. To become more significant, they must strive to enhance their abilities. To be needed by the pavilion master. That afternoon, the group returned to the 10,000 Swords sect. And news of the events at the human-demon battlefield had already spread throughout the sect. And all celebrated Wanjian sect's rise to become the foremost sect of the northern wastes. Lin Tian did not participate in such festivities. Instead seeking out Qingyun first. After all, a brutal 1 versus 2 battle awaited him that night. Therefore, Lin Tian must prepare in advance. To reassure Qingyun. Inside the room, Qingyun remained as always. Exuding an elegant, otherworldly aura. Leaving Lin Tian utterly captivated each time. Every time he interacted with Qingyun, he felt as though he had conquered. As though he had conquered a celestial maiden untouched by earthly concerns. As Lin Tian entered the room, a faint smile graced Qingyun's face. With her sharp wit, she knew full well that Lin Tian would certainly seek out the sisters that night, and that his visit here was meant to placate her. The fact that he had come, it meant he still cared about her feelings. Though she harbored a lingering resentment toward his philandering ways, she soon let it go. Though she felt a flutter of excitement within, she didn't let it show on her face. "Hey, Mr. Lin, instead of chasing after those twin ladies, how come you have time to drop by my place?" Hearing Qingyun's sour remark, Lin Tian knew Qingyun was jealous. He chuckled wickedly, reaching out to wrap his arm around Qingyun's waist, but she dodged his grasp. "Now, Mr. Lin, tonight you'll be facing two opponents at once. If you don't save some energy, or do you want me to join in too?" Hearing this, Lin Tian feigned a look of rapture. "If Miss Xin is willing, I wouldn't object." "Put! You little pervert, dream on." Observing Qingyun's ambivalent expression, Lin Tian's eyes darted about and he cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem, well, Miss Xin. This young master recently had a sudden inspiration, and composed a poem for you, Miss Xin. And I'd be honored if you'd take a look." At the mention of poetry, Qingyun's eyes lit up. Back in the academy, she had cherished poetry above all else. But alas, throughout the entire Qengshan Academy, Lu Huijin, the most eloquent scholar, could not meet her standards. Yet Lin Tian's verses at the sect assembly left Qingyun deeply impressed. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Then please recite them, young Master Lin." Lin Tian didn't hesitate. Snap! He unfurled the heavenly mechanics fan and recited. After all, in the 6th month by Westlake, its scenery differs from the rest of the year. Lotus leaves stretch to the horizon. Lotus blooms under the sun, a crimson splendor all their own. Upon hearing the poem, Qingyun slowly repeated it. The first two lines described the scenery and the season. Nothing particularly remarkable. While the latter two lines were likely Lin Tian's way of praising himself, comparing himself to a lotus flower. A uniquely crimson lotus flower. At this thought, Qingyun couldn't help but blush. And a quiet thrill stirred within her heart. She thought to herself, would he still compose poems to praise me? Seeing Qingyun blushing and lost in thought, he seized the moment, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Then, as if peeling a rice dumpling, removing all obstacles, and soon the room echoed with sultry sounds. Perhaps because of that poem? This time Qingyun was exceptionally bold, striving to please Lin Tian, making Lin Tian feel utterly comfortable. 2 hours later, night had fallen. Lin Tian held Qingyun limp in his arms, and sighed bitterly to himself. If only I had a cigarette right now. I wish I had a post-coital cigarette. But wishful thinking aside, this world truly had no such thing as tobacco. After soothing Qingyun to sleep, Lin Tian gently kissed the slender, snow-white curve of her neck, then tiptoed out of the room. And tiptoed out of the room. Just after Lin Tian had left, Qingyun opened her eyes, a hint of happiness flickering in her eyes, muttering softly to herself. Lotus leaves stretch endlessly green. Lotus blooms under the sun, a different kind of red. What a beautiful poem. After leaving Qingyun's room, Lin Tian rested for a while in the courtyard. Fortunately, this lifetime had transported him to a world of cultivation. Otherwise, after 4 hours of non-stop turmoil, followed by a 1-against-2 battle, if this had happened in his previous life, such relentless exertion would have surely worn him to death. Chapter 070, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, once more. After catching his breath in the courtyard, Lin Tian tiptoed to the room of the Fang sisters. Lin Tian had just finished arranging flowers and was now about to tend to the moon. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua may be twins. Their personalities couldn't be more different. Fang Yueying is more cheerful and lively, with a certain Lolita charm, while Fang Yuehua is somewhat aloof, like a mature woman. This was precisely what Lin Tian found most thrilling. Though identical in appearance, yet one was fiery and passionate, while the other was as cold as ice. They bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yufei of the Gu family, the difference being that the Fang sisters are 2 separate individuals, while Gu Yufei was purely a case of schizophrenia. Speaking of Gu Yufei, Lin Tian hadn't seen her in quite some time, and he suspected she had likely returned to Central Plains by now, frantically cultivating at the Qingyun Gu family compound, preparing to eliminate him. Their last chase must have left Gu Yufei deeply shaken. Composing himself, Lin Tian pushed open the door. Entering the Fang sisters' room, both had already tidied themselves up, waiting for Lin Tian's arrival. A faint fragrance still lingered on their skin, clearly having bathed not long ago. And so, the room soon filled with the sound of music, accompanied by the rocking of the bed, like a beautiful symphony. Early the next morning, Lin Tian awoke from the soft embrace of his lover. The previous night's continuous lovemaking left him feeling refreshed and invigorated, as if he'd shed years from his age. Indeed, women are the greatest source of motivation for men. The affairs in the northern wastes were nearly concluded, with only one final matter remaining unresolved: to pay another visit to the North Waste's most beautiful woman, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, to savor the taste of the Holy Maiden. Early in the morning, Lin Tian journeyed alone. Arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect's altar, the Holy Maiden Li Xinyue remained unchanged from their last meeting, reclining on the bed with an air of languid ease. Upon seeing Lin Tian appear, Li Xinyue showed no surprise whatsoever, softly saying, "You're here." Nodding, Lin Tian replied, "Last time, the Holy Maiden said she wished for no more war in the northern wastes. From this day forward, there will be no more war in the northern wastes. This young master has fulfilled the Holy Maiden's request. Now, may I ask the Holy Maiden to fulfill her promise?" He stared at Li Xinyue with a mischievous grin. Li Xinyue had heard from disciples of the sect, and had also deduced Lin Tian's identity, and had deduced Lin Tian's true identity. Taking a deep breath, she asked with a hint of melancholy, "What did you do to that damned old bastard Li Xiaoyao?" After a moment's thought, Lin Tian replied, "He's probably suffering worse than death right now. Want me to take you see him?" Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue nodded. Without further ado, Lin Tian swept his arm around Li Xinyue's slender waist, and hurried toward the brothel. The Phoenix Pavilion, once the pinnacle of the righteous path among humanity. Sword Master of Jianghe, Li Xiaoyao, had his soul sealed within a woman's body. In these days, she endured inhuman torment. As the former Sword Master of Jianghe, he harbored severe masochistic tendencies and deeply perverse pedophilic inclinations. Yet what he committed then, the inhuman abuse inflicted upon her, pales in comparison. In such a low-grade brothel, the patrons are the lowest of the low in this world. They are generally incapable of spiritual cultivation, engaged in farming, or running shops and such. Many of them preferred Li Xiaoyao's type, who fought back fiercely. Thus, within these few days, Li Xiaoyao has been the busiest with clients. She couldn't accept becoming this way, and being so humiliated by these lowly outcasts. He was a man who valued his reputation above all else. Li Xinyue's mother was his final disciple. After Li Xiaoyao had deep conversations with her, she unexpectedly conceived Li Xinyue. To protect his reputation, after Li Xinyue was born, Li Xiaoyao sent her to the demon realm to fend for herself. Thus, in Li Xinyue's heart, harbors no affection whatsoever for this father of hers, and one could even say she harbors deep resentment. Fortunately, she was chosen by the patriarch of the 10,000 Demons sect, and became the sect's holy maiden. Yet every previous holy maiden of the 10,000 Demons sect met a most tragic end, ostensibly serving as the holy maiden, but in reality they were sacrificed upon the sect's altar. When the two reached the brothel's entrance, Li Xinyue stared in disbelief. That woman, tortured beyond recognition. He never imagined Lin Tian possessed such methods, capable of inflicting such torment upon Li Xiaoyao. He cast a complex look at Li Xiaoyao. Seeing how wretched his life had become, Li Xinyue felt a sense of relief. A single crystal-clear tear glistened at the corner of her eye, as if bidding farewell to the past. Upon returning to the 10,000 Demons sect, Li Xinyue understood what was to come. She bit her pearly teeth lightly. A flicker of bashfulness crossed her face. After a storm of passion, Lin Tian asked softly, "Will you come with me?" Li Xinyue shook her head. "Then I'll help you break free from the demon sect's control, and grant you the means to protect yourself. How does that sound?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Xinyue shook her head with a sigh. "I'm already nearly drained dry by the altar, with only a few months left to live. There's no need to waste your energy on me. But thank you." It was unclear whether she was thanking Lin Tian for setting her straight, or for his offer to help her. Though she appeared indifferent, Lin Tian still saw a yearning for life in her eyes. So he whispered in her ear, "If you serve me well, I can free you from that altar completely, and you won't die." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Xinyue's eyes lit up briefly, then quickly dimmed. In her view, Lin Tian was merely trying to take advantage of her, and was just bickering with her here. But she was already a dead woman, and Lin Tian had helped her punish Li Xiaoyao. So Li Xinyue didn't mind at all, and she served Lin Tian well. Another round of passionate lovemaking ensued. After another half-hour of passion, Li Xinyue fainted from exhaustion. After all, she was only at the foundation establishment stage. She couldn't endure Lin Tian's relentless exertion. Carefully placing Li Xinyue on the bed, Lin Tian dressed himself, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect's altar. a chilling coldness flickering in his eyes. Beneath it lay the sealed remains of a once genius patriarch of the 10,000 Demons sect. A demonic cultivator of extraordinary talent, who had created numerous vicious cultivation methods. Through these wicked cultivation methods, he swiftly ascended to the Tao merging realm. Yet his actions plunged the entire northern wastes into utter devastation. Ultimately, he was defeated by the then ancestral patriarch of the 10,000 Demons sect, in alliance with several patriarchs from other sects, sealed him beneath this altar. The reason why women possessing the extreme in physique to the altar was to reinforce the seal against that madman. Chapter 071, The Heavenly Demon Sect's Conspiracy. He casually fed Li Xinyue a pill, and felt the vitality within her body steadily returning. Lin Tian finally left Li Xinyue's bedroom, standing atop the Heavenly Demon Sect's altar, where his divine sense clearly perceived the icy aura emanating from the altar below. Spiritual energy surged. Lin Tian summoned a long sword, slashing a blade of light toward the altar. A streak of light carrying fierce sword energy, instantly striking the altar. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect trembled from the sword's residual force, and all eyes turned in horror toward the altar. The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, upon seeing Lin, his pupils contracted sharply, his face turning as pale as paper. He had already guessed Lin Tian's purpose in coming here. He had heard before that Lin Tian was a man of extreme lust, having taken both daughters of the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Evils as his own. And now he had likely set his sights on the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. And his assault on this altar was likely also for the sake of the Holy Maiden. The instant the altar was shattered, a pillar of sickly green light shot skyward. Within it floated all manner of distorted human faces, the undispersed of unresolved resentment. Even Lin Tian, who had endured 10,000 years of time stopping, he had never witnessed such a concentration of resentment gathered in one place. Moments later, a middle-aged man materialized from the ghastly green pillar of light. His face was hideous and twisted, the resentment surrounding him thick and tangible. Emerging, he barked at the depths of the Demon Sect's headquarters. Wasn't it agreed upon that after 10,000 years, I would emerge? Could it be that the Heavenly Demon Sect now faces annihilation? Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian instantly understood. What bull about sealing demonic cultivators? It was nothing but a grand conspiracy by the 10,000 Demons Sect to deceive the entire northern wastes. The middle-aged man before me, though radiating an aura of wickedness, yet the aura emanating from him was utterly astonishing. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, remarking with keen interest, Great perfection realm? To find someone of such cultivation in the barren four wastes is truly beyond my expectations. The middle-aged man also spotted Lin Tian, though he couldn't sense Lin Tian's true strength. His formidable cultivation alone. He felt an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from Lin Tian, the master of the 10,000 Demons Sect, who had fled the main hall. Upon seeing that heretical cultivator, an expression of excitement flashed across his face. Just days ago, 2 of the Demon Sect's elders had been slain by Lin Tian, and now the sect was at its weakest. And the emergence of the ancestral patriarch at this moment was an extraordinary stroke of luck for him. Moreover, the aura emanating from the venerable ancestor before him was clearly more formidable than that of the 2 elders from the Heavenly Demon Sect before, instantly filling him with a mysterious confidence. He immediately knelt before the patriarch with utmost reverence. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect greets the venerable ancestor. Ancestor, it was this brat who slew 2 of our Wanma sect's venerable elders. I beseech you, venerable ancestor, to avenge the 10,000 Demon Sect. Hearing this, the heretic cultivator shot a glance at Lin Tian, his gaze icy as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Who are you? Why did you kill members of my 10,000 Demon Sect? And what business do you have with my Heavenly Demon Sect? Lin Tian replied coldly, You need not know my identity. You only need to know this. I've come to kill you. Hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into uncontrollable laughter. Kill me? Are you joking? You little brat, today I'll show you what true mastery truly means. Before he could finish his sentence, before he could even move, a piercing whistling sound suddenly rang in the heretic cultivator's ear. Before he could react, smack! A crisp sound rang out. The heretic felt a stinging pain on his face. He hadn't even seen how Lin Tian moved, and had already been struck across the face. How did you? Smack! UING. Smack! 3 slaps in quick succession, though not causing much physical harm. But the humiliation was profound. The demonic cultivator was utterly enraged, channeling his spiritual energy to strike back. Smack! Another slap landed. The heretic cultivator realized in horror. The spiritual energy he had just summoned had been utterly shattered by that single slap. Lin Tian said with a mocking expression. You'd better shake your brain into shape before speaking to this young master. Another slap followed. Smack. Damn, your face sure is random. Smack. I've seen bound feet, but never a brain as tightly bound as yours. Smack. The demon sect master who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. The demon sect's trump card, hidden for millennia. The ancient demonic cultivator was being completely overwhelmed by Lin Tian. And the scene before him clearly showed Lin Tian was toying with the ancient demonic cultivator. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. If this ancestor couldn't defeat Lin Tian, then his own fate would surely be grim. At this moment, the ancestor of the 10,000 demon sect, whose lineage stretched back countless generations, was utterly devastated inside. A mighty cultivator at the Great Perfection Realm had been utterly overwhelmed by Lin Tian's slap. Every time he tried to summon his spiritual energy, he was interrupted by Lin Tian's slaps. Inside, he raged inwardly, cursing Lin Tian as a worthless trash. Unable to play fair, lacking true strength, too cowardly to face him head-on. Yet he couldn't utter a single word. He couldn't even send Lin Tian a telepathic message, because Lin Tian had rejected his chat request and slapped him across the face. Fortunately, Lin Tian's slap hadn't caused him much harm, so he mistakenly believed Lin Tian couldn't break through his defenses at all. He simply endured the blows while devising a counter. Unable to summon his spiritual energy, he couldn't even flee. Lin Tian was a moment too late, and began to lose interest. You call yourself a Great Perfection Realm powerhouse? Put. You're not even ashamed to disgrace the Great Perfection Realm. And you can't even fight back after a few slaps. Seeing Lin Tian pause his slapping motion, the heretic cultivator's face twisted into a hideous grimace, red light flickering in his eyes. Spiritual energy surged violently. He extended a withered hand, adorned with exceptionally long, razor-sharp nails. He charged straight at Lin Tian. You little bastard, I'll tear you apart alive. Seeing his expression, and nearly vomited. Old fart, you're ugly in a unique way. I don't want to see you. So I'll just send you on your way early. With that, he raised his hand and delivered another slap. This time Lin Tian struck with full force, shattering the Great Perfection Realm demon cultivators, shattering his skull. These venerable cultivators were truly unfortunate, not even surviving 2 chapters before being struck dead by Lin Tian's single blow. After finishing these deeds, Lin Tian didn't forget to crush their spirits as he killed them from his storage space, and vigorously wiped his hands, as though polishing his own hands, and said with utter disgust, damn this bad luck. I actually had to kill such an ugly thing. It's totally ruining my mood. Chapter 072, How will you soothe my wounded heart? After finishing these tasks, Lin Tian tossed the handkerchief aside, gazing at the pile of mangled flesh with utter disgust. Pfft, worthless. With that, he withdrew his gaze, and turned to the sweat-drenched leader of the 10,000 demons sect, a playful smile spreading across his face. The master of the 10,000 demons sect instantly felt his legs go weak. His body trembled, his face turned pale, stammering as he spoke. That, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian vanished from his spot. The leader of the 10,000 demons sect let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Lin Tian had just been thoroughly disgusted by that evil cultivator, and he absolutely had to find 10 or 8 beauties for some deep bonding to fill the void in his psyche. Returning to the Holy Maiden's chamber, Li Xinyue had already begun absorbing the potency of the elixir Lin Tian had fed her. Her body was extremely weak, so Lin Tian had given her the mildest acting supreme spiritual pill. Her depleted vitality and cultivation were now being restored and steadily recovered. At this point, her cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage. He extracted the cultivation essence from that heretic cultivator. It was forged into an inner and implanted into Li Xinyue's field. Soon, Li Xinyue sensed the innering within her, constantly radiating immense energy toward her dantian, and she began absorbing it frantically. His strength surged rapidly. After breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, the thunder tribulation began to manifest. Lin Tian pressed his face close to Li Xinyue's ear, and whispered softly, ignore it. Just focus on absorbing and refining the energy. His warm breath tickled Li Xinyue's earlobe, and 2 blushes swiftly spread across her cheeks, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She refocused her mind and resumed her cultivation. To help Li Xinyue better absorb the energy from the inner core, the ever-reliable Lin Tian naturally stepped in without hesitation, constantly guiding his hands along her meridians, aiding her in better absorbing the inner essence. As for the thunder tribulation, Lin Tian absorbed it all, transforming it into pure energy, and channeled into Li Xinyue's body. Thunder Tribulation. The inner formed from the cultivation essence of a great perfection realm cultivator was truly formidable. Before long, Li Xinyue's cultivation had broken through the hollow void realm, entering the Tao merging realm. Her strength continued to climb, finally stabilizing at the 7th level of the merging with the Tao realm. Her power surpassing even Lin Ruowei's by a slight margin. When Li Xinyue opened her eyes, she sensed the immense power within her body. A flicker of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Just moments ago, she had been a weakling at the foundation establishment stage. Her vitality severely depleted. In just a few short hours, his cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the northern wastes, and the vitality he had lost seemed to have been fully replenished by Lin Tian's elixir. Feeling the changes within her body, a joyful smile blossomed on Li Xinyue's face. Once she had believed her life was like a fleeting flower, about to wither away. But now, having entered the realm of harmony with the Tao, she possessed a lifespan approaching infinity. For the first time, she truly acknowledged Lin Tian. She threw herself into the arms of the man who had given her a second life. After 2 hours of passionate struggle, Lin Tian held Li Xinyue limp in his arms, and asked softly, "What are your plans from now on?" Li Xinyue pondered for a moment, replied, "I want to open an orphanage, to take in those abandoned orphans." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart tightened, tightening his grip on Li Xinyue's hand, and felt a pang of pity for this woman who had been abandoned by her father since childhood. Early the next morning, Li Xinyue awoke only to find the person beside her gone. A spatial ring lay on the bed. Opening it, it contained a large quantity of low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. She wanted to open an orphanage, and these stones would be essential for purchasing supplies. The reserves Lin Tian had given her, enough to buy 10 ordinary cities. Besides the spirit stones, there were also 3 talismans, 2 capable of instantly slaying great perfection realm cultivators, while the last one could contact Lin Tian. Her delicate jade-like hands kept rubbing the ring, still warm with Lin Tian's body heat, a blissful smile spreading across her face. For the first time, someone cared so deeply for her, had given her so much without expecting anything in return. Back at the 10,000 Swords Sect, Qingyun was reading in her room. On the table before her, a meticulously prepared breakfast lay out, clearly prepared by Qingyun herself. Upon seeing Lin Tian enter, Qingyun shot Lin Tian a reproachful look. Under such a gaze, Lin Tian felt an inexplicable surge of unease, like a husband caught cheating, caught red-handed by his wife. Feeling somewhat flustered, he scratched his head. Ha. Seeing Lin Tian scratching his head in ears, Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. Yet a wave of warmth washed over her heart. She understood that she was gradually becoming irreplaceable woman in Lin Tian's heart. As long as she held a place in his heart, so be it if he was a bit of a flirt. After all, a powerful man would never lack beautiful women by his side. The affairs of the Northern Wastes have largely concluded. The Northern Waste secret realm has been explored, and the women he'd crossed paths with had all been taken care of. Lin Tian wasn't worried that Li Xinyue, once she grew powerful, challenge Lin Ruowei's authority or clash with her. Though Lin Ruowei was obsessed with power, Li Xinyue possessed a nature that shunned conflict. Thus, there would be no conflict between them. Before leaving, Lin Tian went to Fang Yueying in Fang Yue's room, and asked with a serious expression, "Tomorrow, I will be leaving the Northern Wastes. You too may choose to accompany me, or you may choose to remain in the Northern Wastes. I want to know your true thoughts, not because your father forced you." The two exchanged a glance. Fang Yueying, fiery with passion, declared, "Young master, we genuinely wish to journey with you. No one is forcing us." Fang Yuehua remained silent. She too bit her lower lip lightly, nodded, signaling her agreement. Seeing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. With the two sisters joining in, his life would surely become more colorful, and he could occasionally indulge in romantic pursuits. And if the opportunity arose, he could even do 2 things at once. Just thinking about Lin Tian makes me so excited. His next goal, Lin Tian had already decided. Heading to the Western Wastes. The Western Wastes were demon territory. During the time freeze, Lin Tian had experienced the joy of deep communication with the beast-eared girl, and now he was about to revisit that pleasure once more. And Lin Tian was practically bursting with anticipation. But just as Lin Tian prepared to head to the Western Wastes, a major event unfolded in the Eastern Wastes. The ancient patriarch of Qingyun sect discovered that the patriarch of the Great Qian Imperial House had been eliminated, and sought to annex the Great Qian Imperial House's territories. He led a group of disciples to prepare for an assault on the Great Qian Imperial House. Chapter 073, Assault on the Great Qian Imperial Family. At the Eastern Wastes Qingyun Sect, Luo Qingchang was handling sect affairs when a disciple suddenly reported, "Master, recent intelligence indicates that the Qingyun sect is mobilizing a large number of disciples to prepare an assault on the Daqian Imperial Court." Luo Qingchang didn't even lift her head as she replied, "Understood." But suddenly, as if remembering something, and called out to the disciple, "You mentioned Qingyun sect was preparing to attack where?" "Master, it's the Great Qian Imperial Family." Hearing this, Luo Qingchang's expression turned solemn, recalling Lin Tian's parting instructions to have the Qingyun sect keep an eye on the Daqian Imperial Family's Empress Li Wanqiu. Furrowing her brow slightly, Luo Qingchang immediately dispatched someone to summon Su Qiuyue. "Qiuyu, take a hollow void puppet with you and head to the Great Qian dynasty. That old fox Mu Qingyun is preparing to attack the Daqian Imperial Family. Qingyun must have gotten involved as well. If the Qingyun sect doesn't know when to back down, you can eliminate Qingyun and Mu Qingyun outright." Su Qiuyue asked with some confusion. "Master, why are you showing such favor to the Great Qian Imperial Family?" Luo Qingchang's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment, a blend of longing and other complex emotions. "It's all because that troublemaker asked me to." Seeing Luo Qingchang like this, Su Qiuyue instantly realized that the rival referred to Lin Tian. She promptly took the puppet, rushed toward the Imperial Court of Great Qian. Above the Imperial Palace of Deqian at that moment, a large group of Qingyun sect cultivators had already surrounded the Imperial Palace, leaving no room to breathe. Back when the royal patriarch was alive, the Daqian Imperial Family had been like a thorn embedded within the Qingyun sect sphere of influence. Qingyun had been unable to contact the Great Qian Patriarch for quite some time, and thus assumed something had befallen him, prompting him to dispatch forces against the Daqian Imperial Family, intending to eliminate this cancer within the Qingyun sect sphere of influence once and for all. Empress Li Wanqiu, clad in golden military armor, wielding an ancient divine sword, standing defiantly before Qingyun sect's leader, Mu Qingyun. "My dear niece, I advise you to cease your resistance and submit to our Qingyun sect. And the Qingyun sect will certainly protect your Li family. If you choose to resist to the bitter end, I shall make your Li family bleed rivers of blood." Mu Qingyun, the sect master of Qingyun sect, also possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, making him and Li Wanqiu evenly matched. Yet behind them, the sect's ancient patriarch, Qingyun, watched with predatory eyes. A true Huatian realm cultivator, Li Wanqiu understood Qingyun sect's intentions. How could they tolerate others sleeping soundly beside their own bed? Fortunately, that lecher had left behind. He had left her a puppet at the empty mind realm. But she wasn't foolish enough to reveal the puppet outright, but instead planned a surprise ambush. Seeing Li Wanqiu stubbornly refusing to budge, Mu Qingyun launched her attack toward Li Wanqiu. Though Li Wanqiu's strength fell slightly short of Mu Qingyun's, but in her hands, the ancient divine artifact given to her by Lin Tian. With the power of this ancient artifact, in her battle against Mu Qingyun, she gained the upper hand. After exchanging over a dozen blows, Mu Qingyun felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for Li Wanqiu's formidable weapon, he would have taken down this damn woman long ago. He thought bitterly to himself. Once the Great Qian royal family was annihilated, he would thoroughly humiliate Li Wanqiu and make her understand his true power. But the more anxious he grew, the more likely he was to make mistakes. After dozens more exchanges, Mu Qingyun had instead sustained numerous wounds. Qingyun also caught sight of the ancient divine artifact in Li Wanqiu's hand, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. Seeing that the Great Qian ancestor showed no sign of emerging, he could no longer restrain himself and attacked Li Wanqiu, intending to end this campaign outright. But at that very moment, from the rear palace halls, a figure shot forth like a cannonball, rushed toward Qingyun. Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure charging toward him. He immediately abandoned his ambush on Li Wanqiu, focusing solely on confronting the charging figure. Staring intently, he realized it was none other than the Great Qian Patriarch. Yet the aura and state emanating from him left Qingyun somewhat startled and uncertain. The aura emanating from him, clearly that of the empty enlightenment realm. Yet the techniques he employed in every move were remarkably rigid. After several exchanges, Qingyun finally realized that the ancient patriarch of the Great Qian dynasty had been turned into a puppet. Fortunately, he was only a puppet. For if it had been a genuine empty enlightenment realm being, Qingyun sect might have lost everything today, beaten senseless by that puppet, and could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Attack! Kill everyone in the palace!" In terms of elite combat power, Qingyun sect was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet Qingyun sect possessed far more cultivators below the nascent soul stage than the Dacian imperial family. They swarmed forward, initiating a one-sided slaughter. This caused Li Wanxiu's pupils to suddenly contract, and his techniques grew slightly disjointed. Mu Qingyun seized the opportunity, who thrust his sword into her shoulder. As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, a wave of sorrow washed over Li Wanxiu. Could it be that the imperial house of Dechen will come to an end at my hands? She drew a deep breath. And the last image that flashed through her mind was that of the man she both loved and hated, who had braided her hair into a game. A faint smile touched her lips, yet her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. She was prepared to die if need be. She'll drag Qingyun's sect down with her. Just as she was about to summon her secret arts for a desperate last stand, a cold, clear voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Luo, head of the Qingyun sect, demands the Qingyun sect immediately withdraw its forces, and must never again interfere with the imperial affairs of the great Qian dynasty. At the sound of these words, everyone halted their actions, and turned their gaze toward Su Qiuyue. There stood Su Qiuyue at the peak of the nascent soul stage, stood proudly atop her flying sword, her expression cold as she stared at Mu Qingyun and Qingyunzi. Qingyunzi's expression betrayed utter astonishment. He hadn't expected that, despite this being a matter between Qingyun sect and the great Qian imperial family, White Qinglian sect would suddenly intervene, and immediately snapped. Little girl. This is between our Qingyun sect and the great Qian imperial family. What business is it of yours, Qinglian sect? Today, I've got the great Qian imperial family in the palm of my hand. I advise you not to meddle, or else. As he spoke, Qingyunzi glared at Su Qiuyue with a face twisted in vicious malice, his threat plain for all to see. Su Qiuyue replied coldly. Old man, this palace lady has come bearing the sect master's orders. And the sect master has issued another command. Should Qingyun sect refuse to comply, Qingyun sect will be annihilated on the spot. Hearing this, the Qingyun patriarch's face immediately twisted into a sneer. Your sect leader, the Lotus Immortal, must have lost her mind, daring to claim they can annihilate our Qingyun sect by sending a mere nascent soul cultivator? Don't you fear the wind will twist your tongue? Seeing that the Qingyun patriarch, Qingyunzi, clearly didn't take him seriously, Su Qiuyue held nothing back. Since you're courting death, don't blame anyone else. With that, she retrieved the puppet at the hollow void realm. Upon seeing the puppet, the mocking expression vanished instantly from his face. From the aura emanating from that puppet, Qingyunzi sensed a deadly threat. Chapter 074, Suddenly Becoming a Most Wanted Criminal. Upon seeing that puppet, Qingyunzi's mind was in shambles. Just now, an empty-minded puppet. He could barely hold his own against it. But damn, this puppet was clearly at a realm that could crush him. Which bastard left behind so many puppets? The puppet shot toward Qingyunzi at breakneck speed. Qingyunzi's face paled, just as he was about to beg for mercy, promising to withdraw his forces. But the puppet had already arrived before him, a long sword now in its hand. And with a single strike, it cleaved the spirit transformation realm Qingyunzi in two. The venerable spirit transformation patriarch of the Qingyun sect of the Eastern Wastes. Before he could utter his final words, before he could utter a final word, Mu Qingyun, witnessing the elder's death, froze in place. Before he could even react to flee, that terrifying puppet sliced him clean in two. Even as death approached, he couldn't believe that he could be slain so effortlessly. Upon witnessing the death of both the sect master and the ancestor, the remaining rabble of Qingyun sect surrendered en masse, and the crisis facing the great Qian dynasty was finally resolved. Li Wanxiu approached Su Qiuyue and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. I shall surely send a generous reward to Qinglian sect in due time." Su Qiuyue, however, took a good look at Li Wanxiu from head to toe. Indeed a stunning beauty. No wonder that lecher had taken a fancy to her. She spoke softly to Li Wanxiu. "Miss Li, there's no need for formalities. It was young Master Lin who entrusted our sect leader to look after the great Qian imperial family. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may come to the Blue Lotus sect, and the Qinglian sect will offer its full support." Upon hearing the words young Master Lin, Li Wanxiu froze for a moment. Then her eyes grew slightly red. A wave of longing surged through her heart. He has been gone for over 2 months now. I never imagined he'd still protect me even as he departed. Northern Wastes, 10,000 Sword Sect. After bidding farewell to Lin Tian, Lin Ruowei, and Li Xinyue, prepared to head westward, embarking on a new journey. When they departed from the Eastern Wastes, the trio had journeyed together, now joined by Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua, and the group began to grow. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed, making the journey far livelier than before. The Western Wastes were demon territory, and the so-called demon race are a race born from the union of humans and ancient demonic beings. Each demonic being possessed two forms. One is human form, and the other is that of a demon beast. Those with exceptionally pure bloodlines can undergo partial beast transformation, which is precisely the beast-eared maiden Lin Tian has been longing for. Upon entering the Western Wastes, the celestial messenger of the Western Wastes awaited at the crossroads. Ni Huang, celestial messenger of the Western Wastes, greets the sect leader. Lin Tian appraised the Western Wastes oracle before him, only to discover she was a member of the Phoenix clan, one of the three great demon clans, and possessed an exceptionally alluring beauty, with fiery red hair flowing naturally down her back. Her figure was exceptionally graceful, and most notably those perfectly rounded, peach-like hips, immediately making Lin Tian feel an urge to give it a pat and test its softness. He cleared his throat, masking his thoughts. Lin Tian asked, "We're heading to the Fox Clan's territory, and shortly we'll be visiting the Fox Clan. Pay a visit to the Fox Clan. Your servant obeys." As she spoke, Ni Huan lifted her head, glancing at Lin Tian. And this glance proved fateful. Her eyes widened instantly. Her mouth gaped open, staring at Lin Tian's face in utter disbelief. Scanning his features over and over, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Tian noticed Ni Huang's expression. Clearly, her astonishment certainly wasn't because she harbored a secret crush on him. "Is something wrong?" Lin Tian frowned and asked directly. "Well, Lord Sect Leader, it's not that you can't go to the Fox Clan, but might you consider changing your face?" Seeing Ni Huang hesitate to speak, Lin Tian pointed at his own face in surprise and asked, "Is there something wrong with this Lord Pavilion Master's face?" "Well, your face." Seeing Ni Huang stammering, Lin Tian couldn't help but grow irritated. "Ni Huang, Celestial Messenger, I command you to speak plainly." Hearing the sharp edge in Lin Tian's voice, Ni Huang swallowed hard, glanced at Lin Tian's face, then bowed her head, adopting a resolute expression. "Master, your face is now the most wanted face in the Western Wastes." "What? Most wanted criminal?" This came out of nowhere. Lin Tian's mind raged wildly, but recalling his deeds in the Northern Wastes, he felt a strange sense of acceptance. Back when time had frozen, Lin Tian had journeyed to the domain of the Western Wastes Fox Clan, intending to catch a glimpse of the Western Wastes' most beautiful woman, the nine-tailed celestial fox by G of the Fox Clan, only to encounter her fiancé. The ancient dragon prince, Black Flame, was also present. And so, Lin Tian, in order to aid Haiyan, and to sample the taste of his betrothed, he brought him to Bai Ji's bedchamber, and in front of him, engaged in an intimate exchange with Bai Ji. Because he had been touched by Lin Tian, Haiyan was doomed to watch helplessly as Lin Tian engage in an intimate conversation with his own fiancé. After the time freeze ended, driven by lust for Bai Ji's beauty, he feigned indifference. Yet inwardly, he had long marked Lin Tian as a target for elimination. 10,000 years ago, a demon clan broke away from the demon realm of Central Plains and unleashed a wave of slaughter across the human realm. Later, under the leadership of a group of powerful warriors, and drove the entire clan to the Western Wastes, where the most formidable human warriors, and established a vast formation in the Western Wastes. The demonic tribe was imprisoned within the Western Wastes, unable to step even half a step beyond its borders. It was precisely for this reason Black Flame refrained from pursuing Lin Tian, merely issuing a demonic race-wide warrant for Lin Tian. Though this demon clan resides in the Western Wastes, each of the three great clans possessed emperor-level powerhouses. Thus, upon seeing Lin Tian's face, she reacted so strongly, scratching the back of her head. If he didn't alter his appearance, he would easily be hunted down by the demon clans. Though Lin Tian wasn't afraid, it would be an immense hassle. But if he altered his appearance, wouldn't that ruin my reputation? Seeing Lin Tian's face contorted in inner conflict, Ni Huang timidly spoke up. "Master, I believe it would be best for you to disguise yourself. Tomorrow is the wedding of the Dragon Clan Prince, Black Flame, and the Fox Clan Princess, White Ji. And the Emperor-level experts from the three great clans will all be in attendance." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression darkened instantly. Snapping coldly, "What the hell? Someone wants to marry my woman? This is something my uncle can tolerate, but not mine." Seeing Lin Tian's indignant expression, Ni Huang couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is this pavilion master ing stupid or what? How could Princess Bai Ji possibly be his wife? Has he not woken up yet? Suddenly, she felt that following such a pavilion master, her future looked utterly bleak. But Lin Tian's next words nearly sent Ni Huang tumbling to the ground. "I've made up my mind to raid the Fox Clan tomorrow and steal a bride." Ni Huang's mouth formed a perfect O. She'd initially thought Lin Tian was just talking big, just spouting empty boasts. But now Lin Tian was actually going through with it? Had he lost his mind? With 3 demon clan emperor-level powerhouses present. And he was going to attempt a bride snatching? The demon race is different from the human race. When there are no external threats, the human clan is constantly embroiled in internal strife. But demon clans are fiercely united. If Lin Tian dares to publicly snatch a bride, he would be hunted down by the entire demon clan. Chapter 075. Has he lost his mind? Taking a deep breath, Anai Huang felt that serving such a despicable pavilion master, her future looked utterly bleak. If only she could break free from the heavenly fan's control. Otherwise she would have followed the example of the old ancestor of 10,000 evils, and jumped ship immediately. This man was utterly deranged. Not a single ounce of sanity in his skull, and couldn't possibly dream of hijacking the wedding of the 3 clans. But the women who came with Lin Tian were all beaming with excitement. Li Linger chuckled and said, "Master, snatching a bride right before the eyes of a demon clan emperor-level powerhouse is so thrilling it's bound to be a blast." Xin Qinghe, however, shot Lin Tian a withering glare. Compared to Xin Qinghe and Li Linger's casual demeanor, Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua appeared quite reserved, showing little emotion. Thus, Anai Huang, in a daze, led Lin Tian and the others toward the wedding venue. She had already given up all hope for life within her heart. "Destroy me, I'm tired." In the demon clan's holy city, a figure clad in white robes, a sheer veil veiled her face, her aura both enchanting, yet carrying an air of aloofness, entered a brothel. Inside the brothel, Haiyan was surrounded by a crowd of demonic girls. Surrounded by a group of demonic girls. Upon witnessing this scene, a flash of anger crossed Bai Ji's face. "Hey Yen, we're getting married tomorrow. And you're out drinking with prostitutes today?" Hey Yen paid Bai Ji no mind, his large hands roaming freely over the 2 beauties in his arms. His face twisted in mockery as he retorted. "What? Can't stand the sight? How did I tolerate it back then? I agreed to keep your secret. And likewise, you have no right to interfere with me. You should know, if it weren't for the need for an alliance between our 2 clans, I would never have married you." Hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes dimmed, her face bearing an indescribable mix of humiliation and rage. That day, that mysterious figure had slipped silently into the demon clan's holy city, and then, right before Haiyan's eyes, and engaged in deep conversation with Bai Ji. Afterward, though Haiyan promised Bai Ji to help her keep the secret, but ever since then, he frequently indulged in debauchery outside. Bai Ji knew well. Her virginity had been taken, and she had no right to discipline Black Flame. Yet tomorrow was their wedding day. And yet Haiyan was still out drinking with prostitutes today. And it instantly made her heart ache. She knew that with this secret, could destroy him, no matter how outrageous his actions. As long as it looked acceptable on the surface, she could never discipline him. Now she understood that after marrying Black Flame, her days of peace were numbered. Her eyes instantly dimmed. Her eyes turned crimson. And she left the brothel in a daze, watching Bai Ji's retreating figure. Hey Yen spat contemptuously. "Put. Stinking whore. Used goods pretending to be pure." He continued to drown himself in debauchery. The next day, the holy city buzzed with excitement, with gongs and drums resounding throughout. Every demonic being residing in the city gathered at the temple gates, ready to witness the wedding of Bai Ji, the Fox clan's holy maiden, and He Yen, the Dragon clan's prince. The scene was exceptionally lively and magnificent. Bai Ji, who usually favored wearing white, today I wore a bright red wedding gown. Compared to my usual self, she radiated an added charm, and less of the usual cool reserve. The 2 slowly made their way toward the altar. Upon the altar, the 3 great emperor-level masters of the Dragon clan, Wind clan, and Fox clan, seated in the main positions, presided over the wedding ceremony for the couple. Soon, the bride and groom ascended the altar. The Phoenix clan's emperor-level powerhouse rose, serving as the officiant, and proclaimed with full vigor. Today, Black Flame of the Dragon clan and White Princess of the Fox clan will unite as husband and wife. To become husband and wife. May you 2 remain forever united in heart, blessed with children soon, and bring renewed glory to our demon clan. First bow to our ancestors. After the couple knelt and bowed toward the ancestral altar, the Phoenix Emperor continued, second bow to the clan chief. They then knelt before the Dragon clan's imperial sovereign and the Fox clan's imperial sovereign. Husband and wife bow to each other. Just as they were about to kneel, a cold gleam flashed in the distance. A long sword violently plunged into the wedding scene. 3 emperor-level powerhouses immediately unleashed surging spiritual energy, attempting to halt the blade's advance, but to no avail. The blade sliced clean through the red silk ribbon, adorned with a large red flower, plunging into the ground between them. A fissure instantly split open between Bai Ji and He Yen. Then a deafening sound echoed from afar, echoing in the hearts of all present. Lin Tian, master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, does not approve of this marriage. In the next instant, Lin Tian appeared at the center of the altar with several others. And upon hearing the words Tianji Pavilion, the other demon clans were utterly bewildered. Only the 3 emperor-level powerhouses on the high platform. Their expressions changed drastically, revealing a trace of terror. Upon catching sight of Lin Tian's face, the smile on his face instantly gave way to a savage grimace. He glared furiously at Lin Tian as spiritual energy surged within him. A black spear materialized, carrying a fierce momentum, pointing straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even glance at him, sending him crashing into the ground with a single palm strike. Bai Ji remained far more composed than Haiyan. As she looked at Lin Tian, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Foxes possessed an innate allure, yet were profoundly devoted, devoting all their affection to their first man. And it was precisely because of this trait he sought to numb himself with debauchery and avoid thinking about the things that drove him mad. But neither of them could have imagined Lin Tian would actually dare to show up here. The demonic creatures below, upon seeing Lin Tian and the humans, glared at them with fury. Damned humans! Who do you think you are? Daring to snatch a bride from the demon clan? They must be tired of living. Exactly. What the hell is this Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Never heard of it. Even if they're the top power in Central Plains, if they dare set foot in our demon clan, they'd better be prepared never to return. Meanwhile, behind Lin Tian and Ai Huang's heart had already succumbed to despair. Yesterday he thought Lin Tian was just joking around. But today Lin Tian actually dared to do this. And she couldn't help but inwardly curse, has the Sect master gone mad? On the high platform, facing the furious roars and glances of all the demonic tribes, Lin Tian stood unflinching. These weaklings barking were utterly beneath his notice. His gaze fixed solely upon the 3 demon clan emperors. Other demonic beings might not know of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, but these 3 old fools certainly did. Seeing the jade folding fan in Lin Tian's hand, with the character Heaven inscribed prominently upon it, their pupils contracted sharply as if facing a formidable foe. Over the course of 10,000 years, many demon clans deliberately forgot the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. This name struck terror into the hearts of the demonic race. Yet as demonic beings of imperial might, could never forget the legends passed down by their elders. 10,000 years ago, they drove the demon clans into the northern wastes. Sealed them within the northern wastes was none other than Tianji Zi of the Tianji Pavilion. That is why the others regard Lin Tian with such trepidation. For the very name Tianji Pavilion is the very name that nailed the entire demon race to the northern wastes. Chapter 076, Trading the Freedom of the Demon Clan for the Most Beautiful Woman. The demonic tribesmen below, unaware of the situation, each seething with righteous indignation, ready to eliminate Lin Tian. At that moment on the altar, had the 3 emperor-level powerhouses not been present, they would have swarmed forward and torn him to shreds. After a moment of silence, the Dragon Clan's Emperor Realm expert spoke first. Boy, do you know? What are you talking about? Because the one being stolen away is the Dragon Prince's betrothed. This matter concerns the honor of the Dragon Clan. Even if the head of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion came personally, could not insult the proud Dragon Clan in such a manner. Slap. Lin Tian snapped his folding fan shut, his tone cold and detached. Of course I know what I'm talking about. I'll say it again, Bai Ji is my woman. And anyone who dares touch her, I'll wipe out their entire clan. As he finished speaking, Lin Tian's face hardened with icy murderous intent. That faint aura of pressure made even the 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses felt a chill run down their spines. It was clear that Lin Tian's cultivation far surpassed theirs. But the surrounding demonic tribes knew nothing of this. And upon hearing Lin Tian's defiant challenge, their shouts grew even louder. Lin Tian frowned as he glanced around. Enough noise. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Boom. As the snap echoed, the few demonic creatures shouting the loudest nearby instantly exploded. With that single snap, eliminated nearly 30 demonic beings. The highest among them had reached the Tao merging realm, while the lowest were at the spirit transformation stage. Everyone was stunned by Lin Tian's display, while the weaker demonic beings immediately retreated like a receding tide. The scene fell completely silent. Even Ai Huang was deeply shaken by Lin Tian's display. Having been reincarnated from the Tao merging realm, her power having only recently recovered to the hollow void realm. Thus, like Lin Ruowei, believed Lin Tian's power was also in a recovery phase. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Tian's strength was so formidable. Feeling Lin Tian's gaze brimming with murderous intent, the Dragon Clan's Emperor-level powerhouse felt a chill run through his body, regretting his decision to step forward first. But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. And having spoken, there was absolutely no room for retreat. So he continued. Kid, I'll admit you've got some skill. But you think you can take away my Dragon Clan's daughter-in-law? To take away my Dragon Clan's daughter-in-law? And the Fox Clan's sacred maiden? Isn't that pushing things a bit too far? Though these words seem like a show of force. But in truth, it was already a concession. The implication was clear. You may take Bai Ji away, but you must offer sufficient compensation to both the Dragon and Fox clans. The reason he brought the Fox clan into this wasn't out of kindness, but to deliberately drag them into the mess. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian made no denial. Since there was room for discussion, then it was easy to talk. Lin Tian always adhered to the principle of door wide open for discussion. And if it comes to fighting, we'll see it through to the end. We of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion are willing, within 10 years, to lift the seals binding the demonic race. What do you say to these terms? Hearing this, the pupils of the three great demon emperors contracted sharply. Their faces flashed with astonishment. They never dreamed that Lin Tian would propose such a condition. For it was known that ever since 10,000 years ago, the demon race had been sealed away in the northern wastes. Every generation of demon clan emperors had made breaking through the human race's seal their ultimate goal. Even so, after several generations had passed, the demon race still failed to breach the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion seal. Yet now Lin Tian dares to use this as a bargaining chip. Just to trade for a woman? Even Bai Ji, standing behind Lin Tian, stared at him in utter disbelief. Among the demonic race, women held an extremely low status. Except for the upper three clans. Powerful male demons from other tribes could freely mate with weaker female demonic beings. Yet Lin Tian was willing to pay such a tremendous price for her sake. To pay such an enormous price. The conditions he proposed were nothing short of a life-saving favor. Amounted to nothing less than a life-saving favor. And the reason Lin Tian came up with this condition was the result of deep deliberation. For the current strength of the demon race, placed within central planes, they were merely a near first-tier power, and thus incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. Even if they were to venture out, if they were to resume their practices from 10,000 years ago, massacring the human race, they would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of Zhengzhou's top powers once more. Given their current strength, any top-tier power in Central Plains possesses the capability to annihilate the demon race. That's why he dared to remove the shackles from the demon race. After the three demon emperors exchanged words, the Dragon Emperor spoke coldly. Lord Lin, are you certain that you only seek Bai Ji as your sole condition? No additional demands? Lin Tian retorted with a sneer. I've made it clear I only want Bai Ji. You may rest assured. If this pavilion master were plotting against you, you wouldn't be able to stop me anyway. The reason I'm consulting you is solely for Bai Ji's sake. Otherwise, the entire demon clan would hold no sway before me. Lin Tian's words were domineering, yet they were undeniably true. The three exchanged thoughts once more, and the Dragon Emperor continued. We accept your terms. But Bai Ji insists that only after you've broken the seal on the demon clan, before she will go with you. Moreover, since you have taken our Dragon Clan's daughter-in-law, you must compensate our Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Lin Tian's gaze turned cold. He knew the Demon Clan was testing his limits. And if he agreed, they would only grow more demanding. At this juncture, the wisest course was to make them understand. They had no right to negotiate terms with him. It seems none of you have grasped the current situation. Very well, this pavilion master will help you see clearly. With that, Lin Tian snapped his fingers. And the three great demon emperors suddenly realized in horror. Their imperial-level cultivation within their bodies began to grow restless, surging wildly out of control. No matter what methods they employed, could not calm the raging energy within, and could only watch helplessly as the frenzied energy erupted. Even their divine souls were torn to shreds, leaving their divine souls riddled with holes. Just as the three were on the verge of losing consciousness, everything rewound as if on a tape, returning to the moment before Lin Tian snapped his fingers. The shattered bodies of the three great demon emperors reassembled into their original forms, their faces contorted with horror as they frantically felt their bodies, only to realize they were alive, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Then came Lin Tian's icy voice. Try negotiating with me again. This is what happens to you. The three demon emperors immediately nodded in agreement, and Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He casually retrieved a longbow from his facial ring, and tossed a longbow to the Dragon Emperor. I came across this by chance. And it should hold some connection to you. So I'm giving it to you. Upon seeing the longbow, the Dragon Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. This is the Azure Dragon Bow? Feeling the familiar aura on the bowstring. That aura from 10,000 years ago. Crafted by the Gu family's ancestors. Crafted from the dragon sinew of the Dragon Emperor of that era. During the time of suspended time, Lin Tian had taken it as a valuable item. Anyway, it's useless to him now. So he might as well give it to the Black Dragon clan as compensation. The Dragon Emperor was overjoyed. And immediately invited Lin Tian to be his guest among the demonic tribes. But as Lin Tian turned to leave, the three great demon emperors glared at his retreating figure with dark expressions. Clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. Chapter 077, wow. So many beast-eared girls. And just like that, a perfectly good wedding was ruined by Lin Tian. Only when everyone had departed. The black flames embedded in the ground. With the help of other demonic beings, managed to pry his body free from the ground. He glared furiously at the direction Lin Tian had departed. Yet he could do nothing about it. After all, he'd been instantly defeated by Lin Tian upon their first meeting. The gap in their power was simply too vast. Within a peculiar structure, Lin Tian sat in the seat of honor, with the three great demon emperors attending to his side, while several demonic dancers performed gracefully below. Bai Ji also took her place beside Lin Tian. Even now, she still looked utterly bewildered. Still reeling from the shock. She never imagined Lin Tian was actually the head of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Though she didn't know what kind of organization the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was. But judging by the three great demon emperors' humble demeanor toward Lin Tian, he must be a truly formidable figure. Yet the young man before her, no matter how she looked at him, he's just a human teenager in his 20s. How could someone so young possess such formidable cultivation? For the first time, Bai Ji felt a spark of curiosity toward the man who had taken her virginity. The table was laden with all manner of demonic delicacies. Bear paws from demon beasts, lightning bird wings. The cooking method was remarkably simple. Simply grilled over an open flame. Yet Lin Tian could distinctly sense that these foods were laced with deadly poison. He shot a piercing glance at the three demon emperors, their faces beaming with smiles. Lin Tian dug in without hesitation, offhandedly exchanging banter with the three demon lords, while keeping his eyes fixed on the demonic young ladies dancing below. Before the hall stood a dozen demonic women, dressed in clothing that was extremely revealing, barely more than scraps of fabric. What truly set Lin Tian's blood racing was that every single one of these demon girls had animal ears. With rabbit ears, wolf ears, cat ears. A veritable feast for the eyes. Had he not exerted every ounce of self-control to suppress his surging blood? He might have already bled from both nostrils. Meanwhile, the three great demon emperors watched as Lin Tian feasted with relish. Whilst he was preoccupied with admiring the demonic girls, and showing no sign of guarding against poison in the food, they were finally completely at ease. But the next moment, Lin Tian casually remarked, "By the way, do you know when the Western Wilderness Secret Realm? When it appears?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, the three great demon emperors' expressions changed drastically. Immediately overturned the table. Spiritual energy surged violently. The three swiftly formed seals. The hidden formations throughout the entire building were activated. Countless intricate symbols coalesced into a complex seal, immediately trapping Lin Tian within. Instantly, Bai Ji's expression darkened considerably. For she too was now trapped within this formation. Yet observing the Fox clan's demon emperor, her great-grandfather, showed no intention of rescuing her. His gaze fixed upon her was icy and menacing. Clearly, he had been abandoned by his kin. A sacrificial pawn to lure Lin Tian into a trap. Yet Lin Tian's face showed no sign of panic. He rose unhurriedly, approaching Bai Ji's side. Under her terrified gaze, he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "I know the wine you poured for me. But since it was you who poured it, I had no choice but to drink it." Hearing these words, Bai Ji's face instantly flashed with shock, simultaneously tinged with a hint of bashfulness, her cheeks flushing crimson to her ears. Taking the wine flask from Bai Ji's hand, before Bai Ji could stop him, Lin Tian downed it in one gulp. Clink! After downing the entire flask, Lin Tian casually tossed the flask to the ground, simultaneously fixing the three demon emperors. At the three demon emperors. By now, Bai Ji was utterly stunned by Lin Tian's actions. When the demon emperors had activated the formation earlier, her mind had already envisioned how Lin Tian would employ his methods in the most brutal manner. Yet she never dreamed that Lin Tian not only knew the wine was poisoned, but also did not blame her. As she was lost in her wild imaginings, Lin Tian's voice came again. Stand behind me in a moment. To avoid getting hurt. At that moment, the three great demon emperors were still continuously gathering intricate talismans, injecting the symbols into the seal. Beneath the seal's azure glow, a hint of emerald green now shimmered within. Lin Tian could distinctly sense an overwhelmingly potent wood energy. It was remarkably similar to the gold energy he had discovered in the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm. Evidently, the Western Wilderness Secret Realm had been completely taken over by the demonic race. They discovered the power of wood within. Otherwise, they wouldn't have immediately revealed their true intentions. And overturned the table, rather than waiting for their poison to take effect before acting. And this five elements power must be what Tianji referred to. The materials needed to repair the world's primordial source. Lin Tian showed no urgency to launch an attack, but coldly observed the actions of the three great demon emperors. Crack! He flicked away the heavenly mechanism fan. Lin Tian strolled leisurely, watching the three demon emperors' actions. His face bore an expression of keen interest. Hey, you old mudskipper. That talisman you just drew. If possible, add a checkbox to the last item. It would boost the formation's offensive power. Old goose, you just drew that last stroke crooked. And the formation's power will be at least 10% weaker. Old fox, could you hurry up with your strokes? You're the slowest of the three of you. The three great demon emperors. They'd never seen someone as despicable as Lin Tian before. He's the one trapped inside the formation. Yet he had the nerve to lecture them on array formations? The three great demon emperors had lived for 1,000 years. And this was the first time they'd seen someone trapped within an array. And actually hoped the formation would be more powerful. Does he even think we're worth considering? The Dragon Emperor roared in fury. You insolent brat, we'll let you gloat for now. We laced your food and wine with deadly poison. The signature poison of our demonic clan. Even a peak emperor-level powerhouse could not withstand its venom. Once the formation is fully sealed, let's see how you escape then. Exactly. Do you really think we demon clansmen would believe your human nonsense? What about helping us out of the Western Wastes in 10 years? Why not say 10,000 years from now? Kid, you'll soon find out what a real surprise feels like. Lin Tian slowly fanned himself with the heavenly mechanism fan, while yawning. Well, you better hurry up, or I'll fall asleep if you take any longer. Lin Tian wasn't in any hurry to break the formation at this moment, for this formation possessed the capability of wide area attacks. The demon clan sacrificed Bai Ji to lure him into the trap, and he could seize this chance to steal Bai Ji's heart. Heroes rescuing damsels in distress was something he excelled at. As for the safety of Qingyun and the others, Lin Tian couldn't care less. Qingyun had already reached the Dao merging realm, and Li Linger didn't want Lin Tian to rush her progress, and preferred to cultivate on her own. Yet within her storage space, there were 10 talismans Lin Tian had given her. Those talismans could be used to summon her divine consciousness, let alone the initial stage of the Emperor Realm. Even at the peak of the Emperor Realm, could rely on its formidable divine consciousness to eliminate it outright. Chapter 078, The Subtle Conquest of the West Waste's Most Beautiful Woman. After half a quarter of an hour, the formation was fully established. The Dragon Emperor shed his earlier obsequiousness and roared with a savage expression. Damned humans, die. As he spoke, he commanded the formation, sealing the interior. Instantly, 3 fiery dragons emerged, enhanced by the power of wood. The 3 fire dragons were exceptionally powerful, even containing a trace of the heavenly way's power. Sweeping a wave of intense heat, charging toward Lin Tian and Bai Ji. Their attack was ruthless, showing no regard for Bai Ji's life or death. Lin Tian shielded Bai Ji behind him, generating a yellow barrier around them. Such an assault would overwhelm even the 3 great demon emperors. Would be unable to withstand it? Instantly reduced to ashes. As they watched the crude barrier Lin Tian had erected, a cruel smile curled at the corners of their lips, as if they could already see Lin Tian being utterly consumed by the fire dragon. But in the next instant, their smiles froze solid on their faces, as the fire dragon slammed headfirst into the seemingly simple defensive barrier, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over its blazing flames. Instantly absorbed by the barrier, 3 thunderous roars failed to stir even the slightest ripple, were swiftly dealt with by Lin Tian. The 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses were utterly shocked, but fortunately, Lin Tian remained sealed within the barrier. So the trio immediately joined forces and began channeling the power of wood, harnessing the heavenly Dao power within the wood element, launching another assault upon Lin Tian. A wave of emerald green rippled through the array's interior, and all life within the array began to turn gray and wither. Several beast-eared girls trapped within the formation were all affected by this assault, their bodies rapidly aging and shriveling, until they finally crumbled into piles of withered bones. Lin Tian was reluctant to waste even a single grain of rice in his bowl. Their looks were rather ordinary. Only the beast-eared girl held any appeal for him. Now that several women followed Lin Tian, so he began to grow picky, preferring to return home to indulge in romantic pursuits, then engage deeply with lesser beauties. Influenced by this withering force of wood, Lin Tian's yellow barrier began to react. The outermost layer began to soften, as if it might fall off at any moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ji's voice came from behind. If it really can't be helped, just leave me behind. Lin Tian glanced back at Bai Ji and offered her a gentle smile. What? Can't bear to part with me? Bai Ji's face flushed red. No. No. But the next moment, Lin Tian's lips pressed against Bai Ji's, and they were locked in a frenzied, passionate kiss. Bai Ji thought Lin Tian must have succumbed to the three demon emperors' tactics, and was preparing to give up resistance, choosing death alongside her. So she offered little resistance, even passionately returning his kisses. Yet after kissing passionately for a long time, she still felt no threat of death. Unconsciously opening his eyes, to find Lin Tian looking thoroughly content kissing Bai Ji. One arm wrapped around Bai Ji's slender waist, while the other hand, wounded, condensed a sphere of light. The dark green energy was steadily absorbed into the orb in Lin Tian's hand. The three great demon emperors watched as Lin Tian flirted with a girl, while simultaneously battling the three of them. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their eyes practically shooting flames. Clearly, Lin Tian didn't take the three of them seriously at all, and was merely toying with them. What astonished them even more, when they attempted to channel the power of wood, they were horrified to discover the wood energy they had painstakingly sought out and refined was being continuously absorbed and plundered, was being steadily absorbed and plundered by Lin Tian. Upon sensing the black energy in Lin Tian's grasp, as if encountering long-awaited rain after a drought, madly converging toward Lin Tian, to be continuously refined and absorbed by Lin Tian, this sent the others into complete panic. They immediately ceased channeling the wood energy, for if they continued for even a moment longer, Lin Tian would establish a connection with the primordial essence of wood, and this pure wood primordial source would surely be completely seized by Lin Tian. The Fox Emperor asked coldly. Old Loach, didn't he fall victim to your dragon clan's deadly poison? Why hasn't he reacted yet? Did you cut corners on the poison, you bastard? Bah! You filthy fox. That's my pure, distilled life-draining venom. If you don't believe me, try it yourself later. And see if you die or not. Hey, you two old farts. Cut the damn bickering. What do we do now? What can we do? What the hell can we do? None of us can touch him now. But at least he's sealed here. So let's just keep him locked up here, and let him experience the agony of our demon clan being imprisoned in the western wastes for 10,000 years. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, the other three revealed expressions of hatred. Excellent idea. Let's do it. Thus, the three great demon emperors, thick-skinned and shameless, and having no way to deal with Lin Tian, and instead twisted it into making him experience the agony of being imprisoned like a demon. But at that very moment, Lin Tian's voice rang out coldly from within the formation. You don't seriously believe that your worthless formation could possibly hold me captive? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the three great demon emperors all turned to Lin Tian with sneering expressions. Boy, you clearly don't know where you are. This place is called the Altar of 10,000 Demons, where our demon clan buries the remains of our kin. After each clan member passes away, before their cultivation dissipates, they are brought here for burial. The formations here were forged over 10,000 years by our demon clan, including the remains of our ancient ancestors and almighty demonic beings. And this formation itself is crystallized from the energy they accumulated. And you have the audacity to claim it cannot hold you? Exactly. Who do you think you are? This emperor refuses to believe that you alone could possibly stand against. Before he could finish, the next moment, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. It wasn't some divine artifact or ancient treasure, just an ordinary spirit artifact. Yet this very ordinary spirit artifact, once it was grasped in Lin Tian's hand, the three great demon emperors distinctly sensed that upon the blade, a sharpness that made their very souls tremble. Lin Tian channeled the essence of gold, infusing it into the blade, and with a casual swing, unleashed a dazzling sword beam, carrying an unstoppable momentum. It struck directly against the barrier of the formation. The strongest barrier the demon race boasted of barely held the sword's radiance for 3 seconds. before instantly cracking in fissuring. Then, before the horrified gazes of the three, it shattered with a thunderous boom, dissolving into specks of spiritual light. Witnessing this scene, the three great demon emperors turned ashen-faced. A terrifying thought simultaneously arose in their minds. The demon race is utterly finished. Chapter 079, The Second Negotiation with the Demon Clan. As they watched Lin Tian emerge from the seal, the three great demon emperors were all dumbfounded. Only when Lin Tian stood before them, they still hadn't grasped what method Lin Tian had employed to break this seal. Could not break. Simultaneously, a grave realization struck them with horror. That the power Lin Tian had displayed had not yet been exerted to its fullest extent. So just how powerful was he? Whenever this thought crossed their minds, a chill would run down their spines. And in the eyes fixed upon Lin Tian, a hint of dread finally crept into their gazes. Seeing their terrified expressions, Lin Tian was thoroughly satisfied. So, he said, what other useless tricks do you have? Bring it on. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. He spoke with a sinister look fixed on the Dragon Emperor, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Under Lin Tian's piercing gaze, the Dragon Emperor felt a sudden chill run through his entire body. For the gaze Lin Tian directed at him was tinged with, well, the gleam of someone eyeing a delicious meal. Such a big loach. Should I take it back and deep fry it, or braise it in red sauce? Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's face turned green with fright. Then his gaze shifted to the Phoenix Emperor. It's been ages since I've had beggar's chicken. Pickled pepper chicken feet are pretty good too. What a pity this world lacks pickled peppers. Though the Phoenix Emperor didn't know what pickled peppers were, Lin Tian's gaze made her feel utterly uncomfortable. She then turned to the Fox Emperor of the Fox clan, and said with obvious disdain, Fox meat is too gamey. It's not tasty. Hearing this, the Fox Emperor let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could catch his breath, Lin Tian added another sentence. We'll just have to kill it outright later. The three demon emperors stood trembling before Lin Tian's scrutinizing gaze, trembling with fear, standing stiff and straight, like misbehaving elementary school students, awaiting their teacher's punishment, silently awaiting Lin Tian's next move. None of the three showed any intention of fleeing. After all, even the demon clan's 10,000 demons formation couldn't hold Lin Tian. To think they could escape from Lin Tian's grasp was nothing short of a pipe dream. You three, weren't you acting so cocky just now? I do prefer your defiant, untamed spirit. Could you bring it back? The three great demon emperors instantly flushed crimson, not knowing how to respond. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and coldly declared, Boy, losing to you is simply bad luck for our demon race. We three old fools admit defeat, and we accept it. But if you think you can use this chance to enslave our demon clan, I advise you to stop dreaming. In this world, there are only free demon clans. No demon race that has become slaves. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, Lin Tian looked at the Dragon Emperor with a gaze reserved for fools. Seriously, do you guys have a persecution complex? When did I ever say I wanted to enslave you? The Phoenix Emperor coldly retorted. Bah! You despicable humans. Don't tell me you only came for Bai Ji. Such nonsense. Wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Lin Tian. His gaze toward the three demon emperors betrayed utter resignation. He truly had come here only for Bai Ji. Yet through their twisted words, how had it become about enslaving the demon race? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian finally understood why they distrusted him. After all, this demon clan had been driven to the western wastes by humans, and sealed away for tens of thousands of years. So their hostility toward humans was only natural. He spoke coldly. Here's the deal, hand over the wood origin in your possession, and I'll keep my word in 10 years' time. I'll help lift the seal on your demon clan. But think it through carefully. The demon clans of Central Plains won't acknowledge you, nor will the humans of Central Plains acknowledge your status. I advise you to stay put in the western wastes. If you go out and kill indiscriminately again, you won't just be sealed away in the western wastes, it'll be far worse. The three great demon emperors stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Are you certain you won't kill us? Watching the three demon emperors' cautious demeanor, Lin Tian sighed inwardly. The prejudices in demon hearts truly are a mountain. He said coldly, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be wasting my breath here. I'd have done it already. As for your talk of enslaving the demon race, is utter nonsense. If I wanted to enslave you, with just the three of you clowns, wouldn't stand a chance against me. Lin Tian's words were harsh. They were undeniably true. The three of them were certain that Lin Tian, like Tianji Z 10,000 years ago, his power had surpassed the peak of the Emperor realm, reaching heights unseen throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Meanwhile, as the three great demon emperors besieged Lin Tian, Enai Huang and Haiyan led a group of demonic cultivators to apprehend Qingyun and her companions. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua, along with Qingyun, shieldedly linger in their center, struggling to hold off the swarm of demonic cultivators. Li Linger clutched the talisman Lin Tian had given her, ready to use it directly for survival, to save her life. Qingyun hadn't anticipated that the rules of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion were so strict, and that Enai Huang would dare betray the pavilion. Since she dared to do this, she must be certain the three great demon emperors could handle Lin Tian. Yet she had faith in Lin Tian, and for no other reason. Along the way, she had witnessed too many miracles created by Lin Tian. Many seemingly impossible events had unfolded around Lin Tian, had come to seem perfectly reasonable. Qingyun, at the Dao merging realm, still had the strength to fend off the demon clan's assault and protect herself. But Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua were not so fortunate. Both were already struggling to hold on, with danger looming at every turn. Watching the three gradually fall behind, a savage glint flared in his eyes. Damn it, once I capture these little wenches alive, I'll make them pay dearly. Before he could finish his sentence, a gale force wind swept in from the distance. Black Flame sensed danger, but it was already too late. Once again, he was slammed into the ground by a single blow. Lin Tian had rushed back from afar. Upon seeing Lin Tian appear, instinctively swallowed hard, and retreated in unison. Evidently, the scene of Lin Tian snapping his fingers had eliminated over 30 powerful demonic beings, had left them all feeling intimidated. Upon seeing Lin Tian, her eyes filled with utter despair. She had believed that with the supreme might of the 10,000 demons formation, she could eliminate Lin Tian. Even if she couldn't kill him, she could at least imprison him. But he never imagined Lin Tian would emerge unscathed. His very presence here proved the three great demon emperors had failed. Naturally, he, like Bai Ji, would also become sacrificial offerings to the demon race. Though she felt helpless, she accepted her fate more readily than Bai Ji. From the moment she awakened the memories of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, and resolved to share this secret with the elders of her clan, her fate had already been sealed. Before long, the three great demon emperors arrived, dispersing the demonic forces besieging Lin Tian and his companions. Chapter 80, a poison cultivated over 1,000 years. Lin Tian had considered eliminating every attacker, but doing so would plunge him and the demonic tribes into an endless cycle of bloodshed. To properly enjoy the beast-eared girl, he could endure it for now. After all, he wasn't some bloodthirsty demon who relished killing. After a day of struggle, the demon clan had finally fully accepted Lin Tian. Well, it was a reluctant acceptance, but they had no other choice. After all, this world revered the strong. By now, evening had fallen, and the demon emperor had arranged for the group to be taken to the demon clan's holy city. The three great demon emperors allocated the finest courtyards within the holy city to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, however, began pondering a crucial question, namely, how to handle Enai Huang in the Tianji pavilion. Through this demon race affair, Lin Tian came to understand one thing, that the founder of the Tianji pavilion, after all, it was Tianji Z, not me. The subordinates beneath Lord Tianji were also under Tianji Z's command, and they hold not a shred of loyalty toward me. The 10,000 Evils patriarch of the northern wastes, the Phoenix clan's Enai Huang of the western wastes, both would betray him. Betray him. After pondering this, Lin Tian took a deep breath, and an idea took root within his heart. He resolved to establish his own Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. He loved the name Tianji Pavilion, for he was named Lin Tian. Both the Hall of Heavenly Secrets and Lin Tian shared the character heaven in their names. Lin Tian didn't know if this Tianji Z was truly skilled in divination, but the design of the Heavenly Mechanics fan in his hand also greatly appealed to him. At that moment, Enai Huan was already kneeling at Lin Tian's door. Yet Lin Tian paid her no mind. He could never tolerate betrayal. He drew the Heavenly Mechanism fan, his spiritual energy surging. Using the Heavenly Mechanism fan as a medium, Lin Tian sent a message to all members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Attention all members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has endured 10,000 years. Now that I have become the new Pavilion Master, I offer you a choice. If any of you wish to leave the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, I can help you nullify the Heavenly Mechanics formula within your bodies. Of course, once the Heavenly Mechanism formula is nullified, the enhancement it granted you will vanish, and you will henceforth have no further ties to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. For those who wish to remain, this Pavilion Master will modify the Heavenly Mechanics secret art, and after you cultivate it, it will elevate your existing power ceiling. I must remind you, How you choose is your own affair. But should any traitor dare to emerge again, this pavilion master will make you pay a price far worse than death. Lin Tian did not resort to mere suppression. Having come from Blue Star and studied history, and to be a better leader, one must wield both benevolence and authority to truly win the allegiance of his people. Relying solely on forceful suppression only sows the seeds of resentment. Enai Huang, kneeling at the door, received Lin Tian's message. Her face paled with shock. She never dreamed that Lin Tian would take such drastic action. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had always adhered to the principle that once you're one of us, you remain one for life. It was like a shackle from the moment you join, trapping you within its grasp. Yet now, the new pavilion master actually intends to help those who wish to leave break free from these shackles? Taking a deep breath, Enai Huang felt no sense of relief. She understood that betraying the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, her death was inevitable. So she offered no resistance. At that very moment, countless demonic women entered the small courtyard. Wolves, leopards, civets, rabbits, and more. Even Bai Ji was among them. They wore extremely revealing attire. One might even say revealing. Over 20 of them in total. All of them entered Lin Tian's room. Upon entering the room, the 20-plus individuals immediately knelt in unison. Lord Pavilion Master, we have come at the command of the Demon Emperor. To serve you, Lord Chamberlain. The demon race differs from the human race. Compared to humans, they seemed almost uncivilized. Though humans indulge in even more extravagant pleasures than the demon race. On the surface, they still put on a righteous front. The demonic race is different. In their eyes, obeying the strong is their nature. And following the strong is an honor. In the animal world, the strong inherently possess limited mating rights. And the offspring born from such unions can be even more formidable. Several demon emperors dared to take the risk, selecting from every race the most gifted and most beautiful women, and sent them to Lin Tian's quarters. The demon race itself descended from ancient beasts and humans. So as long as it could strengthen their race, they were willing to sacrifice everything. Surveying the array of beauties before him, Lin Tian instantly felt as if he had entered paradise. At the previous banquet, the three elders had discovered Lin Tian's preferences. So they deliberately arranged for these demonic women, all half demonized. So the room was filled with girls sporting animal ears, dressed in sexy outfits. That overwhelming visual impact was so overwhelming that Lin Tian couldn't control himself. Before he could regain control, at first, Lin Tian wore a look of resistance, putting on an air of a proper gentleman, unaffected by any temptation. But soon, he felt a burning heat throughout his body. Clearly the three old monsters of the demon clan had ulterior motives. And so, Lin Tian spent an utterly absurd night, experiencing a kind of pleasure he'd never known before. And the most miserable of all was Enai Huang kneeling at the doorway. Before Lin Tian could deal with her, he began a night of labor. As for Enai Huang, she listened at the door all night long. By dawn, Enai Huang felt utterly drained. Though she was a powerhouse at the Hollow Void realm, yet she felt as if poisoned. Her body limp and her gaze unfocused. Enai Huang desperately wanted to shout at Lin Tian. What the hell kind of manners are these? Is this how you test your cadres? What cadre could possibly endure such a test? Who the hell could endure this? Now dawn had broken. After a night of bloody fighting, the artillery fire shows no sign of stopping. The war is far from over. By afternoon, Enai Huang was already on the verge of collapse. Her eyes had long since lost their light, as if her soul had been torn from her. Such a punishment, worse than death, fell to Enai Huang more agonizing than death itself. An unmarried maiden had been forced to witness the proceedings at the door for a full day and night. And now, the three great demon emperors were sipping tea in her palace. Old Loach, do you think that Lin Tian able to preserve the flame for our demon race? The dragon emperor smiled slyly. Rest assured, I spared no effort to condense the dragon lust venom, colorless and odorless. And that thing isn't so easily undone. Hearing this, both the Wind Emperor and the Fox Emperor shuddered violently, gazing guiltily at the old dragon emperor. The dragon's nature was inherently perverse and insatiable. And this was a lust poison distilled from 1,000 years of cultivation? This damn thing nearly cost Lin Tian half his life. So the demonic race couldn't kill Lin Tian outright. And now they're trying to wear him down to death? Chapter 81, Pale-Faced, Sunken Eyes. The three great demon emperors now gazed toward Lin Tian's dwelling, their faces already showing expressions of pity. This surely won't cause Lin Tian severe psychological trauma? Little did they know, with Lin Tian's constitution, Whenever he engaged in deep communication exercises, he could control whether to leave a seed of passion within the other party. The three great demon emperors scheming against Lin Tian like this, only to lose both the battle and the war. 3 days later, when Lin Tian emerged from his room, his legs trembled, his face was ashen, his eyes sunken, his eyes devoid of any spark. Ni Huang, who had been kneeling by the door the entire time, had collapsed onto the floor, like a pile of mud. No one knew what kind of joy Lin Tian had experienced over these 3 days. King Zhou of Shang truly did not deceive me. This must be the joy of being an emperor. As spiritual energy coursed through him, Lin Tian's sunken eye sockets regained their former radiance. The battlefield within the room now was seen too gruesome to behold. Fortunately, Lin Tian did not falter, emerging as the victor who walked upright. Emerged as the victor who walked upright to the end. Crack! He unfurled the heavenly mechanism fan in his hand, glancing back at the room, his eyes brimming with disdain. A man must never say he can't. She walked toward Qingyun's room as if nothing had happened, hands tucked behind his back, rubbing his aching lower back, while Lin Tian was engaged in a protracted battle. The Dragon Clan's crown prince, Black Flame, was completely wrapped in bandages. Wrapped like a rice dumpling. Beside him stood a woman of striking beauty, with a look of fury on her face, was spoon-feeding him medicine. What was supposed to be his own wedding. But now not only had his fiancé's lover stolen the bride, and he'd been pinned to the ground twice. This dealt a severe blow to Black Flame's self-esteem, suffered a severe blow to his pride. He knew that with his own strength, he could never defeat that freak Lin Tian, so he could only crush this humiliation, and swallow it whole. The one who administered the medicine was his sister, the dragon maiden of the Dragon Clan, Qingyun. Though she possessed a stunning beauty, her temper matched her fiery name, renowned throughout the Dragon Clan for her explosive temper. Seeing her brother in such a state, she couldn't help but grit her teeth at Lin Tian, and she vowed silently to herself to find an opportunity to avenge her brother. Soon, that chance presented itself. 3 days later, the three great demon emperors hosted a banquet for Lin Tian in the demon clan's holy city. Qingyun and the others disliked such gatherings, so they remained in their rooms, choosing not to join the festivities, leaving Lin Tian to attend alone. After all, Lin Tian had already visited the Dragon Clan's Dragon's Den and the Tiger Clan's Tiger's Lair, so attending alone did not make him fear any schemes they might have in store. The three great demon emperors had invited Lin Tian to the banquet, was driven by their own ulterior motives. The maidens they had selected last time returned home. Not a single one had won the prize. The three demon empresses harbored no suspicion, attributing it to the notion that the more powerful a human is, the less likely they were to bear offspring. Thus, they selected another 20 young women with intact plastic wrap, along with several beauties from the upper three clans. Throughout the banquet, the three demon emperors repeatedly toasted Lin Tian, for no other reason than, for this wine was also the soul-stealing brew crafted by the Dragon Clan, paired with the Dragon Emperor's last remaining, condensed from his cultivation essence, praising Lin Tian's extraordinary valor with each toast. Every man relishes flattery, especially when it comes to acknowledging one's prowess in that area. Lin Tian was no exception. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Lin Tian was led by the demonic tribe's servants to a palace. And this time, Lin Tian was genuinely stunned. A pond resembling a swimming pool, from which wafted a faint aroma of wine. Within the pool, by Ji and I Huang, along with several other unfamiliar demon girls from the upper 3 clans, were playing and laughing together. Around the pond, a circle of demonic handmaidens stood, each an exceptionally beautiful beast-eared maiden. Witnessing this scene before him, Lin Tian instantly felt his jaw drop. His blood surged and he snapped to attention. His mind couldn't help but exclaim, again? This time, Lin Tian truly experienced the joys of King Zhou of Shang, making him yearn to be an emperor himself. A sudden, immature thought struck him. After traveling across the continent, he might emulate Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms era, and build a copper sparrow tower, to gather all the beauties of the land. Just as Lin Tian was fantasizing about his blissful future, all the men within the palace instinctively withdrew. Bai Ji was the first to act, yanking Lin Tian into the pond. And thus began the protracted conflict. After 3 more days of absurd yet satisfying chaos, Lin Tian had completely lost his ability to fight. He had sworn to the heavens that for the next 3 months, he would engage in no deep conversations with anyone, but barely had the vow left his lips. Barely 2 days had passed. Qingyun, that flower, and the 2 jade ornaments of the Feng family came seeking Lin Tian once more. And so, after another round of flirtatious exchanges, By this point, Lin Tian's eyes were sunken deep into their sockets. His face ashen, as if drained of all vitality. Though barely in his 20s, his face now etched with a world weariness unnatural for his years. 3 days later, the Demon Emperor once again invited Lin Tian to a banquet. As if by reflex, Lin Tian declared, "I won't go. I'm busy. I'm not feeling well." He delivered a triple rejection. Seeing Lin Tian's resolute refusal, the messenger who had come to deliver the invitation immediately spoke cautiously. The 3 Demon Emperors. We wish to discuss matters concerning the Western Wilderness Secret Realm with the Sect Master. Hearing this, Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief. A look of relief spreading across his face. He cleared his throat lightly, to mask his awkwardness, and composed himself before. And then followed the demonic messenger to the sanctuary. Fortunately, Lin Tian's cultivation was sufficiently powerful. Even after participating in 2 unrestricted assemblies, he could restore his composure. He could return to normal. If this had happened back on Earth, he would have long since turned into a desiccated corpse. Soon, the demonic being before him led Lin Tian to the palace of the 3 great demon emperors. The 3 demon emperors were deep in discussion. And upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, all eyes immediately turned to him. The dragon emperor bowed first and spoke. "Now then, Lord Lin, as previously agreed, that you wanted something from the Western Wilderness Secret Realm, correct? Strictly speaking, the 3 of us old fellows never actually obtained that item. The true source remains within the Western Waste's secret realm." Hearing the dragon emperor's words, Lin Tian's expression darkened considerably. In his view, the dragon emperor's words was simply a refusal to hand over the item. Lin Tian was determined to obtain the wood origin, for it determined whether Lin Tian could ever leave this world. What if, someday, I and the women grow weary of this world? We could always explore other worlds. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "Dragon Emperor, what do you mean by this? Are you about to go back on your word?" Chapter 82, The Dragon Clan's Bad Girl, Crimson Flame. Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Tian's expression, the Dragon Emperor hastily explained, "Please calm your anger, Lord Chamberlain. Truthfully, we only obtained a portion of the wood primordial source. Back then, the 3 of us paid a tremendous price to obtain this fragment of the wood primordial source within the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. After emerging, we discussed, and as the strongest among us at the time, to absorb and refine it. But my power proved insufficient to refine this fragment of essence, resulting in this fragment of wood's primordial essence became nearly fused with me, and it continues to devour my cultivation and vitality, causing my strength to steadily decline." Hearing this, Lin Tian reined in his killing intent. His divine sense swept over the Dragon Emperor, and discovered that his body, truly ravaged by the primordial wood essence. No wonder he was willing to gamble his cultivation as an aphrodisiac. Even without it, his current cultivation realm would soon begin to plummet. Rather than let his cultivation plummet through the ranks, he might as well let his cultivation shine one last time. After sensing the Dragon Emperor's condition, Lin Tian softened his icy gaze. Seeing the Dragon Emperor staring at him with pleading eyes, clearly hoping for his assistance, Lin Tian saw him as nothing more than a plump lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Wasn't this the perfect chance to fleece him? He cleared his throat lightly. His face lit up with a broad smile. Lin Tian adopted the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, and said with a broad smile, "This pavilion master can extract that source energy for you, and simultaneously restore your previous cultivation level." Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor grew immensely excited, while the other 2 demon emperors also broke into delighted smiles. The Dragon Emperor's cultivation was now on the verge of falling out of the Emperor realm, and with the demon race on the verge of breaking free from the Western Wastes. If the Dragon Emperor truly fell from the Emperor realm, it would inevitably weaken the entire demon race's strength. Just as the group was brimming with excitement, Lin Tian suddenly interjected, but, hearing this, the 3 of them startled, their gazes immediately turning to Lin Tian. "This pavilion master and you are merely partners. Why should I help you?" Hearing this, the 3 great demon emperors gaped in astonishment. Only the Fox Emperor understood Lin Tian's meaning. He was demanding a reward. After a moment's thought, the Fox Emperor chuckled and said, "These past few days, Lord Lin must have had quite the enjoyable time, right? Our demon clan could build you a palace, and provide you with demonic maidens without charge. What do you say?" Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a sudden chill run through his body. His soul wanted to refuse, yet his flesh screamed frantically in his ears, "Agree to it, agree to it." Seeing Lin Tian caught in this internal struggle, a faint smile spread across his face, and added another condition. "Additionally, I can have Bai Ji and Ni Huang accompany you. What do you say?" At these words, Lin Tian's physical body immediately gained the upper hand. It's settled then, a deal is a deal. The three great demon emperors exchanged glances. The Dragon Emperor and Wind Emperor both gave the Fox Emperor a silent thumbs up. The Fox clan truly lived up to its reputation as the most intelligent race among the demon clans. In the demonic world, women held a very low status, and low-grade demon women were treated no better than merchandise. Moreover, the reproductive capacity of lower-tier demon clans far surpasses that of humans. Only the higher-tier demon clans face greater difficulty in childbirth. This time, the Fox Emperor proactively requested that Ni Huang and Bai Ji accompany Lin Tian on his journey. It is also hoped that they will conceive Lin Tian's child to bear offspring with superior genetics for the demon clan. Moreover, with the demon clan and Lin Tian having forged such deep bonds, if the demon clan ever faced hardship in the future, would Lin Tian stand idly by? On the surface, it seemed Lin Tian had gained an enormous advantage. But in reality, the demon clan's scheme was brilliantly calculated. The Fox Emperor had already thoroughly understood Lin Tian's lecherous nature. Lin Tian knew he'd actually been the one to lose out. But damn it, the demon clan's offer was simply too tempting. What man could resist such temptation? Clearing his throat, Lin Tian approached the Dragon Emperor, placing one hand upon the Dragon Emperor's body. The Dragon Emperor could distinctly feel the instant Lin Tian's hand touched him, the primal wood essence within him, like a predator encountering its prey, instantly breaking free from the Dragon Emperor's body, racing out of his body at lightning speed, directly into Lin Tian's hand. Feeling this pure essence of the primordial wood, Lin Tian nodded, sealed it within a vial, and stored it within his spatial ring. The Dragon Emperor witnessed this scene, as though witnessing a heartless woman abandoning him, his face twisted with resentment. This primordial source of wood, it was locked in a bitter, unyielding struggle with him. But the moment it reached Lin Tian's hands, it became as docile as a little angel. This ing proves that comparison is the thief of joy, and goods compared to goods get discarded. Then, Lin Tian channeled the power of the heavenly Tao, slowly repairing the Dragon Emperor's body, which had been corroded by the wood origin. The Dragon Emperor felt a surge of joy, that the wounds that had tormented him for nearly a millennium began to gradually mend. Once the hidden wounds within his body were fully healed, the Dragon Emperor abruptly opened his eyes. Though his power had not yet returned to its peak state, he could sense that with just a little cultivation, he would surely regain his peak strength. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian with a complex expression. After attending to the Dragon Emperor's injuries, Lin Tian wasted no words. Now, can you tell me how to enter the Western Wilderness secret realm? The three exchanged glances, and the Dragon Emperor spoke first. The Western Waste's secret realm lies at the erase focal point sealing the demonic race in the Western Wastes. You may go and investigate it yourself. This formation harms the demonic race, so we won't be escorting you there. The location is roughly around the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian wasted no time, and immediately flew off toward the direction of the 10,000 Demons Valley. After Lin Tian departed, the Dragon Emperor barked at the Fox Emperor. You stinking fox, you're keeping secrets from me, aren't you? You had Bai Ji of the Fox clan and Ni Huang of the Phoenix clan follow that Lin Tian. Why didn't you recommend a woman from my Dragon clan? Do you look down on my Dragon clan? The Fox Emperor nearly burst out laughing at the Dragon Emperor's words. Old mudskipper, why don't you tell that red flame girl of yours to take a good look in the mirror? She's clearly a woman, yet she's as bold and brash as a man. What man would fancy such a woman? Bah! You sly fox. I bet you're just scared my Dragon clan might accidentally get pregnant with his seed. Seeing the two of them arguing like this, immediately stepped in to break it up. Listen, you old mudskipper. If you want your granddaughter to come along, just say so plainly. That boy's such a womanizer. He might not be too picky. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't bother to argue with the Wind Emperor about the meaning of picky about his food. He immediately returned to the clan. By now, Crimson Flame had been back for several days. Upon seeing his grandfather, he coldly demanded, "Old man, I ask you, where is that Lin Tian? Where is he now? He beat my brother like this. I'm going to slaughter him." Chapter 83, If you've got the guts, show your face. Looking at her granddaughter, dressed like a delinquent girl, and then recalling Bai Ji's gentle and considerate nature, the Dragon Emperor felt his head grow as big as a cauldron. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that the Fox Emperor was telling the truth. Given his granddaughter's temperament, besides being pretty, she was practically a tomboy. But the moment he recalled the Wind Emperor's words about Lin Tian being indiscriminate in his choices, a glimmer of hope instantly returned to her eyes. Her eyes darted about, and suddenly she had an idea. Go check out the Valley of 10,000 Demons. He was heading to the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. Upon his return, he should appear in the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Ignoring his grandfather, Qingyun immediately flew toward the direction of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already arrived at the array's focal point sealing the demon race, and indeed spotted the teleportation gate. After a thorough inspection, the formation was indeed inflicting continuous damage upon the demon race. No wonder those old fools said. Obtaining that wood origin nearly cost them their lives. They nearly lost their lives. It must have been due to this formation. Finding no further traps, Lin Tian entered the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. Unlike the Northern Wilderness Secret Realm, the Western Wilderness Secret Realm, bustling with vitality, vast stretches of spirit flowers, spirit herbs, and spirit trees, thrived luxuriantly, making Lin Tian's mouth water. Originally, he had planned to go all out in the Western Wilderness Secret Realm, but upon seeing this place was essentially a natural garden of spiritual herbs, Lin Tian changed his mind. He resolved to fully refine this secret realm, packing the entire realm up and taking it with him. This was even more ruthless than wiping out the entire clan. After sensing the location of the wood primordial source, Lin Tian flew toward the source of wood. Along the way, he encountered several plant-based demon beasts that had already developed sentience, were swiftly and decisively eliminated by Lin Tian, turning them into fertilizer for the spiritual herb garden. Upon locating the wood primordial source, Lin Tian placed the wood origin he had taken from the Dragon Emperor back into the Dragon Emperor's body. The moment the origin was fully restored, the entire Western Wilderness Secret Realm seemed to welcome spring. Celestial treasures and earthly treasures, spiritual herbs and sacred trees, seemed to blossom anew. Growing ever more luxuriant, the entire Western Wilderness became even more lush and verdant, teeming with vitality. His divine sense swept across the entire Western Wilderness Secret Realm in an instant. Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to refine the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. To continuously refine the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. Fortunately, this was no difficult task for Lin Tian. Was no difficult task. Within a single hour, the entire Western Wilderness Secret Realm was completely refined by Lin Tian. Thus, once he arrived in Central Plains, and after establishing the Tianji Pavilion sect, this Western Wilderness Secret Realm would be perfectly suited as a spiritual herb garden. Lin Tian believed that even the top powers of Central Plains would not possess as many spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, sacred trees, or divine fruits as this place. After completing these tasks, Lin Tian departed the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. He appeared in the 10,000 Demons Valley. Observing the entrance to the Western Wilderness Secret Realm, Lin Tian's thoughts stirred, and activated his spatial power, transforming the entire Western Wilderness Secret Realm into a small sphere, which he then stored within his storage ring. After completing these actions, Lin Tian glanced diagonally behind him. A full half-minute later, a piercing cold gleam darted toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian had already noticed a Dragon Clan girl, clutching a long spear in her hand, its tip radiating a startling cold light, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and thrust straight toward Lin Tian's kidneys. Without even turning his head, a pale yellow barrier rose around his body. The icy glint struck the barrier, couldn't penetrate it at all. Qian's face twisted with stubborn determination as he violently unleashed his spiritual energy, desperately trying to pierce through Lin Tian. Yet even as she poured every ounce of strength into it, the barrier showed not a single crack. Crack! Lin Tian unfurled the heavenly mechanism fan, scrutinizing the crimson flame. And upon seeing the woman before him, Lin Tian instantly recalled the delinquent girls in nightclubs. The delinquent girls in nightclubs. The tough-as-nails leaders who constantly dealt with gangsters. Dressed just like this. His eyes lit up. The moment I sensed this girl was of the Dragon Clan, he instantly understood what was going on. In his view, the current three-way standoff among the demon clans, both Ni Huang of the Phoenix Clan and Bai Ji of the Fox Clan would follow him. Only the Dragon Clan remained without an ally, naturally placing their relationship below that of the other two clans. This girl must be the one the Dragon Clan intended to offer him. Evidently, the Dragon Emperor isn't sure if I'll take a liking to her. So he's letting me inspect the goods first. If I liked her, the Dragon Emperor would certainly have her follow me. But if I disliked her, the Dragon Emperor would surely send another woman instead. After figuring out the ins and outs of it, Lin Tian's smile grew even broader. Perhaps because he was used to seeing gentle women. Now encountering this delinquent girl who resembled a gangster queen pin, made Lin Tian feel an intense urge to conquer her. Watching her frown, as if she were straining every muscle in her body, Lin Tian chuckled and said. TSK, you're no good at this either. Hearing Lin Tian's mockery, Qingyun grew even more furious. She retorted coldly, whether I'm any good or not. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he began channeling all his spiritual energy, stabbing frantically at the barrier. Yet the barrier remained immovable as a mountain. Not even a ripple stirred its surface. Lin Tian watched Qingyun with a hint of amusement. And in a flash, he appeared behind Crimson Flame and aimed at her plump behind. Smack! The crisp sound of a butt slap echoed. And the plump buttocks wiggled a few times afterward. After delivering the spank, Lin Tian instantly flashed back to the front. Qingyun couldn't even see what happened with his naked eye, before his own backside was met with a hard smack from Lin Tian. By the time Qingyun turned to look, Lin Tian had already returned to his original position, waving his right hand at Qingyun, and remarked, "Little girl, nice feel." Hearing Lin Tian's blatant teasing, Qingyun clenched her teeth, and coldly retorted, "Nice my ass. Once I smash through your turtle shell, I'll castrate you." This woman before him was so fierce, made Lin Tian grow increasingly fond of her. It was the first time anyone reminded Lin Tian of Blue Star. Otherwise, he'd be so engrossed in his new life, almost forgotten he was a traveler from another world. When dealing with such an overbearing woman, one must display even more overbearing tactics than hers to tame them. Smack! Another slap landed on her firm, bouncy buttocks. But this time, the force was entirely different from the first. The first could only be called teasing, more like a caress than a strike. But this slap landed squarely on Qingyun's buttocks. A searing pain shot through his buttocks. His rage flared instantly, snapping coldly, "You bastard, if you've got the guts, stop hiding behind your turtle shell. Show your face if you've got the guts. And see if I don't beat the crap out of you." Chapter 84, Mount. Seeing Qingyun's chest heaving with rage, Lin Tian sneered. "Remove the barrier? Do you take me for a fool? What's in it for me?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, the not-so-bright Qingyun's eyes lit up instantly. "If you dismantle the barrier and let me stab you once, you can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes widened instantly, staring at Qingyun in utter disbelief. His mind flooded with questions. Is this girl an idiot? Has she lost her mind? Given the current situation, it was obvious she couldn't beat him. Yet she actually agreed to his terms? So Lin Tian decided to make this girl spoiled since childhood, living in a sheltered environment, to learn firsthand the treacherous ways of the martial world. For Qingyun belonged to the noble upper three clans of the demon race, possessing extraordinary innate power, and had been pampered within her clan. The entire demon clan does not revere her for her upper three clan status, but also feared her power at the hollow void realm, thus cultivating the demeanor of a delinquent girl. "You're certain that if I stab you once, and I'll agree to any condition you set?" A flicker of impatience flashed across Crimson Flame's face. "Cut the crap. Can you do it or not? Or are you scared? Coward." Hearing such a fierce retort, Lin Tian was taken aback. This damn woman truly lived up to her reputation as a gangster queen. Truly unlike any other woman. Her temper was fiery. But Lin Tian had a strong stomach, accustomed to the finer things. Now seeing such a fiery one actually gave him a different kind of feeling. With a flicker of thought, he withdrew his defensive barrier. The Crimson Flame spearhead no longer hindered by the barrier, and immediately thrust toward Lin Tian's kidneys. Watching the spear in his hand gleaming with a cold light, piercing toward Lin Tian's body, Qingyun's gaze toward Lin Tian brimmed with scorn. That was the look one gives to the mentally challenged. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, watching the muzzle press against Lin Tian's waist. Yet in the next instant, the muzzle wielding nearly all his strength, couldn't advance even an inch. Qingyun's expression instantly froze. She could clearly feel the spear had indeed pierced Lin Tian's body, and Lin Tian hadn't mustered any spiritual energy to defend himself. Yet this ordinary flesh had actually withstood her full power strike at the hollow void realm. Refusing to believe it, she swung the golden spear in her hand once more. Buzz. A metallic hum filled the air. She thrust the spear into Lin Tian's body once more, only to meet the same outcome. Just as her heart skipped a beat, she heard Lin Tian's voice, low and demonic. "Hey, you stabbed me twice already. We agreed earlier. We'd take down the barrier and let you stab me once, and you could do whatever you wanted. Now, aren't you going to honor your promise?" Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Qingyun's anger boiled over, snapping back. "You're dreaming. I'll be damned if I can't finish you off." With that, she executed another backstab, this time aiming for Lin Tian's lower body. Clearly, Qingyun had realized she couldn't overpower Lin Tian. resorting to dirty tricks instead, aiming to strike at Lin Tian's weak spot. Seeing this devastating thrust, a chill ran down Lin Tian's spine. Though it couldn't inflict real harm, he refused to let it cast his shadow over his resolve. He shot a vicious glare at Qingyun. After dodging the shot, he flashed behind Crimson Flame once more, easily gaining control over him. One arm wrapped around Qingyun's waist and restrained her with the other hand, completely subduing her. Even deprived of her ability to move, Qingyun's face remained stubborn, her mouth still spitting venom, hurling curses at Lin Tian. Her mouth spewed a torrent of filthy curses, and he mocked Lin Tian's abilities with insulting sarcasm. Lin Tian was genuinely enraged by Qingyun's tirade, and coldly demanded, "Did you just say you'd be my mount? You're dreaming. I'd rather die. I'd never let you have your way. You damned human. Let me go this instant, or I'll have my grandfather tear you to pieces." Lin Tian froze for a moment. This girl really had some issues, and she still hadn't realized. Her grandfather stood no chance against Lin Tian. Without another thought, and shoved Crimson Flame to the ground right there. "How dare you curse me, you bastard? Today I'll show you just how powerful I am." Then came Qingyun's furious roar echoing through the valley. And, after a thorough exchange, Qingyun had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Tian, and his former defiant spirit vanished without a trace. Yet even so, his eyes still burned with hatred, blaring fiercely at Lin Tian. A glance confirmed that Qingyun wanted to kill. Meeting her murderous gaze, Lin Tian departed with satisfaction. On this continent, Lin Tian had seen his fair share of women, but most were ladies like Xinxinghe and Luo Qingchang. Rarely had he encountered someone like Qingyun, an untamable like a wild colt. At least up to now, Lin Tian hadn't encountered a woman wilder than Qingyun. Across the entire 4 seas and 8 desolations, is as rare as a scorpion ting gold. After dealing with Qingyun, Lin Tian made no further delay. His business here was nearly concluded. Having already taken 2 demonic beings with him, Lin Tian naturally intended to take the fiery-tempered Crimson Flame with him as well. With that thought, Lin Tian made his way directly to the Dragon Emperor's palace. The Dragon Emperor was idly cultivating at that moment, and upon seeing Lin Tian's flustered expression, he instantly understood what was going on. Presuming Lin Tian and Crimson Flame had already crossed paths, and inwardly sighed, "That old peacock, the Wind Emperor, didn't lie to me. Lin Tian has indeed grown tired of the gentle type, and fiery types like Qingyun suit her taste just as well." Though he saw it clearly in his mind, her face wore an expression of utter surprise. "Lord Lin, what brings you here?" "Well, there's a dragon girl, whom I wish to take with me." Though he knew the old man was putting on airs, Lin Tian simply couldn't bear to part with that sensation. So he didn't bother with formalities, and laid out his terms directly. Hearing this, the old Dragon Emperor replied with a magnanimous expression. "You're too kind, Lord Chamberlain. I presume you have your eye on my fiery-tempered granddaughter, Crimson Flame? Since she has caught your eye, feel free to take her away. She could even serve as your mount. Should you two bear offspring, this emperor will personally name her crown prince." The Dragon Emperor's generosity took Lin Tian somewhat by surprise, and he even had a feeling that upon hearing Lin Tian intended to take Qingyun away, his face clearly radiated delight. Clearly, this granddaughter of his was a constant headache. But if Crimson Flame were to hear that her grandfather had so quickly sold her off to this lecherous wolf named Lin Tian, she would surely ask the Dragon Emperor, "Grandpa, is that polite?" Chapter 85, Resisting yet welcoming, hesitating yet speaking. Over the next few days, Lin Tian had already prepared to leave the Western Wastes, though his heart lingered on the life of wine and meat. But a man must look forward. A movie line from his past life put it well. 3,000 kilometers ahead, all you'll find are beauties. And his journey ahead would be far longer than 3,000 miles. Leaving aside the southern wastes for now, just the 4 realms of Central Plains alone, any one of them taken alone, exceeded the combined size of the eastern, western, southern, and northern wastes. Along this path, so many beauties awaiting his encounter. How could he linger in this tiny western wilderness? Lin Tian resolved to depart the western wilderness in 3 days' time. He prepared to return to his room, to get some proper rest. He'd been moving about too much lately, and he intended to recuperate. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The door opened. Xinxinghe wore her signature pale yellow plain silk gown today, entered Lin Tian's room. "Well, this is a rare sight. Young Master Lin didn't go out partying tonight. How unusual." Facing Xinxinghe's mockery, Lin Tian scratched his head, a slightly awkward smile appearing on his face. But soon, he composed himself and said earnestly, "Miss Xin, it's late at night. What brings you to my room?" What Lin Tian meant to say was, he wasn't in the mood tonight, and that she should come back another day. Young Master Lin, this humble maiden feels somewhat unwell today, and I'd like you to take a look at me. Lin Tian knew. Xinxinghe was lying. Come on, she's a powerhouse at the union with the Dao realm. How could she possibly feel unwell? She was clearly here to seek his expertise on rice cultivation projects and the human body software hardening project. Lin Tian didn't call her out on it. He rather enjoyed this hint of role-playing. After all, in his previous life, experiencing such services, it would have cost at least 10,000 yuan. What captivated Lin Tian most was that someone like Xinxinghe, who appeared so noble and elegant, the kind of goddess who would have seemed unreachable in his previous life, was now playing sensual games with him to please him, which only heightened his excitement. Indeed, it was the same in every world. The powerful always revel in the world. Lin Tian, far from being insensitive, he rose immediately, a look of concern on his face. Miss Shen, extend your hand. Let this young master examine it. What exactly the problem is? He sat beside Xinxinghe, placing one hand upon her snow-white wrist, as if taking her pulse with genuine intent. But in truth, his two lecherous hands were anything but still, rubbing her wrist incessantly while feigning deep concentration. Xinxinghe's fair face flushed slightly, yet she cooed sweetly. Now then, Mr. Lin, can you take my pulse from my leg? Are you trying to take advantage of this young lady? She flung away Lin Tian's wandering hand. This teasing, half-reluctant, half-welcoming approach instantly sent Lin Tian's blood surging through his veins, and his body reacted immediately. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to resist the urge to pounce, and continued to wrestle with Xinxinghe. Miss, judging by your pulse, suggests a troubled heart. Come, let this gentleman listen to your heartbeat. As he spoke, he leaned his head toward Xinxinghe's chest. Xinxinghe immediately dodged, and swiftly pulled her snow-white wrist from Lin Tian's grasp. Young Master Lin, this isn't quite right. After all, she hasn't even married yet. This hesitant refusal, this teasingly evasive, playing hard to get, made Lin Tian's face flush with excitement. Seizing the moment as Xinxinghe tried to evade him, he grabbed the ribbon at her waist, then gave it a gentle tug. Xinxinghe gasped in surprise. Spinning her around once, she was swept directly into Lin Tian's embrace, her face still bearing a feigned look of terror. Young Master Lin, you mustn't do this. If you keep this up, I'll scream. Though she clearly desired it, yet the look of panic on her face was portrayed with astonishing realism by Xinxinghe. Lin Tian even thought, if Xinxinghe lived on Earth, she would undoubtedly become an outstanding actress. He even thought the Oscars owed Xinxinghe a little gold statue. Amidst the tug of war, Lin Tian could no longer contain the raging fire within him, and completely forgot about the lack of deep communication they'd had in recent days. Completely forgotten. Transforming into a beast, demanding emotional fulfillment relentlessly. Seeing Lin Tian's state, a flicker of self-satisfaction rose in her heart. The reason she had tried so desperately to win Lin Tian's favor was precisely because she had discerned that Lin Tian would undoubtedly have countless women in the future. And that was something she couldn't control. Since she couldn't stop him from pursuing other women, she resolved to become the woman he couldn't live without. So she pulled out all the stops to win Lin Tian's favor, all to become the woman he couldn't resist. Within the room, the symphony of passion began to play once more. At the doorway, Li Linger stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Wow! Is Master really this open-minded? Sister Qinghe is so skilled. I must learn from her someday. She quickly flipped open her little notebook and began scribbling furiously in it. Soon it was time to part ways. Lin Tian's team had grown once more. Besides Li Linger, Hua Haiyu, now also included by Ji and I Huang and Qingyun. Yet these three held entirely different attitudes toward Lin Tian. Bai Ji glanced at Lin Tian with a hint of shyness in her eyes, while Ni Huang's eyes held a trace of fear, while Qingyun's eyes were filled with nothing but rage. Damn it, can't you hurry up? Everyone's waiting for you. You're a big guy, yet you're so damn slow. Qingyun looked utterly carefree, clearly still bitter about his grandfather selling him out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. Miss Qingyun, if I recall correctly, your grandfather said I could ride you like a mount, right? If you keep talking back like this, believe me, I might just make you my mount. At the word mount, Qingyun's face flushed with both shame and anger, furiously pointing at Lin Tian. You. She was about to say, you bastard, if you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. But remembering their last duel, she immediately swallowed the rest of her words. She shot Lin Tian a fierce glare, and said no more. Seeing this delinquent girl finally behave herself, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. We're setting out. This time, we're heading to the southern wastes. With that, he summoned his flying sword and led the group southward. Along the way, Lin Tian noticed Ni Huang remained silent the entire time. Head bowed low, avoiding his gaze. A mischievous thought took root in his mind and secretly transmitted his voice to Ni Huang. Hey, why are you keeping your head down? Chapter 86, Corpses Litter the Field. Ni Huang suddenly heard the telepathic voice. Her entire body jerked violently. Her gaze darting toward Lin Tian. Her eyes flickering with fear. Guild leader. Though you betrayed me, I should have killed you. But now your status is different. You've become my woman. So then, a playful smile touched his lips. Your punishment is to wash my feet for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Ni Huang's face twisted in disbelief. Master, you won't kill me? The rules of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion were strict, and traitors were never shown mercy. Ni Huang had assumed her death was certain. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian actually gave me a chance. I give every member of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion a choice. And this same opportunity is extended to you. So now your identity is no longer that of a Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion member, but merely my woman. Yes, the woman who washes this young master's feet. Hearing this, Ni Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the group entered the territory of the southern wastes. But to Lin Tian's surprise, once they arrived in the southern wastes, and after making arrangements with their own contacts, and arranged for the southern wilderness celestial messenger to meet them at the frontier of the southern wilderness, had failed to show up. This caused Lin Tian's brow to furrow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He had given everyone in the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion the chance to leave, and all the Heavenly Mechanics envoys of the southern wastes wouldn't be foolish enough to betray him at this moment. That left only one possibility: that something had gone wrong in the southern wastes. His divine sense swept rapidly across the entire southern wastes. Lin Tian's expression instantly turned grim. As his divine sense swept over the southern wastes, he discovered with horror that not a single living soul remained in the entire southern wastes. Or to be more precise, not a single living creature remained in the entire southern wastes. Lin Tian instantly tensed up, immediately pulling out the Western Wilderness Secret Realm from his storage space, and sent the women into the Western Wilderness Secret Realm. Then he began entering the lifeless southern wastes. Near the western frontier lay a minor sect, a sect with several thousand disciples, named the Moon-worshipping Sect. At that moment, the plaque bearing the sect's name was already soaked in blood. The once peaceful atmosphere within the sect had vanished, but lay deathly still, with the bodies of disciples strewn haphazardly across the floor. Lin Tian briefly examined the wounds on the corpses, all fatal strikes from a single, ruthless sword beam. He continued deeper into the sect's inner sanctum. After surveying the scene, Lin Tian took a deep breath. The entire moon worship sect, from the venerable patriarch down to the sect's elders and stewards, down to the inner and outer disciples, as well as the menial disciples, had all been killed with a single strike. Though the wound locations varied, the attacker's control of force was utterly precise. Each victim struck with precisely the force their cultivation level could not withstand. After surveying the scene once more, Lin Tian reached his conclusion. These people had been killed outright with a single strike. Moreover, after their deaths, the cultivation energy and vital essence that had escaped from their bodies had all been siphoned away by some peculiar method. Lin Tian immediately reached his conclusion. Someone in the western wastes, cultivating demonic arts at the cost of to cultivate demonic arts. Upon revisiting the ruins of several annihilated sects, he found them in the same state as the moon worship sect earlier. Scanning the entire southern wastes with his divine sense once more, and found that the southern wastes truly held no living beings left, he could only sigh, a wave of worry rising within me. For he had yet to uncover any trace of the southern wilderness's secret realm. It was now necessary to search the libraries of the great sects for any records concerning this matter. The largest sect in the southern wastes was a Buddhist temple, named the Temple. The situation within the temple was no better than in other sects. It was exactly the same. Everyone was killed with a single strike. Their vital essence and cultivation drained dry. Upon reaching the library of Temple, Lin Tian used his soul power to swiftly scan the entire library of a temple. Within half an hour, every single volume piled high in the library were thoroughly scanned by Lin Tian. Finally, he discovered records concerning the southern wilderness secret realm. It was the largest lake in the southern wilderness. At the bottom of Blue Moon Lake, the secret realm would open when moonlight shines upon the lake's depths. Though the full moon is still several days away, this poses no challenge to Lin Tian. The secret realms of the 4 seas and 8 desolations were almost all shaped by Tianji Z using the power of the Tao. So he only needed to pinpoint the exact location of the secret realm. He could harness the power of the Tao to draw the secret realm open ahead of schedule. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at Blue Moon Lake in the southern wastes. It was daytime now, and though the lake water was crystal clear, and the scene should have been one of vibrant vitality, yet now an extremely eerie scene unfolded upon the lake's surface, floating with the corpses of dead fish, and every single one had been drained of its essence. This left Lin Tian utterly perplexed. These demon cultivators truly aren't picky eaters, not even sparing the essence of fish. After a moment's thought, he decided not to waste any more time. For some reason, Lin Tian always felt a sense of urgency in his heart, as if he had forgotten something incredibly important, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He decided to stop overthinking it, channeling the power of the heavenly way within him. And sure enough, the southern wilderness secret realm responded, slowly rising from the lake's depths. Lin Tian wasted no words, charging directly into the secret realm. The moment he entered, Lin Tian felt as though he had sunk to the lake's depths, for the entire secret realm was filled with water. But for him, it posed no real obstacle. For the unease in his heart, Lin Tian didn't dwell on it, and upon sensing the primordial source of water here, he immediately proceeded to the core of the secret realm. After extracting the water's primordial source, he departed the secret realm. Though he had obtained the water's primordial source, Lin Tian's unease not only failed to dissipate, but grew even more intense. So he decided to release everyone, to deliberate together. Xin Xinghe, as a woman of letters, after hearing Lin Tian's account of the southern wastes, instantly grasped the crux of the matter. You mean, these people have been dead for about 3 days, correct? Lin Tian nodded. But the unease in his heart grew heavier. So that means that demon cultivator slaughtered everyone in the southern wastes 3 days ago. If you were that demonic cultivator, where would you go next? Hearing Xin Xinghe's question, Lin Tian felt his mind go blank, and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This demonic cultivator in pursuit of demonic arts. He slaughtered every living soul in the southern wastes. And his next move would surely be the eastern wastes or western wastes bordering the southern wastes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Tian immediately barked coldly. You go into the secret realm first. Quick! Anxious expression already appeared on his face, his unease intensifying. If that demon cultivator heads to the western wastes, the western wastes had 3 great demon emperors. They could easily hold them off until reinforcements arrived. But if he went to the eastern wastes, then Li Wanqiu, Luo Qingcheng, Su Qiu and my own women would be in grave danger. Chapter 87, Return to the Eastern Wastes. Great Qian Dynasty. Li Wanqiu had just dismissed court. Due to the Qingyun sect's downfall, the remnants of the Qingyun sect, orchestrated by the Qinglian sect, began to be steadily absorbed by the Great Qian Dynasty. The former site of the Qingyun sect was even raided by Li Wanqiu's troops. The treasures within its treasury, along with cultivation manuals and the like, were all seized by the Great Qian Dynasty. Qingshan Academy had intended to intervene, but was blocked by the Qinglian sect. After reviewing the final official document, Li Wanqiu stretched lazily, turned around and sought his phoenix-patterned bed, and memories of that absurd and frenzied night surfaced in her mind. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, and for a moment a dreamy look filled her eyes. Just as she was lost in thought, a teasing voice suddenly reached her ears. Well, Your Majesty, are you perhaps reminiscing over an old flame? Missing this young master? At the sound, Li Wanqiu whirled around, to find Lin Tian standing in her bedchamber, gazing at her with a hint of amusement on his face. Seeing that face that haunted her dreams, Li Wanqiu found herself inexplicably, though a smile played upon her lips. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string, streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Then, a fragrant breeze swept past, and Li Wanqiu threw herself directly into Lin Tian's embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around him, as if terrified he might vanish again at any moment. Lin Tian felt only a soft, fragrant, warm body landing in his arms, carrying a wave of sweet fragrance. Then, 2 eager lips pressed against his. 2 bodies became tightly entwined. In the grand hall, the long-forgotten melody began to play once more. After the storm had passed and the downpour ceased, Lin Tian whispered into Li Wanqiu's ear. So, what do you say? Will you come with this young master? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Wanqiu felt deeply tempted. Yet the empire of Diqian weighed upon her like a heavy burden, a legacy passed down through generations. And until she found a suitable successor, she could never simply walk away. There's nothing to be done. Lin Tian sensed a shadow of gloom deepen in the eyes of the person in his arms. He already knew Li Wanqiu's answer. and pressed no further. Everyone has their own life, their own concerns. Not everyone could be like Qingyun, to be by his side with nothing but himself. This was precisely why Lin Tian cherished Qingyun most. Forethoughts from afar could never compare to enduring companionship. Lin Tian didn't press Li Wanqiu either. For just moments ago, as they were deep in conversation, his divine sense had already scanned the entire eastern wastes and detected no unusual changes. Evidently, after slaughtering the entire southern wastes, had likely headed straight for the western wastes, having just traveled from the western wastes to the southern wastes, and thus missed this mysterious figure. That night, while Li Wanqiu slept, Lin Tian slipped a spatial ring onto her finger, then rose and departed the eastern wastes. Due to the urgency of the situation, he did not visit Qingyun Sect to see Luo Qingcheng. At that moment in the western wastes, above the demon race's holy city, a mysterious figure clad in black robes was continuously absorbing the remnants of power, the residual cultivation essence of fallen demonic tribesmen, and the vital essence from the corpses of the demonic race. The three great demon emperors launched frenzied assaults upon the cloaked figure. Yet they couldn't even breach his defenses. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor were at the third tier of the Emperor realm, while the Fox Emperor was at the second tier. Yet before this mysterious cloaked figure, were utterly overwhelmed. This suffocating power they had only ever experienced when facing Lin Tian. But now, the three of them felt that this cloaked figure's strength was on par with Lin Tian's. If Lin Tian knew they were comparing this trashy heretic cultivator to him, he'd likely spit blood in rage. Nearly all the demonic creatures within the holy city were wiped out by the formations laid by this mysterious figure, while simultaneously absorbing the residual cultivation and vital essence of the fallen demonic beings, while simultaneously battling the three great demon emperors. Though it was a 1-against-3 situation, the three great demon emperors were completely overwhelmed, sustaining injuries of varying severity. Yet they showed no sign of retreat, desperately striving to eliminate this mysterious figure. The reason was simple: nearly all members of the three great clans had gathered in the holy city, only to be wiped out in one fell swoop by this mysterious figure. It could be said that the very foundations of the Western Wastes demonic clans had been utterly destroyed by this mysterious figure. Among the members of the three great clans, except for Ni Huang, Bai Ji, and Qingyun, who followed Lin Tian out of the Western Wastes, and the three great demon emperors before them, every single member of the other clans has been wiped out by this mysterious figure. The three great demon emperors were now fighting for their lives, each transforming into their beast forms. A massive eastern dragon, entirely jet black, a piercing phoenix cry, and the mournful wail of a fox. The three demon emperors, in their divine forms, lunged toward the black-clad figure. As the three colossal figures charged toward him, a trace of disdain flickered in the black-robed figure's eyes. A mocking curve touched his lips. Back in the day, when your demon clan had just broken free from the demon realm of Central Continent, how glorious you were. You boasted 3 peak Emperor Realm Masters. Now, in your twilight years, have fallen so low, barely scraping into the Emperor Realm. Truly, the world is ever-changing. Hearing the black-robed figure's scorn, the three demon emperors' eyes turned bloodshot as they roared in fury. It's all because of you damned humans, who banished us to this barren wasteland. We trusted your human lies, and now we've fallen to this. Today our clan faces annihilation, and we blame only our own naivety. The three great demon emperors all assumed this man was one of Lin Tian's followers. No sooner had he departed, and this cloaked figure emerged to annihilate the demon race, leaving them all seething with rage. The cloaked figure paid no heed to the three demon emperors' retorts. In his eyes, the three great demon emperors were like fish in a barrel, doomed to be eliminated by him sooner or later, after which he would absorb their demonic energy to become part of his own cultivation. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, and he felt he was but a single step away to break through the Emperor Realm and become a legendary being. Therefore, to enhance his strength, he spares no effort in using all living beings on the Southern Wastes continent, all living creatures as sacrifices. Yet this proved woefully inadequate. So he journeyed to the Western Wastes. The Western Wastes. The Western Wastes have once again been subjected to a brutal massacre. This is your final chance. Submit to me, and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will make your souls to wail in the abyss of eternity. You wish. There have only ever been demon clans who died in battle, never demonic beings who became slaves to the human race. The three great demon emperors roared in fury, their true forms erupting with overwhelming power, charging toward the cloaked figure. Yet each attack was effortlessly deflected. A clear flash of anger appeared on the cloaked figure's face, clearly losing patience. Very well. This emperor has grown weary of playing with you. Now, let this emperor send you on your way. Chapter 88. The Heavenly Mechanism Secret Realm. The opportunity to reach the summit. As the words fell, a vast swirl of black mist surged from the cloaked figure's body. Within the swirling darkness, distorted human faces seemed to writhe, wailing incessantly. The sound sent chills down one's spine, shaking both mind and spirit. The dark mist steadily condensed, forming an enormous mountain-splitting axe. Compared to this colossal axe, like an ant. Yet this ant, nonetheless, swung the massive axe with sheer force. The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a pitch-black crescent-shaped slash, emitting a piercing shriek, mingled with piercing wails, slashing viciously toward the three great demon emperors. Clearly, the cloaked figure had unleashed his full might, aiming to take down the three demon emperors in one decisive blow. Facing the oncoming crescent-shaped slash, the three demon emperors' eyes turned crimson. Yet their eyes betrayed a resolute glint. A piercing dragon's roar and a passionate phoenix's cry, mingled with the sorrowful wail of a fox. The three demon emperors knew that after this move, their lives would be utterly surrendered here. Yet none of them retreated. Nor did they flee. Because of the Western Waste seal against the demon race, they had no means of escape. As the black beam drew ever closer, the three great demon emperors could even hear the wails of the vengeful spirits upon it, and felt the breath of death closing in. Just as they had prepared themselves for death, a somewhat gaunt hand suddenly appeared before their eyes. That strike, laden with destructive force and the wails of vengeful spirits, was caught by that seemingly ordinary hand. The crescent-shaped slash seemed to be restrained, stopping in its tracks. The dark aura upon the slash, upon touching that pale hand, like a demon doused in holy light, began to sizzle and dissolve. Break! With Lin Tian's furious roar, that circular slash of boundless might was forcibly shattered by Lin Tian. Snap! After the slash was forcibly shattered, the cloaked figure seemed to suffer backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His gaze toward Lin Tian now tinged with terror. The deathly pale face beneath the hood was etched with utter disbelief. He was a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. That strike just now, even the strongest Emperor Realm powerhouse in Central Plains could not have parried it effortlessly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the cloaked figure coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Lin Tian did not answer his question, but retorted coldly, "Was the Southern Waste slaughtered by you?" Hearing this, the cloaked figure paused in surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to care about this matter. He coldly replied, "Yes, I did it. Just like the demonic tribes here. Nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Their existence only wastes this world's resources." Hearing these words, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a maddened killing intent. He had killed many before, but such indiscriminate, large-scale slaughter was utterly unacceptable to Lin Tian, a man from a civilized society. "I answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer me. Who exactly are you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth, Lin Tian suddenly materialized before him. A massive hand clamped down hard on the black-robed man's throat. For the first time, a flicker of fear flickered in the dark-robed man's eyes. For Lin Tian's speed was simply too swift. Before he could even react, he had already fallen into Lin Tian's grasp. And once Lin Tian's hand clamped down on his neck, he felt himself lose all connection to the spiritual energy within his body. Unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy to resist, Lin Tian's face was twisted with fury. And with one hand, he lifted him as easily as a small chicken. He hoisted him up and slapped him across the head with the other hand. "Search his soul." A cold voice erupted from Lin Tian's mouth. The black-robed figure was about to mock Lin Tian for overestimating himself, to attempt a soul search on him, a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. But in the next instant, the laughter vanished from his face. For he felt his soul was being crushed under Lin Tian's overwhelming pressure, was utterly fragile. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming consciousness, completely eroding his mind. A torrent of information surged relentlessly toward Lin Tian. After reading the demon cultivator's memories, Lin Tian finally understood that this black-robed figure was a free cultivator from Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, he had reached the emptiness realm, only to hit a complete cultivation bottleneck, unable to advance further. By chance, he obtained a demonic art capable of absorbing the residual energy and vital essence of cultivators at the moment of death. Thus, he severed ties with his sect in Central Plains, and settled permanently at the border of the 4 realms of Central Continent, preying upon lone cultivators, absorbing their cultivation to enhance his own power. Over the course of 1,000 years, his power surged from the empty Enlightenment realm all the way to the Emperor realm. Recently, however, with the emergence of the Heavenly Mechanism Secret Realm on the Central Plains continent, all factions have grown restless. Legend holds that within the heavenly mechanism's secret realm lies something capable of enabling one to break through to the Emperor realm. Though signs of its opening remain visible, it has been sealed off by Zhangzhou's top factions, with several Emperor-level patriarchs personally stationed at its entrance, to swiftly enhance their strength and gain entry into the heavenly mechanism's secret realm. This cloaked figure conceived a plan to venture into the 4 desolate realms of East, West, South, and North, massacring living beings on a grand scale, thereby boosting his combat prowess, thereby gaining an edge in the battle for the heavenly mechanism's secret realm. Gain a certain advantage. After absorbing all life in the southern wilderness alone, his power had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. And after exterminating the demonic tribes of the western wastes this time, he sensed his stagnant cultivation began to show signs of loosening. If he could absorb all 3 demon emperors, he would break through to the Emperor realm. Alas, he fell just short. He would have realized his ambition, only to have it shattered by Lin Tian. The 3 great demon emperors had assumed this black-robed figure was sent by Lin Tian, and prepared to exterminate the demon race entirely. But upon seeing Lin Tian rescue the 3, and then took action against that cloaked figure, their gazes turned toward Lin Tian with a mix of shock and suspicion. Clearly, they still couldn't fully trust Lin Tian at this moment. Having just endured the agony of near extinction, all 3 were like startled birds. After understanding the situation, Lin Tian suddenly realized that in this world, there were indeed things beyond one's control, such as the dark faction that bestowed demonic arts upon this man, or the organization. In the memories Lin Tian implanted into the black-robed figure, he couldn't see the man's face at all, clearly indicating his memories had been tampered with. Altering memories like this requires extraordinary methods and special secret techniques to accomplish. Even for Lin Tian to accomplish such a feat would require harnessing the power of the Tao itself. Seeing no further valuable information, Lin Tian decided he couldn't let this black-robed figure off so easily. Having absorbed vast quantities of cultivator's essence blood and cultivation energy, and his body was now saturated with immense resentment. So Lin Tian thrust his hand through the black-robed man's chest, and ripped out every last shred of his cultivation, completely crippling his cultivation. He then purged the impurities from that peak Emperor realm cultivation essence. Deprived of his cultivation, the vengeful spirits within the black-robed man began to run amok, constantly eroding his flesh. When the cloaked figure finally regained consciousness, he let out a piercing, agonized scream. Chapter 89, Storm Clouds Gather. His cultivation had been completely destroyed by Lin Tian. The black-robed man's abilities were no longer sufficient to suppress the uncontrollable vengeful spirits within his body. Those he had slain with his demonic arts had transformed into faces filled with resentment, relentlessly tearing at the black-robed man's soul. Lin Tian employed extraordinary methods to strip the black-robed man of his cultivation. He did not harm the soul itself. His soul remained that of an emperor-level being, merely bound within the physical body by Lin Tian, meaning that unless the body moved, the soul could not move, and could only watch helplessly as his soul, endlessly devoured by countless vengeful spirits, emitting agonized wails. After dealing with the cloaked figure, Lin Tian turned his gaze toward the 3 great demon emperors. In the recent battle, the 3 great demon emperors were wounded by the dark-robed figure's demonic arts, now clinging to life by a thread, their faces etched with utter exhaustion. After briefly examining the 3 demon emperors' injuries, thankfully, there was still hope for their recovery. For the demonic race primarily cultivates the physical body, and place little emphasis on the power of the soul. Thus, when confronted with the black-robed figure's soul attacks, they were utterly helpless. Now the souls of the 3 have been ravaged by that demon cultivator's vengeful spirit. Such injuries, for others, might be beyond healing, but for a 6-sided warrior like Lin Tian, it was nothing but child's play. The 3 great demon emperors had initially doubted Lin Tian, but after witnessing him eliminate the black-robed figure with their own eyes, their gaze toward him finally softened. Clearly, Lin Tian and that black-robed figure were not of the same ilk. Half an hour later, after purging the toxins from the 3 demon emperors, Lin Tian began meticulously reviewing the entire incident. In the black-robed man's memories, the black-clad figure who appeared, he couldn't discern the man's cultivation level. This meant someone new. Someone might search for this robed figure's memories. So he deliberately distorted this person's memories. And this person must be aware of my existence. Otherwise, across the entire continent, no one would believe that someone could perform soul searching on a peak Emperor Realm cultivator. Clearly, that black-clad figure was targeting him. So was he acting alone, or was he part of an organization? After pondering for a long while, Lin Tian still couldn't make sense of it. Finally, he could only let out a faint, hollow sigh. It seems this mess in Zhengzhou is indeed very deep. As he pondered, Lin Tian realized it was time to prepare for his journey to Central Plains. After all, by day she was the ice-cold older sister. And at night, Gu Yufei, the sweet-voiced lowly, was still waiting for him. Or perhaps waiting to take him out. But before heading to Central Plains, I must first clean up the mess in the southern wastes. Now both the southern wastes and western wastes have been utterly reduced to wasteland. The western wastes under the demonic tribes are still manageable, as Lin Tian's arrival was timely enough. And there were still quite a few survivors. The three great demon emperors, disheartened, and renegotiated terms with Lin Tian. Lin Tian's celestial mechanics pavilion would provide sanctuary for the demon clans. And the demon race would never set foot outside the western wastes again. Having endured such calamity, the demon race would require at least 1,000 years. Would require at least 1,000 years of arduous time. As for how to handle the southern wastes, Lin Tian had already formulated his own plan. The southern wastes bordered the eastern wastes. So by relocating part of the eastern wastes population to a portion of the southern wastes, it is believed that after several centuries, the southern wastes would regain its former vitality. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian flew toward the Qingyun sect in the eastern wastes. It had been nearly a year since he left the eastern wastes, and he found himself missing Luo Qingqing quite a bit. So he seized this chance to reunite with her briefly. It was worth mentioning that Lin Tian hadn't anticipated that the celestial messenger of the eastern wastes was none other than the Xiaoyao patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. No wonder he became the only powerhouse in the eastern wastes to break through to the divine transformation realm. At first, even Lin Tian thought it might be due to his exceptional talent. But who would have thought he was the heavenly mechanism envoy? And one he had personally eliminated. Truly, life is unpredictable. A case of the pot calling the kettle black. At this moment in the Blue Lotus sect, Luo Qingcheng gazed out the window in boredom. In just 1 year, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the Huatian realm. And she could almost see herself breaking through the Huatian realm and enter the emptiness clarity stage. Perhaps because Lin Tian's cultivation was too formidable. It seemed that every woman who had engaged in deep spiritual exchange with Lin Tian experienced a sudden surge in their cultivation, as was the case with Luo Qingcheng, and Su Qiuyue was no exception. Ever since Lin Tian departed, Luo Qingcheng often found herself lost in thought within her boudoir. Each time she saw the familiar furnishings in the room, she would recall that wild night with Lin Tian. Deep down, she yearned to follow Lin Tian away. Yet she couldn't bring herself to abandon the Qingyun sect. After all, this was where she had grown up, and she had long since come to regard it as her home. Ha! A long sigh escaped her lips. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. But she quickly wiped them away. Just as she turned around, ready to sit cross-legged for meditation, a voice drifted in through the window. "Hey there, beauty. Standing by the window, pining for your lover?" Hearing this voice tinged with mockery, Luo Qingqing shuddered, and abruptly turned to look out the window, only to find nothing there. She rubbed her temples. Luo Qingqing thought her longing had grown so intense. Had been hearing things. Her dark brows furrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Then turned to go for a walk. But just as she turned, a pair of strong hands silently encircled her slender waist from behind. Feeling that familiar scent, Luo Qingqing felt her entire body tremble violently, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Then, Lin Tian's teasing voice reached her ears. "My beauty. After so long apart, you must have missed this young master terribly. Come, let this gentleman examine you. If you've lost any weight lately." As he spoke, his two large hands on Luo Qingqing's body began wandering restlessly up and down her body. Luo Qingqing felt all her strength drain away, and whirled her head around. To see Lin Tian's face, a face she both loved and hated. She spun around abruptly, and threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. Then the two kissed passionately. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. And they truly hadn't seen each other in ages. Luo Qingqing responded passionately to Lin Tian. Free of the awkwardness and unfamiliarity of their first time, she let herself go completely. To please Lin Tian. It took them the entire afternoon. Did the two finally conclude their exchange? Lin Tian embraced Luo Qingqing, gazing at her beautiful face with utter contentment. "How long can you stay this time?" Having just weathered a storm, Luo Qingqing's voice was soft and sweet, carrying a bone-deep allure. "I'll leave only after I've fed you to your heart's content," Lin Tian teased. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's lovely face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. "By the way, interested in expanding and strengthening the Qingyun sect?" Chapter 90, The New Heavenly Mechanism Envoy. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Qingcheng looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. Thanks to him, the Blue Lotus sect was now the most powerful sect in the Eastern Wastelands. Last time, Su Qiuyue led her puppets. Single-handedly annihilated the Qingyun sect. Spread throughout the Eastern Wastes. The other major sects of the Eastern Wastes have all expressed their allegiance to the Blue Lotus sect. Lin Tian suddenly heard her mention whether she should expand and strengthen her influence. Though she didn't quite grasp the situation. Out of trust in Lin Tian, Luo Qingcheng asked in a sweet voice, "What do you need us to do?" Lin Tian replied, "The southern wastes have just endured a catastrophe. All living beings have been sacrificed. Now the southern wastes are a vast treasure trove. Many major sect members have been wiped out. Yet the resources, the treasure trove, and the library remain intact. Shall we have the Blue Lotus sect take control?" Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng's interest was piqued. Though she grew up in the Eastern Wastes, she knew little of the outside world. The sect's archives recorded that among the 8 wastes, the Eastern Wastes were the weakest, while the Southern Wastes were roughly equal in strength to the Northern Wastes. Now there was an opportunity to take control of the entire Southern Wastes. Doesn't that mean that the Qingyun sect would become the greatest sect in both the Eastern and Southern Wastes? At this thought, her face lit up with eager anticipation. I can lead the Blue Lotus sect there. But what about the Eastern Wastes? Leave the Eastern Wasteland to junior sister Qiuyue. At the mention of Su Qiuyue's name, a hint of jealousy flickered in Luo Qingcheng's eyes. I knew there was something between you two. Ugh, you scumbag. Lin Tian scratched his head, grinning foolishly. His large hands wrapped around Luo Qingcheng began to grow restless once more. That evening, Su Qiuyue was playing chess with another woman. If Lin Tian had seen the person sitting across from Su Qiuyue, he would surely be stunned. The woman across from Su Qiuyue, none other than Qin Rongrong, the demonic sect spy and senior disciple of Qingyun sect. Earlier, Lin Tian had been left in a precarious situation by Empress Li Wanqiu. Had casually threatened the senior disciple, forcing her to submit to his coercion. After Lin Tian departed the Eastern Wastes, Qingyun sect attacked the Dacian imperial court, only to be annihilated by Su Qiuyue and her puppets. Qin Rongrong saw the situation was turning dire. He took off in a hurry and fled to the Blue Lotus sect. As for why Su Qiuyue took in Qin Rongrong, was for another reason. Because after Lin Tian opened the Heavenly Mechanism fan, both of them had awakened their memories. Both having been Heavenly Mechanism guards of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Which was yet another twist of fate. At this moment, the two were engaged in a serious game of chess. Qin Rongrong had gained the upper hand in the game. Su Qiuyue was contemplating her next move. Just then, a voice she recognized all too well called out from behind her. 9 of 17, thunder. Before Su Qiuyue could react, she placed the piece on that spot, and the situation instantly reversed. Only after her delicate hand withdrew, she finally registered the voice behind her. Her body trembled slightly as she whirled around, only to find the figure she had longed for day and night. Forgetting Qin Rongrong's presence, she threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. Qin Rongrong wasn't as carefree as Su Qiuyue. Her gaze merely dimmed slightly, glanced at the two of them in their affectionate embrace. She prepared to leave, but Lin Tian swiftly moved aside and pulled her into his arms. Thus, the game between two players became a three-way affair. The next morning, after helping Lin Tian dress, Lin Tian solemnly addressed the two. Now then, the celestial messengers of the Eastern Wastes and Southern Wastes have both perished. Would either of you like to take over this position? Hearing this, both women trembled slightly. Within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the hierarchy was extremely rigid, and ranks were always determined by innate talent. Those with the weakest aptitude could only become Tianji guards, while those with superior aptitude became Heavenly Mechanism envoys. Within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the only one with the authority to promote them is the Pavilion Master. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, both men's faces lit up with excitement. After some discussion, Qin Rongrong prepared to follow Luo Qingcheng to the Southern Wastes, while Su Qiuyue would remain at the Qinglian sect in the Eastern Wastes. After assigning the Celestial Mechanics envoys, for the safety of his women, Lin Tian resolved to help them enhance their strength, to prevent those practicing demonic arts, to slaughter the outer 4 wastes. He glanced at the two of them with a hint of teasing. Now then, if you please me well, I'll let you break through to the Tao merging realm. Before he could finish, the two women sprang into action as if injected with adrenaline. Thus, thunder rumbled across the heavens, and the Tribulation became Lin Tian's new plaything once more. Thunder Tribulation, is that polite? I'm a mud frog. The women now sealed within the Western Waste secret realm by Lin Tian could never have imagined that Lin Tian would secretly meet. To meet his old flame in secret. Though the sharp-witted Xinxingha had likely guessed. She was a highly intelligent woman. She didn't call him out on it. Instead, she helped Lin Tian cover it up in front of the other women. She led the group of women into the Western Wilderness secret realm to begin their exploration. After all, the realm held an abundance of rare treasures. Many of which were things they had never heard of or seen before. Shi Yan, Bai Ji, and Anai Huang remained unaware of the calamity that had befallen the demonic race. And continued their carefree search for rare treasures within. Any dangerous entities within. Had long been cleared away by Lin Tian. And now this Western Wilderness secret realm serves as Lin Tian's preparation for establishing a sect in Central Plains. To establish a sect. To serve as a spiritual herb garden. Outside the secret realm. After helping Su Chouyue and Qin Rongrong enhance their strength, Lin Tian bid farewell to Luo Qingcheng. And arrived at the imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty. Given the situation in the Western Wastes, sect-level organizations alone were far from sufficient. A large population was also needed for development and growth. For such matters, having the Great Qian dynasty handle them was far more convenient than relying on those sects. Upon meeting Li Wanqiu, he immediately played his trump card. Do you wish to expand our borders? And become an emperor whose name echoes through the annals of history? This single sentence instantly ignited the warlike instincts within Li Wanqiu. Even her eyes revealed a look of fervent obsession. The lands bequeathed by our ancestors, her great-grandfather, grandfather, and father, had never expanded upon this foundation. Expand the borders. Yet she, a woman, had achieved it. And from what Lin Tian implied, it was the entire southern wilderness? This news made her breath quicken. Everyone stared at Lin Tian with eyes practically dripping with admiration. Thus, clad in the dragon robe. After satisfying Lin Tian for 3 days, Lin Tian did not let her sacrifice go unrewarded. And likewise elevated her strength to the Dao merging realm. 3 days later, following deliberations at the court assembly, the Great Qian dynasty initiated a large-scale population relocation plan. Upon learning of the Empress's territorial expansion, all knelt before the throne, shouting "Long live our Empress!" Thus, the affairs of the Western Wilderness were resolved perfectly. Once everything was back on track, Lin Tian began his march towards Central Plains. Chapter 91, The 7-Star Envoys. The moment Lin Tian set foot in Central Plains, the 7-star envoys of the Central Plains from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were already waiting at the border. 7-star envoy Tian Shu. 7-star envoy Tian Xian. 7-star envoy Tian Gue. 7-star envoy Tian Quan. 7-star envoy of Jade Balance. The 7 stars govern Kaiyang. The 7 stars manifest Yao Guang. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Hearing these 7 crisp, melodious female voices, Lin Tian's heart screamed, holy. Though the 7 women before him kept their heads bowed, Lin Tian could sense through his divine perception that all 7 were stunning beauties. Their beauty rivaling even that of Luo Qingcheng. Lin Tian's mind immediately began to rant inwardly. This Tianji Zi must be a lecherous old man. That the so-called 7-star envoys were all women. And each one was exactly his type. Which delighted Lin Tian immensely. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian held the Heavenly Mechanism fan in one hand. And coldly inquired. Is there anyone among you willing to leave the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? I'm giving you one chance. And this is your only chance. The Pavilion Master keeps his word. If you wish to leave, this Pavilion Master will let you go. But if you choose to remain in the Tianji Pavilion, and dare to betray the Tianji Pavilion, this Pavilion Master will make you taste a fate worse than death. As Lin Tian spoke these words, an unconsciously emanating aura of authority, the 7-star envoys of Central Plains once again knelt respectfully upon the ground. We swear to follow the Pavilion Master to the death. As long as we are members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, we shall remain members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion for all eternity. Hearing their words, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Having wielded the big stick, it was time to offer the sweet carrot. Here is the improved version of the Heavenly Mechanics Manual. Now entrusted to you. It will swiftly restore you to your former peak condition. And even surpass your former peak. But likewise, should any thoughts of betraying this Pavilion Master arise in your minds, the Heavenly Mechanics Manual will eradicate you immediately. Upon hearing they could enhance their strength, their faces immediately lit up with delighted smiles. And knelt once more in gratitude. Does our Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion have headquarters in Central Plains? The 7 exchanged glances. Before Yu Hong replied. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, the headquarters of our Tianji Pavilion is within the Heavenly Mechanics Secret Realm. And accessing the Secret Realm requires the Heavenly Mechanics fan in your possession. He frowned. So the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion was within a secret realm. No wonder time stood still. He had scoured the entire continent without finding any trace of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. At this realization, Lin Tian frowned, deeply dissatisfied with this situation. The reason was simple: the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had lain dormant for 10,000 years, and few factions in Central Plains that still held reverence for the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. And Lin Tian understood that some ancient factions are now targeting him personally. That cloaked figure being the prime example, and the figure behind the cloaked man loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. Therefore, upon arriving in Central Plains, his first priority was to rebuild the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. And the current situation in Central Plains was exceedingly delicate. The appearance of the Heavenly Mechanism Secret Realm at the junction of Zhongzhou's four realms. All factions have begun massively amassing forces along the borders. Near the Tenji Secret Realm, friction between the four realms continues to escalate, at any moment threatening to erupt into full-scale war across the central continent's four realms. However, Lin Tian paid little heed to these developments. His foremost concern now was the mentally unstable young woman from the immortal Gu family, Gu Yufei. The Gu family was likely one of the immortal clans within the mortal realm of Central Plains. Therefore, Lin Tian resolved to establish the headquarters of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion within the mortal realm. But a problem arose. Establishing a sect requires vast resources and manpower. Manpower is manageable. Lin Tian had just discussed this with the 7-star envoys. The Celestial Mechanics Pavilion in Central Plains not only has 7-star envoys, but also 100 Heavenly Mechanics envoys and 100,000 Heavenly Mechanics guards. The peak strength of the 7-star envoys reaches the Emperor realm, far surpassing the Heavenly Mechanism envoys. Lin Tian was thoroughly satisfied with these numbers. Upon arriving in the human realm, Lin Tian immediately sensed the location of the human realm's primordial secret realm. Unlike the four desolate realms of the east, west, north, and south, the primordial secret realm of the human realm seemed to resonate with Lin Tian. The moment he stepped into the human realm, he sensed the secret realm's location. Moreover, the location of the secret realm happened to be exceptionally advantageous geographically, with exceptionally dense spiritual energy, with mountains and waters, a place of natural beauty. Upon entering the primordial realm of the human realm, Lin Tian obtained the earth primordial essence. After selecting a location, Lin Tian resolved to establish his sect here. To establish his sect and found the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, the vast resources required to build a faction, and during the time of stasis, had already amassed more than enough. And now was the time to put those resources to use. Harnessing the power of the Tao, Lin Tian silently sensed the surrounding landscape. From his storage ring, spirit veins continuously shot forth, merging into the depths of the earth's veins. After deploying over 100 spirit veins, the positioning of each spirit vein began to resonate with one another. This was the grand sect formation Lin Tian had arranged. Within this grand formation, infused with the power of the Tao, so that even peak Emperor realm experts, trapped within this formation, they would be unable to escape. Then, the four primordial forces in his hands flickered. Under Lin Tian's activation, the golden power was sealed by an array atop the main peak of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The wood power blazed with intense radiance, and magnificent structures rose from the ground. This mountain range comprised precisely 8 peaks, and the wood force constructed numerous buildings upon each one. Under Lin Tian's guidance, the water and earth elements began reshaping the landscape, with the 7 subsidiary peaks precisely aligned with the positions of the Big Dipper, while the main peak aligns with the North Star. Thus, the main peak and the other 7 peaks once again formed an array. After Lin Tian reinforced it with the power of the Heavenly Way, the Heavenly Gang's Big Dipper 7 stars formation was complete. Thus, the entire sect's grand formation was divided into 2 parts. One part being a defensive formation composed of spiritual veins, while the other was an offensive formation composed of the peaks. The Heavenly Gang's Big Dipper 7-star formation. Once all preparations were complete, under the stunned gaze of the 7-star envoys, Lin Tian declared without breaking a sweat, "From now on, the 7 of you will assume the positions of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Each of you shall become the peak master of your respective peaks. Now, go and visit our new sect." With that, he led the 7-star envoys, their faces still frozen in astonishment, and headed deeper into the sect's inner sanctum. Lin Tian couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something, but he couldn't quite place it. It wasn't until he passed by a medicinal herb field. It suddenly dawned on him. Qingyun and the others were still trapped in the Western Waste secret realm. He immediately summoned the Western Waste secret realm, with the entrance set upon the main peak. When Qingyun and the others emerged, Facing her slightly resentful gaze, Lin Tian scratched his head awkwardly. To hide his awkwardness, Lin Tian immediately avoided Qingyun's gaze, instead turning to Yu Hong beside him and asking, has anything major happened in the human realm lately? Yu Hong pondered for a moment, and respectfully replied, Master, the Gu family of Changqing recently hosted the Sect competition that takes place once every 100 years in the mortal realm. I hear they plan to select a husband for Gu Yufei. Select a husband for Gu Yufei, the Gu family's legitimate daughter. Hearing this, Lin Tian perked up immediately, furrowed his brow slightly, and asked in a cold tone, So this amounts to a martial arts match for marriage? Seeing Yu Hong nod, Lin Tian's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 92, Heading to the Gu family. If one were to ask which woman across the entire continent, which woman held the greatest anticipation for Lin Tian, the answer in his heart, it would undoubtedly be Gu Yufei. Therefore, he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on Gu Yufei. As for the so-called sect competition, Lin Tian understood well, was simply a gathering of prodigies under 200 years old from all major sects, to engage in friendly competition, and use the strength of the younger generation to gauge the overall power of their sects. If he wished to participate in this competition, he would need to conceal his identity as the pavilion master. After all, other sects send their direct disciples to compete, and it would be rather inappropriate for me, a hall master, to go and bully them. Would be rather inappropriate given my position. But this matter posed no challenge to Lin Tian. Though time stood still, he experienced 10,000 years. In reality, he remained a young man in his 20s. So in terms of status, he could have his subordinates address him as young master. So when facing those young talents, he wouldn't appear to be bullying his juniors. Upon hearing that Lin Tian was about to depart, her subordinates 1 flower, 2 jades, and 3 demons all clamored to accompany him. Lin Tian shuddered instantly. Xinxingha and the Fong sisters were manageable. But with Qingyun's temperament, once they reached the Gu household, if she took a dislike to someone, and flipped the table on the spot. So he decided against it. In the end, Lin Tian decided to bring Yu Hong and Yao Guang, along with Xinxingha and the Fong sisters. After all, with nothing else to do, arranging flowers and playing with jade would be quite pleasant. Among the 7 heavenly mechanics envoys, Yu Hong and Yao Guang were the ones who most appealed to Lin Tian's taste. Xinxingha remained her usual self. Upon hearing Lin Tian intended to take her along, she insisted on pulling at Lin Tian's sleeve. Oh my, our great young master Lin, going out to pick up girls, and he still thinks to bring this lady along? Hearing Xinxingha's words, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lin Tian's face, but he quickly thickened his skin and replied, I just wanted Miss Xin to help me screen the candidates. Not at all. Matters concerning you, young master Lin. How could a delicate lady like me presume to speak? Watching Xinxingha pout, her face flushed with jealousy, Lin Tian instantly felt a surge of emotion. He realized that the woman he couldn't live without now was undoubtedly Xinxingha. The reason was simple. Xinxingha was exceptionally skilled at providing emotional support. She knew exactly how to strike the right balance. And whenever their relationship faced tension, Xinxingha handles it perfectly, neither letting Lin Tian feel bored. Yet she also manages to fan the flames of his desire. Seeing the jealousy on Xinxingha's face, Lin Tian felt a sudden realization. He hadn't realized that smile. How much was genuine and how much was feigned? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's expression turned solemn as he pulled Xinxingha into his embrace. Ignoring her struggles, holding her tightly against him, while greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair, whispering softly into her ear, Xingha. Lin Tian didn't know how to express his gratitude to Xinxingha. And the moment grew awkward. Xinxingha was a bit confused. But the next moment, Lin Tian's words made Xinxingha tremble all over. Xingha, for sticking with me all this time. You've been through a lot. The moment those words left his lips, Xinxingha's entire body trembled, her back rising and falling uncontrollably. Lin Tian could feel, as she buried her face in his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. From the day she decided to follow Lin Tian, Xinxingha knew countless women would appear around Lin Tian. Though she never said a word, deep down, it still hurt. No woman likes to share her man. Sharing her man with another woman. Yet Lin Tian's formidable presence captivated Xinxingha, drawing her in against her will. Compared to Lin Tian's other women, Xinxingha held no advantage whatsoever. Her beauty fell slightly short even of Luo Qingqing's. So to capture Lin Tian's heart, she could only rack her brains to engage with Lin Tian, to decipher and analyze his inner thoughts, and provide him with emotional value whenever possible. Feeling Xinxingha's outburst of emotion, Lin Tian whispered softly in her ear, Don't worry. No matter how many women I have in the future, you will always be the most important one." Hearing this, a faint smile touched Qingyun's lovely face. Without further delay, and they got straight down to business. Early the next morning, Lin Tian led Iwa, Ario, and 2 heavenly mechanism envoys to the location of the Gu family. At this time, the Changsheng Gu family, most of the prominent factions in the mortal realm, were already making their way toward the Gu family. Gu Yufei was currently dressing in her boudoir. Her father entered from outside, glanced at his daughter, who had already entered the emptiness realm, and nodded with great satisfaction. "Yufei, in this year's sect competition, you will represent our Gu family in the competition, and show the other factions of the mortal realm my family background. You're not even 30 yet you've achieved so much. Truly a once-in-a-century cultivation prodigy." Hearing her father's words, Gu Yufei's expression grew slightly uneasy. She had already sensed that the reason her strength had advanced so rapidly was partly due to that bastard Lin Tian, and had engaged in deep communication with her. And the other reason was that during her last pursuit of Lin Tian, he had fed her a pill. Gu Yufei hadn't anticipated that even now, the potency of that pill still lingered within him, continuously nourishing his body, while simultaneously accelerating the growth of her cultivation. Noticing his daughter's slightly uneasy expression, Father Gu scratched his head in puzzlement, and could only sigh, "It seems my daughter has grown up, and she's starting to have her own concerns." Then he smiled and said, "This time at the clan competition, Yufei, you must keep your eyes open, and pick out a suitable son-in-law for your father." Hearing her father's words, Gu Yufei immediately pouted playfully. "Father, I'm still young, and I'm not ready to think about marriage yet. All I want is to focus on cultivation now, and strive to break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible." Hearing Gu Yufei's words, Father Gu nodded with satisfaction. "If you hold such aspirations, your father is truly pleased. But cultivation needn't delay starting a family. If you set your sights on someone, be sure to tell your father." After seeing his father off, Gu Yufei stared distractedly at her reflection in the bronze mirror, her heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. After a long while, she murmured to herself, "Will you come? Of course not. You're just a cultivator from the eastern wastes. How could you possibly reach Central Plains?" As if mocking herself, Gu Yufei dismissed the notion that Lin Tian would come. She couldn't quite tell herself whether she truly hoped Lin Tian would appear, or hoped he wouldn't. After this thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, Gu Yufei was taken aback. Could it be that she had truly fallen for that bastard? Clenching her fists, Gu Yufei glared at her reflection in the mirror and gritted her teeth, saying, "The moment I see you, I will kill you with my own hands." Meanwhile, Lin Tian, who was on his way to the Changsheng family, sneezed without warning, rubbed his nose, and said with a playful tone, "Who could it be? Missing me so much?" Chapter 93, The Lowest of the Low Sect. With the sect competition in the mortal realm of Central Plains still days away, Lin Tian and his companions didn't rush their journey. The journey was filled with stops and starts, and Lin Tian often indulged in romantic escapades. Qingyun, visiting Central Plains for the first time, she deeply experienced the stark disparities in wealth across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and the stark variations in human existence. Back in the markets of the eastern wastes, a small piece of low-grade spirit stone could buy a very hearty meal. But after arriving in Central Plains, a meal fit for human consumption costs at least 1 mid-grade spirit stone. After lamenting the high prices of the big city, Qingyun pulled the Fong sisters and Li Linger along to go shopping together, while Yuhong and Yaguan remained by Lin Tian's side. This place was called Chuzhou City, was now quite close to the Changsheng family estate. The main street bustled with lively crowds. With nothing to occupy his time, Lin Tian, overcome by boredom, he decided to visit the entertainment quarter to listen to music. The brothels in a major city were far more expansive than those in the remote backwaters of the eastern wastes. Coincidentally, a new courtesan had arrived at the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion that day, said to be exceptionally beautiful. Where there are beauties, how could Lin Tian miss out? He found an old lecher. He arrived at the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion in Chuzhou City, sipping tea downstairs, patiently awaiting the Flower Queen's appearance. Before long, the madam emerged with a beaming smile, her shrill voice sending goosebumps down Lin Tian's spine as she announced, "Gentlemen, I presume you've all come today for the new Flower Queen, Miss Ruyan?" The crowd of cultivators below immediately began grumbling impatiently. "Hey, madam, cut the crap and bring out Miss Ruyan already. This young master is getting impatient, or I'll tear your place to shreds." "Exactly. All this dawdling. If Miss Ruyan doesn't come out soon, I'll join in the fight." "Right." Seeing everyone's interest piqued, The madam swept her gaze around the room and spoke once more. Gentlemen, our Miss Ruyan is not someone you can see so easily. We open our doors to welcome guests naturally seeking profit. Now our establishment is publicly auctioning Miss Ruyan's maiden night. Gentlemen, you may place your tokens of sincerity in the wooden box. And whichever gentleman's offering Miss Ruyan ultimately chooses, that gentleman shall become her first honored patron. As the madam's words fell silent, the attendants of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion began distributing wooden boxes to the seated patrons below. One per person. Gentlemen, I must remind you, each of you has only one chance to bid, so do cherish it. Glancing at the madam, Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This madam is a talent. She knows how to do business. Only one chance was given. Those eager to claim the Flower Queen's virginity would surely bid fiercely. As for the quality of one Uaglu's top courtesan, is renowned throughout Central Plains. Each one a peerless beauty. Lin Tian glanced at the wooden box before him, furrowed his brow slightly, and used his divine sense to gauge the bids of others. Yet he discovered that the wooden box was engraved with an array that blocked divine sense. This made Lin Tian inwardly curse. Just to compete for a Flower Queen, and they'd gone so far as to deploy an array? But such a childish array proved utterly useless. Was utterly useless. Soon he sensed the highest bid in the entire venue, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even in Central Plains, this was already an extremely high price. Lin Tian promptly tossed in 100 high-grade spirit stones, along with one low-grade spirit stone. In Central Plains, couldn't even buy a single steamed bun. Lin Tian could even picture the look on the madam's face when she saw his bid would likely turn rather sour. The thing is, Lin Tian's move was downright sneaky, truly taking the spirit of not wasting a single grain of rice to the absolute extreme. Moments later, a group of assistants carried away all the wooden boxes, and everyone waited for the results. Barely a moment passed, the madam descended with a pained expression and inquired, "Which of you is Mr. Lin from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets?" Smack! Lin Tian flicked open his folding fan, rising slowly. "This young master is the one." Upon seeing how young Lin Tian was, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a grimace worse than a cry as she said, "Young Master Lin, Miss Ruyan requests your company upstairs for a chat." The group of cultivators below, hearing they had not been chosen, sighed in disappointment. A young nobleman with an air of privilege rose and said, "Esteemed Taoist friend, if you would grant this opportunity to this young master, and I, Su Yangcheng of the Tianlan sect, would owe you a favor. How about it?" Lin Tian scrutinized the man before him. Tianlan sect? Su Yang? What the hell kind of coincidence is this? Lin Tian never imagined that cold-faced top-tier powerhouse from his past life in online novels would now use the sect's name to threaten him, by exploiting his sect's reputation to threaten him. Seeing Lin Tian momentarily dazed, assumed the prestige of his sect had intimidated Lin Tian. A smug smile immediately spread across his face, and even seemed to stand a little straighter. Others murmured among themselves. Tianlan sect was only a third-rate power in Central Continent. In this cultivation world, the disciples of major sects were mindful of their status, and few would frequent such a place of revelry. Thus, most patrons here were solitary cultivators. Lone cultivators are typically without ties or support, and travel alone, and rarely clash with the offspring of major sects. Even if the Tianlan sect is merely a third-rate sect, most independent cultivators would still avoid provoking them. But Su Yang had picked the wrong person to provoke today. Lin Tian frowned as he stared at Su Yang's haughty expression, his voice cold. "Tianlan sect? What low-tier sect is that? Even when visiting a brothel, they think they can bully people with their status?" At Lin Tian's mockery, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, as these independent cultivators already harbored resentment toward the disciples of major sects, and seeing them humiliated was naturally a source of great delight. Facing the mockery of the crowd below, Su Yang's face turned ashen. A shadow of gloom instantly spread across his face. "Boy, haven't you heard of the Tianlan sect? Our ancestral patriarch is..." Before Su Yang could finish, Lin Tian cut him off. "Is your Tianlan sect that broke? Can't afford to play in a brothel? You actually threaten others to pay your tab?" The crowd immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Is this the kind of scum the Tianlan sect breeds? Looks like Tianlan sect isn't much of a major sect after all. They can't even afford to pay for prostitutes." Hearing Lin Tian's scornful words, and the murmurs of those around him, Su Yang's face turned green with rage. He hadn't expected this kid to be so disrespectful, to humiliate him so publicly, with such blatant disrespect. His face instantly grew icy cold. A flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Enough! He roared. Su Yang's spiritual energy surged throughout his body. A long sword materialized in his hand, pointing directly at Lin Tian. The surrounding independent cultivators immediately fell silent. Many had already fled the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, while the more powerful ones remained to watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 94, The Courtesan's Probe. Seeing Su Yang's defenses crumble, and prepared to engage him in combat, he coldly ordered, Yu Hong, take him out. Dump the body to feed the dogs. Without even glancing at Su Yang, and headed upstairs. This so-called Su Yang was a far cry from the Su patriarch of his past life's novels. Before Su Yang could grasp the situation, a sharp sword beam sliced past him, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her face veiled in sheer gauze. With a single stroke, sliced through the throat of Su Yang, a disciple of the sect at the Emptiness Realm. The wandering cultivators nearby, witnessing Lin Tian actually kill a sect disciple, all stared at Lin Tian in utter shock. Listen, young man. You'd better leave now. You've killed a sect disciple. They won't let you off. Another powerful cultivator nearby slapped the lone cultivator across the face. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the young master's maidservants are all at the peak of the union with the Dao stage? Only then did the crowd realize that the woman who had just taken down Su Yang was actually a cultivator at the union with the Dao realm. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of Lin Tian's footsteps echoing as he slowly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching a private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Tian's divine sense detected the presence inside. Indeed a woman. But what struck him as odd? This woman had once been a powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Yet her cultivation had been forcibly stripped by an external force. Clearly, before arriving at the brothel, this woman's background was far from ordinary. Pushing open the door, a crimson gauze canopy came into view, behind which sat a woman of delicate frame, with an alluring demeanor, seated behind the canopy. Her delicate hands gently caressed the zither. The melodious strains seemed to whisper the maiden's innermost thoughts, the melody brimming with uncertainty, sorrow, and helplessness. Paired with her delicate, boneless frame, and her alluring posture, it creates a uniquely captivating scene. When Lin Tian entered the room, the woman ceased playing the zither, rising slowly, her delicate, boneless body radiating captivating allure. Enough to set any man's blood racing. My lord, your humble servant greets you. Her voice, like her body, equally laden with allure. Every movement was gentle and graceful, exuding a charm capable of bewitching all. But this time, Lin Tian, an old lecher, his gaze remained clear and sharp. He wasted no words, stepped into the crimson curtains, grasping the utterly seductive woman tightly in his arms. The girl, Ruoyan, immediately let out a gasp, slightly resisting, yet seeming to willingly yield. This teasing, coy resistance could make any man fall head over heels. Face to face, Lin Tian could clearly see the beauty mark on her face, and her exquisitely delicate features. This woman before him, in terms of beauty alone, was no less captivating than Qingyun's. She lay in Lin Tian's arms, her crimson lips parting slightly. She breathed softly into Lin Tian's ear, then spoke in that utterly enchanting voice. Young master, the night is long. Why not join me in the clouds and rain? Lin Tian glanced at this mist-like maiden, and coldly replied, That's an excellent idea. But if you could put away that soul blade within your spirit, I think it would be even more interesting. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Miss Ruyan's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected that the soul she hid within this body could be detected by Lin Tian. The soft charm vanished instantly from her face, giving way to a look of ruthlessness that was worlds apart from her previous demeanor. Die! With a furious shout, a transparent arm materialized from the woman's body. A transparent arm materialized from her body, clutching a dagger, glinting coldly, and lunged toward Lin Tian's throat. The so-called soul blade is a weapon forged from the essence of one's soul, capable of directly harming a cultivator's soul, a most vicious type of magical artifact. Being struck by such a soul blade, the soul suffers irreversible damage, and forging such a weapon is exceedingly difficult. First, one must seal the souls of countless living beings within the banner of 10,000 souls, and harness the resentment of those souls to forge the weapon. Such an unholy creation is explicitly forbidden across the entire continent. Yet Lin Tian never imagined that in Shuzhou City, a soul blade would appear. This inevitably reminded him of the black-robed figure who had slaughtered the entire southern wilderness, and the organization standing behind him. Just as the soul blade was about to pierce Lin Tian's throat, at that very moment, Lin Tian's hand moved like a ghostly apparition, grasped the blade of the soul blade. Under the woman's horrified gaze, the soul blade capable of attacking souls directly was simply held in Lin Tian's hand, without inflicting any harm upon him whatsoever. Her pupils contracted violently, failing to land a decisive blow. A translucent hand emerged once more, gripping the soul blade, this time lunging toward Lin Tian's eyes. Crack! A sound like shattering glass. The soul blade gripped in Lin Tian's left hand was effortlessly crushed in his grasp. Then seized the other soul blade thrust toward him, crushing it once more before. Lin Tian seized Ruyan's throat, his voice cold and clear as he whispered into her ear. I'm sealing you within this body now. Tell me who sent you, and I'll let you die with your body intact. Ruyan glared at Lin Tian with a savage expression, a flash of ruthlessness darting through her eyes once more. Immediately afterward, Lin Tian sensed the soul residing within Ruyan's body, exploding in an instant, leaving Lin Tian no time to react. Lin Tian stared coldly at the person before him, a flash of ruthless malice flickering in his eyes, and coldly uttered two words: rewind. Then, as if someone had pressed the rewind button on time itself, the soul dwelling within Ruyan's body instantly reassembled into its original form. Without another word, Lin Tian, directly extracting the intruder from Ruyan's body, sealing it away. A large hand pressed down on the soul's head. Soul search. To Lin Tian's astonishment, within the soul's mind was a single, simple command: to eliminate Lin Tian at any cost. Nothing else existed. This left Lin Tian somewhat helpless, leaving him no choice but to neutralize it outright. In the end, regarding information about that organization, he still hadn't obtained a single shred of information. The thought left Lin Tian feeling rather frustrated. Just as Lin Tian was deep in thought, Ruyan in his arms stirred awake. Where am I? Meanwhile, on the other side, at the marketplace in Chuzhou City, Li Linger, Xinxinghe, and the Feng sisters were browsing the shops, when a youth in white robes blocked their path. Well, whose girls are these? She's quite pretty. And twins at that? TSK. This is simply a gift from heaven bestowed upon this young master. Ladies, how about you come back with me, and I'll show you a good time? The man before him wore all white, a lecherous grin playing on his lips, and the power he unleashed left Xinxinghe startled. This man was actually a great perfection realm cultivator. Xinxinghe, who had reached the Tao merging realm. Her pupils suddenly contracted. As always, she shielded Li Linger behind her. Li Linger sensed the gravity on Xinxinghe's face, clenching the talisman Lin Tian had given her in her hand, ready to deploy it at any moment. Seeing the group attempt to resist, the white-clad youth's face immediately flashed a trace of disdain, his face brimming with the smirk of one toying with prey. Oh my, ladies, still thinking of resisting? Do you look down on my great perfection realm strength? Or do you look down upon our Changshengli clan? Upon hearing the name of the Changshengli clan, those who had been watching the spectacle, scurried away in disgrace. The Changshengli family, like the Changshenggu family, both ancient immortal clans of the human race, with profoundly deep-rooted foundations, and could be considered among the top powers in all of Central Plains. The onlookers could only exchange pitying glances, glancing at the women before. They all dispersed. Now then, he said, you've all heard me state my lineage. Do you really think you can resist? Just come along with this young master, and serve me well, and if I'm in a good mood, I might even reward you with a bit of fortune. But if you don't know when to back down. His teasing gaze held a hint of icy coldness. Don't blame this young master for crushing flowers with a heavy hand, and force you by the sword. He then turned to his henchmen behind him and added, once this young master has had his fill, I'll let you all have your turn. Instantly, the four henchmen behind the white-clad youth, prompted by his words, let out lewd laughter in perfect unison. Chapter 95, Being Used or Participating? Just as the young master of the Changshengli family was about to make his move, a cold, piercing voice rang out from behind him. The Changshengli family is nothing special. Daring to set your sights on an old woman's daughter. Have you grown tired of living? Upon hearing this voice, the white-robed youth of the Changshengli family paled visibly. For despite his great perfection realm strength, he couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of the voice. The next instant, Lin Tian had already materialized before Xinxinghe. Yet the youth from the Changshengli family still stared recklessly at Yu Hong and Yao Guang behind Lin Tian, his eyes gleaming with the savage light of a predator. When his gaze fell upon Lin Tian, besides the intense murderous intent, but also a trace of envy. Clearly, he was deeply displeased that Lin Tian was surrounded by so many beautiful women. In his view, even the women in his own collection couldn't hold a candle to the women behind Lin Tian. especially those twins, who practically made the white-robed young master drool with envy. Though he couldn't gauge Lin Tian's strength, the 4 women following him were all at the Great Perfection Realm, and he didn't believe any faction in the human realm of Central Plains possessed such formidable backing. His face twisted with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Tian. He coldly ordered the men behind him, "When you block that man for me, I'll have my way with those women, and thoroughly enjoy those women right in front of him." His lecherous grin widened as he glanced at the women behind Lin Tian. His gaze was filled with pure greed. But before his 4 henchmen could act, Lin Tian swiftly extended a hand. Snap! A crisp snap echoed through the air. Behind the white-robed man, a Great Perfection Realm powerhouse detonated violently. The shockwaves from the Great Perfection Cultivator's explosion instantly engulfed the other 3, inflicting injuries of varying severity upon them all. All of them stared at the youth before them with horrified expressions, their eyes shifting from earlier contempt and disdain, transformed into shock and dread. What kind of power could eliminate a Great Perfection Realm expert? To eliminate a Great Perfection Realm expert? The white-robed youth had shed his earlier arrogance and insolence, and immediately cried out in terror. "You lot, block him for this young master, and protect this young master as I escape." Hearing the white-clad young master's words, the remaining 3 were naturally unwilling to comply, but they still positioned themselves in front of the white-clad young master, determined to prevent Lin Tian from pursuing the young master. The white-robed gentleman immediately turned and fled, his speed so astonishing it left Lin Tian speechless. But barely 2 steps had he taken. Lin Tian's voice came from behind him, echoed from behind him. "Did I give you permission to leave?" No sooner had the words left his mouth, a barrier materialized before the frantically fleeing young nobleman in white. Bang! Caught off guard, the white-robed gentleman slammed straight into the barrier, knocked senseless. The 3 Great Perfection Realm subordinates immediately charged toward Lin Tian together, ready to surround and attack him. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. One of the 3 Mahayana-level henchmen, one of them instantly transformed into a human bomb, exploding once more. The other 2 witnessed this scene, turned ashen-faced and trembled uncontrollably. There was no other way. The scene before them was simply too bizarre. They couldn't even fathom how Lin Tian had managed it. And even an emperor-level powerhouse couldn't possibly eliminate a Great Perfection Realm expert. To eliminate a Great Perfection Realm expert with such effortless ease. Seeing the path ahead blocked, realized he might meet his end here today, and immediately issued a hollow threat. "Boy, I am the eldest son of the Immortal Li family. If you dare kill me, you'll be declaring war on the entire Chongqing Li clan. And you'll be hunted down by 4 emperor-level powerhouses. And no power in all Central Plains will dare protect you." Gazing at the white-robed young master, his face twisted in terror and gasping for breath, Lin Tian sneered with mockery. "The Li family of Chongqing? What a formidable name." The white-robed young master seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words, and upon hearing Lin Tian's words, a smug smile immediately spread across his face. "Youngster, if you know what's good for you, you killed 2 of my men, so hand over those twins to compensate this young master, and I'll let today's incident slide. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, the rest of his words choked back in his throat, for Lin Tian raised another hand. The white-robed gentleman and his 2 remaining henchmen witnessed this action, their faces twisted with sheer terror. Yet they could do nothing to stop Lin Tian from snapping his fingers. Snap! The crisp snap echoed out. Boom! Another Great Perfection Realm expert subordinate was blown to smithereens. Seeing this, the last remaining subordinate was overcome with terror. For not only had the cultivation bases of his 3 comrades exploded, but their very souls had been obliterated as well. Upon death, a typical Great Perfection Realm expert, there is a chance for reincarnation, but if even their souls were shattered, there is no possibility of survival. In other words, Lin Tian's snap was a fatal strike, capable of obliterating a Great Perfection Realm powerhouse. Vanish without a trace. He's a demon. Spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. That great vehicle realm powerhouse was shattered by Lin Tian's maneuver, causing his Dao heart to shatter completely, leaving his mind in utter disarray. As for the white-robed young master, had collapsed completely onto the ground, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The moment he collapsed, a wet patch appeared on his trousers. A wet patch appeared, and a foul, musky odor wafted out. Clearly having wet himself in fright, Lin Tian didn't pause his actions because of the man's fear. Snapping his fingers again, boom! The last Great Perfection Realm powerhouse was also dispatched by Lin Tian's snap. Then, striding forward, toward the white-robed young master who had collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with despair, desperately trying to retreat. But behind him lay the barrier Lin Tian had erected, leaving him nowhere to retreat, and could only watch helplessly as Lin Tian approached him step by step. When Lin Tian finally stood before him, Lin Tian shot him a look of utter disgust, then pressed a hand down on his head. Soul search. Instantly, Lin Tian sensed the memories within his mind. Just as Lin Tian had anticipated, the eldest son of the Changshengli family was heading to the Changshenggu family, participate in the upcoming sect competition. Originally, he had no intention of lingering in Chuzhou City, but halfway there, his storage pouch was stolen. So he settled in Chuzhou City, determined to track down the thief who had stolen his belongings. Thus unfolded the scene at the beginning, where he encountered Xinxingha and the Feng sisters, and his lecherous desires stirred, prompting him to attempt to abduct them. This good-for-nothing of the Changshengli family was being manipulated by others from start to finish. Chapter 96, The Tragic Origin of Courtesan Ruyan. Finding no useful information, this worthless piece of trash before him had no further use. Lin Tian reached out once more, under the young man's deathly pale gaze. Snap! A crisp snap echoed, and the white-clad youth exploded on impact, turning into a pile of flesh. Lin Tian, with obvious disgust, wiped his hands, then flung the handkerchief onto the ground. Clearly, he felt killing such a worthless creature. Dirty his hands. The powerful independent cultivators watching on all looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. After all, throughout the entire mortal realm of Central Plains, the Changxing clan stood at the pinnacle. Yet this youth had dared to kill the eldest son of the Li branch of the Changxing family. Everyone pointed fingers at Lin Tian, and Lin Tian showed no intention of explaining himself. He had just established the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion in the mortal realm, and now was the perfect time to establish his authority. After handling matters here, he brought the women into the Western Wilderness secret realm. Lin Tian swiftly returned to the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In the chamber of the courtesan Ruyan, Lin Tian had just eliminated the sole entity of that shadowy faction. He sensed trouble brewing for Xinxingha. So after securing control of the entire 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, he rushed over to handle the situation with Xinxingha. Upon returning to the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, Ruyan had already regained consciousness, now pacing through the disheveled room, constantly rubbing her swollen head. Awake? The sudden voice startled Ruyan. Her cultivation had been recently stripped away. Her body was still weak. Her body went limp, nearly causing her to collapse. Lin Tian instinctively reached out to steady her waist. Instantly, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Lin Tian's nostrils, and only then did Lin Tian feel his blood boil. Earlier, when they were alone in the room, Lin Tian had been on guard, wary that she might attack him, fearing she might have some ulterior motive. So he hadn't properly examined Ruyan. Now that all danger had passed, Lin Tian could finally take his time. The earthly beauty before him. The madam hadn't lied. Lin Tian could easily sense with his divine perception that this girl, Ruyan, was still a virgin, which instantly stirred his excitement. As the top courtesan, the madam had dressed her in a revealing, tight-fitting red dress. This outfit not only made her appear even more alluring, but also accentuated her perfect figure to the fullest. Holding the delicate, boneless Ruyan in his arms, Lin Tian felt a flame ignite within his lower abdomen. A blazing fire ignited within his lower abdomen. Ruyan, however, was overcome with panic, and upon seeing herself embraced by a man, her face instantly contorted into a look of bitter sorrow. She knew this must be the madam's first client for her. From this day forward, she would become a prostitute available to any man, living a life where her arms would cradle 1,000 men, her lips tasted by countless men. She had contemplated suicide, but her younger sister remained in their clutches, and if she took her own life, her sister would surely be killed by those people in the most cruel ways. At this thought, a resigned and bitter sorrow spread across Ruyan's face. In Lin Tian's embrace, she neither struggled nor resisted, awaiting the storm that was about to break. She had already prepared herself to lose her virtue, yet Lin Tian merely held her slender waist, his face full of amusement as he stared at her. Seeing the storm delay its arrival, she couldn't help but open her eyes, only to find Lin Tian staring at her with a teasing expression. She immediately stood up straight, and gave Lin Tian a shy, slight bow. When did you lose consciousness? After I finished dressing and applying makeup today. Suddenly felt the world spinning, and then I lost consciousness. As for what happened afterward, you don't know anything? Ruyan shook her head, staring at Lin Tian with a look of vague awe. Seeing Ruyan's expression, didn't seem like she was lying. And it made sense that organization operated with such meticulous planning. They exploited his lustful nature, using the courtesan of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion to lure him in, while simultaneously enticing the Li family of Changxing to capture Xinxinghe and the others. Though on the surface, unrelated to the Changsheng Li family, who could say for certain that the Changsheng Li family might not have done this deliberately? By deliberately orchestrating this? Therefore, whether the Li family of Changxing is truly behind the scenes still requires careful verification. There's no need to panic. I see you were once a cultivator. Why were your cultivation abilities stripped away and sold into this brothel? Lin Tian could sense a noble aura emanating from Ruyan, clearly indicating that before being sold here, she must have been someone of considerable status. Hearing Lin Tian's question, Ruyan's face instantly clouded over with tears welling up, looking utterly pitiful. Young master, I was once the daughter of the Xinqing sect's leader. One day, the eldest son of the Li family of Changsheng passed by our Xinqing sect and attempted to seize me by force as his slave. My father fought back with his life, but they killed him. I refused to yield, threatening to die rather than submit. Yet that bastard dared to use my sister to blackmail me. He said, "You think you're so pure and virtuous, don't you?" Demanding I abandon my cultivation to become a whore in a brothel available to any man, or else he'd kill my sister. At this point, Ruyan was already sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes burning with hatred for the Changsheng Li family and despair for the future. Yet to Lin Tian's ears, he found it rather intriguing. Earlier, he had encountered the young master of the Changsheng Li family, and this Miss Ruyan was also connected to the Changsheng Li family. If anyone claimed this entire affair had no connection whatsoever to the Changsheng Li family, Lin Tian would never believe it. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. It seems these established powers of Zhengzhou, having endured 10,000 years, now hold far too little reverence for the heavenly mechanics pavilion. And this deeply displeased Lin Tian. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tian had made his decision. He would wait until the clan competition of the Changshenggu family concluded. He would make the Changsheng Li family his first target. Gazing at the pitifully vulnerable woman before him, Lin Tian helped her to her feet. From now on, you'll follow me. I can help rescue your sister. What do you say? At Lin Tian's words, suddenly burst with a glimmer of hope. Young master, you mean it? Clearly, she found it hard to believe that Lin Tian would dare challenge the Immortal Li family. Lin Tian remained silent. Instead, he retrieved from his storage ring the jade pendant symbolizing his status as the eldest son of the Li family of Changsheng, waving it before Ruyan's eyes. That blind fool from the Changsheng Li family just now has been killed by me. Staring at the jade pendant before her, Ruyan rubbed her eyes. After carefully confirming it, she confirmed with certainty that this was indeed the jade pendant belonging to the eldest son of the Li family. She had seen this very jade pendant. Ruyan had glimpsed this very jade pendant, and it had left a deep impression on her. Chapter 97, Lu Ruyan. Now Lu Ruyan was utterly convinced that Lin Tian had indeed eliminated the eldest son of the Changsheng Li family, her face betraying utter disbelief. Young master, you? Lin Tian reassured her. It's nothing. Just the minor Changsheng Li family. Come with me. Ruyan hadn't fully processed it yet, and asked in surprise, where to? Isn't your sister at the Changsheng Li family? We're going to the Changsheng Li family to rescue her. Ruyan's eyes widened, and asked in disbelief. Young master, are you alright? You've just killed the eldest son of the Changsheng Li family. Hurry and leave the mortal realm of Central Plains. There's still time now. Once they discover this, they won't let you off. The Changsheng Li clan boasts 3 emperor-level powerhouses. Seeing Ruyan's terrified expression, Lin Tian coldly declared, even if he had 30 emperor realm powerhouses, I wouldn't be afraid. He grabbed Ruyan by the arm, grasped Lin Tian's long sword, and the two rode the sword toward the Changsheng Li family. Ruyan instinctively resisted going to the Changsheng Li family, but when she heard Lin Tian's words, I wouldn't fear even 30 emperor realm experts, she was instantly swept up by the aura radiating from Lin Tian. It wasn't that she found Lin Tian particularly handsome, but rather that his state of mind seemed decidedly unhinged. We're talking about 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses. While the strongest Emperor Realm powerhouse in the mortal realm resided in the Gu family, the second-ranked Emperor Realm powerhouse resided within this very Changsheng Li family. She was growing increasingly certain that Lin Tian must have lost his mind. Before she could even process it, Lin Tian had already grabbed her hand, flying toward the Changsheng Li family's direction. This left Ruyan feeling utterly hopeless. By the way, what's your name? Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's expression had completely lost all will to live. Her heart had given up all resistance. Destroy me, I'm tired. Just as the two departed Chuzhou City, members of the Changsheng Li family arrived at Chuzhou City. Arriving at the very spot where the young Master Li had been slain, their faces betrayed sheer terror. The young master must have been killed right here. We must return and report to the family head. With that, they leapt away from Chuzhou City. Soon, the two arrived at the Changsheng Li family estate. Lu Ruyan still wanted to struggle. Ruo said to Lin Tian, young master, shouldn't we discuss this carefully? Before acting so rashly. Before Lu Ruyan could finish, Lin Tian cut her off impatiently. Discuss it carefully? Why should we deliberate? Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded and asked blankly, does that mean we're going to? Before she could finish, Lin Tian cut her off again. Just charge straight in. With that, under Lu Ruyan's bewildered gaze, he channeled his spiritual energy and shouted toward the Li family's residence. Shouting, listen up, Li family. You have 10 breaths to send your leader out to meet me. Or today I will level the Li family estate. This voice, carried by the force of spiritual energy, reaching every ear within the Li household. By now, Lu Ruyan's face had turned ashen. The Li family servants, upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, glared up at Lin Tian in the sky. Who the hell is that? Must have eaten stinky tofu. Talking big like that? Exactly. How dare he boast about wiping out our Li family of Changsheng? He must be tired of living. He's clearly tired of living. What kind of lunatic is this? He actually came to the Li family to court death. Everyone thought Lin Tian had lost his mind. Even Lu Ruyan by his side thought so. But Lin Tian paid no heed to the other's mockery, merely counting silently. 10, 9. Who is this upstart brat? Daring to spout nonsense in the Li family's presence? I see you've grown tired of living. Two great perfection realm experts soared out from the Gu family's residence and charged toward Lin Tian. Dense spiritual energy fluctuations, carried by fierce sword glints, pierced toward Lin Tian. The onlookers below watched Lin Tian with gleeful schadenfreude, their expressions brimming with scorn and ridicule, gazing at him as though he were a mere clown. Behind him, Lu Ruyan showed little reaction, for she knew that Li family's eldest son was also at the Great Perfection Realm, and thus the Great Perfection Realm alone could not overpower Lin Tian. Yet she still didn't believe Lin Tian stood a chance against 3 Emperor Realm experts. Had any chance of victory? Yet in the next instant, everyone was stunned. Facing the fierce onslaught head-on, Lin Tian neither dodged nor retreated. Extending his left hand, fingers drawn like blades, sweeping it toward the two, a razor-sharp blade of light burst forth, carrying a world-shattering might. Before the 2 Great Perfection Realm experts could react, what was truly terrifying, however, that sword beam, enveloped in boundless might, continued its relentless advance, carrying the might to obliterate all, rushing toward the Li family's estate. Before anyone could react, right at the Li family's residence, a bottomless abyss was carved open. Now, most of those menial disciples who had just mocked Lin Tian for overestimating his abilities were sent to the afterlife by that single sword strike. Those who narrowly escaped death were left trembling at the sight of the colossal chasm before them. Their legs felt as if seized by cramps, uncontrollably trembling. Some even collapsed on the spot, losing control of their bladder. Lu Ruyan behind Lin Tian fared no better than those menial disciples. Her gaze toward Lin Tian brimmed with shock, fear, and excitement, a complex mix of emotions. Lin Tian, who had delivered the blow, did not pause to survey the damage, but coldly continued counting. 3, 2. As he counted to 2, from the mist-shrouded hills behind the manor, 2 overwhelming auras surged forth. Who dares to come to the Li family of Changsheng? To come and cause trouble at the Changsheng Li family? With this furious shout, 2 figures, enveloped in the might of Emperor-level powerhouses, charged toward Lin Tian. Under the crushing pressure of such formidable Imperial realm might, all the members of the Changsheng Li family below felt their breath catch in their throats. Those weaker in strength even fell to their knees on the spot. Yet the Li family members present showed no trace of terror on their faces, instead wearing expressions of excitement. For this was their own ancestor taking action. And though Lin Tian appeared formidable, in their eyes, Lin Tian's cultivation level was at most that of an Emperor Realm expert. Against 2 opponents at the same level, 2 against 1, Lin Tian had absolutely no chance of winning. Another Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Li family followed that Li young master to the Changsheng Gu family to propose marriage to Gu Yufei of the Gu family. Leaving only 2 Emperor Realm experts in the Li family at present. Having sensed the formidable power of Lin Tian's sword strike, so they attacked without mercy, both unleashing their full strength. Chapter 98, Crushing Emperor Realm Powerhouses. Facing two Emperor Realm powerhouses, Lu Ruyan's heart was pounding in her throat. Though her cultivation had been stripped away, she had once been a cultivator. And she still possessed discernment. Clearly, the two attacking her were the Li family's two Emperor Realm powerhouses. Now, sensing that world-shattering aura, her heart pounded with fear. One hand clenched into a fist unconsciously, her nails piercing through her skin, crimson blood trickling through her fingers unnoticed. Her other hand clutched Lin Tian's arm tightly, to ease the fear within. Upon seeing the calmness on Lin Tian's face, for some reason, the tension in his heart seemed to ease considerably. Perhaps he truly could bring down the immortal Li family? Lu Ruyan suddenly found herself entertaining this notion he deemed utterly preposterous. She shook her head. At this point, there was no turning back. Whether he succeeded or not, all he could do now was to trust Lin Tian. But Lin Tian's behavior left her utterly stunned. Facing the full power strikes of those two Emperor Realm powerhouses, Lin Tian neither dodged nor evaded. Nor did he even use his spiritual power. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. His expression calm, his hands motionless, coldly staring at the two Emperor Realm powerhouses, as the attack was about to engulf them. In stark contrast to Lin Tian's composure, Lu Ruyan now felt. She could hear her own heart pounding wildly. Her face flushed crimson, her expression tinged with the fear of death. Her pupils constricted, her mouth agape. She had even closed her eyes, prepared to meet her end. The two Emperor Realm powerhouses assumed Lin Tian and Lu Ruyan had been utterly cowed by their devastating assault. A cruel, savage grin involuntarily spread across their lips. But in the next instant, everyone was stunned as they watched the Emperor Realm powerhouse's full force strike. Less than half a meter from Lin Tian was halted by a yellow protective barrier. It could advance no further. The two Emperor-level powerhouses witnessed this scene. The savage grins vanished from their faces, replaced by utter horror. The youth before them hadn't even used any spiritual energy, but had blocked their full power attack solely with his protective barrier? At this realization, their eyes shifted from shock to sheer terror. They knew deep down, even the one who had lived for ages in the Gu family, the one hailed as the foremost Emperor-level powerhouse in the mortal realm of Central Plains, could not possibly withstand the furious combined assault of two Emperor Realm masters so easily. Yet this impossible feat was accomplished by the seemingly a youth barely in his 20s? The two dared not dwell on it further, gritting their teeth as they desperately channeled their spiritual energy, hoping to break through this seemingly flimsy barrier. Yet no matter how hard they pushed, their attacks vanished as if into the depths of the sea. Not even a ripple disturbed the barrier. The two looked up, and upon seeing the mocking expression on Lin Tian's face, their hearts sank instantly. A sense of helplessness and despair welled up within them. Though they refused to admit it, they were forced to confront a brutal reality. That Lin Tian had crushed them across class boundaries. And they reached a terrifying conclusion. The youth before them was a being transcending even the Emperor Realm. What else can you do? Bring it all out now, or you won't get another chance. Lin Tian's voice echoed in their ears, like the whisper of a demon, sending both men's hearts plummeting to their lowest depths. Facing Lin Tian's mocking gaze, they felt not anger, but instead filled with dread. Standing behind Lin Tian, Lu Ruyan, whose hand clutched Lin Tian's arm tightly, upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, suddenly opened her eyes, and was equally stunned by the scene before her. For the first time, a hint of dread and reverence. Her face flushed with ecstatic delight. It turned out that when this youth claimed he could destroy the immortal Li family, was no mere boast. Watching the two Emperor Realm powerhouses, like two clowns, taking turns to attack the barrier before Lin Tian. Lin Tian yawned in boredom. "Hey, you two," he said. "Got any new tricks up your sleeves? If you do, get them out now, or I'll start fighting back." Hearing Lin Tian threaten to fight back, the two stopped what they were doing, exchanged a glance. Their eyes confirmed it. Lin Tian was someone they couldn't defeat. Better to keep the mountain green than run out of firewood. And made a decision that left Lin Tian utterly speechless. Each dashing off in opposite directions, fleeing frantically, looking like stray dogs. This left Lin Tian frozen in place. But the next moment, Lin Tian's icy voice boomed in their minds. "Did I give you permission to leave?" With that, he channeled his spiritual energy and coldly commanded, "Spatial corridor." At Lin Tian's furious command, the two suddenly realized with horror. The space before them began to warp, though they were running back to back in opposite directions. Yet it seemed as though their paths had been abruptly altered, as if they were running back. They tried to change course, but to no avail. No matter which way they ran, They only drew closer to Lin Tian. What is this? The power to warp space? Upon witnessing Lin Tian unleash this power, their faces drained of color. Even top-tier powerhouses, those who could faintly sense spatial power, would be considered exceptionally gifted. Yet who could have imagined Lin Tian could twist space as easily as moving his own fingers? Returning once more before Lin Tian, both men were ashen-faced, having lost the last shred of courage to resist. Kneel! Lin Tian barked coldly. And instantly they felt a weight as oppressive as the heavenly way itself weighed down upon them. Thud! Both men fell to their knees uncontrollably. The force was so immense that their knees cracked the ground beneath them. At this moment, they cared not for the dignity of an emperor-level powerhouse. Having cultivated to the emperor realm, and to have lived to this day, had demanded immense effort and sacrifice. After becoming emperor-level powerhouses, they had even forgotten the taste of death. But now, standing before Lin Tian, they sensed a mortal threat they hadn't felt in millennia. Honorable one, spare our lives. What does your excellency require of our Li family of immortals? We will certainly satisfy you. Seeing the two men groveling before him, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Tian's lips. These were the lofty emperor realm powerhouses. When confronted with death, no different from ordinary mortals. Below, the members of the Li family of Changsheng witnessed their venerable ancestor groveling and kneeling before Lin Tian. Their faces were frozen in utter horror. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that two venerable ancestors could be driven to such desperation by the youth before them, and had actually knelt before him. I'll give you 10 more breaths. Hand over my friend's sister to me. If she is unharmed, this pavilion master will spare the Changshengli clan today. But if a single hair on her head is harmed, from this day forward, the Changshengli clan shall cease to exist in Central Plains. Chapter 99, The Brutal Truth. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the two Emperor Realm experts stared blankly at Lu Ruyan behind Lin Tian. As leaders of the immortal clans, naturally had no time to spare to concern themselves with trivial matters like their family's younger generation bullying men or dominating women. But upon seeing Lu Ruyan's beauty, they instantly understood. They immediately roared at the Li family behind them. Round up every woman that bastardly Qingfeng has collected. Bring them all out here, damn it. And see which one is the sister of the revered one's friend. Hearing the patriarch speak, the members of the Changsheng family below rushed toward a room in the mansion. Lin Tian scanned the room with his divine sense, and his expression instantly turned grim. The interior decor was so outrageous it made this modern-day guy want to scream. This ing masochism is way more elaborate than anything modern people do? After his divine sense swept over each device, even Lin Tian, a modern man who had seen it all, couldn't help but swallow hard, his insides churning. But what infuriated Lin Tian most was that the kid had simply played around? In that room, there was a well, filled with layers of dust. When his divine sense swept over that dust, Lin Tian's eyes flashed crimson. That mountain of dust was actually human ashes. In other words, the damned eldest son of the Li family had piled up the ashes of the women he'd toyed with to death. Had piled up like a mountain. This is worse than any beast. One could understand Lin Tian's lustful nature, for he too is a man, and he too is lustful and enjoys playing around. But Lin Tian has his principles. He always insists on mutual consent, never forcing himself on anyone. Nor would he ever take a fine woman to the point of exhaustion. He wasn't some saint, but as a modern man, he cannot bear to witness such slaughter of the weak by the strong. This rampant slaughter of civilians reminded Lin Tian of his past life. The wounds inflicted upon the dragon nation by the dog Neon. As if sensing Lin Tian's rising anger, the two emperor-level powerhouses bowed submissively, fearing they might provoke him. One by one, women with vacant eyes, ragged women being let out from within. Yes, led. For each of them wore a collar around their neck. A collar. The kind used for dogs. This meant that young Master Li didn't regard these women as human beings at all. Lu Ruyan's gaze held anxiety, hope, fear, and other complex emotions, sweeping relentlessly over each tortured woman whose suffering was worse than death. Yet she found none of the figures she longed to see. Clearly her sister was not among them. As one woman after another was dragged out, Lu Ruyan's gaze shifted from initial hope, gradually turned to despair. Though she hadn't seen her sister, a sliver of hope lingered in her heart. For the women imprisoned here had clearly endured inhuman torment. Lin Tian noticed the change in Lu Ruyan's expression. His voice turned cold. Didn't find it? Hearing Lin Tian's voice, Lu Ruyan froze. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. Though they'd known each other for less than a day, Lin Tian had always struck her as perpetually smiling. Even when he had just battled two Emperor Realm powerhouses, Lin Tian's face had never shown such a cold expression. But when she saw where Lin Tian's gaze was fixed, her heart fluttered slightly. In her experience, the more powerful a person was, the more indifferent they became to human life, especially toward ordinary people and lesser cultivators. Yet in Lin Tian's gaze toward those girls, it was clearly brimming with rage, injustice, and a frenzied killing intent. She could feel it clearly. Lin Tian's murderous intent toward the Qingyun family. And she, too, despised the Qingyun family. Her pearly teeth bit lightly into her lip. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Lin Tian's gaze, filled with murderous intent, fixed upon the two emperor-level powerhouses of the Qingyun family. Under the weight of Lin Tian's murderous gaze, the two felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, immediately begging Lin Tian for mercy while cursing the Li family members. "You useless fools! Find her for me right now! Find a young girl!" The men below immediately began searching the Gu family's residence. Seeing that this approach was futile, and coldly inquired, "Do you have any of your sister's personal belongings on you?" Lu Ruyan paused to think, then took out a sachet from her person, and handed it to Lin Tian. Her face filled with hope. "This was my sister's personal possession. After we were both captured, she gave this to me before we were separated." Lin Tian took the sachet, closed his eyes tightly, and an utterly terrifying force surged from his entire body. Two Emperor Realm powerhouses trembled before this force, unable even to lift their heads. They could distinctly sense. This was the power of the heavenly Tao itself. When Lin Tian opened his eyes once more, the scenery before his eyes had completely transformed. Each person was covered in dense, red threads, either connecting to surrounding objects, or to the people around them, while others stretched to distant places. And these red threads, Lin Tian named them the threads of cause and effect, each containing all the karmic connections between that person and others or objects. The pouch in Lin Tian's hand had 3 karmic threads in total. One connected to Lu Ruyan, another to Lin Tian himself, and the final one connected to the Li family estate of Changsheng. After seeing the ends of the threads, Lin Tian took a deep breath. It seemed he had arrived too late, for the thread's end was connected to the bottom of a well. Clearly, that bastard from the Li family of Changsheng hadn't kept her promise. If Lu Ruyan becomes a courtesan, and I'll spare her sister. Upon sensing his sister's corpse, the murderous intent radiating from Lin Tian grew even more intense. He closed the heavenly eye. The crimson threads of causality vanished before his eyes. Lin Tian spoke to Lu Ruyan with a grave expression. "I found your sister, but..." Before he could finish, his words were cut off by the excitement on Lu Ruyan's face. "Really? Where is she? Take me to see her now." Lu Ruyan seemed unusually excited. She assumed the sister Lin Tian had found must still be alive. But she never dreamed. Her sister, after enduring inhuman torment, her body discarded like trash, tossed into a well. Facing Lu Ruyan's piercing gaze, Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words to tell her this cruel reality. But reality was reality. Even though Lin Tian's power had surpassed the heavenly way, he could not bring back someone who had been dead for so long. He drew a deep breath. Lin Tian's expression darkened further, and he said coldly, "Your sister is already dead." As he spoke under Lu Ruyan's stunned gaze, pointing at the well, "Her body is in that well." Chapter 100, The New 7-Star Envoys, 7 Killings. Hearing Lin Tian's words, excitement instantly froze on Lu Ruyan's face. 2 clear tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her face screamed disbelief. "Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei actually. I want to see Xiao Mei's body. Is that okay?" Lu Ruyan's voice trembled, her tone laced with profound grief. "Well, I advise you not to go. She died." Seeing the look of near collapse and despair on Lu Ruyan's face, Lin Tian ultimately refrained from saying, "She died." Upon hearing Lin Tian mention that the girl had died at the Qingyun Li family's residence, the 2 elders of the Li family turned deathly pale, their faces turning ashen. For Lin Tian had just mentioned that, if this girl is unharmed, spare the Qingyun Li family. But if she is harmed, he would make the Qingyun Li family pay with their lives. The 2 kneeling on the ground cast aside all dignity befitting emperor-level powerhouses. Kneeling on the ground, they repeatedly kowtowed to Lin Tian. "Honorable one, spare our lives. This was all done by that good-for-nothing scion of our Li family. We'll hand him over to you. Spare our immortal Li family." Lin Tian paid no heed to the 2 begging for mercy, his gaze fixed solely on Lu Ruyan. After half a quarter of an hour, Lu Ruyan seemed to recover from her grief. choking back sobs as she said, "I want to see my sister." With a sigh of resignation, Lin Tian took Lu Ruyan by the hand, flying over the massive fissure he had just cleaved. Arriving at a well on the back mountain of the Changshengli family, Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy and retrieved the female corpse from the well. Since this woman must have possessed some cultivation before her death, even after being thrown into the well, her partially preserved spiritual energy protected her corpse, preventing it from being corroded and rotted by the well water. Yet the corpse's exterior was scarcely better than if it had been soaked to pieces, with vast swathes of bruising and deep whip marks that cut to the bone, silently recounting the inhuman abuse the girl had endured before her death. When Lu Ruyan saw the wounds on her sister's body, froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then she hurried to the body, trembling as she reached out, slowly reaching toward the corpse's face. Her movements were slow, her hands shaking violently. Tears as big as beans fell like raindrops, uncontrollably streaming down her face. At first, they were tears, but later, they turned into bright red blood. Lin Tian reached out to wipe away her blood tears, but his hand paused mid-reach and withdrew. He knew he could never ease the pain within this woman before him. He could easily help Lu Ruyan exact her revenge on the Changshengli family, but he did not do so. The moment he saw Lu Ruyan's expression, he made a decision. He would let Lu Ruyan exact her own vengeance. At this moment, after gently caressing her sister's cold corpse, could no longer contain the emotions surging within her, he roared to the heavens, emitting a howl that was not quite human, though her cultivation had been stripped away, and was now merely an ordinary person. That sound, as if possessed by magic, quickly echoing throughout the entire Changshengli family, and everyone was stunned by the fury and venom contained within that inhuman howl. Filled with rage and venom, though this howl held no lethal force, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. At that moment, Lin Tian approached the stunned Lu Ruyan, his cool voice sounding like a god saving the world. "Lu Ruyan, I can grant you the power of vengeance, but the price is your freedom. Are you willing to join the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and become one of its 7-star envoys?" As Lin Tian spoke, he drew upon his own position, preventing Lu Ruyan from fainting under such a severe blow. After all, she was merely immortal now. Lu Ruyan slowly raised her head, 2 streaks of blood-tinged tears streaking down her face, giving her an utterly terrifying, monstrous appearance. The murderous intent in her eyes had solidified, bursting forth. Her face was etched with despair, rage, and venom. Yet a sinister smile twisted at the corners of her mouth. Her voice hoarse from the inhuman scream she had just let out, and was now hoarse, laced with endless venom and hatred. "I'm willing. As long as I can kill them, I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have." Her voice was filled with calm, no longer hysterical as before. Her throat had already shattered completely. Completely shattered. And the only thing that allowed her to speak these words was solely fueled by the hatred burning within her heart. After receiving the reply, Lin Tian drew the heavenly mechanism fan from his grasp, pointing it at Lu Ruyan's forehead. "As the head of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, I hereby decree that the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion appoints Lu Ruyan as the 7-star envoy. Code name, Shisha." As the words fell, a large character imperial decree soared forth from the heavenly mechanism fan and embedded itself into Lu Ruyan's forehead. Lin Tian then began to harness the power of the heavenly way, swiftly enhancing Lu Ruyan's strength. The profoundly concentrated spiritual energy surrounding the Li family of Changsheng was swiftly absorbed by the heavenly mechanism fan, then channeled through Lin Tian into Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan's cultivation level rapidly advanced. Qigong stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nurturing the infant stage, transcending the spirit stage, emptiness and clarity stage, hollow void stage, great perfection stage, and the supreme god realm. The thunder tribulation, as always. All were transformed by Lin Tian into nourishing elixirs, and tossed them to Lu Ruyan. The 2 great emperors kneeling in the heavens, utterly speechless with shock. They were ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years, yet they had never heard of that anyone possessed the power to aid an ordinary person to become a godless realm powerhouse, to become a peerless god-level powerhouse. The thunder tribulation in the heavens still rumbled incessantly, yet Lu Ruyan had already fully ascended to the emperor realm, and the more incredible it seemed, the greater the fear gripping their hearts. Witnessing this scene before them, despair flickered in their eyes. Such transcendent prowess. Not just the Li family of Changsheng, even across the entire Central Plains, probably only the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, and that newly emerged, mysterious new head of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. They were filled with regret, never imagining that by indulging their own young once, had brought down a clan destroying calamity upon themselves. After her cultivation reached the 5th tier of the Supreme God realm, Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with venom and murderous intent, combined with the overwhelming pressure of a God realm powerhouse, causing everyone nearby to tremble in fear. After opening her eyes, Lu Ruyan did not rush to seek revenge. Instead, she knelt before Lin Tian and respectfully kowtowed 3 times before him. Lin Tian drew a divine-grade long sword and handed it to Lu Ruyan. He coldly ordered, "Go. Slaughter every last one here. Unleash your hatred to the fullest. Turn this place into a living hell." His icy voice felt like the reins had been cut from a wild beast. Lu Ruyan No, now known as Qisha. A sinister smile spread across her face, and she charged forward with blinding speed. Chapter 101, One Thought Heaven, One Thought Hell. Qisha's figure moved like a ghostly apparition, black mist swirling around her, commencing her hunt. To ensure no prey escape this place, Lin Tian raised his hand to cast a barrier, completely enveloping the entire Changxingli family within its confines. No sooner had the barrier been set, piercing screams and wails began echoing from within the Changxingli family's residence. Qisha's movements were swift and decisive, yet his strikes were brutally ruthless. Dark sword glints intertwined with crimson blood, accompanied by the wails and moans. It resembled a bizarre theatrical performance. At first, Qisha couldn't fully adapt to the sudden surge of power. After all, before her cultivation was stripped away, she had never wielded such immense power. But once the slaughter commenced, she began to adapt to the power of the Emperor realm. She could even control the precision of each sword strike, leaving her enemies clinging to life, to let them die slowly in despair. 2 other Emperor realm experts witnessed this scene from afar. Though they knew the Li family of Changsheng was finished today, they still prepared to intervene, to halt the rampage of the 7 killers. The well was located in the rear courtyard of the Changsheng Li family, and the residents of the courtyard were the direct descendants of the Li family. If Qisha were allowed to slaughter them, the Li family would be utterly wiped out. With this realization, the 2 cast aside all thought of life or death, and prepared to charge forward. But as soon as they began to gather their spiritual energy, they were suddenly seized by terror. An utterly terrifying pressure enveloped them completely, instantly making them feel as though their very souls were trembling. With great effort, they strained to look toward the source of the pressure. Lin Tian lay leisurely on a tree branch, idly fanning himself with the heavenly mechanism fan. Seeming to sense their gaze, he glanced their way. That single glance sent cold sweat streaming down the backs of the 2 Emperor realm powerhouses, their legs trembling, teeth clenched, barely mustering the strength to withstand Lin Tian's overwhelming pressure. They could feel it all too clearly, that if they dared to move a single step, they would be reduced to a pile of shattered flesh in the next instant. Left with no choice, the 2 could only desperately resist this overwhelming pressure, while watching Qisha carrying out a massacre at the Changshengli family estate. At that moment, the crimson courtesan dress draped over Qisha's form was now stained with dark crimson congealed blood. The Changshengli clan had held sway over this region for many years, boasting immense resources and influence. With 3,000 direct descendants within the clan, plus in-laws, servants, guards, and others, totaling nearly 10,000. And to ensure every single one of them equally taste their own suffering, the 7 killers did not move swiftly. The outer perimeter was already sealed off by Lin Tian's barrier. Not a single enemy would escape today. Half an hour later, as the body count rose, Qisha's face showed no sign of emotion. Instead, while slaying his victims, he began murmuring a nursery rhyme. The crescent moon rocks and sways. A winding river, a wooden bridge. Whose little child is softly laughing? Peeking from the tree. The crescent moon. Singing along, as if recalling, when my little sister was still alive, and the happy times the family shared together. As she sang on, Qisha shed tears, yet a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Though Lin Tian lay bored in the tree, his divine sense never left Qisha. After all, he had just acquired this subordinate. If he were carelessly killed by this immortal Li family, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. Elevating an ordinary mortal directly to the Emperor realm was a tremendous hassle, even for him. Therefore, he must spare no effort to ensure Qisha's safety. At the same time, Qisha's condition deeply concerned Lin Tian. Her expression left him momentarily dazed. What kind of despair that could transform a delicate woman? Transform into the killing machine before him? She even sang innocent nursery rhymes. While singing innocent nursery rhymes, Lin Tian couldn't even fathom such a fractured existence could coexist within the same person. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. Perhaps murder was her way of venting her hatred. While the nursery rhyme Or her way of redeeming herself through memory? So what truly is goodness? And what is evil? This woman before us, who kills without mercy. Once an innocent girl, now she resembles a demon from hell. Yet she was once as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Thus, good and evil, like the yin and yang of the Taiji diagram, intertwined and inseparable. Or rather, what is good and evil? What yin and yang? Yin and yang are inherently one entity born as twins, mutually reinforcing each other. As Lin Tian pondered these thoughts, the sky, once clear and boundless, suddenly darkened with gathering clouds. Within a 1,000-mile radius, almost every cultivator seemed to sense something. Gazing toward Lin Tian's direction, thick black clouds formed a vast dome, blocking out all light. From within the pitch-black clouds, an overwhelming pressure spread out, and heart-stopping milky white lightning bolts surged forth. The two members of the Li family of Qingyun were now utterly stunned. Is this the heavenly tribulation? That kid, no. The revered one has actually reached the stage where he can comprehend the way of heaven? What realm is he in now? The two stared in terror at the lightning flashes flickering within the thunderclouds. Even Shisha paused, his blood-soaked sword suspended mid-swing, and turned his gaze toward Lin Tian. Boom! As a blinding white light tore through the heavens, a thunder tribulation, carrying boundless might, struck straight toward Lin Tian. Its color fluctuated at times a blinding white, then dim and lifeless, black as if it had melted into the darkness itself. The black and white hues shifted ceaselessly. When one color reached its peak, like the reversal of fortune, it transforms into the other. Lin Tian sensed within this heavenly tribulation. He no longer felt the same as before, and no longer handled the tribulation. He no longer felt as though he could handle the tribulation with ease, but instead, an eager smile spread across his face. Since reaching the Ancestral Realm, Lin Tian approached a matter with such earnestness for the first time. Though it wasn't because he sensed any threat within the tribulation itself, but rather felt that the heavenly Tao power within the tribulation absolutely could not be wasted. Adjusting his thoughts, he faced the surging heavenly Tao thunder tribulation head-on. Lin Tian's lips curved into a smile, charging straight into the thunder tribulation. When the black and white heavenly tribulation struck Lin Tian's body, Lin Tian became like a black hole, furiously channeling his spiritual energy, devouring the heavenly Tao's power within the tribulation, constantly using it to strengthen himself. Once he believed his abilities had reached the pinnacle of this world, and that his strength could no longer be enhanced. Yet after absorbing the heavenly Tao's power from the thunder tribulation, Lin Tian could actually sense his cultivation at the Ancestral Realm had begun to advance. Chapter 102. She was once innocent and pure. Everyone watched as Lin Tian charged forward under the thunder tribulation, were stunned by the spectacular sight. Their thoughts varied. The two Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Qingyun family silently prayed, hoping Lin Tian would be reduced to ashes by this heavenly tribulation, while Qisha's eyes revealed a look of concern. Her gaze, when she looked at the others, was filled with coldness, deathly stillness, and despair. Only when she looked at Lin Tian did a rare tenderness and dependence flicker in her eyes. At that moment, amidst the thunder tribulation, Lin Tian felt only one thing: pure exhilaration. So damn exhilarating. He felt like someone who'd been wandering the desert, thirsty for a day and night, suddenly stumbling upon an oasis, and plunged straight into its pool. The heavenly Tao power within him, compared to that within the thunder tribulation, was but a drop in the bucket. This single bolt of heavenly thunder lasted nearly the duration of a burning incense stick, before finally dissipating. Though the thunder tribulation had departed, the dark clouds shrouding this land had yet to dissipate. Drip drip. From within the dark clouds, droplets of water kept falling faster and faster, until they formed a downpour. Lin Tian stood there, frozen in the rain. He finally understood why Tian Jizi, in the letter he left for him, that the Tao of heaven in this world was incomplete, and where the fragments of the shattered Tao had gone. A terrifying suspicion took root in his mind. The heavenly way of this world must be alive. He sought to control all living beings in this world, preventing them from gaining strength capable of threatening the way of heaven, and thus devised heaven's punishment for cultivators. And those who could comprehend the way of heaven are precisely those who threaten the way of heaven. Thus, when one lacks sufficient heavenly Tao power within, if one comprehends the power of the Tao, they will inevitably be reduced to dust by the heavenly tribulation. This is why, in this world, has never produced a single powerhouse who comprehended the Tao of heaven. For those who grasp the way of heaven, all perish due to insufficient heavenly Tao power to withstand the heavenly tribulation. This is clearly a trap set by this world. At this realization, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. This world has been controlled by the rule of time stasis for 10,000 years. Was it a conspiracy of the heavenly Tao? Or a contingency plan left behind by Tianji? These questions could never be verified. He could only wait until he had journeyed across Central Plains to venture into the most enigmatic Tianji secret realm and the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion from 10,000 years ago to seek the answers. As Lin Tian pondered, the two emperor-level powerhouses gazed upon Lin Tian, who stood proudly in the heavens. Their hearts instantly turned to ashes. They knew that this time, the Li family of Changsheng was truly and utterly finished. Even as Lin Tian had just broken through the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, the overwhelming pressure he exerted upon them remained utterly unrelenting. Once Qisha confirmed Lin Tian was unharmed, resumed his slaughter. Torrential rain drenched Qisha's crimson dress, clinging tightly to her form, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure. A steady stream of crimson blood mingled with the rainwater trickling down the crimson fabric. Yet this tragic beauty, in the eyes of the Li family of Changsheng, became a demon of death. An hour later, the Changsheng Li family lay strewn across the field, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. No more screams were heard. After completing the massacre of the Li family of Changsheng, his gaze turned to the two imperial-level experts. Frozen in place, swinging his long sword. Hum! A crisp, resonant hum echoed from the blade. Amidst the patter of rain, enveloped in a piercing cold light, stabbing toward the two Emperor Realm powerhouses. The two Emperor Realm powerhouses tried to rise and block, but the slightest movement of their bodies, they felt a terrifying force that would instantly annihilate them both. Facing the full power strike of Qisha, another Emperor Realm powerhouse, if they didn't unleash their full power, it would be extremely difficult to withstand the blow. Yet any movement would invite Lin Tian's lethal retribution. In the blink of an eye, both desperately suppressed the tremors emanating from their very souls to block the seven slaughters assault. Though the instant annihilation they'd feared did not materialize, that intangible pressure kept distracting their focus. They could only divide their focus while engaging Qisha in combat. Though Qisha fought 2 against 1, not only did he not fall behind, but was subtly gaining the upper hand. Every strike from Qisha was delivered with all his might, each strike deadly, while the two Immortal Li clan's emperor-level experts could only defend themselves in a disheveled state. Soon, their bodies, covered in wounds large and small, gritting their teeth, exchanged glances, and saw in each other's eyes, and saw the same resolute determination in each other's eyes. With years of tacit understanding, they swiftly knew what to do. This realm had been sealed by Lin Tianxia's restrictions, leaving them with nowhere to flee. So the only sliver of hope left was to fight for their lives. As if sensing the energy emanating from the two began to grow frenzied, Lin Tian shot them a mocking glance. Snap! The crisp snap of his fingers, like the tolling of a funeral bell from hell, sealing both of their spiritual powers completely. The seven slaughters' long sword left them no time to react. PSSSH. The blade sang with a cheerful whine, piercing one of the Emperor Realm experts through and through. The same Imperial Realm power erupted from the blade, shattering the Li family's Emperor-level powerhouse into mincemeat. After landing the strike, Qisha withdrew the blade, recharged his energy, and thrust the blade forward once more. The second Emperor Realm expert hadn't even recovered from the shock of his comrade's death before Qisha's blade pierced through him once more, torn to shreds. Thus, the Li family of immortality, a lineage that had endured for 10,000 years, a lineage whose history rivaled the glory of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, the most prestigious clan in the mortal realm of Central Plains, had met its complete demise amidst this sea of corpses and blood. After vengeance was served, Qisha glanced back at the ruins behind him, her eyes filled with utter despair. Heavy rain lashed against her beautiful face, mingled with her tears, washing away the blood on her body, as if cleansing her very soul. Just as she felt life held no hope, suddenly, a shadow fell overhead. An oil paper umbrella shielded her from the torrential downpour. The white-clad youth who had brought her here, beaming with a smile, holding the oil paper umbrella. Though the umbrella seemed rather flimsy, it kept the storm at bay. In that moment, the crimson in her eyes faded. Despair and lifeless emotion ebbed away like a tide, flowed from her heart, and the murderous intent within her faded away. She sheathed the long sword in her hand. Qisha offered Lin Tian a faint smile, her smile as sweet as a blossoming flower. In this moment, she was no longer the ruthless Qisha, but the innocent and flawless Lu Ruyan. The innocent and flawless Lu Ruyan. She turned, approached the youth. Inch by inch, her body pressed tightly against Lin Tian's, closing her eyes. Her fiery lips kissed the boy who had given her a second chance at life. Chapter 103: The Great Burial at the Sandfall. The downpour intensified. The only sound left was the relentless roar of water. Two figures entwined, engaged in a passionate kiss. Lin Tian responded with equal passion. Shisha seemed to find, in this downpour, had found the meaning of her future existence. When their lips parted, her eyes once again ignited with the hope of living. Everything she had, this youth had given her. And she would give everything she had. With everything she had, her loyalty, strength, and body could be entrusted to this young man without reservation. The two clung to each other like this, unwilling to part for a long time. The sound of rain pouring down around them sounded like a symphony composed just for them. After a while, the downpour ceased, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and green trees. Amidst the dense mountain forests, the chirping of insects and birds began to fill the air. The two remained huddled together under the umbrella. The downpour had washed away the bloodstains sent from the ruins of the Li family estate. Washed clean from the ruins of the Li family. Just as the two paused in their tracks, from within the ruins of the Li family compound came the rhythmic thudding sound of thud-thud. A rhythmic knocking sound, following the heavy thuds. Boom! A tremendous roar. At the heart of the Changsheng Li family compound, a wall was shattered by immense force, and over a dozen children emerged from within. The oldest around 17 or 18, while the youngest were 7 or 8. After they emerged, they gazed upon the corpses strewn across the floor, their eyes filled with fear and horror. When Shisha saw these descendants of the Changsheng Li family, especially the young girls, she couldn't help but recall her own sister, brutally murdered. Her eyes blazing with a maddened killing intent. Lin Tian intercepted Shisha, who was about to charge forward to kill. Shisha looked at Lin Tian in surprise, her gaze brimming with grievance, confusion, and fury. She thought Lin Tian had been moved by compassion and intended to save these children. But the next moment, Lin Tian coldly declared, "This is too much trouble. When you cut the grass, you must uproot it." With that, under Shisha's stunned gaze, he placed one hand on the ground. The primal power of earth surged forth. The earth seemed to resonate with Lin Tian's hand, began to violently shake. Then the entire area where the Changsheng Li family stood began to sink. Those Li family members who had just thought they'd escaped to safety, gazing upon the unfolding scene, their faces twisted with terror. They tried to flee the Li residence as it gradually sank into the ground, only to discover the area had already been sealed off by barrier formations, leaving them utterly trapped, and could only watch helplessly as the ground continued to sink. After sinking 10 meters, from afar, the Changsheng Li family had vanished completely from the surface. Immediately afterward, within the colossal crater, a massive sandstorm began to swirl. Those who had escaped to safety and the Li family members still hiding in the shadows were horrified to discover the sand seemed to flow like living matter, sealing every crevice underground without exception, including their eyes, noses, and ears. Gradually, the raging yellow sand completely engulfed the entire Li family. When the raging sand reached ground level, Lin Tian coldly uttered 4 words: "Sandfall burial." As the syllables left his lips, the sand seemed to respond as if summoned, originally loose and scattered, as if magnetic forces had suddenly drawn them together, suddenly compressed into one spot. In an instant, the ruins of the Changsheng Li family were utterly crushed by the sand. On the ground, a desert region emerged. Not a single trace of the Li family of Changsheng could be found, as if the Changsheng Li family had vanished into thin air. Witnessing this scene, Shisha's soul felt as though it had been redeemed. Afterward, the two swiftly departed the former site of the Changsheng Li family and headed toward the Changsheng family, as the great competition among the sects of the mortal realm was about to commence. At that moment, at the Changsheng family, the sole surviving emperor-level powerhouse of the Changsheng Li family asked a subordinate with a grim expression, "Still no news?" Reporting to the patriarch, "There is still no news. The youth who slew the young master has vanished without a trace." The patriarch of the Li family frowned deeply. For some reason, lately he'd been plagued by a sense of unease, a persistent unease gnawing at his heart. He had brought the young master of the Li family of longevity here, intending to propose a marriage alliance, hoping to forge an alliance between the Changsheng Li family and the Changsheng family. After all, both were immortal clans, and they share some degree of kinship through marriage, and they were well matched in status. So when old Master Li arrived, he was highly optimistic about securing the marriage to Gu Yufei, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. But who could have imagined? On the way, the young master was lured away and got into a fight with a young man over several women, only to be killed by the youth right there in the street. This enraged the Li family's Emperor Realm powerhouse. For he was the future heir of the immortal Li family. Yet he met his end so inexplicably. In the territory of the Changshenggu family, the Changshenggu family must naturally provide the Li family with an explanation. Yet a full day had passed, and still no results have been found. This infuriated old Master Li, and he sought out Gu Yufei's father once more. The head of the Gu family, speaking in a very unfriendly tone. Head of the Gu family, our eldest son was murdered in broad daylight. Has the murderer not been found yet? Is there something within the Gu family's domain? Are there things even the Gu family doesn't know? Old Master Li's words were decidedly blunt, clearly intended to mock the Gu family. Yet the Gu family head showed no sign of anger. Though he privately despised the Gu family's eldest son, who knew only how to chase women, he still owed the Changsheng family some face. So he immediately replied with solemn gravity. Mr. Li, please remain calm. This matter is still under investigation. Once we have the results, we will notify you immediately. Upon hearing the Gu family head's words, old Master Li returned to his seat with a cold expression. The head of the Gu family felt utterly helpless, as the investigators had already returned with their report, and it appeared an organization called the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion was responsible. Yet his own father, the Gu family's Emperor Realm expert, upon hearing the words Tianji Pavilion, his expression darkened immediately, and immediately ordered the Gu family patriarch to conceal the matter, though he never explained why to the family head. Seeing his father's grave expression, the Gu family head understood the gravity of the situation, and could only reluctantly grit his teeth to placate this Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Li family of eternal life. With the Sect assembly about to commence, the Li family's Emperor Realm expert's patience was nearly exhausted, and if no response was forthcoming soon, this matter would likely not be so easily brushed aside. Elderly, having sat back down, drew a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within his heart, and addressed the Gu family head in a cold tone. Head of the Gu family, tomorrow marks the start of the Sect's grand competition. If your Gu family still cannot produce the culprit by then, our Li family will not let this matter rest. The Gu family head was about to offer a forced smile. The next moment, a cold voice echoed from beyond the door. Are you seeking the pavilion master again? Chapter 104, The Li family of immortality no more. At the sound of this voice, all eyes turned toward the doorway. There stood Lin Tian, clad in white robes, gently swaying a folding fan in his hand, followed by 4 extraordinary women in black robes, each one an impeccably beautiful woman. What made everyone's pupils suddenly contract was the young man before them, who appeared to be only in his 20s, was followed by 4 women, were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Even the mightiest immortal clans possessed no more than 3 Emperor Realm experts. Yet behind this youth stood 4. The moment they entered, the oppressive aura of the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses surged to its peak. Their aura, subtly yet unmistakably, locked onto the last Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Changsheng Li family. Among them stood a woman, radiating an intense killing intent. Faced with such an array, even the Gu family patriarch momentarily froze, at a loss for what to do. Just as he stood paralyzed, a steady voice sounded from outside the door. We are unaware of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion's visit to the Gu family of Changsheng, and we have failed to greet you properly. And we humbly ask for your forgiveness. And may I ask who this young gentleman might be? Lin Tian glanced at the visitor. Though he appeared middle-aged, Lin Tian knew this man was the Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Changshenggu family. Lin Tian made no attempt to hide his identity, but coldly declared, I am Lin Tian, young master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. His tone carried an air of superior arrogance. Yet none of the people in the room found it the least bit odd. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, power equaled authority, and the number of Emperor Realm experts equated to influence, and the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses standing behind Lin Tian were the embodiment of truth. Upon hearing Lin Tian's self-introduction, he immediately bowed deeply and said, It is indeed the young sect master who graces our humble abode, bringing great honor to our humble abode. Tonight, the Gu family will host a banquet in your honor. We earnestly hope the young master will grace us with his presence. Lin Tian was highly satisfied with the Gu family patriarch's attitude. Yet he paid no heed to the Gu family patriarch's words. Snap! Closing the folding fan in his hand, pointing the heavenly mechanism fan at elderly of the Changsheng Li family, and coldly declared, This man, I intend to see him dead today. Does the Gu family have any objections? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Old Li felt every hair on his body stand on end. His face drained of color. Ever since Lin Tian entered, he had sensed something was amiss, for the way Lin Tian looked was almost identical to the description given by his men. The man who had eliminated the Li family's eldest son, and those 4 Emperor Realm experts. were subtly keeping him in their sights, left him deeply uneasy. Hearing this, Old Li abruptly rose to his feet, his voice harsh on the surface yet trembling within. Ancestor Gu, this is the Gu family of immortality. Do you truly hold no regard for the 10,000-year bond between our two families? Old Li was a shrewd man. And now, facing 4 emperor-level powerhouses, his only option was to drag the Gu family down with him, to secure his own escape. But before the Gu family patriarch could speak, Lin Tian sneered. Old man, you probably don't know yet? From this day forward, there is no longer a Li family of immortals. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone was stunned into silence. Old Li, his face twisted with terror, stumbled back 2 steps. His face twisted in disbelief as he stammered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Tian sneered in response. Weren't you unable to contact your clan yesterday? Why don't you try contacting them again? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Old Li, no longer caring about anything else, trembling as he pulled a jade talisman from his robes. A magical artifact used by the 3 emperor-level experts of the Qingyun family to communicate. Just as Lin Tian had said, he frantically channeled his spiritual energy into the jade pendant, yet received no response whatsoever. Now he was utterly frantic. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands began to tremble. Finally, in a fit of nervousness, the jade pendant slipped from his grasp, shattering into 2 pieces. Lin Tian glanced at the Gu family patriarch standing nearby, and the smile on his face faded slightly, and murmured softly, Ancestor Gu, this is between our heavenly mechanics pavilion and this old man. I trust you're a wise man. The Gu family patriarch, having just heard of the Li family's annihilation, and harbored no doubts whatsoever. For with Lin Tian standing, and with these 4 Emperor Realm experts behind him, wiping out the immortal Li family was indeed no difficult feat. Moreover, the fact that Lin Tian had brought 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses with him, it did not imply that the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion possessed only 4 such masters. And the Gu family patriarch was well aware of this fact. Therefore, he declared without hesitation, the Gu family stands united with the Tianji Pavilion in all matters. As he spoke, his aura locked onto Elder Li of the Li family of eternal life, while the other 2 Gu family patriarchs in the shadows simultaneously fixed their auras upon Elder Li. Now, Old Master Li's face had turned ashen. He was likely the first person in the history of the Central Continent. He knew he was doomed today. He knew he was doomed to die today. But now, words were useless. Soon, under the relentless assault of the 7, pierced through by the 7 Slayer's blade, after handling the Li family matter, the Gu family patriarch bowed and inquired, May I ask, young Master Lin, if you have other business at hand? Any other matters that we might be of service? Lin Tian glanced at the Gu family patriarch, whose face was plastered with obsequiousness, and nodded. Isn't tomorrow the great sect competition of the mortal realm and central plains? This pavilion master has naturally come to participate in the competition. Lin Tian cleared his throat lightly, and continued, while in the eastern wastes, I had a most pleasant conversation with Miss Gu. So I've taken this opportunity of the sect competition. I've come to pay my respects. Hearing this, the Gu family patriarch and head exchanged a glance, their eyes both reflecting the same thrill, as they looked at Lin Tian, as if they were eyeing a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Lin Tian noticed their gaze, and shuddered violently. The 2 old geezers clearly couldn't hold back their farts, but they could only chuckle helplessly. After all, who could blame them for coveting the young lady? After the pleasantries, the Gu family had arranged accommodations for Lin Tian and his companions. Gu Yufei was seated in lotus position, deep in meditation within her room. Sensing her father's presence in her room, Gu Yufei halted her practice, and said with a smile, Father, at this hour, is there something you need? Gu Yufei's father looked at her, nodded approvingly. Yufei, why have you been practicing so diligently lately? Hearing this, Gu Yufei couldn't help but recall where he had been completely outpaced by Lin Tian, where his speed had been utterly crushed by Lin Tian. A stubborn expression surfaced on his face. Seeing Gu Yufei didn't respond, and instead fell deep in thought, Father Gu didn't press further, but instead continued to ask, Yufei, today the young master of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, Lin Tian, came to our Gu family. He mentioned meeting you in the eastern wastes. Could you tell your father how you two met? At the mention of Lin Tian's name, Gu Yufei immediately bristled. The fact that Lin Tian had taken her first blood absolutely must not be revealed to outsiders. She hadn't even registered her father mentioning Lin Tian was the young master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Her mind consumed solely by hatred for Lin Tian, and she coldly retorted, What? Lin Tian? Where? Chapter 105, once again hunted down by Gu Yufei. Seeing his daughter's furious expression, The Gu family head froze for a moment, uncertain why her reaction was so intense. Yet a faint smile curved his lips, pointing toward a guest room within the family estate, and said, "It's in that guest room over there." No sooner had he spoken, Gu Yufei shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, rushed over, her speed leaving even the Gu family head momentarily speechless. Inside the guest room, Lin Tian was pondering the matter of the incomplete heavenly Tao, when a slender figure dashed in, a long sword in hand. Before he could even see her, Gu Yufei's furious roar pierced the air. "Lin Tian, get your ass out here." Lin Tian quickly relayed a telepathic message to his men, told them not to interfere, while he opened the door himself, locking eyes with Gu Yufei. Their eyes locked. Gu Yufei wanted to chop someone up. Lin Tian wore an awkward smile, one hand holding the closed heavenly mechanism fan, scratched the back of his head with the other, looking nothing like the dignified pavilion master he was. Miss Gu, what a coincidence. Did you enjoy the pills I gave you last time?" Lin Tian's question wasn't problematic in itself, just a bit of awkward small talk. But the moment he uttered the word taste, Gu Yufei's mind instantly recalled some unpleasant memories. Her pretty face immediately turned cold, fury blazing in her eyes as if it might erupt at any moment. "You bastard, I'll skin you alive." She swung her long sword, striking toward Lin Tian. Again? Seeing the sword lunging toward him, Lin Tian immediately took off running. Gu Yufei gave chase with the sword in hand. Soon, the two, one chasing, one fleeing. They had already exited the Qingyun Gu family compound. Gu Yufei dared not summon reinforcements to join the pursuit, was precisely because she feared Lin Tian would have nothing left to lose, and expose their sordid affair. Father Gu and the Gu family patriarch watched as the two figures, one pursuing, one fleeing, as they departed the Gu residence, exchanged a knowing smile. "Now then, Miss Gu. You can't catch me anyway, why bother?" Gu Yufei paid no heed, once again channeling the Gu family's secret technique, and pursued him with reckless abandon. "Miss Gu, no matter what, we've consummated our marriage. Are you trying to murder your own husband?" Gu Yufei grew even angrier, biting her lower lip with silver teeth, her eyes still blazing with murderous intent, as she continued to push her speed to the limit. "If you keep chasing me like this, I'll fight back. Let me tell you, I'm pretty ruthless." Gu Yufei. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, circling around the Gu family estate for 10 miles. Gu Yufei was horrified to realize his strength was clearly much greater than last time, yet she was still being toyed with by Lin Tian. This shattered her proud heart. It's hard to accept. After countless circles, Gu Yufei finally stopped in her tracks, bent over, hands braced against her knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, a water bottle was handed to her. "Have some water, rest a bit, and then you can chase after them. I'm not going anywhere." Gu Yufei looked up, and saw Lin Tian's face, the very sight of which made her teeth grind in frustration. Clenched her teeth in fury, her face flushed with fury as she swatted Lin Tian's water bottle away, swinging her long sword, swinging it down toward Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian sidestepped the blow, then swung his hand back, with a backhand slap. Though the blow was not delivered with full force, the impact on Gu Yufei sent a jolt through her body. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Her reflexes kicked in, she thrust her long sword backward, aiming for Lin Tian's lower body. Once again, Lin Tian sidestepped the attack, only to receive a backhand slap in return. Smack! Gu Yufei's lovely face flushed with both shame and fury. Yet she could do nothing against Lin Tian, and could only spin around to stab at Lin Tian behind her. Lin Tian moved with the agility of a fish, dodging once more before he countered with another backhand slap. After repeating this 6 or 7 times, Gu Yufei finally broke down. Her spiritual energy had been completely drained during the chase, and her physical strength had been depleted during her fight with Lin Tian. The overwhelming sense of helplessness sent Gu Yufei into a complete breakdown. She dropped her long sword to the ground, then crouched down, burying her face in her hands and weeping bitterly. Her sobs were filled with such profound sorrow, making Lin Tian feel almost reluctant to strike her again. Watching Gu Yufei wail uncontrollably, Lin Tian suddenly felt utterly at a loss. Uncertain how to comfort this adorable woman, he'd pushed past her breaking point. Slowly approaching from behind, he cautiously reached out, patting her heaving back. Please stop crying." But upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Gu Yufei began to cry even harder, which left Lin Tian feeling flustered. After all, he had absolutely no experience. His large hand kept gently stroking Gu Yufei's heaving back, his expression visibly awkward. Facing Lin Tian's actions, Gu Yufei offered no resistance. After crying for a while, she abruptly sat up, grabbing one of Lin Tian's hands. With her other hand, she loosened the hairpin from her bun and plunged it and thrust it viciously toward Lin Tian's heart. Lin Tian was utterly shocked, staring at her sudden action with utter bewilderment, completely caught off guard, watching as the sharp hairpin pierced his heart. His mind raced back to his past life, scenes of death from movies. Then he mimicked them with lightning speed, one hand clutching the chest pierced by the hairpin, the other trembling as he pointed at Gu Yufei. Mouth agape, a look of utter disbelief on his face. You actually. Then, thud. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, showing no signs of life. Such acting skills. Had Lin Tian been an actor in a past life, he would have surely won an Oscar. Gu Yufei never imagined that his strike would actually land, and that she'd actually taken out that bastard Lin Tian. Though the means weren't exactly honorable. He had struck while Lin Tian was comforting him. She had seized the opportunity to strike. Still, eliminating Lin Tian filled her with immense satisfaction. She walked over to Lin Tian's corpse. She kicked him twice with all her might, shouting curses as she kicked. You'll pay for making me drink that stuff. You hit my butt. You think you can play me? You could have caught me, but you just... At this point, Gu Yufei suddenly stopped. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. Yes, from start to finish. He had been holding back for her. Gu Yufei understood. Her abilities were far inferior to Lin Tian's. And if Lin Tian had wanted to kill her, it must have been a piece of cake. Yet after I hunted him down twice, not only did he not hold a grudge against me, but instead played a game of cat and mouse with me. And even during that first encounter in the Eastern Wastes, blinded by rage, he overused the Gu family's secret technique, putting his life in danger. Lin Tian not only refrained from exploiting his vulnerability, but gave me a pill, which not only cured the aftereffects of overusing the secret technique, but also enhanced his cultivation base. Thinking of this, for reasons unknown, Gu Yufei felt a tightness in his chest, and an inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. Chapter 106, The Drama Queen Takes Over. At this thought, Gu Yufei withdrew the foot she'd raised to kick Lin Tian's corpse, reaching out to check Lin Tian's breath. No breath at all. Her other hand rested on the left side of his chest, feeling for his pulse, but felt no pulse. Now, Gu Yufei began to panic. Staring blankly at the hairpin embedded in Lin Tian's chest, gently shook Lin Tian. Hey, are you still alive? Lin Tian fought back laughter that threatened to cause internal injuries, and feigned being utterly dead. He even employed some tricks to make his body temperature steadily drop. As if sensing the shift in Lin Tian's body temperature, Gu Yufei's expression shifted from initial joy, then to bewilderment, and finally, for some reason, a hollow feeling settled in her heart. 2 clear tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Startled, she reached out, wiping away the tears, unable to believe that she had developed such an unusual feeling. But when exactly had these feelings taken root? Gu Yufei searched her memories since her last trip to the Eastern Wastes, until she encountered Lin Tian again. She suddenly realized. It seemed that ever since returning from the Eastern Wastes, the person occupying her thoughts day after day was Lin Tian. Though she wanted to kill him, this man had quietly slipped into her heart, had quietly made his way into her heart. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the suffocating emptiness within, slowly eating away at her soul. She reached out and gently shook Lin Tian. Wake up, wake up! But feeling Lin Tian's body, already cold to the touch, she understood that Lin Tian was dead, vanished completely from this world. The suffocating sensation in her chest instantly transformed into excruciating pain. Her body swayed. Tears the size of beans streamed down uncontrollably. All restraint abandoned. Weeping as she cried. Her voice hoarse with grief, she cried out. Don't die. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to kill you. You just made me so angry. Please don't die, wah. I was wrong, I truly didn't mean to kill you. Lin Tian, lying on the ground, felt utterly embarrassed. He didn't know whether he should die first, or just revive immediately. He quickly dismissed the idea of reviving on the spot. He knew that if he resurrected right there, Gu Yufei would likely chase him down with her sword still raised. But if he didn't resurrect on the spot, seeing Gu Yufei's tear-streaked face, a pang of pity stirred in Lin Tian's heart. Yet to avoid her relentless pursuit, and to hear her heartfelt confession, Lin Tian made a decision that defied his ancestors. To keep pretending to be dead. After Gu Yufei wept herself hoarse while clinging to his corpse, she suddenly realized that this place seemed not too far from the Gu residence. And the Gu family was a top-tier immortal lineage. one of the most powerful forces in the mortal realm of Zhongzhou. Perhaps her grandfather, a sovereign-level cultivator, might have a way to revive Lin Tian. With this thought, Gu Yufei hoisted Lin Tian's corpse on his shoulder, preparing to bring him back to the clan. After Lin Tian was hoisted onto Gu Yufei's shoulder, a faint, sweet fragrance of a young girl instantly filled his nostrils, and he quietly opened his eyes. Since he was positioned on Gu Yufei's right shoulder, all he had to do was glance slightly to the left. He could glimpse a landscape of rolling hills, a surging tide. Lin Tian cursed inwardly, damn it. What man could possibly hold back in this situation? Instantly, he felt two streams surge from his nostrils. Two streams of warmth surged forth. He hurriedly and discreetly used his spiritual energy to clean it up. Thankfully, Gu Yufei hadn't noticed, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He continued to savor the sensation of his arm draped over the beauty's fragrant shoulder, while savoring the blissful life of layered peaks and ridges. Soon, Gu Yufei returned to the Changshenggu family estate, and upon seeing her father, she immediately spoke with a hint of urgency. "Father, please see if you can save him?" Upon seeing Lin Tian's condition, his face paled with shock. With his perceptive abilities, he scanned Lin Tian. There was not a single sign of life left. A chill ran down Gu Yufei's father's spine from head to toe. The young master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had actually died at the hands of the Gu family? If word of this ever reached the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, his entire Gu family of the Eternal Life lineage would be uprooted. The Gu family had harbored no doubts about the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's power. For the major immortal clans, each family possesses records concerning the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and their accounts are far more detailed. So they were well aware of the pavilion's formidable might. Even a powerhouse like the Li family of the Immortals was effortlessly annihilated by the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. At the mere thought of this, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the Gu family head. He scrutinized Lin Tian's corpse closely. Not a single wound on his body, except for a hairpin. A hairpin was stuck in his chest. Clearly his daughter's own hairpin. Lin Tian's face bore an expression of profound peace, and his body had already grown cold. Just as the Gu family head's hands began to tremble, he suddenly noticed Lin Tian's fingers twitch slightly, startling him, and instantly understood what had happened, and inwardly muttered, "You young folks sure know how to have fun. Next time you play like this, could you at least give a heads up first? You're trying to give an old man a heart attack." Sensing her father's emotional shift, Gu Yufei was baffled, and immediately asked, "Father, what's wrong with this man? Why are you reacting so strongly to his body?" Father Gu retorted sharply, "Yufei, don't you know who he is?" Gu Yufei looked utterly bewildered and retorted, "Identity? He's just a menial disciple, isn't he?" Gu Yufei's father shook his head helplessly. "Yufei, you've really gotten yourself into deep trouble this time. His true identity is the young master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion wiped out the Changshengli family just 2 days ago, and now you've gone and killed their pavilion master." Hearing his father's words, Gu Yufei felt her mind go blank, and instantly froze in place, staring blankly at Lin Tian lying on the ground. "Tian? Tenji Pavilion? The one recorded in our family's annals? The true rulers of the 4 seas and 8 desolations?" Seeing her father nod, Gu Yufei collapsed to the ground as well. She simply couldn't comprehend it. Why would someone of such exalted status? Why would he disguise himself as a menial disciple, and allowed himself to be hunted down by her in the eastern wastes? Chapter 107, the Sect competition begins. Now he had no time for sorrow, and urgently asked, "Father, what should we do next?" "Go back to your room first. I'll seek out the patriarch, and see if we can save him." Hearing her father's words, Gu Yufei's eyes immediately filled with a glimmer of hope. Seeing this expression, the head of the Gu family sighed deeply. As the head of the household, seeing his daughter marry into a prestigious family, he ought to feel joy for her. Yet as a father, now that she had reached marriageable age, a wave of inexplicable sadness welled up within him. Gu Yufei didn't notice her father's unusual state, and instead said anxiously, "Father, I'll wait right here. I won't go anywhere." "You silly girl, go back first. Don't worry, the 3 elders possess immense power. They'll surely bring him back to life." Hearing this, Gu Yufei reluctantly turned to leave, glancing back every few steps as she walked away. After Gu Yufei departed, the Gu family head gazed at Lin Tian lying on the ground with a hint of amusement. He murmured softly, "Young master, what exactly are you playing at?" Lin Tian immediately sat up, scratching his head sheepishly. Clearing his throat, he replied with a hint of reproach. "Well, there was a misunderstanding between me and your daughter. When she was chasing me just now, I accidentally got stabbed by her." Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, the Gu family head stared at him in utter disbelief. Watching the young man spout such nonsense with a straight face, countless mental curses raced through his mind. Do you even hear what you're saying? You, who can't even gauge the depth of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, have the nerve to claim a girl who's just entered the Avatar stage is hunting you down? This is truly the height of absurdity. But the Gu family head is no fool. He instantly sensed the extraordinary connection between his daughter and this young sect master. With a forced laugh, he quickly composed himself and said, "Thank you, young master, for your forbearance toward my daughter. I hope you will continue to guide and mentor her in the future." Lin Tian glanced at the Gu family head, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Even though he'd been causing trouble alongside Gu Yufei, the Gu family head showed no trace of ridicule. Instead, he subtly encouraged their relationship. This approach deeply pleased Lin Tian. It seemed the mortal realm of Central Plains could be entrusted to the eternal Gu family and his own 7-star envoys to manage together. With that thought, Lin Tian nodded. Then this pavilion master shall take his leave. With that, he pulled the hairpin from his chest and casually tossed it into his storage artifact before leaving the Gu family head's chambers. No sooner had he stepped outside than he spotted Gu Yufei pacing anxiously nearby. Their eyes met. Gu Yufei froze for a moment. Then looked at Lin Tian's chest. If not for the still wet bloodstains, Gu Yufei would have doubted whether Lin Tian had even been injured. Then, an expression of wild joy spread across her face, her eyes reddening slightly. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. Lin Tian felt a wave of sweet fragrance wash over him as a soft, fragrant, and delicate body plunged into his embrace. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her, one hand gently caressing her rising and falling back. "You heart-stealing thief!" Gu Yufei sobbed and scolded angrily. Lin Tian could only smile helplessly, letting her tiny fists land on his chest. Just as Lin Tian was about to make his move, Gu Yufei deftly dodged his advance. Her face flushed as red as an apple, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm not ready yet. Maybe later." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yufei turned and walked away, her face flushed. Watching her beautiful retreating figure, Lin Tian's face broke into a knowing smile. The thought of deepening his connection with Gu Yufei and unlocking the other personality within her filled him with anticipation. What a wonderful experience that would be. Lost in thought, a smile spread across Lin Tian's face. He turned and returned to his room, preparing for the upcoming Central Plains Human Realm Sect competition the next day. In this competition, Lin Tian would declare to all factions in Central Plains that the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had returned. This event would also serve as an opportunity for the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion to establish its authority. He had already assisted the 7-star envoys, elevating all their cultivation to the Emperor Realm, and simultaneously elevated Qingyun and the Fong sisters to the Emperor Realm. Adding Qi Sha to the mix, Lin Tian now commanded 11 Emperor Realm experts alone. Such a lineup could sweep any faction in Central Plains. Only now did Lin Tian truly feel like the boss. At the very least, he wouldn't have to personally handle every single thing from now on. Yet this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Major factions across Central Plains were converging on the Gu family estate, preparing for tomorrow's sect assembly. Other top factions from Central Plains, eager to forge ties with the Gu family, arrived bearing dowries, intending to propose marriage to Gu Yufei. They remained unaware that Gu Yufei had already been secretly betrothed to Lin Tian by the Gu family. However, they had all publicly declared their intent to find suitable husbands for their daughters. Since Lin Tian and Gu Yufei had only become involved after that. As a prominent and respectable family, the Gu clan did not wish to appear fickle. So they let these suitors create some pressure for Lin Tian, hoping to push him to offer a more generous dowry. This plan had been decided after consultation between the Gu family head and the patriarch. Both were seasoned veterans, naturally unwilling to pass up such a golden opportunity to fleece Lin Tian. Soon, the day of the sect assembly arrived. Major factions were invited by the Gu family to a secret realm. The secret realm had been completely transformed by the Gu family into a vast plaza, resembling a large stadium. All the factions present couldn't help but marvel at the Gu family's extravagance to transform an entire secret realm into a plaza. Transforming a secret realm was an incredibly resource-intensive endeavor, requiring not only immense foundational strength but also a sufficient number of powerful experts. Even after entering the secret realm, Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "These great sects are truly wealthy." Even the Western Wilderness secret realm he had refined hadn't been fully developed, only preliminarily refined. But foundations and such meant little to Lin Tian. As long as his strength grew, everything he desired would eventually be his. Yet he now regretted completely burying the Li family of longevity beneath the earth and obliterating them. If only he had looted their treasure vault first. The thought made Lin Tian feel a pang of regret. Today, Lin Tian brought only Qingyun, the flower, and the Fong sisters, the 2 jade ornaments. The crowds passing by couldn't help but glance at the Fong sisters and Qingyun whenever they came near Lin Tian. Those gazes held either awe, envy, or lecherous intent. But this was the Changsheng Gu family estate after all. No matter what expression they wore, no one dared harbor ill intentions here. Yet in this world, there always seemed to be a few fools who couldn't read the situation. Hey there, three lovely ladies. Might you be free tonight to join this gentleman for wine and moonlight? Chapter 108, I told you to get lost, not to leave. Lin Tian glanced at the youth before him. Like himself, he wore all white, a folding fan in hand. A jade pendant hung at his waist, radiating abundant spiritual energy clearly containing life-saving power. Upon seeing him, Lin Tian set down his teacup, a warm smile spreading across his face. The jade pendant hanging from his waist bore a large engraved character, Wang. He was unmistakably a member of the Wang family, the foremost immortal lineage in Central Plains. He made no effort to conceal his identity, wearing the pendant in a conspicuous position barely short of having "I am a member of the Wang family of immortals" written across his face. The arrogance on his face was every bit as pronounced as that of the Li family's eldest son who had courted disaster earlier. Setting down his teacup, Lin Tian didn't even glance at the young master Wang. His voice remained calm as he said, "Sorry, these three are my women. I have three things I never lend: spirit stones, flying swords, and women, especially the last one. Get lost while I'm still in a decent mood." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the white-robed youth's face instantly twisted with astonishment. "Listen, you wouldn't happen to be some bumpkin from the sticks, would you? I'm a member of the Changsheng royal family. Have you ever heard of the Changsheng royal family?" Young Master Wang was known for bullying the weak. In Central Plains, simply mentioning his family name, the Eternal Life royal clan, guaranteed success whether he was snatching women or plundering treasures. But now, someone had actually told him to get lost in public. This was a novel experience indeed. Lin Tian still didn't even glance at the young Master Wang, his voice growing colder. "The Changsheng royal house? Never heard of it. After all, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry deserves my attention. Though, just the other day, I happened to wipe out the Changsheng Li family." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the young master's eyes widened in shock. He stood frozen for a moment, before erupting into exaggerated laughter. Clutching his stomach, he gasped. "What? You annihilated the Changsheng Li family? What do you take our Changsheng clan for? Something you can just wipe out on a whim? Ha 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 ha. That's the biggest joke this young master has heard in a century." He continued his unrestrained laughter, pointing a finger at Lin Tian. But in the next instant, a cold gleam shot toward him. Before the young master could react, a chill breeze swept past. Then his outstretched hand grew numb. The finger that had pointed at Lin Tian was instantly severed by a force beyond his control. Before he could process what had happened, Lin Tian's voice turned icy cold. "I'm giving you one last chance. Get out, or die." The young master stared in disbelief at his severed finger. He hadn't even seen who had struck, yet his finger had been cleanly severed. Like the deceased Li, he was a great perfection realm powerhouse. Yet even someone of his caliber couldn't discern what had happened. Among this youth before him or the three women behind him, must be a genuine Emperor realm powerhouse. Though Prince Wang had a taste for women, he wasn't a fool. He knew he and his entourage were no match for this group. Gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at Lin Tian, and roared, "You just wait." Just as he turned to leave after his threat, a cold voice cut through the air. "Hold on." Hearing this, young Master Wang froze, turning back with fury. "What? You dare kill this young master in front of all these people?" Though young Master Wang had noticed an Emperor Realm expert among Lin Tian's group, he didn't know that all three men behind Lin Tian were Emperor Realm powerhouses. Thus, he naturally assumed Lin Tian wouldn't dare challenge him. That was precisely why he had uttered such foolish words. Lin Tian, however, stared at this Prince Wang with utter contempt. For some reason, the moment he laid eyes on him, he couldn't help but recall that beastly Li young master from before. Not a single one of these immortal clans was any good. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Tian coldly declared, "Did I say you could leave? I said get out. Is that too hard to understand?" Hearing this, the young Master Wang flew into a rage. "Kid, don't think having an Emperor-level powerhouse backing you gives you free reign. The Wang family of the Longsheng clan isn't someone you can afford to provoke. You'd better know your place." Snap! Before the young master could finish, another gust of force swept past. A tremendous blow struck his knee, completely shattering the kneecap with a sharp crack. Before he could react, one leg went numb, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Before his rage could erupt, the icy voice cut through the air again, "One last chance. Get out or die." Those who recognized this young master from the Changsheng Wang family began pointing and whispering at Lin Tian's group. They hurriedly distanced themselves from the trouble, hiding at a distance to watch the spectacle, fearful of getting burned themselves. All the while, they whispered among themselves. "Who is that young master? He actually dared to beat the eldest son of the Changsheng royal family? Honestly, seeing him get beaten actually feels satisfying. Last time, a few of us stumbled upon a secret realm and finally found an opportunity, only for that Wang young master to snatch it away. Don't even get me started, my sister was snatched by the Changsheng royal family too. She's still missing to this day. So much for the Changsheng noble house, looks like they're no better than anyone else." Even after getting beaten, they still kneel and beg forgiveness. Ah, exactly. How utterly pathetic. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Prince Wang's face alternated between pale and flushed. Yet under Lin Tian's death threat, the young Master Wang ultimately chose submission. Gritting his teeth, seething with rage, he fixed a furious glare on Lin Tian before flopping onto the ground and rolling away. This action immediately drew another wave of laughter from the crowd. After rolling far enough away, he limped off with his men's support, clearly seeking reinforcements. Lin Tian showed no sign of urgency. He had just realized something. The reason this Prince Wang had targeted him must have been orchestrated by those old foxes of the Gu family. With the Changshengli family now destroyed by Lin Tian, the only remaining Changsheng family capable of challenging the Changshenggu family was the Changsheng Wang family. Therefore, toppling the Wang family would make the Gu family the nominal rulers of the human realm in Central Plains. This was Gu territory, so barring any surprises, that Prince Wang must have been sent by the Gu family. Snap! Lin Tian closed the heavenly mechanism fan, his gaze shifting to the Gu family patriarch. His eyes held an inexplicable meaning. The moment the Gu family head met Lin Tian's gaze, his entire body shuddered violently. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. It was clear Lin Tian had uncovered the Gu family's ulterior motives. This was a warning to them. Chapter 109, The weak are merely resources for the strong. After issuing his warning to the Gu patriarch, Lin Tian chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, he was Gu Yufei's father, his future father-in-law. They were all intelligent men. He trusted the patriarch had understood his warning. Moreover, Lin Tian genuinely despised the Changsheng royal family. Like the Li family, they relied on their clan's power to act with utter arrogance. They believed themselves perched atop this world's pinnacle, granting them license to act with utter impunity. Lin Tian didn't mind giving them a wake-up call to show them this world had rules, and breaking them meant death. Other factions, having witnessed Lin Tian provoke the Changsheng Wang family, rushed forward to dissuade him. Young man, though we don't know which faction you belong to, you'd best leave now. The Changsheng Wang family isn't someone to mess with. Exactly. He's gone to call for reinforcements. Get out of here now. I just saw 2 Emperor Realm experts from their clan arrive. Surveying the crowd around him, it was clear these were all factions that had suffered oppression at the hands of the Changsheng royal family. Just as Lin Tian was about to respond, 2 icy voices cut through the crowd from behind. Leave? Little brat, where do you think you're going? Hearing these voices, the surrounding crowd immediately paled with fear and scattered quickly. You dare not only refuse to give face to my Changsheng royal family, but also injure my eldest son? Boy, so young yet relying on an Emperor Realm expert to back you up, daring to run amok here? Today, let us too see if that Emperor Realm expert can protect you. As they spoke, spiritual energy erupted around them, unleashing a powerful aura that pressed down upon Lin Tian. Yet facing their overwhelming pressure, Lin Tian seemed utterly oblivious. He casually picked up a teacup from the table and took a leisurely sip. The 2 Emperor Realm experts watched Lin Tian's utterly unperturbed demeanor. Assumed that the Emperor Realm expert was secretly helping Lin Tian resist the pressure. In their eyes, Lin Tian was barely in his 20s. He couldn't possibly possess overwhelming power. Boy, stop playing tricks here. Have that Emperor Realm expert by your side come out and face his death. Lin Tian slowly placed the teacup back on the table and sneered coldly. You rely on your clan's numerous Emperor Realm experts to act with impunity, is that it? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the 2 men burst into raucous laughter. Boy, it seems you haven't grown up yet. Today, this old man will teach you a lesson. In this world, only strength matters. The weak are merely resources to be exploited at the whim of the strong. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face didn't show anger. Instead, a smile spread across his lips. So your approach to life is that anyone weaker than you is fair game to bully, is that it? Exactly. Kid, cut the nonsense. Get that Emperor Realm expert out here to die. Boss, that Emperor Realm expert backing him might have already ditched them to save his own skin after seeing us. We'll dispose of this brat later. Take those 4 women back with us. Slap. Lin Tian closed the heavenly mechanism fan in his hand and addressed the 4 men beside him. Xinghe, Yueying, Yuehua, Shisha, cripple these 2's cultivation. Don't kill them. Without so much as a glance at the 2, Lin Tian continued sipping his tea. Just as the 2 elders were about to launch into another round of taunts, they suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the 4 women behind Lin Tian. Their expressions abruptly changed, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the 4 women. They never dreamed that the 4 seemingly delicate women behind Lin Tian were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. The one clad in black radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Indeed, the woman in black was Qisha. The moment she saw these members of the immortal clans, memories of her deceased sister flooded her mind. And the hatred within her surged like a flood breaking through a dam, making her killing intent utterly uncontrollable. Qisha struck first, swiftly followed by the other 3, while Lin Tian held the rear guard. Though their side had 4 Emperor Realm experts, all were newly ascended and hadn't yet mastered their full power. This overwhelming 4 against 2 battle was the perfect opportunity for them to hone their combat techniques as Emperor Realm powerhouses. Soon, the battle erupted. Spectators gathered at a distance, whispering among themselves. Damn, what's the deal with that kid? He's so strong. And the maids following him are all Emperor Realm powerhouses? A burly man wiped sweat from his brow, his voice still trembling with fear. Thank goodness I didn't go teasing those 4 women earlier. Otherwise, my corpse would probably be cold by now. Most onlookers were gloating over the Longsheng royal family's misfortune. The Changsheng royal family has finally met their match. 2 Emperor Realm experts against for the outcome should be clear soon enough. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought the Changsheng royal family, who've terrorized the mortal realm of Central Plains, would finally meet their match today? Let's see if they dare act so arrogantly again. Among them, none were happier than the Gu family of Changsheng. This move had turned the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion and the Changsheng royal family into mortal enemies. And it was clear the Wang family was finished for good. Moreover, the Gu family's actions had simultaneously provided Lin Tian with a perfect target to establish his authority. Lin Tian's purpose in participating in the Central Continent Human Realm Sect competition was precisely to demonstrate his might. If the challengers were too weak to showcase his true strength, the goal of establishing his authority would be unattainable. As the most powerful force in Central Plains, the Changsheng royal family was undoubtedly the perfect target. The Wang clan's status as Zhongzhou's most formidable immortal lineage stems from their possession of a peak Great Perfection realm powerhouse. Prior to this sect assembly, that peak Great Perfection cultivator had actually broken through, ascending to the Emperor Realm. Though he had only recently entered the Emperor Realm, his inclusion meant the Wang clan now boasted 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses. Even the Gu family, boasting the strongest Emperor Realm expert, falls short in sheer numbers compared to the Wang family. This time at the Sect competition, they arrived bearing lavish gifts, intending to propose marriage for Prince Wang and wed Gu Yufei. To pressure the Gu family and demonstrate their strength, the Changsheng royal house deliberately dispatched 2 Emperor-level powerhouses to accompany them. On one hand, this was to pressure the Changsheng Gu family, ensuring the marriage alliance would be consummated, thereby seizing the opportunity to gradually encroach upon the Changsheng Gu family. On the other hand, it was also to flaunt their military might once more to all of Central Plains. Thus, the Changsheng Gu family scheme served a dual purpose, neutralizing the threat from the Wang family while simultaneously providing Lin Tian with an ideal target to establish his authority. Thus, even if Lin Tian realized he'd been used, the worst outcome would be that he wouldn't cause trouble for the Gu family afterward, out of respect for Gu Yufei. Chapter 110, Assessing the Situation. Above the secret realm, the 4 against 2 battle between Emperor Realm powerhouses raged fiercely. Though Lin Tian's side held numerical superiority, their recent ascension to the Emperor Realm meant they lacked the battle experience of these seasoned Emperor Realm masters. Thus, the battle remained fiercely contested. Yet as time wore on, the fighters gradually adapted to the power of the Emperor Realm, and Lin Tian's numerical advantage began to manifest. The 2 Emperor Realm experts of the Changsheng royal family found themselves increasingly strained. Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet and approached Wang Xian, the eldest son of the Changsheng royal family. Wang Xian's leg had been healed, and he had been confident that with 2 other Emperor Realm experts backing him, he could easily kill Lin Tian and claim those beauties for himself. But he never dreamed that the beauties by Lin Tian's side were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. A mere youth accompanied by 4 Emperor's tier attendants? What kind of background did this youth possess? The thought sent a chill through Wang Xian's body, turning his face ashen. He dared not dwell on it further. As Lin Tian steadily approached, fear gripped his expression. He retreated step by step, desperate to distance himself, yet an invisible pressure emanating from Lin Tian crushed him, leaving him gasping for breath. Standing before Wang Xian, Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile. Young Master Wang, is it? You used to bully others freely, relying on your family's power, didn't you? Today, I'll show you how that very family you depend on will be destroyed right before your eyes. With that, he reached out and patted Wang Xian's shoulder. In an instant, Wang Xian felt the spiritual energy within him sealed by an overwhelming force. Despair washed over his face as he looked up at the 4-on-2 battle unfolding above. The 2 Emperor Realm experts from the Wang family, who had initially seemed to have the situation under control, were now facing a perilous situation. Upon discovering that all 4 women accompanying Lin Tian were Emperor Realm experts, they had already sent distress signals to their clan. Surely, the other 2 Emperor Realm experts would arrive shortly. Once the other 4 arrived, today's situation would surely turn around. At worst, they'd incur enmity, but at least their lives would be spared. Both men now cursed Wang Xian inwardly. How could this bastard be so blind as to provoke such a mysterious youth? But they quickly realized this was Gu family territory. This entire setup was likely a trap the Gu family had set for the Wang family. While battling the 4 women, both men shot furious glances at the Gu family patriarch. After parrying the lunging sword of the 7 killers, Qingyun's blade now targeted the joints of his body. The Wang family patriarch's pupils contracted violently. Seeing evasion was impossible, just as the situation reached a critical juncture. A furious roar echoed, "Halt!" A fierce sword beam erupted, deflecting Qingyun's blade. The patriarch, who had narrowly avoided being pierced through the heart by Qingyun's blade, now had a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. He stared at Qingyun with lingering terror, his eyes filled with icy, murderous intent.
Hold your ground, everyone.
At the critical moment, 2 other elders from the Changsheng royal family arrived.
Arriving just in time to rescue one of the Wang family elders from Qingyun's grasp.
Hearing the voice of the Wang family's Emperor Realm powerhouse, the combatants swiftly separated, facing each other in formation. Now the numbers of Emperor Realm powerhouses on both sides were even, and Lin Tian's advantage vanished completely. Below, the Wang Xian's spiritual power was sealed, a smug smile spread across his face.
Boy, all 4 of our family's elders have arrived. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Lin Tian, however, replied with a playful expression, young man, are you mentally deficient? Your ancestral elders are all locked down by my subordinates. Go ahead and cry for help, let's see which one can save you.
Hearing this, Wang Xian's previously arrogant expression instantly darkened, his eyes filling with a look called fear.
He couldn't comprehend it. The Changsheng Wang clan was undeniably the strongest power in Central Plains. Why was he being controlled by this youth before him today?
In the air, the 2 sides of powerful figures stood in a standoff. The Emperor Realm expert leading the Changsheng Wang clan bowed his hands to Lin Tian and said politely,
may I ask which faction you represent, young friend? Could there be some misunderstanding between you and our Changsheng Wang clan? There's no deep-seated enmity between us. Why not bring a few of your men to visit our Wang family shortly? Let us extend our hospitality as hosts. Shall we shake hands and make peace?
Facing 4 Emperor Realm experts, the Changsheng royal family had no choice but to proceed with caution. Though they held no fear of Lin Tian's 4 Emperor Realm experts, there was no need to provoke him to the point of irreparable enmity. After all, a fight to the death with Lin Tian would bring no benefit to their clan.
Worse, the Changsheng royal family would suffer severe damage.
Therefore, if the conflict could be resolved and hostilities turned into friendship, the Changsheng royal family was willing to pay a certain price. The leader recognized Lin Tian as the head of the 4, but judging by his age just over 20, he likely wasn't an Emperor Realm powerhouse himself. That meant he must be the young master of some major power. He believed that even such a major power would not wish to engage in a fight to the death with the Changsheng royal family. As long as neither side was willing to fight to the death, nothing was beyond negotiation. The elderly leader had assumed he'd given Lin Tian a way out, expecting him to seize the opportunity and end the conflict smoothly. But to his utter astonishment, Lin Tian casually waved his folding fan and replied in a cold, clear voice.
Your eldest son from the Wang family tried to steal my woman and kill me. Is this what you call no deep-seated grudge?
His finger then pointed at another figure beside the leading Emperor Realm expert as he coldly added.
That old man just now wanted to eliminate me, take my woman away, and even called me a weakling, someone you can freely dispose of as a resource?
Hearing Lin Tian completely ignore his attempt to save face, the leading elder couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He took a deep breath, forcing down his resentment. After all, it was his own prodigal heir who had provoked Lin Tian first. This leading Emperor Realm expert was no ordinary figure.
He bowed slightly in Lin Tian's direction and said, some of our younger generation acted out of turn. I, an old man, offer my sincerest apologies to you, young master. Why not call it a day here? We shall invite you to visit the Changsheng Wang clan another time. When you do, we shall present generous gifts as a token of our remorse. What say you? To avoid a bitter showdown with Lin Tian, the Wang family leader had lowered himself considerably, one might even say he was begging for peace. Yet in the eyes of men like them, personal honor was secondary to the future of their lineage. Every action they took prioritized the legacy of their lineage. Thus, to avoid a bitter confrontation with Lin Tian, they were willing to humble themselves and offer him an apology. Chapter 111, Who told you I only have 4 Emperor Realm experts by my side? In fact, they were deliberately or perhaps inadvertently courting Lin Tian. The current situation among the human clans of Central Plains was highly delicate. The Wang family stood alone at the pinnacle while other immortal clans lurked behind, eyes fixed on their position. With a new power emerging here, also boasting 4 Emperor Realm experts, forming an alliance with him would undoubtedly solidify the Wang clan's position in Central Plains. The leading Emperor-level expert believed he had already lowered himself considerably. Any other faction would surely take the hint and back down. Yet the next moment, Lin Tian persisted relentlessly. To resolve this grudge, fine. I'm not an unreasonable man. Earlier, your eldest son tried to steal my woman. Now, all I ask is that your Wang family deliver 4 unmarried women from your direct lineage to this young master. This matter will be settled. How does that sound? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the faces of the other 3 Emperor Realm experts from the Wang family were already twisted with rage, and they could barely restrain themselves from striking. But they were restrained by the leading Emperor Realm expert. Taking another deep breath to suppress their rage, the elder at the head declared. No problem. Since the young master favors our Wang family's women, you may visit our mansion tomorrow. Whichever legitimate daughter catches your eye, you may take her away at your leisure. At these words, even the head of the Gu family narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Wang family's Emperor Realm expert. He hadn't expected this elder of the Wang family to possess such remarkable restraint.
Truly, as the leader of a 1,000-year-old immortal lineage, his composure was astonishingly steadfast. Cold sweat began to bead on his palms, fearing Lin Tian might agree to the Wang family's demand.
If that happened, what would become of his own daughter? Moreover, if the Wang family of the Eternal Life lineage were to form an alliance with the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, the Gu family of the Eternal Life lineage would never rise again. At this thought, a trace of worry flickered in the Gu family patriarch's gaze as he looked at Lin Tian. Even Gu Yufei, watching from afar, now held something inexplicable in her gaze toward Lin Tian. She already knew Lin Tian's identity and had come to accept him. Yet seeing the woman by Lin Tian's side, she knew he must be a lecher. She didn't know if Lin Tian truly cared for her, but even if he did, faced with such a tremendous temptation, could he truly remain unmoved and continue choosing her? The thought made Gu Yufei clench her fists, her body tensing as she fixed her gaze on Lin Tian, seeking an answer from him. During the time freeze, Lin Tian had visited the Qingyun royal family. However, after interacting with Gu Yufei, he had grown utterly disgusted with the women of the Qingyun Wang family. The reason was simple: the women of the Qingyun Wang family were all trash. So young, yet already engaging in scandalous affairs within their own family. Lin Tian wasn't some junk collector, he was extremely picky. Therefore, he would never take in that trash from the Qingyun royal family. Just then, he caught Gu Yufei's gaze. Their eyes met, and Lin Tian returned a gentle look. That single glance was like a shot of reassurance for Gu Yufei. All her worries vanished into thin air. Lin Tian replied, "My apologies, but this young master has come to the Changsheng Gu family specifically to propose to the Gu family's eldest daughter. As for your Li family's legitimate daughter, this young master isn't a junk collector who takes any old trash." Hearing Lin Tian's blatant insult, the Imperial Realm expert leading the Qingyun Wang family could no longer contain his rage. He coldly retorted, "Boy, don't think you can run rampant just because you have 4 Emperor Realm experts under your command. Our Qingyun Wang family also possesses 4 Emperor Realm experts. We've merely refrained from mutual destruction thus far. But if you push us to the brink, this old man will make you regret it." Lin Tian responded with a cold sneer. "I hope you make me regret it right now. Empty threats won't make me regret a thing. You." The old man trembled as he pointed at Lin Tian, his face turning ashen. Clearly, Lin Tian had infuriated him beyond measure. "Fine. Fine. You insolent brat, you don't know your place. Today, the Qingyun royal family will fight you to the bitter end." He then bellowed at the other factions attending the sect assembly. "All factions of Central Continent, hear this. This brat has gone too far. Our Wang family intends to unite all Emperor Realm experts to hunt down and kill these individuals. To every Emperor Realm expert who joins the hunt, the Wang clan pledges 1 breakthrough pill." These words exploded like a bomb, instantly stirring up a commotion among the crowd. A breakthrough pill is a medicinal pill that increases the probability of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. The higher the grade, the lower the probability of success. At the Emperor Realm level, the potency of a breakthrough pill becomes almost negligible. Yet even so, many still coveted this pill intensely. For those stuck at a bottleneck, even a 1 in 10,000 chance of breakthrough would drive them to obtain it at any cost. Soon, Emperor-level experts from several second-tier factions aligned themselves behind the Qingyun royal family. Since the Qingyun royal family is so generous, this old man is willing to lend his strength to the royal family. I too am willing. This humble monk likewise. Within mere moments, 4 more Emperor-level powerhouses stepped forward, aligning themselves behind the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses of the Qingyun royal family. In their desperation to obtain that breakthrough pill, these 4 were even willing to antagonize Lin Tian, who had 4 Emperor realm experts under his command. Their actions bordered on hysteria, showing utter disregard for the consequences. The situation on the field instantly reversed. What had started as Lin Tian's side outnumbering the Wang family 2-4 now became the Wang family overwhelming them 8-4. Those behind the Wang family's leading elders secretly gave him thumbs up. This move had instantly put the Wang family in the dominant position. Noticing the 4 additional Emperor Realm experts behind him, the Wang family's leading Emperor Realm expert glared at Lin Tian with a savage expression and roared. "Boy, I gave you a chance earlier. Too bad you didn't know when to quit. Soon, I'll capture you alive and see what kind of power nurtured such an arrogant young upstart." He glared at Lin Tian, hoping to see fear in his eyes. But he was disappointed. Facing such an imposing display, Lin Tian remained utterly calm from start to finish. With a cold chuckle, Lin Tian murmured softly. "Old man, you think you've already won? Boy, you must be scared out of your wits. With things at this point, what chance do you possibly have?" Lin Tian's smile vanished, his expression turning colder as he retorted. "Who told you I only have 4 Emperor Realm experts by my side?" At this remark, the Imperial Realm expert leading the Wang family paused in surprise before bursting into maniacal laughter. "Kid, have you lost your mind?" But Lin Tian ignored him, his voice icy as he recited. "Tianquan, Tianxian, Tiandi, Kaiyang, Yuhuan, Yaoguang." With each icy utterance of a name, another Emperor-level powerhouse materialized beside him.
Chapter 112, When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter.
By the time Lin Tian's voice faded, 6 more Emperor-level powerhouses materialized mid-air.
Joining the 4 behind Lin Tian, 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses in total. The Imperial Realm powerhouse leading the Changsheng royal clan saw this and his smile froze on his face. Just moments ago, it had been 8 against 4. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had become 10 against 8.
For the first time since the confrontation began, a flicker of genuine fear flickered in the eyes of the Changsheng royal family's leader. He couldn't fathom which faction in the central continent's human realm could mobilize 10 Emperor Realm experts at once. Even across the entire Central Plains, such a faction was likely unheard of. The only faction capable of such a lineup existed only in legend, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. This thought only deepened his dread, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. He could feel the mocking glances being cast his way from the nearby Gu family residence. The 4 Emperor Realm experts they had just recruited through promises of profit paled at the sight of this overwhelming display. They had boarded the Changshan Wang family's treacherous ship with the mindset of getting a bargain. But if it truly came down to fighting Lin Tian to the death, they wouldn't be so foolish. One of them immediately bowed to Lin Tian and said, Young master, we'd like to withdraw. We won't get involved in your feud with the Changshan Wang family.
Would that be acceptable? The other 3 also looked at Lin Tian with a hint of fear and a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Had they known Lin Tian still had 6 Emperor Realm experts in reserve, they wouldn't have dared step forward even if their lives depended on it.
Lin Tian's gaze swept over the 4.
They were all lone wolf cultivators with no one to back them up. Though Lin Tian disdained killing them, he wouldn't let them off lightly either. He coldly ordered them, now, hand over every storage artifact you possess and get out. If any of you dare to conceal anything, you'll leave your lives behind as well. Lin Tian's voice cut through them like a frigid wind from the underworld, sending a bone-chilling coldness through their very souls. All were seasoned travelers who knew better than to provoke such a threat. Faced with the choice between their possessions and their lives, they made their decision swiftly. After tossing their storage artifacts to Lin Tian, they fled swiftly under the murderous stares of the Changsheng royal family members. They held no fear of the Changsheng royal family's retaliation, for after today, the Changsheng royal family would likely cease to exist in Central Plains. Now the odds had shifted from 10 against 8 to 10 against 4.
10 Emperor Realm experts now surrounded the 4.
Though the 4 were also Emperor Realm experts. Faced with this inescapable death trap, even they couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably, their faces drained of color, eyes filled with terror.
They knew the Changsheng royal family would be utterly crushed by Lin Tian today.
Taking a deep breath, the leading Emperor Realm expert of the Wang family glanced at Lin Tian and bowed respectfully, asking,
"May I ask, young master, are you of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Crack! Lin Tian flicked open his folding fan, swaying it slowly as he coldly addressed the elder. "I am Lin Tian, the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion."
At the mention of the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, whispers rippled through the crowd.
The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? What's their background? Are they really that formidable? To have 10 Emperor Realm experts. You clearly don't understand. You see 10 Emperor Realm experts, but have you ever seen any faction deploy all their Emperor Realm experts at once? Brother, are you saying? Oof. You should say the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion has at least 10 Emperor Realm experts. Seeing the situation turn sour, the leader of the Changsheng royal clan, a cunning strategist himself. Thud. With a loud thud, he knelt directly on the ground, speaking earnestly. Gazhulin, our Changsheng Wang clan has been blind to your true stature and dared to offend the Tianji Pavilion. We humbly beg you to grant our family a chance. We, the Changsheng royal family, are willing to pay any price to earn your forgiveness. As he spoke, he began to kowtow heavily. The other 3 behind him, emulating the Imperial Realm powerhouse leading the group, followed suit and began kowtowing as well. Thud thud. The 4 men bowed their heads again and again, showing not the slightest hint of shame. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian froze in place. He had originally intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate these 4 Emperor Realm experts outright and then seize all the wealth of the Changsheng royal family. But these 4 old men were far too pragmatic. They had actually knelt and bowed in public, clearly signaling, if you don't forgive us, we'll keep bowing. At this moment, Lin Tian found himself beginning to admire the leader of the Changsheng Wang family. He acted decisively and ruthlessly, swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Capable of enduring humiliation while bearing a heavy burden, ready to strike back decisively, and adept at bending when pressure mounted. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian closed the folding fan in his hand and asked coldly, "Any conditions, is that so?" At these words, a glimmer of hope instantly lit up the lead Emperor Realm expert's dark pupils. "Indeed. Whatever the Pavilion Master commands, the Wang family shall serve you faithfully, even if it means walking through fire. Then, deliver everything from your Wang family treasury to the Tianji Pavilion." Hearing this, the leading Emperor Realm powerhouse didn't hesitate for a moment before responding. "We obey the Pavilion Master's command. We shall return to our clan immediately and deliver every treasure of the Changsheng Wang family to you. Moreover, that brat he dares to covet my woman.
The ancient ancestor retorted without hesitation, "Upon my return, I shall strip this rebellious brat of his cultivation immediately and cast him into the 10,000 souls cliff to be devoured by countless souls until his death." Hearing this, Wang Xian stared in disbelief at the venerable ancestor who was now fawning over Lin Tian. Was this truly the same Longsheng Wang clan patriarch he remembered, the one who once commanded the world with such swagger and ambition? The man revered as a god by all of the Wang clan was now groveling before Lin Tian, even offering to lock himself away in the 10,000 souls cliff. The mere thought of the 10,000 souls cliff sent involuntary shivers down Wang Xian's spine. His legs felt like they were cramping, and before long, his pants were wet with urine. He had clearly lost control. Lin Tian, visibly disgusted, kicked the worthless Wang Xian far away. But then something astonishing happened. The ancient ancestor of the Changsheng Wang family actually flew down from the sky on his knees, his legs scraping the ground as he crawled toward Lin Tian. He then used his sleeve to wipe Lin Tian's shoes. Lin Tian's pupils narrowed slightly. A sudden urge to slaughter this man surged within him. The reason was simple: this man's ruthlessness reminded Lin Tian of Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms era, while his cunning restraint brought to mind the treacherous Sima Yi. Such a man absolutely could not be spared. But what justification could he use to eliminate him? This dilemma troubled Lin Tian. Then he thought, why even bother with such trivialities? Killing someone, did it really require a reason? Thus, Lin Tian coldly declared, "Take your own life. In exchange for the lives of your entire clan." Chapter 113, Assassination. In his previous life on Blue Star, Lin Tian had studied history. During the Three Kingdoms period, the three wise rulers of Chao Wei, Chao Chao, Chao Pai, and Chao Rui never found a suitable reason to kill Sima Yi. Only after their deaths did Sima Yi seize the opportunity to launch the Jiapingdaling incident. History had served as a stark warning to Lin Tian. Should he ever depart this world, and this old villain wreak havoc here, he would surely regret it beyond measure. Therefore, all threats must be nipped in the bud. Glancing at the leader of the Wang clan's Emperor Realm experts, who knelt on the ground with utmost servility, Lin Tian coldly declared, "This young master keeps his word. This is your final condition: take your own life, and I shall spare the Wang family of Changsheng." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the leading Emperor Realm expert's expression darkened. Glancing at the Wang family members, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Gritting his teeth, the old man knelt once more and bowed his head heavily before Lin Tian. "Thank you, Lord Lin, for sparing my Wang family." Raising his palm, he channeled his spiritual energy and brought it crashing down onto his own forehead. Lin Tian had expected some resistance, but to his surprise, the old man took his own life with such decisive finality, utterly without hesitation. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. The other three Emperor Realm experts remained frozen in place, continuing to kowtow in silence. They feared Lin Tian might demand the same sacrifice from them. "All of you, get back and prepare. I expect to see something satisfactory when I return to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion." With that, Lin Tian flicked his finger, sending a glowing orb into the head of one of the Emperor Realm experts. Inside was the coordinates for the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The group immediately scrambled to their feet, dragging the incontinent Wang Xian with them as they fled the Changshenggu family compound. The head of the Changshenggu family watched the scene unfold, a victorious smile curling his lips. The strongest combat power of the Changsheng Wang family was now dead, and their numbers were now equal to those of the Gu family's Emperor Realm experts. From this day forward, the Changshenggu clan would officially replace the Wang clan as the strongest power in Central Plains. He understood that Lin Tian had spared the Changsheng Wang clan precisely to use them as a counterbalance against the Changshenggu clan. That Lin Tian, so young, possessed scheming cunning rivaling that of an emperor was something the Gu family head hadn't anticipated. Yet, judging by the outcome, the Gu family stood to gain the most. After gathering his thoughts, the Gu family head turned to his daughter. Gu Yufei's gaze never left Lin Tian. No young woman could resist the charm radiating from a man who was powerful, held a high position, and was young and handsome. Gu Yufei was no exception. Soon, this minor incident, one capable of shifting the entire balance of power in Central Plains, faded into the background as the sect assembly commenced in earnest. Lin Tian had no interest in participating in this sect assembly, merely bringing Xinxingha and the others along out of sheer boredom to watch the spectacle. The so-called sect assembly was nothing more than each sect sending 3 contestants to enter a secret realm and hunt spirit beasts. The faction that obtained the most spirit beast cores would claim the championship. Historically, the top 3 spots were monopolized by the 3 great immortal families. Now that the immortal Li family had been annihilated and the immortal Wang family had lost an Emperor Realm expert, this year's championship was bound to fall to the Gu family of the Eternal Life lineage. The competition would last 3 days. On the second day, at Gu Yufei's invitation, Lin Tian accompanied her to watch the sect tournament. Yet the moment they entered the secret realm designated for spectators, Lin Tian felt an uneasy sensation. It seemed as though someone was constantly watching him from the surrounding area. Despite scanning the area multiple times with his divine sense, he couldn't pinpoint who was secretly observing or monitoring him. Nevertheless, Lin Tian didn't dwell on it. Ever since the time-stopping ability had been lifted, no one in this world could harm him. Just as Lin Tian believed everything was under his control, he suddenly realized that within this secret realm, the originally clear sky had abruptly darkened. Light within a 100-mile radius seemed obscured, utterly swallowed by darkness. Dark crimson runes flickered incessantly across the sky. Witnessing this, Lin Tian abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze deepening as he surveyed his surroundings. A look of shock flashed across his face. Simultaneously, the entrance to the secret realm was completely sealed by mysterious runes. A group of black-clad figures stormed into the Changxinggu family compound. Each was highly trained, uttering not a word as they slaughtered anyone in sight. The individual strength of these black-clad figures was formidable. The weakest among them possessed the power of the Tao merging realm, while the majority were at the Great Perfection realm. Above, 10 black-clad figures stood, their eyes burning as they looked down upon everything below. The 3 Gu family patriarchs looked up at the figures above, their expressions turning ashen. The 10 figures above were all Emperor realm powerhouses. Had Lin Tian not been trapped within the Gu family's secret realm at that moment, they might have suspected these figures were sent by him to slaughter the entire Gu clan. Fortunately, Xin Xinghe, Fang Yueying, Fang Yuehua, and 6 of the 7-star envoys remained at the Gu family estate, not entering the secret realm. Within the secret realm, countless dark crimson runes flickered. All the factions gathered for the sect competition witnessed this scene and were thrown into panic. They suddenly felt the power within their bodies being steadily devoured by those eerie, blood-red runes. Lin Tian urgently channeled his spiritual energy to shield Gu Yufei beside him, spreading his divine sense outward to probe these eerie crimson runes. After a moment of insight, Lin Tian discovered with horror that these runes not only absorbed the cultivation bases of those within the secret realm, but also simultaneously drained their vitality and blood along with their cultivation. Those with weaker cultivation were already showing physical reactions. Deprived of blood, vitality, and cultivation, their bodies began to wither and age rapidly. This method was unmistakably that of a heretical cultivator. It instantly reminded Lin Tian of the black-clad organization he and Lu Ruyan, now known as Qisha, had encountered in Shuzhou City. Where he and Lu Ruyan, now known as Qisha, had encountered that black-clad organization and the heretic cultivator who had slaughtered the entire southern wastes. What stunned Lin Tian was that someone had set up such a sinister formation right under his nose, trapping him within this secret realm. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Lin Tian's mind. He recalled the affairs of the Li family of longevity and began to suspect whether they were connected to this organization. Yet when he annihilated the Li clan, he had used soul binding on the Li family's ancient ancestor. And through interrogation, he learned that the Li family had not been involved in this matter. Given the current situation, Lin Tian refused to believe it had absolutely no connection to the Gu family. Clearly, even if the Gu family patriarch remained unaware, someone within the Gu family's inner circle must have joined this cult of dark cultivation. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Chapter 114, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. After completing his perception of this sealing technique, Lin Tian could have shattered the seal with thunderous force. But if he shattered it outright, the hidden figure lurking in the shadows would surely escape again. Thus, Lin Tian made a decision: he would lure the snake out of its hole. Though he could shatter the seal outright, he would feign failure to draw out the organization behind the scenes. Soon, within the seal, numerous cultivators began dying. After their deaths, even their souls were absorbed by the dark crimson, eerie runes. Meanwhile, Lin Tian feigned great effort as he shielded himself and Gu Yufei. Lin Tian, even you can't break this seal? Seeing Lin Tian's strained expression, Gu Yufei grew anxious and couldn't help but ask. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian feigned exhaustion as he replied. Protecting us from this grand formation's erosion is already pushing my limits. But as it absorbs the energy of these cultivators, it keeps growing stronger. I have no idea how much longer I can hold out. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a resolute expression hardened on Gu Yufei's face. Biting her lower lip, she spoke with unwavering determination. If you can't hold on much longer, don't worry about me. Hearing Gu Yufei's words and meeting her gaze, Lin Tian understood she wasn't lying. She wasn't saying this out of fear he'd abandon her, but because she genuinely wished for Lin Tian to survive. After all, among them, Lin Tian was undoubtedly the strongest. Seeing the resolute look on her face, Lin Tian couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. His eyes held unwavering resolve as he spoke softly. Rest assured, I won't let you fall before I do. As time passed, within the Great Formation, Emperor Realm experts began to fall, merging into the crimson, eerie runes. Having absorbed vast amounts of cultivation essence, blood, and souls, the runes had all transformed into a lurid blood red, constantly flickering with eerie black mist. Meanwhile, fine cracks began appearing on Lin Tian's yellow barrier, clearly nearing its breaking point. He could only frantically patch the cracks in the barrier, barely preventing himself from being swallowed by the formation. Finally, within the entire secret realm, no other survivors remained, only Lin Tian and Gu Yufei. Lin Tian was drenched in sweat, frantically patching the damaged barrier back and forth. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lin Tian continuously scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, yet still detected nothing amiss.
Clearly, the mastermind behind this scheme possessed immense patience, waiting for the array to drain every last ounce of Lin Tian's strength before emerging to claim his prey. Yet despite its precarious appearance, the barrier held firm under Lin Tian's frantic repairs, safeguarding both men.
A quarter of an hour passed without a sound. 2 quarters passed, still no movement. Half an hour passed, and the barrier still struggled to hold. An hour passed, and the barrier had nearly shattered multiple times, always just short of the final blow. This time, the hunter lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. Like a specter, he brandished a dagger as black as ink. He thrust it fiercely toward the crack in the barrier behind Lin Tian. He intended to shatter this irritating barrier in one strike, exposing Lin Tian to the full might of the formation. Thus, during their clash, Lin Tian would be continually weakened by the formation, while he could siphon Lin Tian's energy through it. As the gap in the barrier grew ever closer, an eerie crimson glow flared in the hooded figure's eyes beneath the black cloak. Soon, I'll finally claim the greatest prize of this hunt. The black-robed figure licked his parched lips, a savage grin curling his mouth as he thrust straight toward Lin Tian. Yet in the next instant, Lin Tian turned his head. Gone was the frantic, overwhelmed look on his face. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his face. The hooded figure realized he'd fallen into a trap, but it was already too late. Snap! Lin Tian snapped his fingers. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the space like the tolling of a great bell, echoing like the morning and evening drums. The black-robed figure instantly felt the surrounding space rapidly compressing around him, trapping him solid in place. He couldn't even move a finger. What followed sent a chill down the cloaked figure's spine. Lin Tian took Gu Yufei's hand, his spiritual energy surging as a long sword materialized in his grasp. His left hand gripped the hilt while his right hand, with 2 fingers pressed together, swept lightly across the blade. The blade emitted a piercingly clear ring. Where Lin Tian's fingers had touched, the entire length of the sword turned a fiery crimson. Hum hum. As the sword's resonance echoed, the entire sword solidified into a dense crimson hue. The surrounding space seemed warped by the blade's scorching heat. The red runes within the formation emitted a draining force, yet it appeared utterly ineffective against Lin Tian. Under the intense heat of the blade's edge, wisps of black smoke began to rise from around the sword. Within the smoke, faint wails and screams could be heard. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, the black-clad figure sneered. Useless. This great formation gathers souls collected over 10,000 years at simply blazing flames. But before he could finish, Lin Tian's cold voice cut him off. Grasping the long sword, Lin Tian swung it fiercely toward the formation. A crescent-shaped crimson blade of light streaked toward the barrier of the formation. Wherever it passed, black smoke billowed. The runes within the formation, which could absorb human energy, were scorched by the searing blade light. They swiftly turned to ash, vanishing into the depths of the formation. Under the horrified stares of the black-clad figures, the crimson blade's glow struck the barrier with brutal force. After the barrier was cleaved down, the entire formation shook violently several times. Where the sword beam and the barrier's energy converged, massive plumes of black smoke continuously billowed forth, creating a stalemate. The black-clad figure believed his formation had withstood Lin Tian's strike. But just as he exhaled in relief, crack! A bone-chilling sound of shattering glass pierced his ears. Staring in disbelief at the point where the array and the sword beam clashed, he saw dense cracks beginning to form. Fortunately, the sword beam itself was visibly losing its brilliance. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, convinced the formation had withstood Lin Tian's assault, another identical sword beam streaked through the air, striking the exact same spot once more. The two energies, locked in a tense stalemate moments before, instantly lost their equilibrium. Crack crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed continuously as the entire formation sustained severe damage, fine cracks spreading everywhere. Chapter 115, The Crimson Crossgate. This was the array's inherent self-repair function. When one section sustained damage, other parts would automatically distribute the damage to alleviate the affected area. Though now covered in intricate cracks, the formation had managed to completely block Lin Tian's second strike. The black-clad figure was drenched in cold sweat. He felt certain this time he had finally won. Lin Tian could not possibly unleash another strike of such power. Even a peak Emperor Realm expert couldn't possess such power, delivering 3 consecutive sword beams of such world-shattering might. Yet despair gripped the black-clad figure as Lin Tian swung his sword once more. The familiar formula, the familiar sensation. Still the same crimson sword beam. The black-clad man even sensed that the power within the beam hadn't diminished at all compared to the previous 2 strikes. If anything, it had grown stronger. This realization sent a wave of despair crashing through his heart. Is this even possible for a human? Fear washed over his face as he watched the sword beam, carrying a scorching heat wave, charge toward the barrier of the great formation. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the array was utterly shattered by the sword beam. Countless crimson runes instantly lost their luster, emitting spine-chilling wails. The entire formation shattered with a thunderous crash, as if a dark veil had been torn away, allowing the blinding light to flood back into the secret realm. The black-clad figure remained frozen in place by Lin Tian's spatial laws, utterly immobilized. As the array shattered, everything around them returned to its original state.
Lin Tian walked slowly toward the black-clad figure, his gaze cold and unwavering.
You rats, hiding and dodging all this time, I've finally caught you.
It's useless.
Even if you've captured me, you'll never pry a single piece of information from my lips. Rest assured, whatever I want to know, you'll be telling me of your own accord. A trace of mockery flashed across the black-robed man's face.
You wouldn't be thinking of soul-searching, would you? I don't know, but soul-searching only works on those one major realm below you, right?
Lin Tian shot the black-robed man a cold smile.
Then who told you this pavilion master is an Emperor Realm powerhouse? Hearing this, the black-clad man froze for a moment. Realization dawned, and terror washed over his face. No, impossible. There absolutely cannot be a powerhouse surpassing the Emperor Realm in this world.
Ignoring the black-robed man's hysterical, disbelieving expression, Lin Tian placed his large hand atop the man's crown chakra under his horrified gaze.
Soul search. As Lin Tian's energy surged violently, countless memories flooded from the black-robed man's mind into Lin Tian's own.
This time, Lin Tian finally obtained intelligence about this mysterious organization. It turned out that the organization that had been targeting him all along was a vast cult of dark practitioners known as the Bloodcross Sect. No one had ever seen their leader's face. The black-clad man before him was the master of the evil sect within the Crossgate. Though he desperately wanted to piece together enough information to utterly eradicate this cult, its members were extremely cautious. Beyond the enigmatic Grand Master, no one knew the identities of the other 9 sect masters.
Even among themselves, they remained unaware of each other's true identities.
This meant that beyond learning the organization's basic structure and the number of core members, Lin Tian had obtained no other useful information.
This left Lin Tian seething with rage. He had expected to reel in a big fish this time, only to discover it was a worthless chicken rib neither tasty enough to eat nor easy enough to discard. Casually crushing the black-clad figure, Lin Tian glanced at the unconscious Gu Yufei and sealed her within his Western Waste's secret realm before stepping out of the Gu family's domain. While Lin Tian battled within the secret realm, the conflict outside raged just as fiercely. The black-clad forces deployed 10 Emperor-level experts, though they apparently hadn't anticipated that all 10 Emperor-level experts under Lin Tian's command remained stationed at the Gu residence. Though it was 10 versus 12, the Gu family held the numerical advantage. Yet the black-clad men wielded profoundly bizarre cultivation techniques and employed coordinated formation tactics. For a time, the battle remained fiercely contested, locked in a delicate equilibrium. The next decisive factor lay within the secret realm, whether Lin Tian or the master of the Bloodcross sect could eliminate their opponent first. The black-clad forces had anticipated an easy victory, swiftly subduing the Gu family. Yet unexpectedly, the Gu family now possessed 10 additional Emperor Realm experts. Seeing the stalemate and their prolonged inability to break through, the leader of the black-clad group grew increasingly anxious. He coldly commanded his 10 Emperor Realm warriors. Give it your all. We don't know the situation with the Gate Master. Resolve this here immediately, we're heading to support him. The men responded with a unified shout, then began fighting desperately. They activated secret techniques that drained their life force, launching attacks against the 13 Emperor Realm experts of the Gu family. Under the black-clad men's relentless, cost-indifferent assault, the tide swiftly turned. Members of the Gu family now found themselves in grave peril. The 3 Gu family elders were shrewd. They knew they absolutely couldn't let Lin Tian's men fall. If Lin Tian's forces withdrew, the entire Gu family would be slaughtered by these shadowy black-clad figures. Therefore, the 3 elders proactively positioned themselves against the enemy's 3 strongest combatants. Yet, facing the relentless, cost-indifferent onslaught, even these 3 seasoned Emperor Realm experts found themselves at a disadvantage. An Emperor Realm expert attacking without regard for consequences was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the Fang sisters and Qingyun, outnumbering their opponents 2 to 3, gained no advantage whatsoever. Instead, they were struck by the enemy's bizarre attacks, sustaining minor injuries. After once again parrying the 3 women's swords, the 2 black-clad figures combined their efforts to unleash a bizarre, deep crimson sword beam. Seizing the moment when the 3 women's old strength had faded and new strength had yet to build, the eerie crimson blade beam struck directly at Qingyun's face. Qingyun's pupils abruptly contracted. He could even sense that the eerie crimson blade aura emitted a nauseating, blood-curdling stench, accompanied by piercing, agonized screams. Yet she was utterly powerless against this assault, her eyes already reflecting utter despair. Is this the end? The thought flashed through Qingyun's mind, yet her heart held no fear. She glanced toward the sealed secret realm not far away, a trace of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Time truly flew. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed since she and Lin Tian left the Eastern Wastes. She felt her life had split into 2 distinct chapters, one before meeting Lin Tian and another entirely after. Chapter 116, Declaring War on the Cultist Organization. Back at Qingshan Academy in the Eastern Wastes, she had been hailed as the region's foremost scholar. But what good had that done? Her adoptive master had tried to lay his hands on her, wanting to practice dual cultivation with her, using her as a cauldron.
That was the first time Qingyun had truly understood, only by cultivating immense power could she gain the right to choose her own destiny. She had believed her highest limit would be the nascent soul realm, destined to become her master's cultivation crucible. But everything changed when she met Lin Tian. Though Lin Tian had many flaws like his lecherous nature, loving one woman after another.
Yet one must admit, the women who became Lin Tians were all fortunate.
Whether it was Luo Qingcheng and Li Wanqiu from the eastern wastes, Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua from the northern wastes, Lin Ruowei, or by Ji and Ai Huang and Qi Yan from the western wastes after joining Lin Tian, these women all saw tremendous leaps in their cultivation. Regardless of whether they genuinely loved Lin Tian, at the very least, after joining him, even if they were to leave him in the future, they could still thrive on this continent. Though Lin Tian never showered his women with sweet talk or passionate declarations, he gave each of them the ability to protect themselves. The Qingyun before meeting Lin Tian would never have dreamed she could one day reach the realm of an emperor-level powerhouse. The last time she accompanied Lin Tian back to the eastern wastes, Qingyun had taken the opportunity to return to the academy. Seeing her despicable master kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, she felt profound gratitude toward Lin Tian for everything he had given her. She felt that the years spent with Lin Tian surpassed the entirety of her previous life. Now, she felt no lingering regrets except for one, that philandering turnip hen tea married her properly. As the slashing blow closed in, impossible to evade, Qingyun abandoned all resistance. Closing her eyes, a faint smile curved her lips. Having you in this life was worth it. Just as the Fang sisters watched in horror as the deadly strike was about to hit Qingyun, everything around them seemed to freeze in place. The slash came to a halt inches from Qingyun's forehead, severing a few strands of her bangs before being held in place by an unseen force, unable to advance another inch. In the next instant, Lin Tian materialized before Qingyun. His pale, large hand seized the crescent-shaped crimson slash, then clenched. Snap! A bone-chilling sound of shattering glass echoed as Lin Tian effortlessly crushed the slash, reducing it to nothingness. In the next instant, time flowed once more within this world. Upon seeing Lin Tian emerge, the Gu family head's expression was filled with extraordinary excitement. Lin Tian's survival from the secret realm signaled the end of this clan annihilation battle. Had Lin Tian not returned to the Gu family with reinforcements, the world would likely have seen the end of the Gu family of Qingyun after today. Who would have thought that such a formidable hidden power still existed on the central continent? Are you okay? Qingyun opened her eyes to find Lin Tian standing before her. Though she didn't fully grasp what had transpired, she knew he must have saved her. A faint smile touched her lips, her expression radiating relief. If you'd been any later, I would have been in trouble. Qingyun replied playfully. Should I come earlier tonight then? At a time like this, Lin Tian actually started bantering with Qingyun. Qingyun's cheeks flushed, but she didn't refuse. Glancing around at their surroundings, she said coldly. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Lin Tian frowned as well, genuinely feeling a bit angry this time. Had he arrived even a moment later, Qingyun would likely have been finished for good. Lin Tian hadn't anticipated that this black-clad figure would be so ruthless, attacking him within the secret realm while simultaneously dispatching such a formidable force to target his woman. While simultaneously deploying such an extravagant force to target the woman he cherished. Lin Tian knew this operation was targeted at him personally. The Gu family had merely been caught in the crossfire. But the black-clad figure wouldn't bother explaining this to the Gu family of Qingyun, so he certainly saw no need to explain it to them either. It was simply their misfortune. After scanning the entire scene, Lin Tian had lost all patience for further maneuvering. In a flash, he appeared beside an Emperor Realm powerhouse, slamming his palm onto the man's head. He initiated a soul search, gathering information before flickering away again. The second, the third. Only after the last Emperor Realm expert dispatched by the black-clad figures was eliminated did the remaining minions cease to warrant Lin Tian's attention. By sunset, the Changcheng Gu family estate lay in utter ruin, littered with corpses. Among them lay both members of the Gu family and the black-clad men, creating a scene of utter desolation. The three Gu family patriarchs breathed a sigh of relief. This clan-annihilating battle had finally concluded. Today, our Gu family has endured this calamity. We are profoundly grateful to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for coming to our aid. Henceforth, our Gu family shall follow the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's lead in all matters. The Gu family patriarch immediately pledged his loyalty to Lin Tian. After all, the current situation in Central Plains was so unpredictable that even he couldn't fathom it, sensing an ominous feeling of impending storm clouds gathering. Lin Tian made no further stay at the Gu family estate, preparing to return to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. He had grown weary of this game of hide and seek. When he had just performed soul searches on those 10 Emperor Realm experts, Lin Tian hadn't gleaned any useful information. Therefore, his next course of action was to rely on his overwhelming strength to investigate every sect and clan in search of this so-called Bloodcross sect. In the mortal realm of Central Plains, his men had likely already been eliminated by Lin Tian. Now, only the Immortal, Demon, and Beast realms remained. That very night, upon returning to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, Lin Tian used the Heavenly Mechanics fan to summon all Heavenly Mechanics envoys and guards stationed abroad back to the pavilion's headquarters. It was worth noting that after leaving the Gu family, the head of the Gu family had entrusted Gu Yufei to Lin Tian. Clearly, the Gu family had been shattered by this calamity, leaving them all like frightened birds. Fearing further harm to the Gu lineage, they had proactively preserved a sliver of their bloodline.
Lin Tian was genuinely pleased by this gesture, though he currently had no inclination to use Gu Yufei as a bargaining chip.
3 days later, all Tenji Pavilion members across Zhongzhou had assembled. Lin Tian issued his command. Beginning today, all Tenji Pavilion members are mobilized. Investigate an organization known as the Blood Crossgate for this pavilion master.
Upon sighting them, execute on the spot. We obey the pavilion master's command.
30,000 Heavenly Mechanics guards knelt in unison, the resounding cry shaking the heavens. Lin Tian had already imparted the refined Heavenly Mechanics art to them. Through this enhanced technique, they could advance further. With new incentives and the control of the Heavenly Mechanism art, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would surely never again face a traitor like the old ancestor of 10,000 evils.
Chapter 117, Storm of Blood and Carnage.
3 days later, countless Heavenly Mechanics envoys, Heavenly Mechanics guards, and newly promoted 7-star envoys departed from the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion en masse. They headed toward the Central Continent to commence their investigation and suppression of the Blood Red Cross sect. An organization of such magnitude, having managed to conceal itself from the entire 4 seas and 8 desolations, must have a colossal network aiding in its concealment. Therefore, uncovering even the slightest trace of their activities should not prove particularly difficult. Lin Tian also departed from the mortal realm of Central Continent, heading toward the demonic realm of Central Continent. He believed that this so-called Blood Cross sect, which practiced all manner of dark arts, must be connected to some major power within the demon realm. Though they managed to capture a few minor figures, they failed to uncover the true headquarters of the Blood Crossgate. This infuriated Lin Tian, prompting him to order the Heavenly Mechanism Guard to continue their investigation. A month later, in a secret chamber somewhere within Central Plains, 10 figures cloaked in black gathered. The figure seated at the head radiated a wildly turbulent aura, his power having clearly surpassed the peak of the Emperor realm. However, the chaotic fluctuations in his aura clearly indicated that such a level of power was unstable, his energy seeming poised to erupt at any moment. The 9 individuals below showed profound deference to their leader, each of them peak Emperor realm powerhouses. It seems our movements have drawn the attention of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion.
Their retaliation should come soon. That pig, the evil ghost.
Even the 10,000 ghosts evil array formed using the we've accumulated over 10,000 years as its array core failed to eliminate that Lin Tian. Instead, he captured it, exposing our existence.
Everyone, speak up, what should we do next?
The leader's voice was eerily shifting, one moment sounding like a youth, the next like an old crone, then like a young woman, and finally like an old man. Yet the others below showed no surprise, appearing utterly accustomed to this.
The atmosphere in this secret chamber was thick with tension. Each face bore a grim expression, clearly bearing the weight of recent misfortunes.
Upon hearing the leader's words, the expressions of those below darkened further. Evidently, they had all suffered losses at the hands of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to varying degrees recently. 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had been the de facto ruler of the entire 4 seas and 8 desolations.
Though a millennium had passed, its influence remained potent. Should the pavilion truly decide to act, its power would still be terrifying. What if we advance the title plan?
A sharp voice cut through the silence, drawing all eyes toward its source. Each gaze held an unmistakable hint of unease.
After a moment of silence, the leader coldly inquired, "Do any of you have a better proposal?" Another silence descended. No one spoke.
Though several frowned, clearly reluctant to execute the title plan, they remained silent, unable to propose a better countermeasure against the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's threat. The leader's deep crimson eyes, hidden beneath the hood, swept across the room. Finding no dissent, he continued. "Since none of you have objections, the title plan shall be executed at this very moment." His gaze fixed intently on the map of the 4 seas and 8 desolations as he coldly declared. "I hear the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has many female confidants in the Eastern Wastes. Then let this plan begin there." That afternoon, Lin Tian was in the demon realm of Central Continent dealing with a second-rate faction connected to the Crimson Crossgate. After several days of relentless pursuit, Lin Tian had thoroughly deciphered the organization's modus operandi. They used the lives, souls, and blood of living cultivators to refine pills that could rapidly enhance one's strength, luring both great perfection peak experts stuck at bottlenecks for years and even Emperor realm cultivators seeking further advancement. Faced with the immense temptation of power enhancement, many succumbed to temptation, joining the organization and becoming its minions. Yet none of the so-called Crossgate masters who came to uncover them ever revealed their true faces. They were uniformly clad in black robes, hooded in darkness. And even their voices were altered beyond recognition. Lin Tian even suspected that if these individuals existed on his former homeworld, Blue Star, they would likely form a highly competent terrorist organization.
Late that night, the waters of the four seas surged like boiling tides, violently rushing toward the eastern wastes. Giant waves crashed relentlessly, devouring vast swaths of eastern wastelands land. Empress Li Wanqiu of the Great Qian dynasty sought aid from the Blue Lotus sect, but the cultivators of the eastern wastes were generally too weak to withstand such overwhelming power. After consulting with Su Qiuyue, Li Wanqiu resolved to contact Lin Tian. Just as Lin Tian arrived in the eastern wastes, the northern, western, and southern wastes all received messages from the heavenly mechanism envoys. All were being flooded by the waters of the four seas. Lin Tian instantly grasped their scheme. Clearly, his investigation into the Bloodcross sect had alarmed them. And they sought to create a massive conflict to lure him away, allowing them to remain hidden in the shadows and continue plotting their schemes. With remarkable composure, Lin Tian issued his orders. All members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were to continue investigating the Bloodcross Gate's whereabouts, while cultivators from the other four wildernesses were to converge upon the Central Plains human realm. The Changshenggu clan and Changsheng Wang clan would organize their reception. Following the great battle at the Eternal Gu clan, many key figures from Zhengzhou's sects had been eliminated by that grand formation. Consequently, the human realm of Zhengzhou now faced a severe shortage of talent, making it an opportune time to absorb large numbers of capable individuals. Thus, the two great immortal families were highly receptive to welcoming those arriving from the four wildernesses. Lin Tian, however, glanced at the vast ocean and plunged directly into its depths. His divine sense instantly swept across the entire sea, quickly locating the dwelling place of the Sea Clan. 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had reached an agreement with the Sea Clan. The deep sea would be ruled by the Sea Clan, while the shallow seas and land would be governed by the human race of the Eight Desolations. Yet now, the Sea Clan dared to openly violate this millennia-old peace treaty, and at this most sensitive juncture, launching attacks against the four wildernesses in all directions. Thus, Lin Tian now journeyed alone to confront the Sea Clan, determined to settle the score. Should they refuse to submit to the current Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, he would slaughter his way through them until they yielded. Concentrating his divine sense, Lin Tian's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. His soul power erupted as he declared, "Summon Wang Hai to meet this pavilion master. If he does not arrive within 10 breaths, this pavilion master will unleash a slaughter." A massive ripple surged across the ocean, carrying Lin Tian's voice as it swiftly swept toward the Sea King's palace at the very center of the sea. As the sound passed through the ocean creatures, each and every one of them could hear Lin Tian's words. Chapter 118, The Sea Clan's Tao Artifact, the Divine Needle of the Sea. Within the Sea King's palace, blood now stained the floor, a clear sign of a recent, brutal battle. Several half-human, half-fish merfolk were bound together. A male sea creature, scaled across his face and with a fishtail for a lower body, spoke coldly. "Your Majesty, the times have changed. Our sea tribe should no longer serve as lackeys for humanity's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. You are too old. Henceforth, the entire Sea Clan and your daughter Alice, the Sea Clan's most beautiful maiden, shall be entrusted to me. Under my leadership, the Sea Clan will dominate the four seas and 8 wildernesses." The fishman before him radiated intense ambition in his eyes. He seemed to already envision the Sea Clan ruling the entire world, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, the soul transmission wave triggered by Lin Tian's voice surged through the Sea King's palace. Everyone within the Sea King's palace paled at the shockwave of the soul's voice. The Sea King himself roared with fury at the traitorous merman. "Jiao Yu, you're utterly naive. You will never succeed. You've never seen the Sea King's secret scriptures records on the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. You have no idea how powerful they truly are. Old fool, you've been serving humans like a dog for so long that you've forgotten your noble heritage as a sea creature, as a mermaid. No matter how powerful he is, I refuse to believe he can withstand our Sea Clan's Tao Artifact." At the mention of Tao Artifact, fear surged in Hai Wang's eyes. "You're mad. Understand this, a divine artifact is only divine when wielded by a god. The same applies to Tao artifacts. With your meager strength, you could never control our Sea Clan's sacred relics." The dragonfish sneered coldly. "Old fool, don't think I'm ignorant just because I haven't read the Sea Clan's secret scriptures. Isn't there a method to control Tao artifacts?" At these words, the Sea King's face drained of color. He roared hysterically. "You're mad, Jiao Yu. You're absolutely mad. You'll destroy the entire Sea Clan for your ambition." But Jiao Yu scoffed at the Sea King's words. "Old fool, I'll show you how I lead the Sea Clan to glory." With that, Jiao Yu ordered his men to take the Sea King and his beautiful daughter away. He himself proceeded to the forbidden realm of the Sea Clan. Lin Tian had already entered the ocean. Now was the time to execute Operation Tide. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had pinpointed the Sea King's palace. If the Sea King dared not come out to meet him, he would level the palace to the ground. On the 8th breath, Lin Tian extended a finger. The primordial essence of water surged from the ocean depths, like a dragon diving into the sea, ceaselessly drawing in the surrounding water energy. 9. In the span of a single breath, the water energy at his fingertip had transformed from its initial dark blue hue to a deep blue, and finally, to a pitch-black darkness. Though outwardly unremarkable, the energy contained within that black sphere was potent enough to make even Emperor-level powerhouses tremble.
Yet, the moment he counted to 9, Lin Tian sensed the surrounding seawater shifting. The water from all sides violently compressed and solidified, closing in on him. The once formless, shapeless water suddenly seemed to solidify, relentlessly pressing toward Lin Tian and solidifying against the protective barrier surrounding him. Though the solidified water couldn't breach his protective barrier, it completely confined him in place. Without hesitation, Lin Tian fired the black sphere in his hand. He had expected it to pierce the solidified water effortlessly. To his astonishment, however, the black sphere dissolved into the solidified water, swiftly being neutralized and absorbed by the sea itself, only to be turned against Lin Tian. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a potent force of the Tao, indicating that whoever controlled this seawater must also possess the means to command a portion of the Tao's power. Yet Lin Tian felt no surprise. He could clearly sense the Tao of heaven in this world, and thus recognized that the power before him actually originated from a Tao artifact. Lin Tian had already discerned the controller of this Tao artifact. The individual lacked the inherent strength to command such an artifact. Their ability to launch an attack against him stemmed solely from sacrificing a vast number of sea creatures, temporarily granting them access to the artifact's power. Once he grasped this, Lin Tian immediately devised a countermeasure. "You are the Sea King of the Sea Clan?" Lin Tian's cold will imprinted itself upon the dragonfish's mind. "Indeed. I am the newly appointed Sea King. You lowly human, I shall seal you deep within the ocean. Then, I will make you witness firsthand how we Sea Clan enslaves your human race." "Oh? The new Sea King? So you just overthrew the old one?" Lin Tian seized upon the dragonfish's admission, not missing the chance to mock its coup-driven rise to power. Stung to the core, the dragonfish's expression darkened slightly as it coldly retorted. "You must be the legendary master of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion that old Codger raved about? That old fool made you sound so formidable, but in this king's eyes, you're nothing special, just a mere clown." Lin Tian attempted to attack the solidified seawater surrounding him, but each strike was absorbed by the frozen mass, vanishing without a trace. Water has no fixed form. Under the control of that Tao artifact, it fully exploited this fundamental characteristic of water. "You must have ties to that blood-cross sect, right?" Lin Tian asked casually while testing the seawater seal. Hearing this, the dragonfish's expression shifted, though it didn't seem overly surprised. "Indeed. This king also serves as the blood character sect master of the blood-cross sect." "Oh? The blood sect? Have you ever seen your sect leader's true face?" Lin Tian continued feigning an attack while casually asking. This half-human, half-fish creature before him was clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed, completely failing to notice that his attacks on the outer seawater were merely a show. Clearly, it was utterly confident in its Tao artifact, convinced Lin Tian had no chance of escaping this place. Hearing Lin Tian's question, the dragonfish fixed him with a piercing stare before coldly replying. "You talk a lot. But since you're about to be sealed here, I'll tell you. This so-called gate master's strength should be roughly on par with yours. However, I sense his power isn't very stable. No one has ever seen his true form, but I did witness him instantly kill a peak Emperor Realm expert with a single strike." Hearing this, even Lin Tian, known for his composure, couldn't help but feel his pupils contract. That person could instantly kill a peak Emperor Realm expert. Judging by that standard, even if there was a gap between him and Lin Tian, it couldn't be much. A flash of savage intent flickered in his eyes. Lin Tian would never tolerate such a formidable figure existing in this world. Therefore, this pavilion master must be eliminated swiftly. Chapter 119. When heaven's path is incomplete, the divine path cannot be achieved. Noticing the shift in Lin Tian's expression, the dragonfish seemed satisfied with his reaction. Just as it prepared to depart, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Who told you this pavilion master would be trapped by you?" Hearing this, the dragonfish instantly felt a chill run through its body. It whirled around to see a surge of aqua-blue energy now emanating from Lin Tian's hands. Upon seeing that energy, the dragonfish's expression changed drastically. For he sensed that the entire ocean was bowing down to that mass of aqua-blue power. In all its long years of existence, the dragonfish had never encountered such a phenomenon. Suddenly, his mind trembled violently. The Tao artifact he had painstakingly bonded with began to backfire, instead resonating with the pale blue light sphere in Lin Tian's hand. This realization turned the dragonfish's face deathly pale. For the first time, fear flickered in its gaze as it stared at Lin Tian. He never imagined that the connection he had painstakingly forged with the Tao artifact, the divine needle of the sea, by sacrificing nearly a quarter of the Sea Clan's population, could be so easily shattered by Lin Tian. Without another word, Lin Tian acted. The Tao artifact instantly released its seal on him and flew directly toward Lin Tian, landing in his hand. Instead of inspecting the artifact, Lin Tian swiftly approached the dragonfish, clamped his large hand over its head, and initiated a soul search. A smile soon spread across Lin Tian's face. Just as he had anticipated, orchestrating a coup within the Sea Clan was no easy feat for this dragonfish alone.
5 sect masters had accompanied him, and they were currently at the abyss of the sea's edge. After a month of searching across the central continent without capturing a single sect master-level figure, he never imagined he'd strike gold with the sea tribe netting an entire nest of them. Once he pinpointed their location, Lin Tian charged toward the 5 figures. The 5 men's pupils dilated in shock at Lin Tian's sudden appearance. Realizing their plan had failed, none dared confront him directly. Exchanging glances, they scattered in different directions. Lin Tian's form surged, splitting his body into 5 copies that swiftly pursued each target. In the blink of an eye, all 5 were eliminated. After reading their memories, Lin Tian had nearly pinpointed the headquarters of the Bloodcross sect. In the central continent's Immortal Realm, within the Purple Shao Immortal Palace's rear mountains, an elderly man clad entirely in white sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in meditation. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Zisho Patriarch, you've hidden yourself well. Even this pavilion didn't anticipate you being the leader of the Bloodcross sect. TSK, this truly surprises me. The most reputable sect in all Zhengzhou, the undisputed leader in the hearts of righteous cultivators, and yet, it hides the head of a secret heretical organization." If this news were to spread, the entire Zhengzhou would be in an uproar. Hearing Lin Tian's sarcasm, the ancestor of Zisho remained unruffled, bowing respectfully to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was momentarily baffled by the gesture. He'd expected this Zisho patriarch to be fearful, terrified, perhaps even prepared to go down fighting. Instead, he was gazing at Lin Tian with reverence, bowing lightly. The words that followed struck like thunderclaps in Lin Tian's ears. "The 7-star envoy of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, Polaris, greets the Pavilion Master." Hearing this, Lin Tian felt his heart tremble violently. "What did you say? You're a 7-star envoy of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? You're lying. Why isn't my Heavenly Mechanism fan reacting?" The next words left Lin Tian frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. In response to the Pavilion Master's question, "It is because I am the spirit of the Heavenly Mechanism fan." Stunned by this barrage of revelations, Lin Tian's scalp tingled with disbelief. For a moment, he couldn't discern whether the man was telling the truth or not. The old man seemed to sense Lin Tian's doubt. With a casual wave toward the Heavenly Mechanism fan, Lin Tian immediately felt the fan in his hand begin to vibrate faintly, as if resonating with his Purple Shao ancestor. Only then did Lin Tian confirm that the old man before him was indeed the spirit of the Heavenly Mechanism fan. "If you are the spirit, why did you establish such an evil organization?" "Your Excellency, I established the Crimson Crossgate upon your command years ago. It was to help you gather the racial essences of the 5 clans immortals, demons, monsters, humans, and sea creatures to complete the Heavenly Tao." "My orders? You must be mistaken, I am not Tianji. Guzhu, you are the reincarnation of Tianji from 10,000 years ago, who erased his own memories." Hearing this, Lin Tian's mind buzzed once more. If this man before him weren't genuinely connected to the Heavenly Mechanism fan, Lin Tian would have dismissed him as a madman and killed him on the spot. Taking a deep breath to steady his agitated heart, Lin Tian asked, "What exactly is this incomplete heavenly Tao you speak of?" "When the Tao is incomplete, the path to godhood becomes impossible. Powerful cultivators constantly drain the Tao's energy, seeking immortal power. Thus, the Tao's strength is perpetually depleted. The way of heaven itself holds no emotion, thus showing no partiality to anyone. Yet once a mortal grasps the way of heaven, they become swayed by their own emotions. So, to mend its own incompleteness, the way of heaven of this world made a truly mad decision." He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian, and the next words thundered like a bolt of lightning in Lin Tian's ears. "The Tao of this world transferred a being from another realm through some means. This being is known as the one untethered by fate." Lin Tian's eyes widened. Being a transmigrator was his deepest secret, yet this old man knew it too. The old man gave Lin Tian no time to process the shock, continuing. "Among the 3,000 great Tao, to attain the path of divinity, one must first complete the Heavenly Tao. To complete the Heavenly Tao, a grand sacrificial formation must be established, requiring the sacrifice of 3,000 Heavenly Mechanism envoys from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and..." His gaze shifted to Lin Tian, his eyes holding an inexplicable meaning. "And the reincarnation of the Heavenly Tao's will. That person is the little girl by your side." Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Lin Tian's mind. He knew the little girl the old man referred to was Li Linger. Memories of meeting her and taking her as his disciple flashed through his mind. Lin Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "No! I will never sacrifice Linger." Yet the old man's gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian with piercing intensity. "Master of the pavilion, you must understand she is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Tao. Even if you refuse to sacrifice her, if this world is left to its own devices, she will eventually vanish, drained of her power by cultivators. The Heavenly Tao's power in this realm is already severely weakened. If we fail to restore it completely, this world itself may face collapse." Lin Tian ignored the old man's words, fixing him with a cold stare as he snapped. "One more word of nonsense, and I'll slaughter you." Chapter 120, Grand Finale, Restoring the Heavenly Tao. Seeing Lin Tian's state, the white-haired elder shook his head helplessly, watching as Lin Tian staggered away. Back at the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, Lin Tian looked deeply troubled. Xin Qinghao was teaching Li Linger how to play Go. Go stones are black and white, representing yin and yang. Each stone placed on the board carries 4 breaths. As Xin Qinghai explained, Lin Tian suddenly saw a Tai Chi diagram mysteriously appear on Li Linger's body. He rubbed his eyes, and the sensation vanished instantly. Spotting Lin Tian's arrival, Li Linger immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. "Master, you're back." "Yes, Master is back." For a moment, Lin Tian's hands trembled slightly as he held Li Linger tightly against him, afraid of losing her. Feeling Lin Tian's emotions, a faint smile touched Li Linger's lips, mingled with a trace of sorrow. Lin Tian was unaware that Li Linger had already awakened the memories of the Tao. The Way of Heaven was supposed to be emotionless, yet she had developed feelings for Lin Tian. That night, just as Lin Tian was preparing to rest, he sensed a woman slipping into his room. Originally, Lin Tian was feeling restless and had no desire to engage deeply with anyone. Yet that delicate form slipped beneath his covers. When Lin Tian saw her face clearly, his expression abruptly changed. It was Li Linger, completely naked. Feeling her delicate form press against him, Lin Tian immediately pushed her away. "Linger, what are you doing?" Her voice carried a hint of reproach. "Master, I love you. Take Linger." But how could Lin Tian possibly do something so indecent? Instantly, his spiritual energy surged forth, separating the two. Yet the next moment, something astonishing occurred, though his spiritual barrier wasn't particularly powerful. It should have been impossible for Li Linger to breach it. Yet, a faint, eerie light flashed in her eyes, and the barrier shattered. Lin Tian panicked, urgently summoning the power of the Tao. Yet to his astonishment, that very power of the Tao was beyond his control, utterly unable to affect Li Linger. You. Li Linger gave a sorrowful smile under Lin Tian's horrified gaze. "Master, my memories have awakened. Whether in my past life or this one, I owe you far too much. All I can do is offer myself to you. Once you complete the Heavenly Tao, all my memories will vanish, and I shall become the merciless Heavenly Tao once more. I hope you will remember me forever." Lin Tian tried to resist, only to discover his powers had been sealed by Li Linger. He could only watch helplessly as she performed her rituals upon him. After 2 hours of frenzied activity, Li Linger departed Lin Tian's chamber. Outside the door, 3,000 heavenly mechanism envoys stood at the ready. The purple Shao ancestor had already arranged the sacrificial formation outside the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Li Linger glanced back at Lin Tian's room. "Master, you protected me through 2 lifetimes. This time, it's my turn to protect you." With that, she strode resolutely toward the sacrificial array. Once the sacrifice commenced, the golden primordial source, wooden primordial source, watery primordial source, and earthen primordial source surged forth from Lin Tian's body. Ancestor Zxiao retrieved the fire, light, and darkness primordial essences, casting them into the array. By the time Lin Tian burst out, it was already too late. Within the formation, Li Linger turned to him, her beautiful smile as radiant as the moment they first met. "No!" Lin Tian roared with piercing anguish, yet he could do nothing to halt the sacrificial array's operation. He could only watch helplessly as the 3,000 heavenly messengers and Li Linger vanished within the array. Lin Tian couldn't bear the excruciating pain. Suddenly, he wondered, if he hadn't appeared in this world, would Li Linger still be alive? Yes. Everything had changed because of his very existence in this world. With this realization, Lin Tian unleashed every ounce of power within him. Surging, violent spiritual energy, combined with the heavenly Tao power he wielded, instantly formed a colossal vortex in the sky. Hum. A sudden vibration in his hand jolted Lin Tian awake. His eyes fell upon familiar streets and surroundings. This is Central Park? I actually fell asleep on a park bench? What a ridiculous and drawn-out dream. Staring at his business suit and briefcase, the uniform of a 996 corporate drone, Lin Tian stretched lazily, preparing to trudge back to his rented apartment. But then he noticed a row of teeth marks on his outstretched arm. Lin Tian remembered these were left by Li Linger in his dream, causing his mind to go blank. Could this not have been a dream? Just as Lin Tian was lost in confusion, a small hand tapped his shoulder. "Master, come with me. Sister Qinghe and the 2 Feng sisters said they'll take care of you from now on." The end. After 2 months, this book has finally come to an end. Truthfully, the author had many more ideas yet to be written, but alas, the book was blacklisted, and readers abruptly stopped following it. Forced to conclude with tears, the author once again bows an apology to all readers who followed this story. The next book, after being thrown off a cliff, I Help the Divine Beauty Detoxify, will feature Lin Tian acquiring the Heavenly Tao's invisibility technique, a power that renders him undetectable to all great beings and immune to all attacks. I sincerely hope you'll enjoy it. Once again, my deepest gratitude to all the readers who have supported me, my dear patrons. I bow to you all with heartfelt respect.